Because of choosing the wrong profession, this genius mage was pushed down to the bottom of society. In a world where only the strong survive, the conquerors are known as those who hunt the dark creatures. They fight, loot, and protect people. It truly is a wonderful job that everyone praises as heroic. At a tea shop, a loud scolding drew everyone's attention. That crazy bastard, you're telling me to become a shield. And it's the guy sitting opposite the main character, Dong Gumin, who is working for the conquest branch. Just yesterday, Mina Hun received a call from him after a long period of unemployment, thinking there might be a good deal, but it turned out they wanted him to go to the front lines as a shield while the monsters in the dungeon belonged to the immortal system. Who would accept such a game? You don't want to understand and just ask back why there's only this one job. Lower-ranked kids like me have no trouble finding work. Dong Gumin explained, I know there are very few organizations that entrust the warrior class, even high-level crusaders. According to him, the current demand for mages is like gold. While warriors are usually slow to react and have a higher injury rate, they are not the target audience. Compared to mages who can safely eliminate monsters from a distance, warriors can only face danger up close and suffer more injuries. Mina Hun remained silent, unable to refute any of the words. 11 years ago, he scored very high on the aptitude test for awakening with a magic potential of up to 97%. At that time, Ina, the current top mage, only had a potential level of 92%. Everyone thought he would follow the mage path, but in the end, he changed course dramatically and decided to become a warrior with a potential of 34%. It's just that back then, the mage's reputation was terrible. Yet life turned out even more unexpectedly than a pancake. After 11 years, who would have thought the warrior was rejected while the wizard was welcomed even more? It just makes my chest feel so angry. Dong Guin saw you hesitating and interrupted. I was going to find someone else, but called you because I remembered your situation. There's no way out. Now even if you regret, it's too late. The poor young man Minza-hun has no choice but to nod and accept this terrible deal. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Minza-hun waits in front of the dungeon gate with many others at the location sent to him. You secretly blame Gumin for his business and always wasting time. He said he would come, but it's already 8:52 and I haven't even seen his toes. Thinking about this person, I feel regretful. I am just a D-ranked warrior hunter, while Dong Gumin is an A-ranked mage. Anyone can see he's truly powerful, yet he's stuck doing office work at a branch. As I was lost in thought about life and people, my brother came over to talk. Although they are all warriors of the same system, he wears armor, while I have nothing but poverty. As they exchange a few words, the dungeon managers announce that action will start in 30 minutes. As planned, each person took turns passing through the space gate into the desolate ruins to face the extremely aggressive monsters. A wizard shouted loudly, "Hey, Vanguard, hold your shields properly and line up!" Hey, don't you understand what I'm saying? I told you to hold your formation no matter what, even if you get killed. Although quite bored, Min Hun still had to stubbornly accept this dull job. The battle began. They were shields tasked with blocking the monsters, while the mages cast fireballs to burn them from afar. The flames roared fiercely and quickly burned the monsters to ash. At first I was worried I would struggle, but fighting alongside the Starfall Guild's mages, if they could do this much, I didn't need to worry about losing my life. Time passes, and after clearing out quite a few monsters, everyone decides to take a break before facing the boss. The older brother stands nearby, smiling as he speaks, but there's a hint of complaint in his voice. Aging is really scary. If I had known it would turn out like this, I would have stopped acting foolishly when I was young and focused on leveling up. By the way, did you find any valuable items? Since this is an A-rank dungeon anyway, Min Hun immediately opened his equipment menu. Suddenly, a headache hit him hard, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. After a few seconds, the system unexpectedly announced that it had shut down, and the connection to the player would be temporarily cut off. Min Hun stood there confused, not understanding what was happening, when suddenly he heard someone's voice in his ear telling him to follow the light and nothing more. The system keeps malfunctioning. It says that due to the presence of something mysterious, it cannot be activated. In front of Min Hun, numerous flickering lights appeared, like fireflies, shimmering everywhere, unseen or unnoticed by anyone around except him. It is leading to a broken door. Curious, he quickly told Myung-ho that he would be leaving for a moment, and then followed it to see where it would lead. The Igler system is now offline. You cannot access the information window? Miza-hun tries to restart, but receives a message that a function is partially broken. The system is switching to save mode. You awaken at the age of 10. The Acer system has lasted for 17 years, yet it immediately reports a fault. To put it simply, the Acer system is somehow connected to the Asgardian gods like Odin and Tho. It is hypothesized to be named after the original gods of Acer. This is the last fortress of hope for humanity after being pushed to the brink of extinction. 20 years ago, an enormous tree suddenly sprouted in the middle of the Pacific Ocean and grew so rapidly that it covered the entire sky in just 9 days. Along with that came countless disasters and monsters appearing everywhere. Half of humanity was attacked by monsters, and among them half were on the brink of starvation and disease. But then the first awakened person appeared, not only handsome but also wielding the power of the gods. Along with that is the Acer system, the strongest weapon led by humanity's greatest hero. Ma Hun kept walking until he stopped in front of a giant door, his face lighting up with joy, wondering if it might be a treasure gate. If an A-grade or higher item appears, you'll quit immediately instead of working at this point. The door slowly opens, revealing an enormous space behind it with a round, shiny golden gem. At this moment, the system suddenly sent a message saying that half of the system's functions had been successfully restored and a new item had been added, asking if he wanted to appraise the item. Minza Hun truly is the luckiest. As soon as the item was appraised, the information immediately appeared. This item is called Odin's Lost Eye and is classified as the only legendary item in the world. When equipped, it allows understanding runes and using magic to disarm or destroy weapons. The bonus of the Cosmic Origin skill allows copying others' skills or all magic without incantation. Nice. The only legendary item in the world, once sold, you wouldn't have to work anymore. You could spend money until you die and still not run out. But it's a bit of a pity, just when he was about to try it out before selling it, he received a warning that it was a bound item. Min Kiss was cancelled immediately. I'd rather sell it than use it. As an awakened one, I'm fed up with dungeon conquering, a place where luck and tragedy are just a blink apart. But first, you need to leave this place. Mia Hun returns to join everyone. As soon as you show your face, you get a warning from the guild's leading mage. It would be awkward if you keep acting on your own. Next time, I hope there won't be a situation like this again. Min Hun sincerely bowed his head and apologized. Yes, next time I will be more careful. You follow them, knowing full well this is a dungeon. It's a lawless place, so it would be a bad ending if you reveal you're holding a valuable item. While everyone is preparing to conquer the boss room, the rocks above suddenly collapse and fall right on top of them. Minga Hun quickly dodged to the side to avoid it. Just escaped danger, he suddenly realized there was toxic bone, a type of bone extremely dangerous to the human body. Myung-ho covered her mouth and quickly said to him, Jia-hun, I think we need to get out of here fast. This bone dust is very dangerous. Minga Hun also intended to do the same, but just as he turned away, his older brother was pierced through the body. Huang Qua immediately ran away at full speed, with a loud explosion and toxic bones appearing at the same time. Surely the work of the assassins in the dungeon. Their likely goal is to wipe out everyone on the guild's side. I'm really tired of this dangerous situation. Min Hun stopped because the person behind was right behind him. A strange weapon with a pointed tip like an arrow attached to a chain shot straight toward him. Mina Hun dodged to the side to avoid the attack. He was hit, but luckily the wound on his shoulder wasn't too deep. I told you we would meet today, didn't I? I really didn't expect it to be this person, Mina Hun asked directly. Dongguman, are all these things you're doing? He nodded without hesitation and even explained that he did everything just because it was requested by the client. Plus, many people dislike the Shooting Star Guild because they look down on other guilds, so this kind of thing isn't surprising at all. Mia Hun stared intently at her opponent, wondering if she could fight back, but no matter how she looked at it, she would just get beaten to a pulp like a torn blanket, so what's the point of asking? Dongguman is an A-rank mage, one of the 2% of geniuses in the country, while I'm just a D-rank warrior, which is fine. But it's surprising that the underdog actually wins. He wants to avenge his fellow warriors, especially Miho, but with the current situation, there's no other way. He can only retreat and pretend nothing happened today. So, before he even finished speaking, that magical weapon had already struck. The clear level difference between them left him no choice but to dodge. A cut across the cheek made blood gush out, and I grimaced, thinking that if that move had been a second slower, I might have been done for. Dongguman raised his hand forward and said, Today's target isn't just the Skyfire Guild. As soon as he finished speaking, countless magic circles were cast, summoning many lightning chains aimed at the man in front of him. Mia Hun keeps dodging back and forth, with a bunch of questions running through his mind about who's targeting him. If someone is so determined to eliminate him, then it must be that person. Are you saying he's my father? Dongguman paused for a few seconds, then threw back his head and laughed maniacally like a madman. A moment later, he nodded and admitted, You're really smart. That's why I like you. Thinking of his late mother, Min Hun hesitantly asked another question. Last winter, that person also committed such an act, didn't they? Turns out, the answer was exactly what you were thinking. That bastard Gooman over there keeps attacking you with lightning chains and even taunts that your family is better than some Uchi clan from another world. A husband who kills his wife then hires someone to eliminate his only son is truly wrong. He kept mocking and saying that this conversation should end here. Suddenly, he saw the person in front of him muttering something under his breath. He thought you were trembling and begging, but suddenly, Minhun's entire body radiated a tremendous surge of mana, causing the ground and surrounding space to distort and shatter, sending rocks flying everywhere. That aura truly made an A-rank mage like Donggumin sweat and hesitate no more. The spell called Thunder Chain was activated once again, unleashing countless magical chains toward Minhun in an attempt to kill him. Unexpectedly, at the crucial moment when success seemed assured, everything shattered. Odin's Lost Eye item has been equipped. The item has been linked to the user. The system just sent 2 notifications, and at that moment, Minhun swore that today he would tear him apart as painfully as possible. As soon as the active lightning chain skill was copied, numerous magic circles appeared behind Minhun, and Dongguin was stunned, unable to believe what was happening right before his eyes. That's a technique he spent years learning. How could a D-rank warrior use it? An upgraded copycat version clashing with a legendary item is truly a headache-inducing confrontation. The chains carrying lightning continuously clash with each other, creating deafening explosions. The situation seems quite unstable. Donggumin, after dodging and running around, tried to pull down his pants but took the chance to fire a magic bullet at you. Unfortunately, it was useless. The moment of finality has arrived. Mahun immediately launches a final attack to counter the enemy. Lightning Flame charged forward with fierce power. Donggumin, facing his own technique, had no way to resist and quickly activated his shield. Unexpectedly, everything spiraled beyond his control. When the shield shattered, he took a lethal blow and collapsed, gasping for breath, as a massive explosion shook the entire dungeon, followed by clouds of dust and flying debris scattering everywhere. Donggumin is still alive, but he won't last much longer. Minhun slowly approaches, delivering one more blow before ending everything. He collapsed to the ground, exhausted both physically and magically, but still muttering complaints. All day today, I used up my entire lifetime of good karma just for a legendary lucky item. Just when Minzahun thought he would die here, the rescue system appeared with a message. Once the new system is activated, time will rewind to the moment the user desires most. Do you want to start it? At this point, what is there to be afraid of? Min-ji-hun agrees to activate the new system called NY, and at the same time becomes an enemy of the supreme being Acer, along with 2 new skills equipped. Min-ji-hun opened his eyes wide and got up, wondering what on earth was happening. But as soon as he stared intently at his own hands, the guidance system appeared and explained that he had traveled back in time to the moment he desired most. Today is June 15th, 2022. The system has sent you back to 11 years ago along with a mission to rest until your body recovers to 80%. Mizahun pushed everything aside and went to his desk. He picked up the calendar and crossed out a line. In the previous life, it was because he went against his profession that he ended up with a poor and miserable life and a tragic death. This time, he won't make that mistake again. He is sure he will become a great wizard and find a way to defeat the old man. After hugging his mother and crying his heart out, he puts a spoonful of rice into his mouth, but still can't hold back his tears. Minhun's mother noticed that her son was different from usual today, so she put down her chopsticks and asked directly, "What's wrong?" He just smiled awkwardly, hiding everything, and said he had only a nightmare. Then he changed the subject directly and told her that he wanted to switch to the mage class instead of the warrior he had previously declared. His mother was initially a bit confused, but after thinking carefully, she happily accepted. She said, "I want you to do what you love rather than chase money, whether it's magic or anything else. I will always support you." If his mother didn't say anything, it would be fine, but the more she spoke, the more tears kept flowing. The sensitive young man quickly raised his hand to wipe them away and reminded himself that now was not the time to cry. The man named Minong-o is still alive right there. To be able to defeat an A-rank exterminator like your old man, you still need to become stronger. After a while, the final rest mission was also completed. Minhun, after planting a banana with one hand, stood in front of his system panel and muttered, "I still don't know what the Noni system is, but anyway, I have an advantage, which is knowing the future. I have a good memory, so now the issue is skills." All the stats and levels on the information board reset to the initial point. But luckily, the passive skills were retained thanks to a skill called the One Watched by the Gods. He held the empty card sent after completing the rest mission in his hand. After pondering what to learn and what not to learn, he had made his decision. Maybe what he needs most now is a healing spell. At this point, mages are at the bottom of society. However, the purifiers with healing skills are treated like nobles. I like to think that if I had that ability, I would never be looked down upon no matter where I go. You are sitting and calculating everything in life. After reincarnation, your phone received a message from your close friend, Kim Yu-dung. In your previous life, this friend of yours lost their life right before your eyes. But this time, you will change that. The main content is swimming among a bunch of urgent messages about the saintess preaching in the streets, so she wants to invite you to join her. Hurry up, demon. All my shorts friends have already seen it but won't reply. Mia Hun was overjoyed when she heard about the saintess, remembering her as a beautiful older sister with sacrificial magic. Exactly the right person at the right time. Min Hun immediately sent a quick confirmation and then left the house. After reaching the city center, he and Du Dung squeezed through the crowd to find a good spot to observe. They were eager to see that girl. The guild leader of Manhwa is a renowned healer known worldwide. However, among everyone here, only I know that in the next 2 months, she will get involved in a dangerous situation in the ITW dungeon, and the cause of that is this very speech. The woman on stage bows after delivering her speech calling for courage from the conquerors, while Min Hun and everyone below sit silently listening. You know what she said is right. Most awakened people don't want to become conquerors fighting monsters. You're also one of them. If it weren't for unavoidable trouble, you would have sold Odin's eye and gone to sleep with your mountain of money. The speech is over. Min Hun teased her a bit and told the girl to go back first, then he left because he still had matters to attend to. Misa Hun chased after the direction the saintess group left, quickly spotting her black car. Manager Park Sun immediately approached and said, "Sorry, but if you want to give her a gift as a fan, you can't do that, and you shouldn't interfere in her business. I came to see guild leader Yusung on. Despite the man repeatedly trying to chase me away and then dismissing me, Mia Ga-hun remained cheerful and told him I know how to cure his incurable illness." "Where did you hear that from, little brother? Did some dog tell you that our guild leader is sick?" Yusung-an, hearing the noise outside, lowered the window and said to Jia, "Unsoon, wait a moment. Can you take responsibility for these words?" Min Hun firmly replied, "I can heal your illness." Guild leader Yusung-an silently evaluated for a moment, then finally nodded in acceptance and took him to another place to discuss. "How do you know I have an illness? If I said I came from the future, I'd probably get beaten up for being disrespectful, so I'll politely refuse the question. And say I will copy her skill called Sacrifice, to borrow that healing ability to cure the illness." Zunde stubbornly refused to listen. He shouted, "Do you even know what the Sacrifice skill is to be talking like that? That is the guild leader's unique skill. We can't copy that magic, and yet you're threatening to do so. Is a unique skill usually an S-rank skill, inherited through family or passed down, or is it exclusive to a single individual? While normal skills are based on memorized formulas, unique skills are not. Hai clearly said it couldn't be copied because of the exclusivity of an individual or a family. You knew all that, so you didn't get angry or argue, just told him to calm down. You understand what you can do, and if you can't, there's no point in following them all the way here. The basic principle of the sacrificial skill is just like its name. The person who inherits this skill is considered a gift offered to the divine, so they cannot heal themselves, or it would create a loophole in the concept of sacrificing one's life. You, ignoring the guild member's advice, nodded in agreement with this. Mina Hun also didn't hesitate, taking out a blank card to absorb the new skill. At this moment, one side emitted a gentle golden light, while the other absorbed it. Soon after, the system announced that the sacrifice skill had been activated, and he extended his hand forward, emanating a healing energy to build trust with them. Everyone's eyes widened in amazement. He clenched his fist and immediately said, "All right, now let's focus on healing, shall we?" The system display clearly states that the sacrifice skill not only creates a healing wave to restore allies' vitality and status, but can also be transformed into an attack skill when used against invincible monsters like you. But that's not everything I want. I have a proposal for you to become my sponsor. I have big ambitions, but I realize I need money and connections to grow, so I want the Yanhua Guild to sponsor me. Thinking about the benefits he brought to the other party, he immediately nodded in agreement. However, she still wanted to set a condition because this illness is a personal matter and has nothing to do with the guild, so how could there be support without the right to ask for something in return? The two of them wasted no time and went straight to the point, revealing their intentions immediately. She asked, "Do you want to join this guild?" Seeing Min Hun's incredulous expression, she didn't hide anything and explained that she had some reasons for asking that question, starting with the fact that he discovered the secret that the guild leader of Janhua was ill, which is confidential information known to very few people. Secondly, she has never heard of anyone possessing such a unique copying skill before, and she's not sure if someone like you might appear in the future. Just thinking about the infinite possibilities of what you could copy has already made her want to recruit you. And third, to put it simply and concisely, she's actually interested in you. Faced with this tempting offer, Minhun didn't rush to give any answer. In his previous life, after the saintess fell into a critical condition, the Flower Guild quickly collapsed for reasons unknown. But no matter what, at this moment they are the strongest guild. If he joins and wants to grow, this is the smartest choice. Just to be sure, you ask one last question. An agreement between a guild and an underage student is illegal. In the end, he received an answer that left him stunned. Have you ever heard of priority bargaining? Mia Jia-hun, from the previous life, I don't even need to mention, was a character poorer than poverty itself. Yet now, being ranked among the geniuses is truly unbelievable. But since the pen is dead, there's no need to rush. It's better to use the word healing instead. Mia Hun sneaks behind the saintess. Then he immediately used the healing skill he had just copied on her. A bright golden light radiated intensely. Brother Sun used to look down on this young man, but now his eyes have been opened. A disease that even high-level healers or lifelong medical experts can't cure is now being healed. He regrets what he did earlier and bows his head in remorse. Please take care of our guild president. I will sincerely express my remorse another time. You have successfully cured the target's illness. The emergency first aid passive skill has leveled up to 19. As just announced, Minhun stopped his action and told Yusung to try doing something. She followed the instructions, walking over to the window and reaching out her hand into the air. The energy of the words immediately transformed into butterfly shapes, fluttering in the wind. The strange illness has completely healed. Yusung turned to him and asked if, after acquiring this skill, he would be willing to accept punishment like she did. Minhun kindly replied, "It will be fine. If that happens, you can heal me." The next day, Minhun asked the guild for help with something. He was driven by Parze to a place where, according to him, the large gate in front of him was the entrance to a low-level dungeon owned by them. He made this request partly because it was part of a premeditated plan. The Mila's Academy he was about to attend is a gathering place for geniuses competing against each other. To survive there, your only option is to level up. Since they had already discussed it, Sunzi brought some healing items and support tools. He hands you a staff and says it's the guild's backup equipment, and you can use it. Seeing Minhun ready to leave, Sunzi asks, "It might be an E-rank dungeon, but sneaking in alone is very dangerous. Is there any reason you have to go in by yourself?" Mahun raised his staff high to assess and replied, "I just want to level up a little." The man in charge of the Yonhua Guild nodded and handed you a teleportation stone, telling you to use it in case of danger, because it can instantly teleport you back to the entrance. He would be very happy if you accept it because it can be seen as an apology gift for his rude attitude earlier, and as a thank you for curing Yusung. Minhun nodded in thanks, and then quickly stepped through the gate into the dungeon. From what you can sense, this is definitely an E-rank dungeon. But as soon as you enter, everything changes instantly with countless black hands grabbing at you. Min Zahun didn't understand what was happening to her. Then the system sent a notification. Due to the NY system, the user will be transported to a special area. Your current location is the land of death. The scene shifts to Guildmaster Yusung. She was sitting at her desk, thinking about how impossible it was for a single candidate to clear a dungeon alone, even if it's an E rank. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. The opponent said her name was Pak Park Hana, then brought the young man named Min Hun's file to her guild leader. Yusung flipped through a few pages and exclaimed in surprise, "Is he a candidate for the warrior class? Then how can he possibly use magic?" Yudong flipped another page, and upon seeing the magic potential at 97%, she immediately widened her eyes, realizing the whole situation. To prevent the young genius from getting her hands on him, she quickly called Manager Sun and told him to say that she was ready to sign a contract whenever Min Hun returned from the dungeon. He also casually emphasized that he wanted to check his abilities himself to see what talent he possessed, while little Prince Mina Hun just wanted to go to the E-level dungeon to level up, but as soon as he entered, the system threw him straight into a hellish difficulty zone. So is the muscle still tense, or is it relaxing? Standing amidst the strange, ghostly smoke, wondering what on earth is happening, a sudden arrow whizzes past from somewhere. It was lucky it just brushed past your left cheek instead of hitting your head directly. Oh my God, this is divine intervention. No one could have survived that. Facing you is a skeleton marksman, and after that attack, it has no intention of letting up and is preparing to shoot again. The skill of sacrificial self-healing is immediately activated. Minhun muttered to himself, "Is this a paralyzing poison?" This is getting complicated. It didn't stop there. It was time to visit the underworld, so the dead corpses started to rise from their graves, one after another. Not only underground, but also in the sky, countless monsters were gradually approaching from all sides. The bone archer shot an arrow at him, but this time it wasn't so easy to dodge. Min-hun caught it precisely and easily broke it into pieces. Haha, you're finished, just like your mother. Above are the 4 demons, and around are the bone archers and the zombies. This dungeon is like a world of the dead, overseen by Loki Hyo's daughter. It's known as the coldest and darkest place, where newcomers without divine power find it hard to attack. However, if this is really him, he could take this opportunity to test his new power. The sacrifice skill not only supports and removes negative effects, but can also become an attack against undead monsters with its powerful area effect called Judgment of Light. A zombie rushes forward to attack. Instead of chanting spells like ordinary mages, Min-hun decides to jab their behinds with his staff. After easily defeating one monster, Min-hun continued to jump high and used his staff combined with lightning chain to fight back and attract more EXP points. With such a good opportunity, how could he miss it? He rushed towards them, planning to hit the skeleton archer's head with his staff. But unexpectedly, the object in his hand broke into 2. He reminisced about his recent physical attacks and wondered silently how ordinary mages fought in battle. These monsters just keep coming back to life, and the only weapon I have is broken into pieces. I can't keep dragging this out anymore. Min-hun reached out and activated the sacrifice skill, turning it from passive to active. Countless beams of golden light infused with divine energy rained down, smashing the undead to pieces. The arrows come from where they are sent back to that place immediately. After the first battle, Min-hun, exhausted, sat on the ground using mana to heal himself. Everything happening to you is just too much of a coincidence. If you don't level up quickly now, you might not have a chance to win and return. Your next destination is the deadly fields of him. Clearly, you're just a revived D-rank warrior, but being thrown into such a drastically mismatched place by the gods above, how can you fight? He stopped in frustration, about to use a stone to return when a wave of destructive mana swept past, instantly making Min-hun's face turn pale. The atmosphere grew heavier and heavier to the point where he couldn't breathe and sank to his knees. Amidst the fog, he knew something terrifying was approaching, so he quickly covered his mouth and tried not to make a sound, but before he could do anything, it was already here. The boss of the dark dungeon has appeared. Just a single ominous shadow is enough to trigger a warning from the system, urging you to run fast because the level gap between you and it is extremely dangerous. Thinking about it, he's so boring. Min Ji-hun smiled faintly, and then frantically searched his inventory for the teleportation stone. Run fast. Anyone can protect you. Just run first, and then worry about the rest. But how unlucky. Just as you grabbed the teleportation stone in your hand, you got slapped bloody by the boss, almost causing you to disconnect from the server. The stone slips from his hand and rolls away somewhere. Mana is running out, and HP is dropping close to 0. Having only just come back to life a few days ago, you're already facing the dungeon boss of the immortal system, and you can't win. Just as the boss prepares to strike again, luckily someone arrives in time to save you. She is the daughter of Loki and the ruler of this place. The large horns on her head, along with her body having one half decayed and the other half angelic, are the signs to recognize her. You can't do that. It's something they brought upon themselves. An important guest has been designated to be the one to make a change. You say that, but as soon as you arrived, you started criticizing. I thought someone who could make a difference would be able to kill it. So you're just a kid too. Your physique is pretty average and your mana is impressive, but not enough to face the Acer gods. Why would Loki choose a kid like you to be the one to make a change? Min-hun refuses to accept being defeated so easily by those gods. The plan to avenge his father and become a mage hasn't even begun, and he doesn't want to end like this. Hyo saw the angry look in the opponent's eyes and clenched her fists even tighter. She snarled threateningly, "The end of the world is coming soon, and if you fail and drag us down to hell, I will be the first to tear you apart." He then lets go and gives you a new chance, but the main requirement is to become stronger quickly and defeat the Black Shadow. If you succeed, she will give you a special gift. However, you only have 2 months. Failure means death, and if she discovers that you haven't grown any stronger, that also means death. Figure out for yourself how to make it work. As he finished speaking, just like when he arrived, countless black hands reached out, grabbing Min-hun and throwing him out of the dungeon. Min-hun opened his eyes, suddenly waking up, and then realized he had returned to the starting point with a completely intact body. The mission system is right in front of you. Thinking of that girl, you now realize she is the goddess of death and rules one of the 9 worlds of Norse mythology. Her presence reminds you that you must become stronger. Otherwise, not only will your revenge plans be in vain, but you might not even have time to act before she crushes you. However, for someone who has never fought like a mage and hasn't learned any low-level spells like him, it looks pretty tough. Mia-hun took out her phone from her pocket and happened to see a message from her brother Shunze. It clearly states that Yusung wants to meet you to discuss the contract, so if you have time, go see them tomorrow. Mina-hun smiled cunningly and replied that he would come to meet them and would be very happy if the guild could help him with one more thing. The next day, Minza-hun followed Parze to the meeting place. On the way, he silently guessed that their impatience must be because they had looked into his information. Someone with a natural talent level of 97% as a mage is almost impossible to find a second one even if you turn the world upside down. As for 98, 99, or 100%, luck is on your side. The door just opened, and what caught his eye was the fiery girl Yusung in a sleek black outfit. She immediately said, "You're here? I've been waiting for you." After exchanging a few words, they got straight to the main point. Mina-hun said, "I also talked to Manager Park's son, but before signing the contract, I have one condition." Then she explained that since she recently changed from a warrior to a mage, less than a month ago, and is not yet familiar with using magic, her condition for signing the contract is that President Yusung-on teach her magic. Jun listened silently as they discussed, knowing from the start that this guy wasn't simple. In a world of S-rank hunters, having a trump card that can be used at any time is essential. Yusung-on of theirs is both an S-rank exterminator and the owner of the Manhwa guild with such a top-tier ace. What more could you ask for? Yu Dong-an silently thought for a moment and then agreed, but if he had any requests, she would do the same. She said, "I want to test your talent to see if you can do it, right?" Then she snapped her fingers. A giant mass of mana immediately appeared behind her. Yu Dong-an directly said what he thought. "You have to get past it. For someone talented enough to sign such a good contract, you should be able to do this much." Ma-hun's forehead was beaded with sweat. Usually, mages of at least grade B use a mana cluster to better understand their sensitivity to mana. And you, new to the profession, this is the real test of how tough it is. Mia-hun asked back as if she was trying to discourage me. "Why should I do that? Even if you fail, it won't be a problem for the contract. As the president of the guild, I promise you that." After she finished speaking, she went to the manager and told him to open the gate. Then, before he entered, she didn't forget to encourage him a few words to boost his confidence. Min-hun took a deep breath and sighed, thinking that it would be embarrassing not to go in at this point, so he finally decided to move forward. Outside, Parze told his president that he was feeling quite worried and didn't understand why she had created such a difficult situation. He's just a kid, even if he's a genius. "Why Yu Dung?" An laughed and said, "What kid? This is obviously a kid devil, but either way, she's confident that Min-hun will pass this test." On Min-hun's side, he just stepped in and found himself facing an ocean of mana instead of a single mass. In this world, mana is usually like oxygen. It is essential for casting spells or activating skills, but prolonged exposure to a large amount can weaken the heart and lungs, leading to death. Based on what I remember, the only way to get you out of here is to find the connecting door between the whirlpools. You remain silent, trying to breathe deeply to focus, and suddenly you feel a spot with a strange aura. Following the direction of your sensation, you quickly see a crystal at the center of the whirlpool emitting a strong flow of mana. It is so powerful that it almost contains all the mana in this place. While Minza-hun is inside struggling to find a way out, Manager Park Sunze speaks up. "How long do you think it will take him?" Yusung-an replied, "I took 40 minutes, even though I'm the fastest in the country." He then said what he was thinking. Probably only two things will happen. 1, he won't get past this mana block, or 2, he will set a new record. As they were chatting happily, Yusung-an suddenly shouted, "Look over there! Go over!" Manager Park also followed the instructions, and as his view shifted, he immediately noticed cracks forming on the mana core. Looking at the clock, only 10 minutes had passed. My God, what are the villagers doing? What on earth is happening inside? A few minutes earlier, after seeing that huge mana crystal, Min-hun wondered if this was the core sustaining this mana mass. If it was, he might as well smash it and forget about finding a way out. Someone once said, "If they touch it, I push it, and if they want it to fall, I make it collapse." The young man thought and acted quickly. You swim over to the stone, easily grab it in your hand, and then decisively crush it. The surrounding space immediately crackles from your action, then begins to tear apart. Watching the massive mana crystal slowly collapse before their eyes, Manager Park Sunze and Guild President Jo Chung-an were glued in place. Parze couldn't believe what he was seeing. Usually only about 7% of mages manage to escape from a mana block. B rank takes about 2 hours, A rank around an hour and a half, and S rank from half an hour to an hour. The world record held by Camila from the EU Union is 36 minutes. Everyone thought that was already incredible, but no one expected Minun to break her record by a full 26 minutes. He got so excited that he hurried over, took your hand, and praised you, saying, "Amazing good chop, you escaped from the mana block in just 10 minutes. Ms. Hun rubbed his ears in confusion. Then Shung-on stepped forward and asked how you escaped the mana block so quickly. Ms. Hun, hearing this, casually rubbed his wrist and replied, "I found something like a crystal inside the mana block, so I just crushed it." She was even more terrified after hearing what you said. That crystal contained all the mana of an enormous mass. An ordinary pseudo-ascendant wouldn't even be able to find it, let alone crush it. If you can do that, then one thing is certain. Your mana capacity must have exceeded that entire crystal block. She happily released her grip and spoke quickly before it was too late. "All right, Minun, I will make you the greatest mage. Are you ready?" For the past few days, Mina Hun has been disappearing every time she steps out, making her mother and close friends quite worried. They waited right outside the door because even though they tried calling her multiple times, Mina Hun still didn't answer a single call. At this moment, the ultra-luxury Rolls-Royce Webb worth $12.8 million with a value 12. Two-engine producing 453 horsepower and torque from afar arrives. Seeing Min Hun step out of that massive car, the two rice-powered cameras immediately buzz at each other. Kim Do-dung asked first, "That car looks very expensive. How did Min Hun come out of it?" Your mother looked pale as she saw her son wave at her and said to Kim Do-dung that arranged marriages shouldn't be involved in such organizations. On the same day, Kim Do-dung stayed overnight at Minun's house because her parents were busy with work and had to go abroad. They sat in the room talking about his switch from warrior to mage. She really couldn't believe that someone who had always wanted to be a warrior suddenly said they would change just like that. But since he has already made up his mind, no matter how much she tries to persuade him, it will be useless. In another place, as the sky turns evening, the continuous cawing of crows echoes around, sounding so mournful. The man drives his sword into the head of the giant snake to finish this mission. He's Minion O. So cool and handsome, he must be the main character, right? No, it's the main character's father. A warrior approaches and says, "Sir Minong O, our successful hunt this time is all thanks to you. I really can't remember the last time we went hunting so easily." He immediately extended an invitation for him to join his guild, but Minong O outright refused. The warrior still refused to give up, quickly grabbing his arm and continuing his pleading. "Come on, don't be like that. If it were you, Lord Min, our Scarlet Guild would guarantee you the best treatment." This is so annoying. The entire body of Minion O immediately radiated an overwhelming amount of mana, like chains binding the mind of the opponent and pulling away their memories. Holding it in his hand, he muttered, "Darkness and ignorance, that petty greed is truly a human trait." He suddenly paused and then continued, "No, humans aren't the only ones like that. 10 points for turning dark with this villainous appearance. My father is luckier than me, but I am more unfortunate than my father." After saying that, he gradually disappeared before the warrior's eyes, leaving him alone with a very pointless question. What am I even doing here? The next day, Min Hun went to Roshungan to learn magic. As soon as they met, she immediately said, "I want to test your intuition and combat reflexes before we start the first lesson. In other words, we will have a one-on-one duel." Mia Hun thought she misheard and asked again, "Do you mean a one-on-one duel?" It seems a bit difficult just at the start, but she doesn't care, and keeps thinking that anyone who can escape the mana block within 10 minutes must have some skill. According to the one who made the first move, Mina Hun, but due to her profession-related illness, she immediately took a defensive stance instead of using magic. Rodung-an didn't rush to act but began assessing her opponent from head to toe. Ma-hun placed his left foot forward, slightly bending his knee and lowering his shoulders as much as possible, a stance clearly used by warriors to evade attacks and move easily. With this knowledge, as soon as Mitza-hun threw the first punch, she recognized it and managed to block it. Mina-hun didn't expect her opponent to react so quickly. He hurriedly pulled back his hand and stepped back to create more distance. He thought to himself that he at least expected to land a hit, but this person, even though just a healer, must really be at the level of an S-rank exterminator. Ruo Dong-un gradually stepped forward and pointed out that you still haven't given up your warrior habits. Since when has a mage ever rashly charged ahead like that? She asked you what you think is the biggest difference between a warrior and a mage. Mia Hun replied, "It must be whether the fight is at close or long range. After hearing that, she nodded in satisfaction before continuing. That's right. A mage usually weakens the opponent from a distance before closing in for the decisive blow, but you keep trying to close the gap too much. As a mage, your defense stats are already low, so if you go into melee combat, you'll lose very quickly. Now it's Jung-eun's turn to attack. She clearly states that she will fight seriously to show you what a true mage is capable of. There will definitely be injuries, but what are you afraid of? After all, she's your older sister healer. Go ahead and talk, just say it. As soon as she finished speaking, she launched her first counterattack. A magic bullet is fired with incredible speed straight at the opponent. Minhun immediately leans back and flips to dodge. The next turn is yours to attack, so without hesitation, activate the lightning chains to control them and direct all of them toward Sung-on. A huge explosion suddenly erupts right in front of Minhun, followed by the voice of the guild leader. An A-rank skill, and it's lightning chains too. You're pretty good at hiding yourself. While he was still staring straight ahead, the girl had already moved to his side, and the holy arrow magic spell was cast directly at his chest. Minhun clearly saw it, but this attack was too fast and too dangerous. He could hardly dodge and could only stand still and endure. A bright flash lit up, accompanied by a deafening explosion. Ro Sung-yeon smiled and teased him. No matter how good the skill is, if you can't hit the target, it's all useless. You don't think so? After her recent attack, Nin Nin couldn't stand firm again, but unexpectedly a figure appeared hidden within the smoke. You're good, little brother. She can't hide her delight and immediately reveals it. I'm really surprised. I did reduce the power of the curse a bit, but I didn't expect you to still be standing. Not stopping there. More divine arrows are fired from the magic circle, but he no longer stands still and activates a universal skill to destroy them. Ruodung-an almost couldn't believe his eyes, wondering if he had quickly come up with a way to counter and destroy his skill after that swift, decisive attack. Ma-hun shot the lightning chain at the chairman's feet, then took advantage of her distraction to make it bounce back up. Unfortunately, she reacted too quickly and immediately raised a shield to block the attack. Ma-hun keeps launching chain attacks without stopping, while Ro Sung-an activates his shield but keeps thinking to himself, I don't understand how you can use magic without chanting like that. For a mage, incantations are always part of casting spells, like a law. There are cases where reciting the spell causes no movement, but at the cost of the spell's power being weakened. As for Minhun, he's no longer just a human or anything like that. Min Ji-hun felt quite frustrated seeing that all his moves had no effect on the woman in front of him. Yet in just a moment, he was suddenly flipped over and spun around in the air without even realizing it. Rodung-an happily stepped forward and helped him to his feet, while Min Ji-hun recalled the moment he fell. In that moment, you didn't even realize how the opponent had closed in and struck you. The grass by the roadside can't catch the clouds. Now you realize how far apart you are from S-rank, don't you? Ro Sung-eun suddenly said. When I watched how you fought, I had this thought. Well, everyone thinks about it once or twice, but no one can actually do it. What if you could learn a fighting style that only you can master? Do you find it interesting? She paused for a moment, then continued. From now on, call me master, and congratulations on becoming my first disciple. The lucky one born into wealth is supported and taught by a wealthy lady. At home, she continued studying with her cute neighbor girl. After lightly knocking over 4 jars of ice cream, Chemo Dung finally picked up her pen and started to present. Battle magic, enhancement magic, and healing magic, although different in scope, are considered the 3 main types. But just as I was saying a few words, she started to complain. You're pretty good too. Are you really switching from being a warrior to a mage? But it took others a whole month to learn magic spells, while you only took a few days. I started learning magic before you, but if you keep going like this, catching up to me won't take much time at all. I told you already, and you still had to shout, Minhun replied, like salt in the wound for the girl. So what if I say that, teacher? Magic suits me better. My talent test already proved that. As our lips keep arguing, magical chains and feathers suddenly appear before Minhun. A young man suddenly appeared and whispered in your ear, asking if you truly wanted to choose that path. But then Kim Do-dung's voice interrupted everything. He wondered just now, was it his imagination, or was it real? Because the sound was very strange, and when he remembered the gentle reminder from the pig goddess, Minhun lifted his spirits once again. If you don't study carefully, in 2 months you might really disappear for good, I'm not joking. If you can't handle a long journey right now, then let's find a shortcut. In the world of conquerors, mana potions are pills that permanently increase mana for those who use them and are items all mages desire. A black, foul-smelling pot emitting the stench of rotten fish can repel anything that dares to approach. M-hun, furious, throws the vase in his hand and curses out loud. Damn it. How many times has it been like this? I've already used up 3 sets of ingredients. You want to brew a mana boost potion, but there's no sign of the pure white color, only a disgusting blackish hue worse than sewage. Currently, no one knows how to create a mana boost potion based on the storyline, but in 5 years, this formula will be shared publicly by a world-class alchemist. So why are you so unlucky? Even with the recipe and ingredients available, you still can't succeed in cooking. Well, since the kitchen stuff is already ruined, maybe asking Lee Jae, the inventor of cooking, for help might be easier. As for this character, the day the world tree appeared, monsters came and caused chaos everywhere. Only a few people can train themselves the fastest, and among them is the man known as the Speed Sword Jessen. After the first awakened man disappeared without a trace, his appearance seemed to be to take over the old awakened one's mantle and become Korea's first S-rank conqueror. His youngest son is the one you are about to find. This time we are heading to Daegu, a place currently abandoned due to a monster outbreak, where they can emerge from anywhere, forcing the residents to constantly worry about their lives. But there is another reason why people like you go there, which is because MS Ma-hoon Academy wanders around the academy with a temporary student ID around his neck. According to my memory, your senior brother Lee Jae is in the combat department but has no talent and dares not confront violence. Before you knew where that person was, suddenly the sounds of clashing and noise echoed around, with a few people among the crowd gossiping and talking. Hey, should we stop them? Another person immediately disagreed. Stop them? What would you do if you got into trouble for helping that stuttering guy? My grade this semester is already pretty low. Mia Hun sneers openly. But that's fine too, because you'll just shake things up here since no one else wants to get involved anyway. Let the little ones handle it. Min-hun boldly walks up to the bullies and casually helps Lee Jae steady himself as he stumbles and nearly falls. The bully, seeing someone interfere with his fun, sneers and asks, "Who are you? What do you want with our stuttering kid?" Then he put his arm around you and asked mockingly, "Are you the younger brother of that stuttering guy?" I didn't know he had a brother. The two of you are nothing alike. I mean, he didn't mention his family, so I thought a monster had killed them all. His foul mouth and bad looks deserve a good slap. Min-hun angrily pushed the guy away. That action only accidentally angered that crazy dog. You ignore how he looks at you and just casually ask the person in front of you. You should probably go to the hospital. Can you still walk? The big guy bullying classmates just because he's ignored makes him furious. He grabbed Min-hun's collar and raised an eyebrow in a threat. Are you deaf when I speak clearly? You want to get kicked in the ass, right? The young man, having been grabbed by the collar several times that week, decided not to let this guy go. You remember your friend Kim Ro-dung's instructions clearly in your mind. Then you calculate the spell formula, craft the curse, and recite it. Got it? Those are the basics of magic. Ma-hun obviously understands them, but since reciting the spell before acting is too showy for him, he just does it directly. Then-tin, after being activated, immediately shot a close-range magic arrow that caused the big guy to grimace in pain and his eyes to roll back. Everything happened so fast that he couldn't do anything except let out a scream and stagger back a few steps. What just happened? Forget about that. Does anyone see what he just did? Was that a divine spear just now? Oh my God, how could he break the arm of a seasoned warrior so easily? Some even openly criticize him, maybe because he's weaker than he appears. He's always so arrogant, like he's really strong. I told you not to speak loudly when criticizing. The bully, furious after being punched so many times, wants to fight the one who just broke his arm. He silently pulls out his sword and aims it directly at Min-hun's temple. His pupils flashed brightly. Min-hun immediately applied what he was taught and executed a defensive move called Mana Shield. The sword in his strong hand was deflected and flew out of his grip. At the same time, Min-za-ga-hun closed in, pressing his right hand against the bully's face, daring him to accept a challenge. The holy arrow skill is activated, delivering a deadly strike to his face. Blood splatters everywhere as his eyes roll back like a boiled pig. The young man who liked to bully classmates knocked them to the ground and then didn't move anymore. The good guy didn't want to make things more complicated, so after hitting him, he used medicine to heal him when his parents couldn't tell. Miyagun takes out a bottle of medicine, then unscrews the cap and pours that viscous liquid onto the other person's face and even happily praises it. Wow! I don't know who made this medicine, but it really works. Then I turned to light a song and spoke. All right, let's head to the infirmary now. Min-hun clearly said he would go to the infirmary, but the two of them keep wandering around without getting anywhere. At this point, Lee Da-song spoke up to stop him. The medical room isn't that way. Ba Miyagun, hearing that, finally stops and says, You don't seem to be very famous either. No one here probably hears this, right? Lee Da-song hears this, and then Din Nin, the one who just helped me, is sent by my father. He asked if you were like that, But Min-hun flatly denied it. I don't know who your father is, so how could I possibly know? Yet as soon as he finished speaking, he received a judging look from the other person. The young man, with a straightforward personality like someone from Haiphong, got straight to the point. I have something to ask you for help with. Can you make a type of medicine for me? Before he could finish speaking, he shouted out loud, The medicine what? I don't know how to make that thing. Mahun, knowing this person would refuse, took the previous vial and held it up in front of him to ask, You posted this on the black market, right? Seeing that pale face, Hun knew he had hit the nail on the head. The black market is a system that completely hides everything related to trading, but having this item means the NY system is still functioning normally in the market. Lee Desang is a terrible liar, and when he meets the young man Hun, who just activated his chicken-chasing skill, he quickly agrees to cooperate. I'm not trying to threaten you with this empty bottle, I just really need a skilled alchemist. He is the one who can make the potion I want. After the deal was sealed, the two of them went to Lee Jae-song's office to discuss further about crafting a mana-boosting potion. At first, he didn't believe it could be done, but in just a second, he turned around and started calculating how to brew the potion. Seeing the other person keep complaining out of fear of failure, Min-hun said, Failure is okay. I decided to invest in you because I believe in your abilities. Investing will naturally sometimes lead to failure, so don't be afraid. Lee Jae-song was completely convinced by those words. Even though that young man has already left, he still feels quite emotional. Since he was a weak-willed child with no talent like his siblings, a child who lost their mother at a young age and was left alone, unable to gain their father's approval, truly couldn't hold back tears when others trusted them like that. Countless divine arrows were shot their way. Min-hun continuously dodged and then raised her defenses to counter the second attack from Jo Chung-an. The holy arrow skill was activated. He responded to his opponent with all those same moves, only much more powerfully. The chairman's shield was cracking. Ro Sung-an really didn't expect that you could suddenly become so overwhelmingly strong. Ma-hun was about to unleash the chain attack, while the opponent summoned the divine arrow. However, just as they were about to go all out in the fight, the elder manager rushed over to stop them. Oh my god, the training room made of dungeon metal has been completely wrecked by them. Look and see if it's still okay. If he hadn't come to ask them to rest, the whole room might have been torn apart. During their break between rounds, Ro Sung-yoon recalled his desire to attack the dungeon again. With your current abilities, an E-level dungeon is just like a breakfast, right? Keep it up. Yeah, it's just eating, but eating, punches, and suffering, not breakfast at all. If only Minen wished that this was really an E-level dungeon, it would be great. The dungeon boss is a C-rank monster, not easy to deal with at all. If it were you from your previous life, you might not even have a chance to fight back, let alone now. A few days later, Min-hun ran to Lee Jae-song's place to get the medicine. Seeing his eyes so black like a panda, you could tell he's trustworthy. There's no need to talk about the medicine anymore. You put the pill into your mouth. This thing is indeed high quality. The magic power stat immediately jumps by 15 points. Seeing how Tutui looks like he could collapse at any moment, you happily compliment him a few words and then leave to let him rest properly. You have 9 days and 22 hours and 47 minutes left to level up. Tomorrow, I will definitely fight the boss. Until it drops its loot, I won't stop. The next day, Manager Park Sun took me to the guild's E-level dungeon. Unlike last time, this time he was much better prepared with rings, necklaces, and even Van Ki-ri earrings. These 3 pieces of equipment all have the effect of draining mana, providing some support in both strength and appearance for an apprentice like you. Everything is now in place. Now Min-hun confidently steps through the dungeon gate. Thanks to the divine help of the NY system, what seemed like the easiest place to clear has turned into a deadly wasteland of high him. Min-hun was thrown to the ground from above once again, but after upgrading himself, he now realized there was a very ominous magical energy seeping into every corner of this place. He guesses that this is the aura of the boss. Once he defeats it, he will have the chance to face his greatest enemies again, Loki's daughter and the gods. The dry snow archer was the first monster to greet him, and an arrow shot out instantly. But now that he knew how to create a mana shield, there was no way he would move recklessly like before. Ma-hun glanced at it and coldly said, Hello, old friends. I have many questions for you, by the way. There are some zombies here. You will see what a mage warrior is capable of. Ma-hun rushes forward while summoning a holy spear. If we're talking about ranged attacks, it's not on par with a mage, but when it comes to damage, there's no question. The first enemy quickly fell, then was able to punch another monster in the head with his bare hands. While not as skilled as a warrior in close combat, he still had enough strength to crush his opponent and keep them from rising again. The light judgment skill activates with wide area damage, successfully lifting all enemies onto the altar at once. At the same time, Manager Park outside, busy on his phone, suddenly senses a strange aura approaching. He felt quite worried because he hadn't received any reports of anyone else appearing here besides them. He was about to draw his sword when he saw a car approaching. The girl named Yanju got out of the car and casually greeted a few words. Today she came to handle some guild affairs, but said she wanted to see him more. Oh, come on. Sun knows she's just talking for fun. Since she graduated, she hasn't contacted him once, so there's no way she went out of her way to visit just for that. The delicate Yanzu seems quite busy, constantly on her phone and making calls. She stood at the entrance of the dungeon and asked, "So you're the one managing this dungeon?" Park nonchalantly replied, "What does it matter to outsiders?" Yet she still hasn't stopped. After the snide remark, Manager Park, now in charge of the guard, was teased by someone who had just heard rumors that the chairman of the Do Shungan Guild was ill. Shunde's face immediately darkened several times. This person isn't even cautious and claims that they have many eyes and ears on their side, which is why they can get such information easily. I don't understand what her ultimate goal is. Still stubbornly asking Minun with an extremely nosy attitude. Manager Park, having endured for so long, finally lost patience and showed his attitude to chase them away. This is not something for outsiders like her to worry about. At this point, the spoiled Yanzu finally stops asking. She arrogantly blames Sun for being too proud and stiff, refusing to share anything with her. Then he drives straight back to Mina Yun's side, sitting alone in the darkness on a pile of monster corpses, waiting for the boss to come find him. The young man after gearing up definitely looks totally different. Honestly, he's bulky and cool, quite a contrast to that good boy look. The system just announced that the dungeon boss has arrived. You smile contentedly and confidently say, "It's been a long time, hasn't it? This time will be very different from before." Black Shadow is a chaotic night monster, and as soon as it saw you, it immediately launched an attack. Minagun quickly leapt into the air to avoid the initial attack, and then fired a series of holy arrows precisely into its body. That hit seemed quite painful, causing it to clutch its face and roar loudly, with its 10 bright eyes showing clear resentment. It stared intently at you, but suddenly a multitude of sharp, pointed thorns sprouted from the snow beneath. Min Hun quickly took a step back to avoid injury, then shifted 2 steps to the right, successfully slipping through its thorny web. Now you finally speak up to taunt, so you're getting angry because you're losing the upper hand? Now it's your turn to counterattack. Min Hun activates his chain lightning skill to make them attack simultaneously, then entangles it from top to bottom before unleashing lightning to paralyze the creature's body. However, that might still not be enough to defeat Hakda, so Min Hun immediately activates another skill. A barrage of divine arrows rained down like a storm, tearing apart its face. Fresh blood spurted out as the dark beast howled in agony, and soon the system sent a warning message. The boss entered a frenzy state, with all its stats increasing by 1.5 times, and suddenly the situation took a turn. Mina Hun was surrounded by what was called the Seal of Death, along with a warning message that if he couldn't defeat the boss of the dungeon within 10 minutes, he would face instant death punishment. The strange thing was, no matter how many times he tried to use universal skills to push it back, they all became ineffective. Hearing that mocking laugh echoing somewhere in the air, he understood the problem. Miyajia Hun shouted angrily, "Pig! How can you interfere like that? What kind of game is this, so unfair?" Time keeps passing slowly. Just as you were about to strike to kill the boss and save yourself, Black Dusk bent over and ran away. You hurriedly shot the divine arrow towards it, but this bastard was so shameless that as soon as the owner came to rescue, he ran away. Not only that, he even dared to be insolent to you. His blood boiling to the top of his head, Min Hun was about to unleash a wide-area storm attack to purge the boss's stubbornness, but unfortunately got hit by the shock attack from its eyes. You couldn't move for a few seconds, but that was enough for it to cheat and slam into you with a force like a meteor. If you can't get close anymore, then I won't bother approaching either. A new skill called Furious Wind instantly covers my body with a whirlwind, temporarily boosting my agility. Mia Gun raised her hand and scolded him. "Do you think I'll blindly rush into your side forever?" God Ender finished speaking, and the active skill called Thunder Rage flashed brightly, blinding it instantly. Countless chains poured down, tightly binding Hakda's body. At that moment, he took the opportunity to slap it in the face. The boss Hakda, sensing trouble, immediately summoned the undead to rescue himself. "But I've been holding a grudge against you guys for a long time, so there's no way you can escape." Without hesitation, a blazing golden beam of judgment immediately descends to sweep everything away. The final seconds are slipping away, and as time runs out, those monsters perish and ascend to heaven with the Lord. You overcame your first challenge in the last moments of the instant death penalty. The goddess of death now finally appears with an invitation. Indeed, there is always a reason why she chooses you. Come here, my boy. To my temple, I invite you in. After defeating the dungeon boss, the system immediately flooded with notifications of items gained and messages indicating you leveled up 3 times. The space gradually shattered and collapsed, revealing a new, extremely strange scene. In front of Mina Hun now is the pig's shrine. But even though she invited you over, she didn't mention anything about dangerous dogs inside. Oh my God, a giant creature that looks like a huge dog charged at us. A giant beast with such a huge open mouth clearly wants to swallow you whole. Fortunately, suddenly from afar, the voice of the pig echoed. Gam I. Lead the guest into the house. The monster guarding the temple finally shut its mouth and turned around, leisurely leading the way for you. Inside the temple, it was quite cold and covered in thick snow everywhere. She strutted over, but the first thing she wanted to say was to praise you for passing the previous challenge. But you couldn't be bothered to listen to such trivial things. Instead, let's get straight to the main issue. Give me the neural system and then assign me this challenge. Why are you doing those things? She happily replied that the main goal was to make you become the greatest enemy of Acer. Since birth, your destiny has been to kill the supreme god Odin, and that's what Loki wants too. Mahun's mind was overwhelmed when he heard it. You're just a human. Calling for a fight with gods is like using you as a pawn. I don't know what you're thinking, and she doesn't really care. She just emphasizes that this isn't just a matter for the gods of Aether. At this point, she waved her hand to push you back to reality and said a few final words. The world is heading toward the end of days because Odin wants everyone to bow before him. We need the power of the one blessed by the gods, for that is great strength. The ultimate enemy, that is you. P2 has already been kicked out of the temple. Mina Hun lies on the ground, feeling disappointed because there are still many questions she hasn't had the chance to ask. At this moment, the system finally grants the skill called the Blessing of the Pig, which nullifies all abnormal statuses for you. After returning Minen, Heo then turns to speak with the uninvited guest. He is also a god, but he doesn't reveal himself and only appears as a flickering light. He asked this pig, what was your impression after meeting him face to face? For her, it's still too early to draw conclusions. However, from the perspective of an ancient god, he has a feeling that she seems to quite like Minun. Heo also honestly admits that he has a good impression of someone who can grow stronger every day. However, the moon god himself coming here means there's no way he would just ask a casual question like that. She doesn't hesitate to expose him outright. That evil old man pretending to be stupid until the very end, huh? You hide your cunning behind a very deceptive appearance. Just like my second brother. Thinking of Minun, she continued, the fate line of the great enemy has been distorted. Do you really think I wouldn't recognize him, even if I met him face to face? It seems your title as the Giant of Wisdom is no longer valid. Moreover, just a brief conversation is enough for her to realize that Mina Hun possesses the left eye that Odin sacrificed to the Spring of Wisdom. The old man and Loki's plans, she wasn't informed about them, so she felt quite upset. Mimi was at a loss, and the old man replied, I also wanted to tell you, but now is too early, and this is all part of fate. Heo obviously knew that, but she felt that the great enemy was too inexperienced. According to the prophecy, he still has many obstacles to overcome, so it's uncertain whether he will succeed in the future. On the first day at MS Academy, a girl suddenly appeared in front of him and introduced herself as Park Han from a guild. According to her, the representative wanted to send some gifts because they knew he would be enrolling soon. Mia Hun thought they would bring some kind of miracle drug or cheap items, but she didn't expect it to be expensive goods that even if he farmed for a lifetime, he might not be able to buy. Being supported by the rich lady sometimes has its advantages. While they were wandering around the shop, some items with invisibility features were mentioned. After you defeated the Dark Knight boss, you were lucky to receive a B-grade armor with that amazing ability. Talking about invisibility, it's a pretty tough skill, so not many people want to learn it. You were just joking, but I didn't expect Hannah to say something that hit me like a thunderbolt. The only Punisher in Korea with invisibility is my brother, Manager Park's son. You didn't know that? Chuchoa, I never expected it. That old man looks so indifferent, but he's actually the one holding the key. At that moment, a message suddenly appeared in his mind saying there was a treasure gate nearby. Without hesitation, the lucky young man immediately left Hannah behind and ran to find it. Thanks to your scouting skills, you can identify and find valuable items hidden everywhere. So, the first thing you pick up after activating this ability is the ring containing immense magical power that enhances your scouting skills. A new character appears. Young man, and Hoon is taken shopping for equipment by his father. He saw him buying things without even looking at the prices and felt it was a bit too much, so he spoke up to stop him. Isn't that a bit excessive? But he didn't care. firmly believing that all those expenses were because he was destined to be an S-rank conqueror in the future, so spending a little more was no big deal. Hoon felt a bit awkward and quickly explained, "But if we spend that much money, what about my mother's hospital bills? They are clearly a family, but when I mention this, he gives me a threatening look from his father, with a very bossy tone. That's my business, you just need to focus on training." If that's the case, Hoon could only stay silent and bow his head, following all instructions. As he and the man were on their way back, they drew quite a bit of attention. In their eyes, he is quite famous, but Hoon feels like he's just a monkey locked in a cage with the label of a genius. Even that girl, he once wished to become a conqueror. The family's life has always been shrouded in poverty and darkness, so he is their only hope. But to his father, he's nothing more than a tool to make money. Now, just an obedient machine. Suddenly, alarms and announcements about a monster invasion near the shopping mall kept ringing through the sky. Guilds are sending patrols so the people will be evacuated according to instructions. The dungeon breach is a chaos caused by monsters escaping from an unexplored dungeon for the first time in a while. The scene is extremely chaotic, except for your father, who remains as calm as ever. He said, "You are a genius holding the future of all South Korea in your hands. If you get hurt here, it will put you at a disadvantage in the enrollment ceremony at Ms. This is not something you need to get involved in." Hoon knew his father was right, and since he couldn't ignore the ordinary people, he followed his heart to help them, rushing headlong like a madman toward the shopping mall for the first time. Who would have thought that upon arriving I would encounter a goblin? No, it's the goblin's lair right there. Hoon froze in place, looking pale like their skin. Maybe I played my hand too early. Could I have done it differently? Unfortunately, it was too late. The crowd saw the prey approaching and immediately screamed before rushing forward to attack the one in front of them. Hoon, seeing this for the first time, could only stand frozen, unable to even run away. In that life-or-death moment, Mina Hun suddenly descended from above to save him. "You guys just met and you spoke first. Are you and Hoon?" A few minutes before he took the gem out of the treasure dungeon, he ran into Hannah. Everything seemed to be in order, so he told her to come back in with him. Suddenly, hearing an emergency alert about the dungeon invasion, Min Hun immediately smashed the mall's glass door and, like divine punishment, struck down on them. By now, the 1000th visit has arrived, so you immediately start activating the Thunder Chain and summoning the Sacred Arrow at the same time to destroy the monsters. As you move, you leap directly onto the head of a goblin. Not only that, but I also happened to save that guy's life. Mia Hun didn't expect to meet an unfortunate genius here, so she asked him to help her out for a while. Suddenly, a lone green monster attacked unexpectedly. Hoon shouted to alert, but he knew what was behind him, so he calmly used the Thunder Chain to pierce through its body. Seeing the opponent just staring blankly with trembling legs, he sighed and urged them on. "We can't let the monster get any closer to the crowded area. Are you going to stand there forever? Pick up your weapon and fight. This situation is getting tense." 1,000 words of encouragement are nothing compared to the advice from the one being relied on. Hoan's fear was unintentionally wiped away, revealing a fierce determination to fight. Facing the approaching crowd, Min Hun immediately gave orders. "You know how to use the provoke skill, right? Get ready, provoke the monsters around here, and try not to miss any. You have to lure as many as possible." Hoon immediately understood the problem after hearing that. He took out his shield and sword as instructed, and performed the skill called Kok Than Kyu Hich, summoning warriors to attract monsters within a 50-meter radius. This attack reduces attack and magic power by 30%, but is extremely effective for luring enemies. Min Hun glanced at him and thought to himself, Huktan Provocation is a higher-level skill than regular provocation. As expected, talented people always find their own way. In his previous life, the unlucky genius only made it to Barank. I'm not sure if he had psychological issues or other problems, but contrary to his current fame, his performance would decline very quickly. Turning to the main story, Min Hun stands behind, using his long-range chain attack skill, while Hoan takes on the role of a close combat warrior. After a while of slashing and stabbing, the two quickly clear out the monsters right before the conquerors arrive. After the battle ended for a while, an older brother appeared. He introduced himself as Pki Ong Hun from the National Reconnaissance Bureau. He was sent here to clean up this mess, but unexpectedly, 2 kids got ahead of him. They work so fast. Now he really didn't know how to report without hearing the words, deduction from his salary again. Min Hun initially planned to shift the credit to the Bureau, but he refused firmly. Listening to the newcomer keep hesitating, I had no choice but to say it outright. Just give him my share and keep quiet about me being here. Unexpectedly, now it's Hoon's turn to oppose. Minhun had no choice but to say that he had his own reasons and couldn't let his incredible power fall into the wrong hands. Before being reborn, I was just an unknown warrior and didn't attract my father Minong's attention. But now, the situation has changed. If you reveal that you secretly switched to studying magic, your old man will definitely come after you to destroy you. You've planned your revenge, so you need to hide your movements carefully and gradually train to become stronger. Wait for the right moment, then appear and take revenge to make him understand what karma really is. Minahun saw Hoon hesitating, so she decided to speak up and advise him. Remember, you've done a lot of things. If you hesitate, someone will have to sit on the altar, so don't think you're unworthy anymore. The Lord of the Chickens, the creditor prince, only needs to breathe a few words to persuade the young man to follow his lead. Hoon, after thinking of his mother, let go of the burden, accepted his share, and promised that when the opportunity arises, he would definitely repay this kindness. The reward issue has been settled. Minhun returned to school to prepare for the first day of enrollment. To disrupt the cheerful atmosphere of the new students, the principal approached the podium and announced, "Hello everyone, I am the principal of this school, Gu In. Now we will hold the opening ceremony of MC Academy." An introduction like an opening, he skipped the content and jumped straight to the conclusion. The teacher's speech ends here. You must know that the opening ceremony of Moose Academy features a very special event. A game where all students gather and try to steal each other's name tags. We will start the freshman hunt right now. The principal had just finished speaking when a magic circle suddenly appeared beneath their feet. The hall quickly descended into chaos. Kim Dudung's close friend Kim Dudung staggered and fell, and MG Hun quickly ran to catch her off guard, but instead they all fell into a forest, and the unlucky one swept away was the magic genius Xiao Aina with a 92% talent. The new soldier selection takes place on an artificial half-planet, created by magic, where participants can do impossible things like controlling time or removing gravity. In the sky, the face of the incompetent principal observed by Dung begins to explain the rules within the scope of the semi-planet. You can use skills ranked C or lower and obtain a name tag to earn points. When an upperclassman obtains a first-year student's ID card, they will receive 10,000 points, while the first-year student will get 100,000 points. You can use these points anywhere in the academy, so try to collect as many as possible. As he finished speaking, he smiled coldly and said that all skills would be reduced to a fraction of their power, so there's no need to worry too much. Mahun frowned in disdain. With such a vague set of rules, it's clear they're trying to filter out those they consider useless. You turn back and tell Yu Dung to follow you. They have to stay here for 3 days, so they need to find a place to rest first. Suddenly, Kim Du-dung whispers for you to invite Xiao Aina to come along, because according to her analysis, that cold girl is also connected to their group. So having more people would be better. Of course, you know that, right? However, Selina's anger is very frightening. In her previous life, I once heard about an incident where she lost control for just a moment and endangered many people. So even now, I don't want to get involved with someone who has hostile eyes and doesn't trust their teammates. While Kim Jo-dung runs to persuade C and their team, 2 strangers suddenly appear. They arrived like a gust of wind, with Shin-jun as the young man and Kagan-sun as the girl. Seeing the 3 people, they immediately showed signs of excitement, as if they had just found a great opportunity. "Looks like this year we'll easily earn points. What do you mean? I only detected 2 people. Kagonu said that because she truly couldn't sense your presence here. But Mina Hun was able to recognize the 2 of them from early on. From what he still remembered, that girl has a very special ability that allows her to find targets within 300 kilometers. Yes, you're not hearing things. It really is 300 kilometers. Once she's here, if you 3 don't defeat them, they'll gather others to hunt and attack you. Unlike that shy girl, the big guy trembles and underestimates you. He assumed the group in front of him were just first-year students, no matter how much they tried to bluff, so he immediately drew his sword and charged forward. Yet the moment he saw Minun dodge the first strike, he froze in disbelief. However, he still believed that what just happened was just luck, so he kept attacking relentlessly, aiming only at him. Minhun didn't rush to fight back, but instead leaned away to dodge. "You're really something else. Sin Run Sang. How can you survive with this body?" After finishing, he immediately crushed the sword and threatened his senior right in front of everyone. "If you give me your name tag, I'll let you go." Finalizing the text, I'm noticing that the grammar feels a bit unnatural, so I'd revise it to something simpler. Wondering how this could be someone who was supposedly just a newbie. For the context, I'd say, "I'll give you 3 seconds to toss the name tag over and get lost." He trembled, his face pale as a sheet. This maintains the integrity of the original dialogue while preserving quotes. I'll go with name tag for clarity, even though there are nuances to consider. Let's finalize it. I'll give you 3 seconds to toss the name tag over and get lost. He trembled, his face pale as a sheet, wondering how this could be someone who was supposedly just a newbie. Why are you looking at him like that, as if you're looking down on a subordinate? But the other person still hasn't reacted at all. There's nothing else to do, so I can only say a few last words. Don't say I didn't give you a chance because it's because you refused to take it. As soon as the words are out, a punch immediately comes down. Minhun simply waved his hand and gently lifted Shin Junsong onto the board first. The news of Shin Junsong's elimination was quickly displayed on the notification board, but it wasn't until Minhun's name appeared that everyone was truly stunned. In the control room, the principal's team was in chaos. Tour guide Dongju was the first to speak. Wait, it's not Minhun, but Minhan. Who is that? Most of them don't even know who you are, yet you're so outstanding. Only the principal remained silent, with a smile full of amusement. He quickly turned back to Minhun after taking down the first guy, and told Kim Ro-dung to get ready. There are still others to deal with. I'll send you an invitation to join the team. Accept it now. The two girls, hearing this, took out their weapons and prepared to fight at any moment. Sa'ina is a genius. Mina Hun is a monster, so the only person Kagan Sound can attack is Kim Ro-dung. She uses the speed of the assassin to rush forward, intending to take down this freshman as quickly as possible. Unexpectedly, Yu-dung caught up with her speed and quickly created a barrier to avoid her assassination. Kagun was still caught off guard when the magic chains suddenly struck. After that tea-surfing scene, Yu-dung continued to create barriers to prevent enemies from harming her. Attacking and defending at the same time, with this level of certainty, poor Kagan-san must be wondering how to fight back. And Him's Holy Light Sword. The spell immediately conjures countless floating swords in the space after being recited. That is Co-in's most special skill. Although it hasn't reached the highest level yet, in just a second, all of them will simultaneously fly straight at Kagan-san. It wasn't until the moment she left, battered and full of holes, that she realized there was not just one monster here, but 3, and yet another player had fallen. The system announces that because of the contribution, the points are split evenly between Kong and Aina. At this moment, she never smiles and suddenly brings up what happened earlier. Her previous suggestion still stands. Mahun sighed, and the team of 3 monsters was formed just like that. At a place called Dream Forest, a top player was examining footprints left by someone. Someone commented that there are traces of someone passing by, seeming like they entered a hiding spot. They told others not to search anymore and to keep an eye on the surroundings. The warning had barely been issued when one of the group, Kim Do-dung, was revealed as the main culprit. She had just scored some points and immediately turned tail and ran. Not only that, but she also cheerfully egged them on. You guys are like dogs chasing after bones, and following a big group like that, aren't you ashamed? Ha 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 ha, you're done now. Ha ha ha. A group of young men immediately went berserk and chased after her, determined to catch her at all costs. Just looking at it, it's clear that Yu-dung is the bait. Earlier, the 3 of them had made a plan together. Since the competition lasts 3 days, they must find food and especially earn points. Their plan was to hunt these seniors. Kim Do-dung lured the crowd to the pre-planned area, while casually kicking the nearby poisonous mushrooms. Wait until you are in the right position, then immediately use the skill called Strong Wind and run as fast as possible. The system issues a red alert. You have entered the environment of the paralyzing spore mushrooms. The 5 young men suddenly stopped, realizing they had been deceived and debated whether to continue chasing. Dien Hai Uok harbors the strongest resentment towards Kim Do-dung. So when a teammate advises giving up because this place is too dangerous, he loudly retorts, "Hey Kim Shung-hun, you got beaten by a rookie girl. What are you thinking to say such nonsense?" Only the young man and another person were asked to stay outside the toxic zone to keep watch for everyone's safety, while the rest continued to chase after Dui Nui. He knew full well this was a trap. But since that girl was only a first-year student and he believed he was strong enough to beat her, the whole group finally reached the place. Kim Do-dung is standing in the middle of an open area with a bunch of paralyzing spores on the ground. She is delighted that they chased her here, so she taunts them one last time. "Who dares to insult me now? Raise your hand, which one, huh?" They were so angry they lost their minds. The 3 young men all rushed forward because of this one sentence. Yu casually used his staff to hit a mushroom, and an alert immediately appeared in front of him. A paralyzing spore mushroom has exploded. All creatures within a 50 meters will be paralyzed for 2 hours. Thinking back to a few minutes earlier, when Mina Hun was standing near the tannin tree, he told the 2 girls, "You guys are paying attention too, right? This event is very advantageous for melee fighters." So Ina nodded in agreement, as just using skills of C rank or lower is already a disadvantage for those who rely mainly on high-level skills like the mages. Warriors rely heavily on strength, and their low-level skills are quite powerful, so this rule seems designed to eliminate mages from the academy. At that moment, when Mina Hun saw the brilliant light ahead, she knew her time to step onto the stage had arrived. Meanwhile, after causing a series of mushrooms to explode, Kim Ro-dung immediately used a skill called Vary to swap positions with the young man J.H. Mia Hun appeared and kicked him directly in the face, knocking him flat on his back. Clearly, the senior was treated like trash by the freshman. The guy said angrily, "You think you can catch us now? You idiot, you've also entered Bao Tu Tiu Tan's territory and caused paralysis." He was even bragging that he had already prepared a few members outside for this situation, and that once Bao Tu Tiu Tan arrived, they would come to support everyone here immediately. But he's too naive to realize he's already crossed paths with the three monsters. Min Hun crushed his hopes with just a single word that left you disappointed, but that guy won't make it. Jai still doesn't understand why when suddenly a huge explosion, accompanied by a scream, rings out. The system message immediately notifies the remaining players that Mina Hun, Kim Jo-dung, and Seo Ina have just earned 100,000 points. Jay. Hai is so stupid but still doesn't realize what's about to happen to him. His whole body stiffens, but he keeps talking as if nothing is wrong. Just wait 2 more hours and see, we will definitely turn the tables. Once the poison loses its effect, I alone will be enough. Mi Za-hun contemptuously walks over as if nothing is happening, and by the time he realizes that the person in front of him is unaffected by the poison mushroom, it's already too late. Mi Za-hun only needs to stomp once to kill him instantly. Looking at the remaining 3 with a smile that's losing its humanity, he muttered, "Just one sentence, that's enough to make them so scared they want to pee their pants." Wow, only 3 lives left? Those 3 terrifying names keep appearing on the system leaderboard so quickly that everyone is breaking out in a sweat. Soon after, the rookie ranking was updated, and of course Min Za-hun was in first place, while the other 2 members shared second place. In an era where mages are not highly valued, Mina Hun's team unexpectedly took the top spot, while the martial arts prodigies everyone trusted only ranked 4th. The guides and the principal were all surprised by this, with some even blaming a system error for the miscalculated scores. The principal's face showed a perverted expression. Only a warrior hunter could perform like that. The current situation he was witnessing, mages destroying the top senior to take the top spot, was truly absurd, but also very intriguing. Gua asked guide Kim Jion to rewind to the paralyzing spore mushroom scene so he could see it again. The image of Mina Hun kicking Ji in the face immediately replayed. The principal fell silent and began to plan and calculate, relying on his judgment and courage in such a situation, along with his ability to defeat someone from the martial arts class. I can't believe there's a mage like that, no. Actually, I just can't believe it, and yet it's a new student. At this moment, someone else approached and said that the information about Min Hun had been collected, but they were a bit confused about whether it was accurate or not. Gua took the documents himself to check, and upon seeing the 97% magic potential figure, he truly couldn't find the words. After a moment, he grinned cunningly and praised it, then told his subordinates that he wanted to test this student a bit and asked them to come up with some really interesting plans. Returning to where the 3 top-ranked mages were, Min Hun told everyone to move somewhere else because the elders were very afraid of this forest. But just as everyone was about to leave, Min Hun noticed someone approaching a flash of blinding light followed by a long slash that split the ground in 2. The people from the principal's side have started to spread the announcement that the initial restrictions will be nullified. From now on, they can do whatever they want as long as they eliminate the opponent. You knew something was wrong, so you looked seriously at the newcomer and said, "I didn't think we would meet again like this." And Hun suddenly, not only you but the other 2 also noticed something unusual. An-hun looked very strange, as if he had gone crazy and didn't know what he was doing anymore. Min Hun, hearing Ina say that, suddenly remembered something. In a previous life, something similar also happened. During the Mus Academy Festival, some students were brainwashed and started attacking everyone. The cause of that incident was the principal's natural ability. His wrongdoings were exposed, so Than became furious and committed a terrible crime to divert attention and disappear. Kim Do-dung sacrificed himself to protect you, but unexpectedly, he started to rot from now on. Suddenly, a side quest was issued, demanding that you save Hun within 2 hours. The reward is a blank card used to copy skills. The blank card arrived just in time. Mia Hun cheerfully told the other 2, "You should leave here quickly, and if possible, find me some more points while you run." Seeing his confident expression, Ina felt a bit more at ease. She said she would follow the plan and get ready to leave. Yu-dung was different. At first she was willing to let you go alone, but seeing that both of them were the same, there was no choice but to grab the other girl by the collar and drag her away as quickly as possible. The delicate girl has left, and now it's a battle of real men. Hoeong swings a long slash toward him, then quickly closes in and strikes with a second blow at a speed and power that make him panic. Ma-hun leaps up to dodge, but as he lands on the shield to briefly use it as a foothold, Huang Di is activating a speed boost skill, and a line of text appears immediately after, revealing Minun has already closed in on his opponent. Not stopping there, he continued to circle behind his opponent, but was immediately spotted as soon as he appeared. Ma-hun was a bit panicked because his body reacted very quickly, even though his eyes hadn't yet caught the movement, making him realize this fight wouldn't be as easy as he had thought. Ma-hun begins to calculate in his head he can defeat Ho, but if he acts too quickly, the imposter behind won't be happy. The crimson lightning starts to be unleashed. With such overwhelming power, Hoeong couldn't resist for long and collapsed from exhaustion. At that moment, the spectators watching the battle from afar grew anxious, eager to see how the martial genius would be defeated by the monster, when suddenly the screen flashed so brightly it turned white due to a flashbang explosion. Gua angrily snatched the remote and pressed buttons frantically, but all the cameras showed only a white screen like this. Then he angrily crushed the remote and turned to instructor Kim Zok. "Is this student Min-hun? After the event ends, call him to my office." When he tried to advise the principal, he received a very uncomfortable attitude from the guy. "Why do you think Minun used a spell to block our vision when he clearly could have won?" He really knows how to make himself more intriguing. After giving the old principal a hard punch, he finally went over to Huang, placed his hand on his head, and erased the mind control effect. The young man, just regaining consciousness, hurriedly stood up, but his body seemed to be broken, and he immediately collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony. Mia-ji-hun saw this and went over to explain, "Sorry, earlier you suddenly attacked me, so I had to be a bit more forceful." Seeing his confused expression, I had to clarify once again that it was a type of mind control magic. Hearing this, Hoon suddenly remembered that the principal had called him earlier. But before he could understand what was happening, everything had already turned into this. One person lying down, another sitting and talking for a while, then Mina-hun stood up to leave. "Before you leave, Hoan threw his name tag in your direction." Ma-hun asked curiously, "What are you doing?" "If you don't have your name tag, you'll be disqualified." And Hoon happily replied, "It's okay, I'm not as good as you, but I still have many points. And so, I lost to you, and gave it to you, that's right. I lost this time, but next time I will definitely beat you and get my name tag back." After Hoon finished speaking, he simply disappeared. For Mina-hun, this was truly a very special victory. In the past life, he was the one who made you dream of becoming a warrior since you were a child. Today, you have also been recognized by him, and it feels truly remote. The 3-day hunt finally ended. All the students were brought back to the real world to be checked in and receive their rewards. Although she comes from a wealthy family, when Mina-hun said that the top 3 would receive a reward equal to their earned points, Kim Ro-dung happily grabbed Ina's bike and danced wildly among the onlookers who stared at them with envy. Just as she was having fun, the principal's assistant, Kim Jok-di, approached and asked the 3 to come to the principal's office for a talk. They all said nothing and obediently followed. However, as soon as they arrived, Minun casually flopped onto a chair and asked, "Where's the principal?" "We came because he said he wanted to meet us, but now he's not here." Kim Sok-di, the guide, looked pale for some reason, but we only waited a little longer before he arrived. While the 2 girls happily stood up to introduce themselves, the rebellious young man just sat there and scolded him, saying, "You're really late, I've been waiting for you, and I was about to fall asleep." Oh my, just one sentence made the principal blush with embarrassment, while the other 3 were so shocked they couldn't speak. "We've exchanged a few sharp words, and now I'm finally starting to flatter you. I've prepared a very attractive offer to make it up to you, so please don't hate me." His praise sounded fake and insincere, so after just a couple of words, I urged him to get to the main point. Jia. In was angry, but Guza-in said nothing. After wasting time without any progress, he finally announced that the 3 of us would stay in the dormitory for free. Not only can they use the facilities, but they also have the advantage that if the exam is unsatisfactory, they will have the chance to retake it to change the result. The man immediately took out the contract, wanting them to sign, but Minun flatly refused. "You already know what kind of scheming fox is in front of you, so I'll be straightforward. It sounds tempting, but those rewards are something we can earn just by trying for a month. Above all, Moose always prioritizes skills, so why should I sign a contract and pay a commission?" Thinking that this wasn't enough to expose him, you snatched the papers from the principal's hand and started to reveal his true nature after signing the contract, work as a subordinate. Oh my God. 5 years and 30% of the income will go straight to the director. Principal Guin, this isn't a reward for us. This feels more like exploitation than anything else. Or am I misunderstanding? Mia-hoon's words are too cruel, hitting his dark heart several times. With no other choice, the principal can only let them make the decision. And of course, the answers from the two girls are no different from Min-hoon. At this point, he has no choice but to start resorting to mind control. But he picked the wrong person. As soon as the system issued a warning, the pig's blessing was immediately activated to disable any abnormal conditions. Then he immediately used the empty card he just received to copy his mind control skill. I've had it from the start. You're still young and inexperienced. Even though you've gained a new skill, let's put today's events on hold for now. I hate it, but if we cause chaos in the principal's office now, it'll be a mess. Ma-hun already has what he needs, so everyone get out of here now. Let's go, everyone. I've been in this side space for too long and I'm starving now. You looked really cool, and you leaving is even cooler than when you arrived. Guide Kim Sok, just standing guard at the door for a moment, was scared stiff by this tense atmosphere. He looked tense, sweating all over, and dared not say a word. The students passing by greeted him before gradually leaving, while the principal, like a ticking time bomb, remained silent for a long time before finally telling him to go outside. Damn it! Kim Suk-dee just waits for this moment and quickly leaves without lingering, or else he might get caught in the crossfire. A new day begins, and the first lesson for the first-year students is not held in the classroom but in a much larger and more spacious place. At this moment, a woman stepped forward in front of the crowd and introduced herself as Kim Jeon, currently a lecturer in the Manhwa Adjustment Guidance Department. Although she had studied here before in her previous life, this was indeed the first time Mainun saw this woman. To your memory, all the guiding instructors are the same. They're like catfish, always ready to open their mouths and swallow anything that Principal G bribed them with. Having gone through a life, you're no stranger to that anymore. Kim Jeon walked past each person and spoke clearly. I'm pretty sure you're all confused about why we're in such a big facility instead of a classroom. The reason is simple. It's to test your mana sensitivity. As he finished speaking, the doors opened one after another, and the new students, upon seeing the massive mana block, looked worried and started to complain one after another. What is that? Is that a mana cube? Are we going in there for the first lesson to be like this? Is it too much, Mom? Wow. I thought it was something special, but unlike the crowd, Minun's expression is calm because to him this mana block is similar to the one Jose Shung created, but with much less mana. To reassure everyone, instructor Kim Jeon now speaks up. What you're seeing is a device called a mana room. Students like you can hardly handle a mana cluster, so we prepared this. According to her, there are many rooms here. The mana concentration in the first room is only like normal atmosphere, but it gets higher as you go further. Beginners can only reach level 3 at most, while those preparing to graduate from the advanced classes can reach up to level 7. At this point, Kim Jeon told everyone to follow him inside and warned that if anyone was in trouble, they should raise their hand and an assistant instructor would lead them out. I thought each year would be different, but to my surprise, more than half of the students had dropped out and wanted to go back by the time they reached level 3. By level 7, most people have collapsed, leaving only the trio of monsters and the red-clawed chicken. Oh, I mean the young man with red bangs, Louis, is still holding on. But once they passed level 8, only Sei-ina and Min-hoon remained, and judging by her face, it was clear that girl was just trying to hold on. She was about to faint. 9th level for freshmen is an impossible level to breathe through, only for beasts, not humans anymore. Even Sei-ina isn't an exception, starting to get dizzy and almost collapsing. Seeing that the student was unwell, Instructor Kim Jeon wanted to run over to help, but then remembered Principal Jin's words. Instructor Kim Jeon, no matter what situation a student falls into, you must never be the first to offer help. A crisis is also an opportunity for students. If you take it away, isn't that a truly sad thing? In the end, she could only grit her teeth and not dare to act on her own even if she wanted to help. On this side, C could no longer hold out, but she's stubborn and doesn't want to admit defeat. In her world of foxes and grape bosses, only the strong survive. No matter how skilled you are, sooner or later you will fall at someone else's feet. But life, she almost lost it, so she must try harder. Sei-ina was taken out of the arena on a stretcher while Min-hoon calmly stepped into level 10. In theory, this is the hardest level and no trainee can survive it, so Kim Jeon hurried over to ask Ma-hoon if he was okay after seeing him pass through. You stood here for about a minute, then, so you've already struggled to hold on, huh? You're not that impressive after all. Ma-hoon turned to the instructor and gave a faint smile, saying, This place is too difficult for me. I'm leaving here, Kim Jeon immediately agreed when she heard that. Then let's go together. Follow my lead. She's just pretending to be tough, but her fake expression makes it obvious she's lying. Clearly, she's claiming it's hard, but Not even a drop of sweat falls. Who would believe that? The mana test is over. Now, Kim Jong is standing in front of the crowd and speaking. Min-hoon has reached level 10. Only a B-rank conqueror can achieve that. So that means he can go even higher. I really hope everyone does their best to catch up. The first lesson went by smoothly. That night, Madame Ro-shung called to check on the situation. However, after a while, it all comes down to whether there is anyone noteworthy at the school for her to recruit. And of course, if you provide more information, you'll definitely be rewarded. The names that keep coming up are all prominent figures like Seo Aina, Kim Jung, An Aeon, and finally the one he cares about most, Li Jiang. Rose Dung Thanks knew that person, so he immediately decided to refuse. He's the youngest son of the conqueror SL Jin, right? I heard he's not as talented as the others, but if we take him, it will cause conflict with Lin's group. Mia Hun, hearing this, was determined to get him at all costs. Li Jaesang will soon become the world's best fake Kim. If you say so, then I accept. She had just finished her call when manager Park Sunzi came in to say BJ Hun was looking for her. After the chairman of the guild agreed, a noble blonde-haired woman appeared. She extended her hand toward Sung On and said, "Hello, old lady. Long time no see. Guildmaster Jose, Mr. On. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't think we're that close. Please have a seat. The boss wants something from me." Bun immediately replied, "Let me be clear, I've been paying attention to one of your students. How much is he? Handsome girl, but talks like an Italian beauty queen. Then it's bad news. Our place doesn't treat gang members like commodities. Why don't you try looking somewhere else?" Jung-an paused for a moment, then continued. "There are many things in this world that money can't buy. You understand what I mean?" Bi-hun felt uneasy after hearing those blunt words and said that her visit was just the minimum courtesy. Too bad for her when she ran into someone who curses like a sailor, so she immediately got a rude reply. Is that minimal politeness from Kwang Ka so crude, girl? This deal goes nowhere. Although the two women dislike each other, they are forced to keep a professional smile on their faces. They exchange a few more pointed words before each one sees the guest out to save time. Let's return to the main storyline. The next day is the physical ability test. Min-hoon looked at the rankings with a bit of disappointment, ranking second only after the genius Unho Eon. He knew he shouldn't be too eager to prove himself, but his old man was about to give him a beating. If we don't get stronger, we'll be useless again, like in our previous life. Their instructor today is Kim Seoshi. He looked at the scoreboard and was a bit shocked because with this kind of power, it's not something an ordinary mage could possess. He stood in front of the crowd of students and announced, "Now we will begin the second physical ability test, which is escaping from Room A." According to Kim Seoshi's explanation, their task is to participate in the escape test here. The A combat system behind them will enhance their combat skills through virtual battles. Usually students analyze situations themselves when fighting monsters or other entities, but for this test, their escape skills will be thoroughly evaluated. Of course, defeating monsters will also earn the students higher scores than just escaping. After explaining clearly, he handed out a device to everyone in front of him for virtual reality display. Its purpose is to stimulate the brain, making the monsters displayed through the projector feel more realistic. Kim Sox Dai looked at them and continued. This system A has levels from 1 to 100, but today we will only go up to level 10, with 4 people in each group performing the test together. Min-hoon's team, consisting of 2 female martial arts warriors and 2 male spellcasters, hadn't even started when the young troublemaker Lai Shui showed up looking for a fight. He asked him, how could a professional wizard be the leader? I think there must be some special reason behind it. Can you tell me? It would be a bit strange to now claim you're the dirty one. Min-hoon showed a troubled expression and responded immediately. What if I don't have any special reason like you said? Why didn't you say from the start that you wanted to duel with me? So I wouldn't have to be so gentle. The inexperienced young man, after hearing that, started acting cocky. Wow, you understand so quickly. I like that. Seeing both of them tense like strings, the 2 girls hurried over to intervene. Coincidentally, guide Kim Shodi announced that Min-hoon's team was up for the test. Everyone then moved to their designated positions and prepared for battle. After a 5-second countdown, the Bone Demon was immediately summoned. Unlike a normal young wizard, Li Shui, the young man Min Gi-hun from Bin Duong immediately rushed forward to get close to the enemy. The 2 female warriors saw this and shouted in worry. Jia-hun, it's very dangerous. Not just them, Liui also thinks that a mage rushing into close combat won't accomplish anything. Meanwhile, Min Za-hun on this side has a different plan. Instead of wasting time with the reckless duo and the chicken leak, he'd rather put his strength into these zombies. Once Louis sees your ability, he won't dare to mess with you anymore, so he acts immediately. Min-hoon's hand radiates with a surge of mana as he boldly crushes the head of a monster that had just appeared seconds ago. shocking everyone. Summoning demon bones repeatedly, he doesn't want to stop there and suddenly rushes to attack another demon bone. Successful people always find their own way. Minhun uses a type of mana weapon that few can learn to dominate each monster. That's a skill that can increase physical damage, but those long-range mage types definitely won't bother using it. It's useless to them, but for you it's different. Watching Minhun dance alone in front of everyone, the other team members were frozen stiff with glue, unable to get in. The system keeps flooding you with notifications. You completed the test without any injuries. You have defeated all the enemies. You earned extra points for a 100% contribution rate. At this point, level 2 is also unlocked. The summoned creature is the Tao monster, considered one of the most terrifying beings in Norse mythology. Following that, all the levels up to level 10 were also easily cleared by him alone, leaving no trash behind. Liu couldn't believe his eyes anymore, but he stubbornly refused to accept that everything was real. After the test ended, he went over and asked you, "How did you do it? Do you want me to believe that the wizard dared to jump into the fight and take out all the enemies alone? There's no way that happened. You must have cheated. What kind of person talks so sweetly? But if you mess with me..." Minhun would threaten you with a stern voice, no longer holding back. "Don't make me repeat what I've already said. If you don't believe it, why don't you check for yourself, you idiot?" Lu was scared stiff, but still felt annoyed. At this moment, Kim Sok-di coincidentally intervenes from afar. What's going on with those two? He was interrupted halfway, but Louis thought that if it weren't for the guide, he would have beaten you up already. Seeing Minhun turn to leave, he called out, "At the MS Academy Festival, let's have a proper fight." Unexpectedly, Minhun refused outright because he had a solo match with someone else that day. Every day, Minhun's bright presence at school was like a 200-watt spotlight, drawing the attention of the principal's group. That evening, after class, guide Kim Sho-di led the two masked individuals to Gain's location. Ainin. He always sits in front of the big screen watching the students, and as soon as he sees someone enter, he smirks and says, "Thanks everyone for your hard work. Now tell me the results of the physical test." Kim Sho-di was the first to speak, saying that only 3 students scored perfectly: an Eon, Chaogon, and Minza-hun, with Minhun's score surpassing even the maximum limit. Like a devoted fan following their idol, Guza turned to the large screen ahead, where images of Minhun filled every corner. He smirked with satisfaction and ordered him to keep sending reports on Minhun's scores and activities. "If he makes any strange moves, let me know immediately." The report says that Minhun completed 10 escape levels, but in reality, he finished the level 27 escape test. This game is too easy. He rubbed his shoulder and thought to himself, at this level, he can take down 6 level C enforcers. The next hell might be an illusion, so I still need to prepare thoroughly. In the previous life, a tragedy occurred that caused hundreds of students to lose their lives. Your team also happened to encounter that monster, and you were the only survivor. But you have to live under the insults and curses filled with hatred from everyone and cannot leave MS Academy. The main reason he keeps holding on is because he doesn't want those who trust him to be disappointed. Minhun ends his reverie and leaves a shop, wondering if things will be different this time. "I'm not going to give up and live a dull life like before, because I feel I've already regretted enough." After finishing the theory lesson in class and returning home to prepare for the simulated dungeon practice, Minhun sat on his bed and began adjusting the mana in his body. Starting up before entering the dungeon is very important, no matter how powerful a mage you are, because you are taught that sudden use of high-level magic inevitably causes backlash. The consequence of that is that the user's body will suffer severe damage. The more high-level magic they use, the more vulnerable they become. Your 2 abilities, Chain Dragging and Sacrifice, are also a high-level magic. If you're not well prepared, the one lifted onto the altar might end up being you or your close friends instead. Suddenly, the system panel presents the main mission, stating that from this point on, whenever you encounter a crucial event that you regret from the past, you have the option to make the same decision as before or choose a different approach. That decision can save lives or take them. The choice is entirely in your hands. But the irony is that you only have 12 hours to do it. The moment to enter the final simulated hell has finally arrived. Guide Kim Jian stands in front of the crowd, gathered, and announces that during this simulated dungeon practice, they will draw lots to form teams and act together. Mahun, mingling in the crowd, whispers to himself that the lottery system has its 2 sides. If luck is on your side and there's a strong member in the team, they can clear the dungeon easily. But what if the opposite happens? Low-level weights gathered together like that are really bad luck. They'll definitely need a resurrection ticket to have any chance of saving themselves. Guide Kim Jong is still reassuring everyone that the monsters inside are low level, but based on his experience, those low levels are just a joke. The cursed principal clearly mixed in some boss-level monsters. One by one, They started drawing lots. Oh my, how merciful of the heavens to let the saint spend his life with the beautiful Sena. Not only do I have someone to talk to, but luckier still, I'm teamed up with a strong ally, so this will be easier. While waiting for the next teammate, 2 warriors from the fighter class approached. As soon as Mina Hun saw them, she was immediately stunned. The girl is Kim Jina, and the boy is Perrin Yu. They are both teammates who sacrificed themselves to save him. The system's mission came so perfectly timed. Now I know what I have to choose. Ahun frowned, clearly showing some discomfort. He suspected from the start that the NY system was aiming for this, which is why it sent the mission at just the right moment. He sighed softly, then casually approached to greet them with a few words before finally suggesting they discuss the main matter of the day. After the introduction, we just need to think about the strategy, right? As time passes, everyone huddles in a corner of the table to discuss plans for dealing with the monsters. Min Hun, as team leader, spoke first to remind everyone stay strong no matter what. Especially the frontline fighters. If they falter, the whole team will be wiped out. After finishing the plan, Guide Kim Jian walks past each group, clapping and signaling. Time's up for discussion. We will start dungeon training now. So team leaders step forward. The departure time has arrived and the life and death battle begins. Inside the simulated dungeon shining with crystal light, a girl looks back and sighs. The night is damp and musty with a hint of mold. Kimo Dung is in the same team as An Ho Eon. You and your 2 teammates were chatting when suddenly you sensed danger. An Ho Eon also didn't hesitate and shouted, "Something is coming. Everyone get into position." As expected, just as they predicted, the pack of wolves from the mine started pouring out from all directions. Seeing this, he immediately said, "They may be weak individually, but if they gather together, it will be very difficult to deal with them. Finish this quickly." With that, he immediately charged into battle. An Ho Eon wields a sword and shield at the front, while Kim Do Dung stands behind, firing holy light at the monsters with a powerful thunderbolt attack. A bright flash of light obscured the view of the moles. At the same time, An Ho Eon swung her sword rapidly and decisively, helping her teammates take down a few of them. The remaining members also contributed some effort. The long-haired girl used the skill called Wind of High Him to support Kim Do. Her part was to gather everything into one spot, then enhance and turn the attack into an active skill called Rage Burst before finally launching all the damage spheres at the wolf miners. The battle was quite fierce for the first-year students, but luckily it was over. Just as they finally let out a sigh of relief, another warrior suddenly looked very pale, clutching his neck and struggling to breathe before collapsing to the ground. The other members immediately rushed over to ask questions. Yudung looked at the person in front of her and voiced her concern. "What is this? Why didn't anyone say that the Boer girls know how to use poison?" As she just spoke, Yudung's face turned pale. She looked at the giant creature that shouldn't be here and stammered that it wasn't poison, but a large amount of magic. Everyone is sitting under Boer's feet, with the 2-story house above them. Ho Eon stares at it, wondering, "Holy saint, what is the Lord of your Bao doing here?" At the same time, Mai Na Hun's team entered a room, looking at the black symbol painted on the wall, secretly suspecting that this place was different from what they knew. Mina Hun suddenly spoke up. "Plan C. We will counterattack after defending. Be careful, this one will be completely different from what we've faced before." The others, though somewhat doubtful, still joined the defensive formation. Soon after, everything unfolded exactly as Mina Hun had predicted. In front of them, the Lord and a few low-level monsters were approaching together. Everyone was panicking as it was their first encounter with this monster. Fortunately, Sei Ina quickly regained her composure and immediately created a magic shield to protect her 2 allies in front. Parong Yu swiftly used a taunt skill to lure the low-level monsters towards him. Meanwhile, Mina Hun took the opportunity to run up to the boss and immediately punch it in the stomach with a significant amount of mana. A thunderous explosion filled the air with thick dust. Mahun looked worriedly at the boss, but just a second later, he smiled with full of dissatisfaction towards it. Damn, I thought there wouldn't be any surprises, but the Lord with healing abilities appeared. That's too much. The NY system seems to understand the doubts in the user's mind, so it explains that the culprit has been identified as Odin's Raven. A special mission called the Crow Hunter has been assigned. There are currently 5 targets, and the reward is an empty card used for copying and leveling up, but it comes at the cost of your life. Guide, Kim John had been waiting outside for a while when a team ran out. At first she thought it was Mina Hun's team because she knew he was very strong. But it turned out these students were actually an Eon's team. Kim Jo Dung runs ahead with a panicked expression and hurriedly tells the instructor standing in front of her, "Instructor Kim Jeon has an emergency." And Ho Eon immediately joined in. "Professor, Lady Bao has appeared in the dungeon. She immediately called for someone to treat the mana-poisoned team member and then contacted the principal to report. Principal, this is lecturer Kim John. There is a B-rank monster in the dungeon practice. Please send the support team immediately. This is an emergency. He calmly replied, I understand, you don't need to worry. I will send the support team immediately. Just wait there. Then he hung up. However, Kim John felt uneasy inside because there was a strange feeling somewhere. He decided to go back to the main area to check the situation. After a fierce battle, everyone looked pretty exhausted, each of them gasping for breath in their own corner. In mythology, Odin uses two ravens, one named Hu, which holds emotions and thoughts, and the other named Moon-In, which contains memories. The old man sent them to gather all kinds of knowledge from around the world to rule over Asgard. Mina-Hun quickly understood the problem. You stand face to face with it and ask directly, are you following Odin's orders? Now you turn to the others and tell them to run out of the dungeon while I hold it off. You have to be quick. Park initially refused to leave, but when he saw you shoot the divine arrow to defeat the monsters behind him, he was stunned and speechless. Min-Hun, furious, shouted, Shut up and run now! I can't fight and protect you at the same time! In a moment of carelessness, while focusing on her teammates, the boss suddenly appeared wielding a wooden mallet, aiming at Min-Hun, but luckily C quickly used a magic armor to block the attack and save him. After the rescue, she calmly looked at the person opposite her with a very determined gaze and said firmly, I can help. The capable person doesn't need to say much. Seeing this, Min-Hun nodded immediately before turning to the two members and asking them to leave once again. Perrin Yu and Kim Jina, sensing the tense situation, didn't hesitate for long. They said they would run to report to the instructor and call for backup, so try to hold out as long as possible. Now, only two people are fighting the boss, which can heal itself. Mahun just asked Seo Ina to support him, and she immediately drew her magic staff to summon the holy sword. One attack from her was enough to pierce through quite a few mining wolves. Now that he is free, Minun immediately uses his speed to close in on the boss. While dodging the attack, he quickly realizes that some bastard is controlling it and absorbing mana beyond its limit. His right arm swung out at the same time as he equipped the Mistinton item to activate the reconnaissance magic, revealing the energy movements of the mana user within seconds, exposing the trick. The crow manipulating the queen bee behind was also uncovered. You smirk maliciously and say, I see you now? The boss still seems unaware of what's happening as it raises the spiked club in its hand. At the same time, Odin's left eye unleashes a mana explosion that makes Mina-Hun's entire body glow, and the crimson lightning wrapped around his body shows just how fierce his fighting spirit is. I guarantee you'll be torn to pieces. Up high in the sky, Odin sits on a throne talking to his loyal followers. What's going on, Hujin? Hugin, the one called, responds, the gods have found signs of Mintan, the thing that disappeared from the sacred writing repository. It seems to be on Earth with the enemy blessed by the prophecy. Other gods began to ask, who is that? Is it the old gray-haired man Mimiya or someone else? Because an unknown person has caused chaos among us, Odin stroked his beard and ordered the kneeling subordinate to find out if the enemy of the prophecy has contacted the dissenters of Aesir. The servants called Hin nodded in agreement, but when he raised his face, his hollow eyes revealed he had been manipulated by someone else. Return to the intense battle between Mina-Hun and Odin's creature, where countless lightning chains attack the boss, but with its continuous regeneration, those strikes are just scratching it. The Lord of the Sea tore apart the lightning chains with one hand and swung his trident to attack Mina-Hun. He flipped gracefully and then spoke to Seo Ina standing beside him. Can you help me out a bit? I need to understand its attack moves better. On the other side, the girl's face was pale and bloodless, but she still nodded, saying she would try. I was so focused on the monster that I forgot about my teammate. Judging by her expression, she is being poisoned. Even if you defeat her master, Chao Seo Ina will likely die from the toxin. Mahun just thought and said, let's end this now, because he already has a plan. The battle is reaching its climax as Mahun summons many lightning chains from the magic circle. Then he controls them to all target the same enemy and fall down. The boss keeps swinging his staff to fight back, while he moves to dodge, while Seina behind him activates her magic armor to support him. He suddenly remembers his brother Miho's words that there is nothing more painful than dying because of distrust in your teammates. But now things are different. He will prove his brother wrong this time. Bloodthirsty Mina-Hun jumps up and stands on the chain, using its speed to close in on the enemy. Thanks to the Mistin item he quickly picked up in the treasure dungeon, Mina-Hun can detect the mana movements of the Lord's servant. It swung its staff at you, but missed again. Mahun leapt high to create some distance, then pulled out a 300 million value mana dagger bought by the guild. Using the martial arts learned in the previous life, Minza-Hun decisively struck several blows to the puppet's control point to break its hold. In the end, she had to swallow her tears and sacrifice the 300,000 sword to exchange for just one line of text. Fearing that the only link between the Lord of the Cobb and Odin's flock had been severed, Mahun landed on the ground, and the boss behind him also collapsed, losing control. Not stopping there, you continue to move forward with the attitude of a winner. You say, "Now it's your turn, you're coming at me now." The black crow has been discovered. It lies on the ground and screams loudly, unable to move. Mahun approached, gently placed his foot on its head, and asked, "What is Odin's purpose?" Instead of answering, the creature on the ground cawed loudly, making Mahun angry and stomping on it hard for its arrogance. The crow screams again, but when asked what relationship Odin and Guza Einen have, it caws once more. It's pointless. If I had known it would turn out like this, I wouldn't have bothered talking to it at all. Min-hun lifted his foot and stomped it flat, sending the crow back to where it came from. Suddenly, Seo Ina's voice called out from behind. He hurriedly told her not to move to avoid immediate backlash. It's just a pity that it's already too late. Not only is she suffering, but you are also being poisoned, and your body is being worn down after that unequal fight. However, since you are the main character of this story, the pure mana within you purifies all the toxins from mana's poisoning. The first crow that was hunted received a level up and a healing reward. But that's not all. Sao Ina, after a long struggle, has now fallen and is in critical condition, could be taken to heaven at any moment. I used to think something would happen, but now I see the two of them sitting and yawning after just waking up. Sao Ina opened the information panel and quickly noticed that both blood and mana had returned to normal. Knowing that Mina Hun had helped, she immediately asked her Lord Bao, who had been defeated, why he still hadn't left. Mizahun didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "I was waiting for you to wake up. I want us to be honest with each other." The girl's face suddenly flushed like a ripe fruit. What's going on? Is a romantic scene about to happen? While the two young people are still inside, outside, the students are arguing loudly. Mrs. Kim Ro-dung, worried about her friends, kept shouting at Pong Yu and Kim Jina, questioning why only the two of them came out. As everyone was desperate, thinking they would face trouble, Ina stepped out from the fake dungeon gate. Kim Jion couldn't believe her eyes, constantly questioning herself inside. How is this possible? The patrol team said that they definitely didn't make it because that monster must be at least a level B insect. Over here, Kim Do-dung holds her two friends tightly and cries as if she has never cried before. She has cried enough. After crying, he still used his strength to grip both of them tightly to express his unspoken feelings. Seeing Perrin Yu and Kim Jina standing silently with tears in their eyes, he couldn't bear it and decided to speak up to explain. They left according to my wishes. I told them to ask the instructor for help, so they are not to blame or guilty of anything. However, Kim Ro-dung still seemed unwilling to let it go, and questioned the two of them. But how could you abandon your teammates like that? MG Hun understands this feeling very well. In the previous life, it was him who ran away, so he immediately said, "If it were me, I would do the same. So please stop acting like that. This is over." Remember the conversation earlier in the dungeon when Minun told you not to reveal how strong you are to surpass others and not to let anyone else discover your healing ability except her. He also said that everything is Gyain's fault, that bastard who treats students like tools. He is completely different from the image built by the public and the media. For him, useless students dying is no big deal at all. So Ina immediately understood everything after hearing it, but she still wondered why you knew that disgusting old man's true nature, and it seemed you also knew quite a lot of things no one else did. Mia-hun didn't expect this girl to be so smart. You intended to brainwash her, but if you think she's both skilled in magic and mentally strong, then clearly it won't work. So I can only say this. Sorry, I can't say any more. If I tell you more, you'll be in danger too. Can you just leave it be? At the moment in the present, when Sena sees Min-hun about to leave, she immediately chases after him and asks back, "Min-hun, you really can't say anything? Who knows if this will happen again in the future?" You didn't answer the question, but said that you trust she will keep her promise between us and then coldly walked away. Because you have completed the first turning point in the main mission, a reward has been sent to you, which is Ian's golden apple. As for the evil principal from the very beginning, he sat on his chair and began to complain about the person standing behind him. Guide Kim Cox said, "You disappoint me." His henchman, face covered in sweat, could only bow his head and apologize for everything. But as soon as I heard the next words, I was stunned. This time, I will let it go. But I really hate having a useless subordinate. Do you understand? Principal Guza Y's face twisted more than when he ate a chili, as he threw a stack of papers on the ground and snarled, "I must tame Min-hun in the upcoming event. My patience has its limits too." There, Min-hun returned to the dorm after finishing the practice session. You pick up the pile of stuff from the ground, but your mind keeps thinking. Before the regression, Kim Woo-dung was dead, and Aeon hadn't even fully tapped into his potential yet. I have to intervene to change the future, but not with Sana. She can still do well without my interference. Minhun fears that becoming too close to this girl might affect her future, but for now, he needs to clarify the relationship between Gwyn and Acer as soon as possible. The Pink Illusion Dungeon is just the beginning. In the future, you'll face many more dangerous situations. If you're not stronger, those villains will root you out early. Minhun uses the remote to turn on the TV where a knowledge-based Q&A session is underway. The host begins asking questions to the guest. He said there are many other types of dungeons that are still unknown. What are those kinds? The other person then adjusted their glasses and replied, for example, usually you just need to kill the boss to clear the level. But with themed dungeons, it's different. The biggest difference is that the Punisher cannot leave until they complete the dungeon mission. Seeing those confused faces, the professor explained a bit more clearly. People who want to raid themed dungeons must become a character within and complete certain requirements. It's similar to a role-playing game. The reward that the executor wants in this type of dungeon is rare items, also known as hidden items. Now you remember what you need to do next. You hold the apple in your hand. It's a highly sought-after item. Its effect is to slow down aging by 50% and provide permanent recovery. Soon, an A-tier themed dungeon will open at Seoul Amusement Park. That's where you can get the speed-boosting armor that Theon Phi, Tho's former subordinate, used. It increases agility. So many people are fighting over it, including you. Mia G wipes the apple and takes a bite to see what it tastes like. The space instantly erupts with dazzling fireworks. But the taste isn't much different from ordinary apples, so you went to the trouble of making a fuss. The stats immediately skyrocketed after just one bite, and the system kept sending messages non-stop. Its effect is truly extraordinary, but if only it had seeds, I would have already planted it myself. It's a shame. A few days later, Minhun dressed casually and went alone to the amusement park. The woman at the counter looked at you and asked immediately, "Hello, which type of ticket would you like to buy?" You didn't answer that question and instead placed a black card with the Yango Guild's emblem on the counter and said, "I am Min Zahun, the conqueror from the Yango Guild, and a themed dungeon will open here soon." The next day, guide Kim Ji-ong rushed to the dormitory to find you early. However, when I arrived, I couldn't find him, and only received information from the dormitory manager, saying he stopped by yesterday and told me he had some things to take care of today. Kim Jae-ong told the woman to inform him when Min-hun returned so he could meet her, then left immediately. Outside, Double Agent Kim Ji-on used a communication device to contact a man named Songjel to report that she had uncovered the truth. The person behind everything was Gwyn. "So you're responsible for the simulated dungeon practice, Kim So. He's probably in a tough spot right now, too." Before hanging up, Kim Jong also mentioned an important matter, that the student Minhun she previously talked about seems to have some information related to the evil principal who likes to play the villain. Returning to Seoul Amusement Park, the loudspeaker kept warning that this was an emergency situation, not a training session, and urged remaining visitors to leave immediately. Mia Jia-hun looked at her phone, thinking that it would arrive in just a few minutes. Sure enough, it matched the fortune teller's prediction about the boy. The NE system immediately displayed the Nevland Ruins dungeon theme, and as the environment gradually transformed, the dungeon's theme was revealed. Your task is to find the 3 assigned missions, solve them, and complete them within 24 hours. The reward for this deal is nothing other than Tianfi's speed-boosting shoes that you have been eagerly waiting for. In her previous life, a genius who claimed an IQ of 150 cleared this dungeon, but her big mouth got her killed after she boasted too much about it, attracting envy from those jealous of her talent. This time you're the first to arrive, so no matter who you fall into the hands of, if it's yours, then you're welcome. Shades of monochrome begin to take over the real space, until everything is submerged into the virtual world created by the dungeon theme. The entrance appeared before his eyes, and Min Zahun immediately chose to teleport to the designated location. The system displayed data loading from 20% to 98, 99, and 100%, then completed. You are synchronized with the system to play the role of Theon Phi, a survivor warrior after the Vin invasion. The Thantho is jealous of Theon Phi's swift legs and has kidnapped his sister. The main mission of Theon Phi's hatred is to roleplay and save this falling sister from the sky. If you win, you'll get the shoes, but if you let the sister or Theon Phi's character fall, you'll fall too. According to the information you received, Theon Phi is one of the servants of the rabbit god with a hammer, who originated from a mortal.
However, the person has turned their back and begun to hate the Norse gods because of the invaders who worship them.
Hey, wait a minute. Minhun suddenly remembered that the story his mother told him doesn't seem to be like this. While he was still lost in thought, someone shouted in his face. Theon Phi wakes up suddenly, opening his eyes and realizing he's on the ship he plans to steal later, to use as a means to find his sister. And the older brother, who just shouted in your face, named Fedrorik, is the mastermind behind the bold idea that could turn friends against each other. You smile and stand up, but before you can regain your composure, the ship suddenly jolts violently, almost knocking everyone over. In the midst of bad luck, their ship was attacked by pirates during a robbery, making this misfortune even worse. A crowd armed with shields and weapons surged onto the boat. Min-hun, confused about what was happening, quickly told his new friend Fedrorik, "I'll leave this to you." And just like that, in a dazzling move, he leapt straight onto the enemy's ship before the bewildered eyes of both allies and foes. One of them pointed at him and threw his head back, laughing loudly in delight. "Hey, little brother, what are you thinking jumping onto the enemy ship when you should be running away? You idiot, I will kill you right now." Min Ji-hun paid no mind to what he just said, instead focusing all his attention on the girl chained at the base of the post. She looked exactly like the one who had previously raided this dungeon, but was now in someone else's hands. You just asked why she's here, and the system reminds me that the person there is Rosva's sister. I am Hun, a genius with a brilliant mind and also a great conqueror. Anyway, I am someone with incredible talent, but why am I here? Saint self-praise, holding his head and complaining, then shouting because he doesn't understand what just happened to him. There is a 0.6% chance that the dungeon appears where she is, and only a 0.003% chance of being trapped in the dungeon. So why would a genius like her end up in such a terrible, unlucky situation? Ko Hyun finished her dark-as-ink biography and started to look for a way out. At that moment, she suddenly saw a young man wandering into a certain area. She thought she had to follow, and how amazing it was that she got kidnapped and ended up here as Tianfi's younger sister. Truly a pain in the ass ending. Returning to Minun's mindset, he holds his head in frustration, not expecting the appearance of this crazy girl. The pirates in front of him, seeing him just standing still, all shoot arrows aiming to kill. Min-hun, clutching his huge anger, immediately activates his magic armor to block the shot and shouts out, "Why am I always surrounded by these abnormal people? Why is that?" The glowing punch immediately struck down and blew away a few enemies in the blink of an eye. You keep punching out the faces of the ambushers one by one before saying coldly to the rest, "I don't have time now, everyone attack at once." After a while, Mina Yun alone had taken out all the members on the enemy ship. He walked straight to the only girl here and spoke. "Are you still pretending to sleep? Are you playing the role of Rosva?" Hun pursed his lips, opened his eyes to look at him, and replied, "You guessed right. I guess you're THJI. Then Hun smiled and nodded before throwing a fiery punch next to the girl, finally revealing his annoyed face as he directly confronted the person he just threatened. "I know exactly what you're thinking, so you'd better forget those silly and clever ideas. Surprised, old lady?" That miraculous encounter, along with a bit of luck, made the mission so much easier to complete. The two of them are temporarily taken to the amusement park, where he directly asks her, "Try to guess what kind of skill I use." Koa Hun scratched his face and replied, "Oh, it's the kind that helps me use swordsmanship better." I'm not lying, it's a basic swordsmanship skill called Rank D. People who lie often get used to it, so I thought Mina Hun might be fooled because not many students understand swordsmanship. She seemed quite satisfied, thinking she could use this little trick to take advantage of you. Unfortunately, thinking of herself as a chicken while being a grain, Min-hun immediately revealed his swordsmanship experience. The accelerated perception makes time seem to slow down and speeds up the user's thinking, often used by leaders and also effective for analyzing and reading opponents' minds. Miss Hyun immediately turned pale when her lie was exposed. Just as Min-hun also didn't want to take on this debt and become the hero in a marriage arrangement. She stood up to say goodbye to her. Koa Hun was terrified when she saw that, hurriedly ran over to apologize profusely, and even insisted she would do everything to prove she didn't mean it. Nice. An IQ of 150 genius at this level. Min-hun smirked cunningly and immediately said, "Then write the contract." And so she entered into a contract mostly in his favor, which had been signed. Previously, he had used dependency within his mind control skill to manipulate her. From now on, there's no need to worry about being betrayed, even if she really becomes worse. The two of them continue on their journey. Seeing this eerie atmosphere, Sia Hai-hun immediately asked, "Where are we going now?" Mia Ji-hun replied nonchalantly, "The haunted house. We'll go there first. God help me, help me." "Really?" Hun couldn't hold back and shouted. "What, a haunted house?" Ma-hun could tell just by looking that she was scared, but when he asked, she ignored him and refused to admit it. He stood at the entrance of the haunted house mission and told her to hurry up. "Now that we've come this far, we have to go in no matter what." The Big Ba mission package has been activated, and the two quickly teleport to a mansion emitting a strong aura of evil. The instruction manual requires us to escape without violating the 3 rules, even if some skills are temporarily locked. Before entering, Mina Hun turned to Ah Hun and asked what her identity was. The other person immediately responded, clearly the cameraman. But what about you? Unlike Miss Tam, Mina Hun said she has a more interesting identity, that of a streamer who specializes in sharing horror-themed videos. It's been a long time since we had guests. Hello to both of you. A cold voice echoed as a burly uncle suddenly appeared, and the opponent looked at them with a ghostly pale expression, saying that he was Anfet, the butler of the mansion and also a servant of Countess Flander. As soon as this middle-aged man appeared, the system immediately transmitted the entire mission details, which stated that they needed to use cameras to expose the mansion's secrets and escape. The reward would be a new skill called Illusion, but if they failed, it would be the usual price of using their network. Butler, Anfet calmly opened the gate, repeatedly claiming he was ordered by the Countess to welcome them and take them to dine, while he spoke casually as Hun trembled and dared not say a word. They were both led inside. She had just arrived and stopped in front of a large portrait, but Butler Anfaye didn't hide anything either. He said it was a portrait of the estate's owner and the adorable dog named Shin. But as soon as Min Hun praised Countess Flander's love for the past, she immediately switched to the one demon interface. That's right, she has many happy memories just like in a dream. Please go this way. After saying that, he turned and their destination was the dining room, already set up with everything. Anfet didn't go in but stood right at the door and quickly said, "This is the feast Lady Countess Flander prepared for you too. Please help yourself, and I will come back after you finish eating." As the door closes, Sehun immediately suggests not to touch the dishes that can be eaten only once in this lifetime, but instead to gather data from the surroundings. Now is the time for her to act. Super Hun stands still, beginning to use his accelerated perception skill to assess everything in the room. Soon after, the answer was revealed. She excitedly ran over to Mina Hun and told the owner of this mansion that it was a child around 12 years old. Based on the small items available here, and estimating the opponent's height, I'm about 90% sure of what I said. Min Hun also finds her reasoning quite convincing, but just as they were about to take advantage of the butler's absence to look for more clues, they discovered the door was locked from the outside. While the two are struggling inside, the real world is in chaos. 2 hours after the themed dungeon appeared, reporters and government officials immediately arrived to report the situation. In a hidden corner, a man rubs his neck and keeps grumbling. Damn it, we should have been promoted by now, but this damn thing had to show up. I was right. Who would have thought a themed dungeon would appear at the amusement park? If the Civil Council's assessment of us is a failure, you will be demoted, and I will also lose this promotion. At this point, the man named Seo Gel looked exhausted and told the other to check the information of the 2 conquerors who had entered the dungeon. That person is none other than Park Jong-hun. When he saw the young man named Min Hun, his attitude immediately relaxed as if he had just lifted a burden. He turned to his senior and said, "I think this dungeon issue will be resolved soon inside the locked room." Mia Hun quickly spoke to reassure Sia Hun when she realized she was starting to panic. "Calm down. This is a dungeon. I'm sure there's an exit somewhere." As expected, kids who are afraid of ghosts often encounter them easily. Sia Ahon had just started exploring when suddenly she screamed and began to say strange things. "Hey, come here and see what's wrong with this camera." Ma Hun initially thought she was too into her role in filming, but as soon as she looked, the story shifted from a system recovery genre to a creepy horror. On the camera screen, the butler is clearly lying across the dining table with blood all around, and Ko Hyun looks terrified, starting to stutter. So Anfet, the one who led us here, is fake. Just as they uncovered this unexpected truth, the system announced that the first mystery of the mansion had been discovered. Ma Hun added that this camera could show us things invisible to the naked eye. He took it from her hand, zoomed in for a close-up to see clearly, then shared his judgment. Let's assume the Anfet we met is fake, then this screen shows us either the present or the past. The girl, hearing that, begins to understand the issue, convinced that what they see is the past along with the mystery of this haunted mansion. Since Anfet died on the table, those meat dishes are definitely inedible. Mia Ji Hun threw the camera back to her and then started trying to break this illusion using a skill called absolute calculation. Unfortunately, it's not among the limited skills, so I can't use it. At this moment, I suddenly saw Ah Hyun rummaging under the table looking for something. He immediately asked what she needed, and she said she was doing this to find the key to escape from here. This is the only place on the camera that differs from what they saw. Then this is the most likely place to hide the key. A flash of insight crossed Min-hun's mind. He quietly admired her cleverness and then used his mana detection skill to search. He scanned the dishes on the table and then focused all his attention on the green pudding cake. The demon and the evil spirit are capturing the old man. Super, huh? She's so scared she wants to pull her pants down, while the other young man keeps asking whenever she slips up, "What's wrong? Are you scared?" Fortunately, this unlucky saint has a bit of a big ego, so I always deny dong dong yet quiet to avoid the fear of becoming a weakness. She walks over to the cake and rolls up her sleeves. Although she knew this was probably the victim's head, she still forced herself to reach into the cake to search. She fumbled for a while, but luckily found the key and successfully uncovered the second secret of the magic seal illusion. They continued to the third data point. This time, thanks to the camera, they reached the bedroom believed to be prepared for guests. From the camera screen, you can see blood spreading from the door. But even though she made it here, Hyun's limbs are weak and trembling, so she lets herself be eaten rather than follow inside. Min-hun was also at a loss. He told her to keep quiet or scream and wait outside. But if you see something strange, just shout out and I will come to help you. After saying that, he opened the door and stepped inside. This place is as dark as ink with only a faint light shining through the window. Oh my God. A white figure suddenly rushes past. When he looked back, a girl with her upper body covered in blood suddenly appeared right in front of him, with her mouth torn open all the way to her ears, making a terrible noise. The ghost pointed at him, but actually it was pointing at the butler standing right behind him. That's just perfect. Min-hun fainted and collapsed. When he opened his eyes and woke up, Se-ah-hun was right beside him. You glance at the blood-stained items scattered around the room, thinking that even though you were prepared, you almost got scared to death. Seeing that Hyun now appears calm again, she says she will use accelerated perception to assess the situation. Soon after, Lee realized that both of them were imprisoned in an underground cell, which still bore many signs of torture. She sighed and complained, really testing my patience. Why would they have a prison cell in a mansion? Min-hun reached out to the bars and muttered that the key must be here, then boldly punched a hole through the large wall. Finally, she said something extremely pointless. Try to stay as quiet as possible. It wouldn't be good if Anfit or someone else finds out we're here, like, so are you already quiet or do you need to be even quieter? As they stepped through the prison door, a dog suddenly charged at Min-hun from afar as if they knew each other, and coincidentally, it was also holding a key in its mouth. Se-hun shouted in alarm and immediately dropped the book. Unfortunately, Min-hun Seno, you didn't sense any danger from it, so you just assumed this small dog was also kept here. Se-hun immediately stepped forward to clarify. There's no way the prison would give us the key so easily. If this little dog is a trap, we're doomed. It sounds plausible, but unfortunately the little dog is truly harmless. A side mission was assigned to the two of you, instructing you to enter the Countess's room on the 4th floor of the mansion and read her diary within 2 hours. If successful, you'll gain a new skill, but failure means the outcome remains the same. The new skill seems to be the last resort to break the illusion of DH manner. The two of them continued their journey and soon reached the 3rd floor, but then they didn't know which direction to go next. The camera disappeared after the second mission, so they had to figure it out on their own from then on. While talking to Min-hun, Hun suddenly noticed that he was looking in one direction with a pale face. She instinctively glanced over and sensing something was off. The ghost appeared once again right in front of both of them. Min-hun ignored her companion's warning and directly approached her. You just asked directly, why are you still here? Do you still harbor any resentment related to this mansion? Seeing the other person remain silent, he had no choice but to ask a different question. So you're here to help us? This time the ghost nodded, so I went straight to the main point. I have one question for her. Where is Count Flanders' room on the 4th floor? She listened and immediately pointed in the opposite direction as her answer. Min-hun understood and promised to help her find peace soon. So she asked her to wait a little longer before pulling Se-ah-hun and running toward the indicated direction. The door to the main room just opened, revealing a pile of debris. No, a chaotic mess of various objects. Min-hun told the other to check places where others wouldn't expect clues, while she headed straight to the bookshelf to look for something. He walks over, casually picks up a book, which turns out to be the diary of the deceased, recording every detail of what happened around the character Freyr from when he was alive until he was laid to rest. On the 5th of the month, she realized her body was growing weaker due to illness. On the 10th of the month, she felt happy because her parents bought her a doll. But on May 12th, everything collapsed when she received a death notice that her parents had not survived an attack by bandits. On May 15th, she became the new owner of the Dine-In Manor, but felt lonely because from now on and forever, there would be no family left by her side. Until the 4th of the month, she finally made a new friend, a child her age who was caught for picking flowers in the Count's estate garden. She named the child Sally. They were quite close, but one day, the butler Onfit suddenly disappeared. Sally said he had gone to the neighboring city for some business, but as soon as he returned, she realized something was wrong. On October 9th, Frander heard loud screams coming from inside the mansion. The cooks and maids kept shouting as if their throats were being torn apart. Frandier's mood gradually became uneasy as everything around her started to terrify her. Until one night, when Sally and the butler Onfit suddenly knocked on her bedroom door in the middle of the night. She is sure they want to kill her, but don't know how to escape. Reading this, Min Za-hoon realizes what the outcome will be and quickly folds the diary, having understood something. Frainer was murdered, and the one behind him is the monster that took over this mansion. It could be a doppelganger. It's all over now. When Min Za-hoon finally understood everything, Si-hyun suddenly transformed into a terrifying form behind him. It's so terrifying that an ordinary person would change their underwear 3 times in a minute. The butlers rush over and stand densely behind that long, twisted limb creature. Can the sugarcane dungeon be run normally to fight monsters? Except for 2 or 3 in the morning. I keep getting scared like this. I might pee my pants. The system sends a message at the same time, revealing that the secret about the mansion has been completed. The only thing you need to do now is run away immediately. Before things got worse and worse, the twin-headed monster swung its long, rubbery arms stretched out towards him. But Min-hun still managed to stay calm, holding his dull-faced puppy, and escape. He looked at the monster and taunted, "Finally, you have revealed yourself. I'm getting a little impatient seeing you pretend to be sincere like that. It's not really a hard thing to do just because I'm smart, you know? But it's because you're so stupid." The twin monster was provoked to madness and a quick battle ensued, accompanied by crashing sounds and falling bricks and stones. If we're going to fight, then let's fight. But you still insist on clutching that barking gold ball by your side. The red slime swarm rushes to attack from all directions, but unfortunately all the pawns are pierced with dozens of large and small holes by your chain links. The golden weight in Mina-hun's hand was bouncing back and forth, now looking dizzy. He stood in front of that red slime and silently mocked it in his mind. A level B monster that looks clearly dangerous with the ability to copy skills and appearances of other creatures. But when it comes to close combat, it's as weak as mud. It still refused to give up and stretched its 4 limbs to seize your body. Unfortunately, it wasn't fast enough. Your entire body was bound with chains, and in the end, you could only watch as a barrage of lightning struck and pushed it down until nothing was left. Searching for clues took quite a while, but the fighting was over in a flash, and the second final mission was completed. Min-hun bid farewell to the liberated soul of the unfortunate Countess Flander, and then left. You and Seo-hyun are brought back to the real world at the same time to prepare for the final mission of the secret package. They just appeared not long ago, when suddenly loud and lively noises from afar reached their ears. Welcome to Neverland, everyone. I am Bruin, the host for today. Please join my parade now. As he finished speaking, a fireworks display immediately unfolded before their eyes. The masked man rushed over to the two and praised them. "Hello, Mina Hunkaun. You two successfully completed the 2 missions. Well done." He's very kind but ran into the main character, who has a stubborn personality, so he was immediately rejected for those insincere words. Min-hun asked directly, "What will the final task be?" Bruin, hearing this, didn't want to beat around the bush and replied that their final task was to chase after them. He pointed the 2 of them toward the distant gate and said they must escape from the monsters coming from that direction and reach the final destination. The key point is that these monsters will be sent according to the number of challengers and their strength to match appropriately. Hearing this, Minu knew it was going to be a tough challenge. Since he's stronger than others his age, protecting his friend while fighting monsters would be quite a difficult task. The game master approached the 2 to ask for permission to check something, and upon realizing the other side of the gate was an S rank, he immediately sent the creature out, despite the protests, claiming it was necessary. From the other side of the space door, a giant fiery monster begins tearing the door open to come out. He quickly reads the information to find a way to respond, but when scrolling to the end of the notification, you notice that it shows 3 members. You can't believe your eyes. Who is the one squeezing their teammate's butt that they're so angry about? There are only 2 people from start to finish, so who was hiding and increasing the difficulty of the game? A single entity that plunged everything in the world into a sea of fire before the first giant, Imia, appeared. The sword in this guy's hand is so hot it can turn everything to ash effortlessly, while Minza-hun and Sewa-hun are running like crazy, and the gods with Feni are happily chatting with each other. A black cat hovering in the middle of the scene licks itself and jokes. Hey, I think I might have gone a bit too far. Should I help them? Heyo, watching from afar, deliberately added, Let them be. I want to see how he will survive. S swung his sword, setting part of the amusement park ablaze. Min-hun activated his magic armor, but was somewhat affected by it. Seeing the situation getting tense, just when he didn't know where to run, Si-hun suddenly pointed quickly at a sign and shouted, I think that's our destination over there. With a perfect scores of 10, he didn't hesitate any longer and immediately activated his speed boost, pulling the girl along as they ran forward, only to be unexpectedly blocked by a flame thrown from the boss's direction. There's no other way to survive, Min-hun quickly told Si-hun. Stay alert and listen, we will split up and run. She runs straight to the carousel. With the fire closing in behind her, Minza-hun has no choice but to fight the boss to complete the mission. Standing in front of the blazing red monster, he shouted loudly to attract attention. I'm here, you bastard! After finishing speaking, he jumps onto the roof of a building to taunt it. Meanwhile, Se and Hun run desperately toward the exit. But unfortunately, just a few steps away, debris from above fell down and blocked the way. S had done that, and this action caused the escape mission to be cancelled, forcing it to fight the enemy to survive. It chuckled loudly. You puny ones, do you think you can fight me? This is really cruel of you. Min-hun is really angry now. He coldly uses Odin's left eye and mutters a chilling phrase to himself. At this point, I have to kill him. A huge column of fire was thrown at him, but he caught it. S is quite surprised by this and quickly strikes again with his sword. A thick layer of fire effects appears. Si-hun, watching you fight alone from afar, felt uneasy. But thanks to his 150 IQ brain, he quickly devised a plan to defeat the boss. While dodging the attack, the two of them regrouped, and even with limited time, they managed to clarify the plan. Se-hun told him there was a water tank nearby. This monster, whether in the form of a giant or a deity, is not as strong or invincible as the original. Her role is to use her skills to plan your path, and the rest is to lure it to the water tank. Time passes, and after a well-coordinated effort, it seems both of them have reached the location. Min Jia-hun adopts a teasing attitude, beginning to undermine the opponent's confidence. I heard you're no match for the Norse gods. You're just a gatekeeper, so I didn't think you'd dare call me weak. Stop for a moment, then you continue with a decisive blow. Are you afraid of me, a human? He's gone crazy. He's really furious to the point of madness. The successful provocation made the boss attack him fiercely with his sword. Unfortunately, what it saw was only an illusion you had created. Just a second later, it was struck by a torrential flood bursting out from the ruptured water tank. Save me! The monster writhed in agony, but Mina-hun still refused to let go of his blade and suddenly lunged down, driving the knife hard into its chest. The boss was furious, but he didn't say anything. He could only spit out two words. Dirty play. Tough luck. How could I meet the holy shoe minin right away? So I just nodded. So what? As long as I win, that's enough. The boss's eyes are blazing with anger. Before disappearing, it still insisted on challenging you to a rematch sometime in the future. Don't be arrogant. I'm only fighting you with a clone. But when you face my true form, you won't win so easily. The final intense battle has finally reached its conclusion. The monster was defeated, and Minza-hun received a new skill called S-Fire. As a reward for the hilarious performance, he got Tianfi's shoes along with a bonus skill called Light Step. As for Ka-hyun, he was granted Rosva's seal to increase his strength by 50 and a courage skill to resist terror. The illusion layer shattering brought the amusement park back to its original form. The crowd waiting outside, who had been there for a long time, immediately rushed over to ask questions as soon as they saw the two appear. The government agents targeted Minun first, but unfortunately he disappeared right when he stepped in. Now all the attention is on that weakling Hun. While she was surrounded by a barrage of questions, Park John-hun asked the person next to him, "Is he hiding?" This could be possible if he belonged to the assassin profession. However, Seo-jelk provided a different answer. No, I don't think so. According to instructor Kim John, Minza-hun is a mage. That person is a combat mage. Thanks to the intervention of the Ijong-Oa Association, news about Minza-hun disappeared from all media and no one mentioned him. Principal G's side looks like he's sitting on a pile of fire. He just gave a task to his subordinate, Instructor Dong Isu. The other side bowed their head, and from now on, as you said, I will report every detail about student Min-hun. The surveillance task has been assigned to a new person, so the old one must be gone. The man, satisfied, turned to the big screen and muttered to himself, I have to cut the grass to have a beautiful garden. I'm really looking forward to this event. I will remove all the filth from my path. M. Ji-hun returned to school and immediately received a barrage of caring questions from his close friend Kim Do-dung. While they were asking each other questions, someone walked in and said, I think I saw a troublesome face. Was that you? The young troublemaker who likes to show off immediately gets questions like, who is this Don from his friends? And he quickly drops his bangs, transforming into a different person. He hadn't even started to show off yet when the instructor gently reminded him, and Lai Sui lowered his voice immediately while still in the classroom. He was scolded and felt embarrassed, so he just glared at you and quietly went back to his seat. The new instructor then started introducing themselves and the subject they would be teaching. Next, the teaching assistant was asked to distribute the books to the students. A few of them opened theirs and exclaimed, There's nothing but the cover. Another student nodded in agreement. Look inside, it's also completely empty. Is there a mistake? But when I handed it to Min Hun, it was different. Instructor Dong Ishu saw you smile and immediately asked, Student Min Hun, can you tell me what the book is about? When he heard you correctly say the two words in the ancient language, her expression changed instantly. This magic book requires solving equations to read it. Most new students take about a week, but Min Hun solved it on the first try, which seems even better than what Principal Jin described. To be sure, she asked further, so do you know what the ancient script on the cover means? Although somewhat doubtful about what he read, Mina Hun honestly revealed the answer about Odin's life and the basic ancient scripts. After shining brightly like a light bulb, the young man always told himself not to do anything outstanding and ran to the library to read books. That book turned out to be more interesting than he expected. All the different forms of calculation can change their properties depending on how they are used. For example, thunder fire can be understood as a combination of Zana and lightning magic. Wizards can reach higher levels by deepening their understanding of different calculation methods. In front of him are two friends. While C had already opened the book cover, Kim Do-dung, who had taught him magic, was still completely clueless and couldn't read a single word. They continued their conversation casually, unaware that a black crow outside the window had been watching from beginning to end. The following days passed normally. Today, after finishing the theory class, Min Hun ran after instructor Dong Yi-soo to ask him questions. I have a question about the material I just read. Here, I'm giving you a book first, then I'll explain what I want to know more about the contents written in this book. That bastard is cruel. Donggu broke out in a cold sweat just by seeing the cover. If even university lecturers can't understand this level, how could she possibly explain it? She silently wondered to herself, who is this student in front of her? Normal people wouldn't be so reckless. Asking anyone else yields no results. So, Minun decided to bring the Four Spirits grimoire to Fu Basung-an to ask. He confessed that the creativity to develop new magic, the destruction to eliminate and erase magic, the deficiency to reinforce, and all the theoretical algorithm formulas are at an advanced level. Therefore, it is quite difficult for you to understand and explain them on your own. Until now, you have always relied on Odin's perspective. But you need to have a deeper understanding of magic and not always rely entirely on it. Du Dongan knows what you want, but she can't do anything more than let you figure everything out on your own. She explained that the concepts in a Four Spirits magic book must be understood on your own, or it would be meaningless. At least you need to do that yourself to step into the realm of a third-level Punisher. Although she had said that, since the student had come all this way, she took out a cloth and said she would reveal a little bit of its rules to help you understand and learn the great magic. She held out the cloth in front of you and asked one last question. What do you think? Do you want to hear it? At this point, there's no way you'll refuse. Min Hun replied without hesitation. Fine. Anything that can make me stronger is good enough. After returning from Chairman Ro Shung-an's place, Min Hun immediately went to the combat simulation room to train. No one knew how long he had been practicing, but his shirt was already soaked with sweat. Feeling tired, he performed an attack called the Magic Arrow, but his power still didn't seem strong enough, so the monsters in front easily brushed it off. He remembered the conversation with the guild leader, who had given him a towel called Ji-pin earlier. This is equipment that can reduce all stats by up to 50% if worn on the body, and only when it is removed or torn apart will everything return to normal. The guild leader asked you to repeatedly analyze the formulas of a single skill. M.G. Hun listened without understanding and asked if this kind of training was related to increasing power. However, Rose Chung-ain only gave vague answers, refusing to explain anything clearly. Returning to reality, Mina Hun felt his body grow heavy like he was carrying lead because of the Jin scarf effect. Now he finally understood that getting stronger and reaching the level of an A-class Punisher the normal way is indeed not as easy as he thought. The next morning, Mia-gun arrived at school with dark circles under his eyes and an exhausted face like an addict, making Kim-dong look in disbelief and worry if he was really okay. Min Ji-hun replies, "Being okay is what really matters." He complains, but as soon as the theory class ends, he immediately runs to the training room. After struggling for more than a week, I finally understood what the amplification in the four-element magic means. Enhancement is a boost to a skill, in other words, leveling up. A secondary achievement depends on your proficiency with a specific skill. Thanks to repeated practice, your magic arrow has leveled up. He suddenly felt grateful for the advice from the guild leader. At first, he approached them to take advantage, but now he truly felt he had a master. Another day passed, and while Min-hun was walking around the school, he noticed someone tailing him. He led them to a secluded place before revealing himself. "Are you planning to come out now, or wait for me to find you?" As soon as the words finished, he activated his mana detection skill, forcing the enemies to reveal themselves immediately. They are Odin's followers. A crow swooped in to attack but was hit in the stomach with a heavy stone like a hammer before it could even circle a few times. This is a school campus, yet the Acer faction members are here. In this way, everything must be part of Gujai's plan. The two crows start circling around, trying to attack you. Min-hun glared at them and said the last line. "One thing I can say for sure is that you've messed with the wrong person." As soon as the statement was made, level 2 magic arrows shot out, easily turning Odin's two crows into a swarm of bees in an instant. The defeated enemy was immediately followed by something more terrifying, falling from the sky covered in black feathers. "The one you're afraid of meeting has actually appeared here sooner than expected. Your father stands right in front of you with a cold expression, casually greeting you with a tone full of affection." "Long time no see," Min Ji-hun's son said angrily, without many words, immediately swinging the chain whip toward him. Bright golden magic chains with an evil intent shot out quickly, but even with their increased speed, they couldn't affect the opponent. Minyon-oh placed his hand on the sword hilt. "Clearly just made a move, but so fast that I couldn't follow with my eyes." Min-hun dodged the attack as if he was just doing what he was told. A sudden cut appeared right in the stomach, blood pouring out in a pool. Looking back now, I realized there was a terrifying long slash etched into the ground after he tried to swing his hand. Min continues to speak sarcastically. "I have been watching you for a long time, but lately you seem to be much more hot-tempered. Maybe my little boy is going through a rebellious phase. Come on, stop pretending. Is there any father and son who meet for the first time and start bleeding like this?" Min Ji-hun gritted his teeth and told him to cut the nonsense. "What are you here for?" Min Chong-ung didn't rush to answer, but checked on his son first. In a world of muted colors, he wondered if someone with such power, as foretold by the prophecy, should still have some limit. He slowly approached, not directly addressing the main issue, but veering off in a different direction. "Did the Resistance Army Acer contact you?" Min-hun had only managed to say 2 words before being seen through. Hin, the crow that holds emotions and thoughts, can naturally understand what others are thinking, so he drew his sword and struck decisively. Facing the deadly strikes, Min-hun quickly activates her magic armor, but before she can hold the shield for long, it shatters. Everything rushes past her with terrifying force. Min-hun's body has suffered many injuries, and his mind keeps questioning whether this is really the power of an A-rank Punisher, or if he's aiming to become a god himself. What kind of human is he? The mouse timidly asked the opponent, "Do you want to kill me?" But Min Song-oh replied, "No, I just want to take your legs." The father and son are both stubborn as hell. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword again. A slash filled with dark magic streaked through the air. I thought this trip was just to sell salt with my grandparents, but luckily someone stepped in to stop it. A black cat suddenly appeared and interrupted Minong-oh's affairs, making him a bit annoyed. Has the connection between Acer and the Resistance been broken? Are you the one trying to face the great Odin? The cat immediately responded. I don't understand what you're saying. Go away. Then suddenly she jumps down to the ground and transforms into a girl with 2 large horns on her head. In front of him are all creatures with the power of dinosaurs. Min-hun was terrified and didn't understand what was happening anymore. At this moment, Min Chong-oh spoke again. Are you trying to make things worse? The girl didn't answer, but used her sharp nails to cut into her own skin, causing drops of black blood to drip onto the ground. Soon after, they started to lust and then transformed into monstrous claws attacking Minong-oh. But Odin's raven was not so easily bullied. He immediately stomped his foot down, causing a strong gust of wind to blow away the surrounding charms, while Minong-oh maintained her defensive stance and voiced her thoughts, having to rely on a mere mortal to end a battle between gods. Loki is becoming weaker. He quickly sheathed his sword, still looking cool and threatening. warning that if she interferes again, he won't let her off. I'm so scared. So scared. I have to punch him. The girl ignored the threat and even responded confidently as if she wanted to. But if you intend to stop me, remember I can take your head at any moment. The god who transformed from the black cat left a small cut on her opponent's throat before continuing. The alliance oath only applies to Ao and the resistance army. There's no law stopping me from killing Odin's crow. Min, overwhelmed and at a disadvantage, stormed off in anger. At that moment, Minun could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground. Those bulls fight so fiercely. You're just a mosquito, so it's unlucky that you got poisoned by Manhwa. Truly, a hometown like no other. The girl didn't care much, and casually introduced herself as his close friend. He is the observer and guide who led you through 5 trials. The storm has temporarily passed, so Mina Hun has returned to the dormitory and used her sacrificial skill to heal herself. That black cat girl is still here, telling you to ask anything if you have questions, and she will use her knowledge to answer everything. All right, then let's get straight to the main matter. You ask her, Minyon, who is he really? At first you thought he was connected to Odin, but the answer left you stunned. Minyon is actually not your father. His real name is Hin, one of Odin's ravens. According to the explanation, it is a mysterious creature capable of controlling and guiding human minds. It borrows the ability to manipulate memories from another crow named Mun-In to do this. He then wandered around pretending to be his father, mainly to keep an eye on the enemy mentioned in the prophecy. To make it clearer for him, she replays the lost memories to help him better understand his dark and troubled life. Mina Hun is taken back to her childhood. Since unlocking Mana, every day has been filled with beatings and harsh words. But the subsequent memories made him almost unable to believe his own eyes. On the altar is a portrait of your father. Looking at it, you gradually remember things you shouldn't have forgotten. About a father with a warm smile, always loving you, and a happy family where everyone feels joyful together. All the sealed memories have now been unlocked. The boy sat on the floor crying bitterly, wondering why that bastard did this to his family. The black cat girl, seeing how you are, immediately reveals everything you didn't know. 10,000 years ago, the first apocalypse occurred, an event regarded as the sunset of the gods. The resistance alliance against the Aesir gods tried to fight in this genocide, but was ultimately defeated by the Aesir gods and their army, then led by Vir. The battle ended. Odin agreed to let the captured gods and giants live as prisoners under a treaty. Living beings across all worlds suffer under the rule of the oppressors, until one day, 3 young sisters made a prophecy. 10,000 years after the second genocide, the weakest creature will overthrow Odin and Asgard and open a new world. That person is none other than you. From what Mina Hun overheard, she realized that the person in front of her was using her to eliminate Odin, and the old blind man's goal was to take over the world tree and this entire planet. There are 4 worlds that Odin has conquered, and in the future, he will continue to take over the remaining ones through the second apocalypse. Mia Hun immediately asked her about it. If Odin is so powerful, then why hasn't he killed me yet? The black cat girl replied that it was thanks to the power of the prophecy helping her, a force so terrifying that even the gods themselves cannot oppose it. But no matter what, when the second apocalypse approaches, all limits will vanish, and you will be killed again. Now Mina Hun finally understands everything. You have been toyed with by those who call themselves gods. They slaughtered your family, manipulated your memories, and pushed you to the bottom of society just because a prophecy threatened their interests. The black cat saw the hatred on Minun's face, so she asked if he wanted revenge and to protect what matters to him. And since she is the guide, she will lend him just enough power to become someone who can kill that blind old man. The system panel immediately accepts the entrusted mission, this time called the Divine Assassin, and you have 3 more chances to pass S-rank challenges to receive a blessing that can resist Odin's power. The last thing she said before leaving was to ask you to become stronger, before being eliminated by others. On the other side, Principal Guza-in is beginning to plan to eliminate the students. Don't worry, once I eliminate the lower-ranked students, support will naturally reach the higher-ranked ones. And I'm sure you can handle the rest as a member of Congress. However, that man was also somewhat reluctant and didn't want to get involved because he believed the National Investigation Bureau would soon find out. But no matter how much he wanted to back out, he couldn't escape from the cruel guy in. He told his opponent that all preparations were complete and that during the upcoming guild challenge, he would personally open a portal. Just hearing about opening the portal made his allies tremble like leaves. He quickly agreed to send the government support funds to MS, as previously discussed. Outside the door, an Eon coincidentally overheard the entire conspiracy. He connected the dots with what Mina Hun had said and immediately realized the infiltrator who had taken control of his mind that day was none other than the principal. And Ho Eon planned to expose him, but he stopped just in time. The guy called him here to talk, and acting recklessly now could easily lead to inhaling incense instead of air, so he needed to find someone trustworthy to ask for help. At this moment, Mina Hun's group just finished their class when they received an urgent message from An Ho Eon telling them to hurry to Lee Jae's brother's workshop as quickly as possible. The Round Table Alliance was immediately convened here, and Ho Eon told his friends everything that had happened. Kim Dong seemed unable to believe what she was hearing, so she asked again, wondering if Principal Gwyn was trying to eliminate lower-ranked students during the Guild Experience event for the benefit of the reawakened students, while everyone else added their criticism of this ruthless principal. As for Min Hun, he remained silent, contemplating the Guild Experience. This event is even more terrifying than expected. In my previous life, I only heard that some students died in an accident. They were the only ones who knew the truth and could stop this from happening. Li Dongjiang stood up suddenly and declared, "Is this really the time to hesitate? The lives of the other students are in danger." Li Dongjiang raised her hand in agreement, and Isaina also wholeheartedly wanted to help if she could. At first, Minun hesitated, but after seeing the enthusiasm of these kids, he made his decision. The main mission was assigned just for fun. This time the goal is to stop Guza-in's plan and rescue the students. The reward for completing it is an empty card and unsealed spellbook. But on the contrary, all the students ended up dead. As long as there's a blank card, Min Zahun is eager to take on the mission. He stood up, looking like a passionate leader, and announced his decision. "So let's come up with a plan. A plan to eliminate that bastard Gwyn." To succeed in the mission, the first person Mina Hun targets is instructor Dong Isu. "Have you already mastered the 4-star spellbook? You want me to believe that? That can't be true." Min Hun frowned and asked back, "Why not?" Just one sentence was enough to leave her speechless. "Honestly, Dong Yu is quite afraid of you. She knows the principal wants to recruit and turn you into a pawn. But look at that, it's not easy to take down Min Hun." Suddenly, Min Hun smiled and said a line that pierced straight into the dark heart of the woman opposite him. "Aren't you planning to take all of this and hand it over to that bastard Gwyn again?" It's true that only those involved really understand what's going on. Dong Yu was exposed and immediately shouted out, "How do you know about that?" Mia Hun suddenly placed her hand on her forehead, and in the next moment, her entire body radiated with a strange controlling power. "You start asking in detail about their plan. I have a few things I want to ask you. Can you listen? This is the perfect moment to use mind control. Tell the person in front of you that in a few days she will be your partner, then quickly have her reveal everything Gain plans to do during the guild trial." The next day, a group of students followed their guide to the guild hall personally chosen by the principal, with one of them convinced that the principal had recognized their talent and was treating them specially. Suddenly, a girl stopped him and said something that made her worried. "Mr. Tran, wait a moment, isn't there something strange about this place?" Seeing that the other side still didn't seem to understand, she decided to explain a bit more clearly. "Well, you know, the Guild of Conquerors should have many equipment, but isn't this place very much like it has been abandoned for a while?" Mr. Tran's car also vaguely sensed something was wrong, but before he could do anything, he suddenly realized that the members of that guild were actually their Kim Shok-di instructors. He put on a fierce expression and clicked his tongue, saying, "Well, I didn't expect the effect of this skill to wear off so quickly." Kim Shok-diao then said, "There's no other way. Although it's a bit early, this is where we say goodbye." "Students?" A maze immediately appeared beneath the students' feet. The small fry had already been caught, so now even if they wanted to run, they couldn't escape. Kim Shodi looked at them with a cruel expression, no different from her own masters. This is the final lesson for the kids, but who knows if any of them will survive and escape that hell. Outside the building, Mina Hun and her friends arrived at the location. As they huddled together to check if this was the right place, Min Hun used telepathy to talk to the person secretly accompanying her. "You're coming none too? Of course, don't worry. By the way, Ji Hun, how come you also learned telepathy?" The person watching them from behind is Punze, the guild manager. He had previously gone to Zhou Shung-on to report everything and ask for help. When you left, Zhou Shung-on suddenly sensed strange, dark energy nearby. Mina Hun once mentioned that the guild the Principal Gwyn was involved with for the dungeon exploration was Ken. Ken is a guild located right between Seun and Lotus, so if a major incident occurs openly, he will also be affected. She thought for a moment and then asked her secretary Hannah if she had already investigated that guild. The person immediately responded yes, but it's actually a demon guild. As you know, there are guilds involved in tax evasion or other corrupt activities. It seems Guza-in also established a guild for this kind of purpose. Ro Dong-an, hearing that, looked worried and immediately stood up, asking the other party to prepare some combat gear before quickly leaving to save the person. Returning to the abandoned building, Kim Do-dung looked at his friend and asked if he was sure this was the place. Min-hun nodded firmly and confidently confirmed that this was indeed the place where that damned magical aura was emanating from. The others didn't object either, but what if they had only just gone a short distance? Ina spoke again, saying, "I can sense the residual magic." Min-hun sat down to examine it briefly and agreed. "Yeah, it seems some advanced magic circles have been activated in this area." "Oh no, by the time you realize the danger, it's already too late." "Why did all the members happen to stand right in the middle of the previously used magic circle?" A magic circle immediately activates, and as everyone panics because they can't move, a sudden voice suddenly speaks up. "The fools have come to the Dark Elf Kingdom of Servat Fam." Immediately, the system sends a message to the user indicating they are being teleported to the farm along with a repeated warning to leave the dungeon immediately. Svato is the world of Swatofa, which is also where Aof Fakam resides. The warning has come true. Mina-hun heard rumors that Aof Fak in Norse mythology possesses the power to punch gods. Of course, their strength also diminishes when this place turns into a dungeon. But if Guza Ein gets involved, everything changes instantly. Anho Aeon muttered to himself. Principal Gwyn can use such advanced teleportation magic? I wonder what his true identity is. At this moment, Park's son, who had been secretly following for a long time, stepped out. He told the kids in front of him that Min-hun was the one who called him to the room in case of an emergency. But why is Lahao falling on top of us, guys? Even if he's here, things wouldn't be much better. Since they're curious, he'll just tell them straight. This is the world of the shadowy Eofak species. Even an A-rank conqueror would have a hard time surviving here. If we let our guard down, everyone will die. Facing the negative expressions, Minagun speaks to reassure everyone. Don't worry, we will leave here intact. I will make sure of that. Let's first find the survivors. In this dark dungeon, only the flickering light from the energy stones shines. Saina suggested using light orbs so everyone could see the path more easily, but Minzahun stopped her. He created several light orbs and threw them into the air. This method allows us to light up within a certain range without attracting attention. As time passes, Manager Park suddenly stops and suggests taking a break since they've been walking for quite a while. "Hey, why did you turn off the light orbs?" Mia-hun replied. "Dark elves are accustomed to the night and can easily destroy light orbs, so we need to adapt quickly to that." She didn't complain further, simply grabbing the goat milk medicine prepared by Lai Di to use against Mana's pressure. While they were resting, an idea came to his mind to shorten the search time. Jia-hun immediately used his mana detection ability and quickly found the path leading to the boss's room. Just as he was about to reveal where the rest would lead, a dart suddenly flew in from somewhere. In a brief moment, he managed to catch it before it pierced Selina. The other members, realizing their movements had been exposed, quickly prepared for battle as hundreds of glowing eyes surrounded them in the darkness. "When the time comes, indeed, there's no stopping it," Mia-han muttered in frustration. "It's those shadowy bastards." Ma-hun forcefully crushed the enemy's spear, triggering the battle himself. The other members also unleashed their skills to attack the dungeon monsters. After Seo Aina cast her slowing spell to limit the speed of the elf tribe, she chanted to summon a sword. Eon activated his ultimate technique to create a shield protecting everyone, and seizing the opportunity, Assassin Park Sun stepped forward to punch and take down the monsters. In a team full of talented individuals, Minun also didn't want to fall behind, so he immediately used his high-level skill, Thunder Chain. A dense magic circle appeared like a net, from which lightning chains wildly shot out and struck the enemy. The first attack was successful. Now, he shouted, "Everyone listen up, Kim Rosdung and Seo Aina only use fire magic." He paused for a moment, breaking the enemy's surprise attack before continuing. Anho Eon used a taunt skill to simplify the enemy's movement direction. The other one is Manager Park. His simple request is to eliminate the dark spirits that have been affected by Hoon's taunt skill. Although it's unclear why he was so intent on these monsters, he and the others still obediently followed. Perunze used a stealth technique to make himself disappear from the enemy's sight. Next is a dance performed by the Divine Gam, a swift swing of the hand that takes every life in front without missing a single one. Ma-hun is a bit different because his talent is as a mage who fights in close combat, so he uses a technique called Fire Art that he learned when he was still a warrior, striking each enemy one by one. Everywhere is filled with smoke and the smell of grilled meat as the girl fires countless missiles to take down her own teammates. An elf couldn't help but ask how the humans knew our weakness. Before he could get an answer, Anho Eon stabbed his sword through him. Not stopping there, Min-hun eagerly added a chain to drag him away immediately. Thanks to Min-hun's leadership and their unity, they cleared out the ambushes here without anyone getting hurt. Min-hun didn't let them rest and quickly said, "Let's move on, we don't have much time. You said you could sense the aura of the survivors on the left path, but if they arrive late, we might not be able to save anyone anymore. How could you mess things up like this?" That was Gain's shouting. Seeing him get angry, Kim Sho-di could only bow his head and tremble. "I apologize, sir. I didn't think an outsider would intrude into the guild hall. It's normal for civilians to die from opening the gate randomly. We can cover this up. Not afraid of a strong enemy, only afraid of teammates as stupid as cattle." Because of this damn life, G's temper flared even more. He slammed the table and shouted loudly, "Shut up!" Just that much was enough to make Kim X vomit blood on the spot. However, he still hadn't cursed his own nature, so he continued to threaten. "Everything should go smoothly. If any student manages to survive and come out, I believe you already know what the consequences will be." Professor Kim X was carrying a girl who was dragging an unconscious boy as they wandered through the dark dungeon. As soon as she tripped and caused both of them to fall to the ground, crying and thinking their lives were over, Minun and his friends arrived just in time to save them. They were treated with medicine and soon recovered. It wasn't until they were fully awake that Min-hun asked what had happened. The two of them took turns recounting that as soon as the members following them fell here, they were ambushed by the dark spirits, all captured, and only they managed to escape. However, her body couldn't avoid being overwhelmed by mana and fainted. The girl then bowed her head as she finished speaking. Min-hun understood immediately that they were blaming themselves for being cowardly and abandoning their teammates and running away. He doesn't blame them. Fighting an opponent beyond their level, either they rely on their 9 tribute elders or it's just like in movies. Impossible to fight in real life. He softly offered a few words of comfort before asking where the captured people are now. The girl immediately responded, saying that one of them is controlling the dark spirits and the others are all being held at that person's place. "The first important question has been asked. Now it's your turn to tell me who brought you here." The young man, Mr. Trang, grits his teeth and immediately says that the mastermind is their principal, Jia In. Now everything is clear. Min-hun told the remaining members that he could sense the aura of the monsters and was sure that the path behind him could lead to their location. "You will go alone to save those students." The group immediately started to argue over this decision. While the girls refused to let him go alone, the other two knew their limits better. Their strength was no match for him, and if they followed, they might only get in the way or end up in the same grave. Manager Park sighed and said, "All right, but if you find it too dangerous, you must come back immediately." And Ho Eon also said, "Don't worry about us anymore. Go ahead, I will protect them with everything I have." In-hun had not been gone long when Manager Park's son suddenly signaled everyone to stay silent as the enemy was approaching. Before he could finish his warning, his left shoulder burst with blood and he collapsed as a strange-looking creature approached along with its kin. I was still wondering where these maggot-like bugs came from, and then I realized they were humans. Next to Minun, you're standing in front of a giant door carved with intricate patterns. You know something might happen to your teammates while you're away, but the boss is here and you have to handle this as quickly as possible. As soon as the door was pushed open, the person sitting on the big chair immediately spoke to you. "Finally, you're here. I heard there will be some guests, so I prepared some very special things." At that moment, the earring used to connect with the members suddenly glowed. Thanks to it, you realize that Manager Park's presence is gradually fading. The misfortune doesn't end there. The large door suddenly closes, accompanied by the appearance of several dark spirits. The boss says he won't let you escape from here unless you defeat everyone and walk out alive, and he looks at you with a very provocative attitude. "So what? What are you going to do now? If you touch the main character, you're dead, kid." A huge ring of fire immediately erupts around Min-hun. "You should know this. You're all going to die here." Min-hun, knowing his teammates are in danger, goes berserk, dyeing the chain red with fire and using it to attack anything that appears before him. A series of loud explosions kept coming, but they kept on coming. He looked at them with a hostile gaze and finally said, "I will make you vomit up everything you've just eaten." Meanwhile, the others are gathering their courage to fight fiercely against the enemy in front of them. The leader of this monster group, after a moment of taunting, was attacked first by its companions. Suddenly, someone thrust a poisoned spear at An Ho Eon, but he stepped forward to block it. He then swung his sword with great force toward him. That guy is completely different from the ones who were defeated, so he can easily avoid them. Watching how he moves, An Ho Eon can tell these monsters are stronger than the ones they've faced before. He directly asked the leader, "What are you?" The only monster wielding a sword immediately prepared to defend himself, then replied, "I am Ken, captain of the Royal Guard, guarding the king of the Dark Elves and carrying royal blood." In a moment of recalling his first encounter with Mina Hun, and Eon saw him as the one who ignited the spirit of the awakened, and of course he didn't want to die here while that person was still alive. At this point, Ho Eon threw his shield to the ground in front of everyone's surprise. Ignoring Kim Ro Dung's calls, he muttered to himself, "I should have done this from the very beginning." A surge of mana flows through the upper, middle, and lower dantian as Ho Eon tightly grips his sword and unleashes a tremendous amount of mana. The monsters earlier were so strong they fell flat on their faces, but now they're panicking. The leader, scared stiff, couldn't hold back and blurted out, "What kind of damn mana is this?"
The reason Ho Eon is so strong is because he activated the fusion sword skill.
Ho Eon pursed his lips, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, but he couldn't hold on for long, and started coughing up blood. Aina panicked, shouting at her friend to stop. The skill level exceeds the user's ability. All the meridians in the body are being reversed. Immediate recall of the skill is required. If you ignore this warning, you will die in 6 minutes and 36 seconds. Ho Eon's system keeps issuing warnings while Ken orders his 2 L subordinates to charge in, even if it means breaking limbs to capture him alive. Ho Eon persistently swung his sword in a fierce counterattack, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. The fusion of swords and body is a skill where, once the user reaches the peak of swordsmanship, they become one with their weapon. Ho Eon seizes every second before reaching his limit to fight. This guy says he's Ken. With that unstable power he just awakened, Ho Eon can't possibly defeat him. All you can do now is buy some time, but if that can still be of any help, Ho Eon is willing to fight to the end for the honor of a true slayer. Your struggling scene is truly fascinating. You think I don't know your current state? Ken sneers at you. But Hoon now only has one obsession left, to keep his promise. It can only be you, not anyone else. Even as death's door approached, Ho Eon still smiled and said he could not know what ideals were in your heart when you accepted to do these things. The determined young man swung his sword, rushing forward with wind-cutting speed. Ken sneered, casually sidestepped the sharp sword, and delivered a strike to the back of Ho Eon's neck. Ho Eon reacted quickly, turning to block with his sword and stepping back. "Hurry up, you lowly scoundrel. It's Ken's business to curse, and it's Ho Eon's business to glue things." The young man didn't respond, but continued to launch an attack. The two sides clashed fiercely, and Ken was even forced to grimace at this strike. But Ho Eon was also in trouble. Something like lightning runs through his body, making him sweat profusely as he struggles to hold on. The user's body is breaking apart, dangerous, and he immediately retracts his skill. All the muscles have gone numb, and all the blood vessels are blocked. Just when the situation is critical, Ken Thuko strikes. Ho Eon could only watch helplessly as he was knocked back, his body unable to endure any longer. Knowing he was reaching his limit, the young man didn't bother to turn around and charge straight ahead. Ho Eon gathers all his strength for a final blow. His eyes glow as he leaps high and strikes down, causing a massive explosion. Elf's blood has been shed, but it was a subordinate elf. Even after being pierced through the chest, she still didn't suspect that the commander was hiding behind her to take all the glory for himself. "This is a monster now, no more love or anything. Don't worry, you're very useful." Ken Kui Ken Ngoi, the subordinate, has already turned to dust. "You're truly a coward." Ho Eon spat out a mouthful of blood, and before he could curse the bastard, he was pierced through the body by Ken's sword. The lesson here is that when facing traitors, don't use righteousness to argue. At the same time, at the boss's place, G's chain is being pulled. Nearby, 3 people in the cage had closed their eyes and were bleeding. Remembering the 10 minutes he promised Ho Eon, Ji opened his eyes and the surrounding flames burned even more fiercely. In a moment after opening his eyes, Jiun's flames had burned down all the dark elves surrounding him. "Foolish ones, do you think you can win against such numbers?" With a mocking smile from the Elf King, the dark fairies swarmed around June like a swarm of ants. He only glanced at them with half an eye and asked, "Why not? Even though you're just a useless human, you're quite proud, huh?" Who's been the useless one all this time? But this remark hit June's pride. He's been insulted like that so many times since he was a child, yet his pride and anger still coexist. He was so overwhelmed that he finally snapped, and his immense energy burst out, causing King El to step aside and shout for his subordinates to quickly attack Oan. Activating his active skill, Hellfire Chains, a bunch of iron chains with blazing red flames spun around Jehun. He charged forward and punched a fiery blow at the closest group. "I've always wanted to try this new skill. Thanks to you giving me the chance to do this, I really appreciate it." The Dark Fairy King stood frozen like a pillar, watching his people one by one be swallowed by raging flames until only dust remained. "You bastard, do you think I'll let you live after what you just did?" the Dark Fairy King threatens. Daehyun suddenly froze and looked at those iron cages. "Are you serious?" One of the eyes of the god flickered with a golden light as Daehyun slowly approached the king, only to point his 5 fingers at him. Even now, he's still wondering how an ordinary human could be this strong. He knows he can't defeat Hun. "You will regret this. Even if you kill me here, the other 7 kings will definitely say too much. Does it seem like the old man cares about you?" Daehyun suddenly appeared and punched the Dark Fairy King in the face. A burst of flames erupted fiercely. "If they are angry, they can come back to find me," returning to Hoyeon's battlefield where blood has been spilled and people are dying. Ina blamed herself for being powerless. She couldn't even keep up with what was happening, even as her friend fell. She blames herself for being too weak and losing another friend. Now, only this little one is left. Ken reached out, ready to choke Ina. She'd probably make a tasty snack, too. Someone called out to her, but Ina did not resist at all. She did not want to lose either. Just then, a radiant light shone forth, and long, flowing hair, a slender, graceful figure, and an enormous surge of mana arrived all at once. "Did you hurt them?" Guild leader Yusung of the Doang. A guild appears in an extremely cool armor. It's better for you to think carefully before answering, because if it's true, you're definitely done. As soon as Chairman Du arrived, Hoyeon felt that he was still okay and hadn't been killed yet. The young man who was so confident earlier now looks like he's lost and can't say a word. Zeung asked him if he was the one who did this to his own Tao people. Sweaty Ten couldn't say anything. Manager Park Sung-jae and Ho Eon are still trembling there. How could they deny it? Ken also realized that he couldn't defeat such a huge amount of mana. It's just that a scheming person always has dirty tricks up their sleeve. He planned to take Kim Dudung, Ina, and the 2 weak students hostage to increase his chances of winning, so he didn't hesitate to admit it was his doing. Is that so? I've never wanted to get involved with a monster. Seung-eung activates the sacrifice skill, healing everyone's wounds simultaneously by consuming her own life force. Ken's eyes widen. How can she heal so quickly? Seung-eung told him that a healer would never abandon anyone injured, even if they were enemies, but right now, he would make an exception for her. "I don't like others hurting my people." Seung-eun ignored Ken's pleas and directly struck him, causing him to vanish forever. Kim Do-dung realized it wasn't a skill but simply a Ramana blast, but even that was powerful enough to kill a monster like Ken. "I need to check on these 2 first." When did Seung arrive at Manager Park's place? Ina asked about his condition. "Sun is still okay for now, but Hoyeon's situation is quite dangerous." Zeung-eun just checked and saw that this kid has very serious wounds that will take quite a while to heal. He pushed himself too hard using power beyond his limits, causing his meridians to become completely tangled and his mana nerves severely damaged. If she arrives even a little late, Ho-eon will never be able to use mana again. After treating him, Seung will also permanently lose 2% of her vitality. Seung let out a sigh. This skill really takes a lot out of her. If it weren't for Hyun, she would have been in trouble long ago. "Will Ho-eon be okay?" Yu-dung asked. "This is obvious. Who does Seung think he is?" "He'll need a few days to wake up, but anyway, where's Jae-hun?" Chairman Du asked, but no one dared to answer. Min-jan went alone to the boss's room. The young man with silver hair hesitated before replying. Yusung-woo looked a bit surprised, but quickly smiled and said, "He'll be fine, so there's no need to worry." Yusung assured that Minhan's life would be as long as a leech. The Dark Elves' demons used magic to attack. They couldn't possibly fight him. Just as she said, the Dark Elf King is being beaten to the point of vomiting blood, and Jahan is just laughing nearby, saying, "If you're angry, come find me yourself. But of course, you have to leave here alive first." Of course, someone like him who has been thoroughly beaten can't possibly still be alive. The Elf King bitterly thought, a man like himself losing to an ordinary human, but before he closed his eyes for good, he still wanted to inform his brothers about this person. The Elf King tried to stand up and rush away. Yoon wouldn't let him go so easily. He quickly jumped on top of the person and pushed him down to the ground. "Where do you think you're going? Do you think I will die alone here? I will take you to high him with me." There is a secret technique passed down only to the Dark Star King, the Earth Spell. King Elf is surely thinking that it's June's turn to be scared now. He will show you what hell looks like. Truly an unexpected gift, June sneered, and King El couldn't believe that he was actually smiling. "You really used it at the right moment. I didn't expect I would have to use this here." You take out a blank card and the system immediately asks if you want to add ice and earth magic to it. Of course you do. Add the S Ice and Earth skill to an empty card. JAH immediately activates the Absolute Calculation skill, destroying the ice and earth. Seeing the broken ice pieces fall, King Elf's face darkened. What should I do? How is that possible? D grabbed King El Floy by the head and asked if he had ever heard the saying, "Know yourself and your enemy, and you will win 100 battles." Then he used a flame to burn from his head downwards. You have defeated the Dark Elf King Canon. The system notification has achieved a great milestone. You have earned the title of Dark Demon Kingslayer. You should have known that we are different, Jun coldly reminds you with a late warning. You have received a Dark Fairy King's essence material. You have received a spiked armor of the Dark Fairy King. You have completed the second pivotal mission. You have received a blank card. You have received an sealed magical inscription. You have gained an active skill to manifest a magic staff. This guy really deserves a big reward. But Jahan isn't interested in these things. He hurriedly ran to the iron cage to rescue his dying friends, but only one was still gasping for breath. Jun doesn't hesitate to use the sacrifice skill to heal the chosen target. A flash of light, and another hand touches his. Super Ungung has arrived here. Healing is a cruel job. A healer is happiest when not having to treat anyone on the team, and just as happy when saving a teammate in critical condition. The Super Unicorn has a bit of a mood. The two of them work together to save the only surviving student, as a blinding light fills the entire space. At the same time, Kim Seok-D is going crazy in the car because of the failed plan. Even if you survive, it will be meaningless. Finalizing punctuation and structure. I'm confirming that I used the correct ASCII characters. The phrase red-handed sometimes uses a hyphen, but I want to keep it as a plain hyphen. I'll avoid fancy quotes and check the sentence structure. The line, "to catch the troublemaker," might flow better as already standing outside the car window, catching the troublemaker red-handed. I'm ready to finalize with the line, ensuring no trailing spaces or new lines, just a clean output. Choosing the final line, I'm deciding on the best line to use. I think I'll go with, "All of you will die in agony." No sooner had he finished speaking than Jun was already standing outside the car window, catching the troublemaker red-handed. This feels natural and flows well, so I'll proceed with that choice. It captures the moment effectively and has a nice rhythm to it. Let's finalize this selection. All of you will die in agony. No sooner had he finished speaking than Jun was already standing outside the car window, catching the troublemaker red-handed. "So what are you doing, you bastard?" An hour ago at the entrance of the guild hall, the young man with silver hair bowed to thank Guildmaster Du and Manager Park for what they did today. If you're grateful, you can come to your guild later, right? Seung is so happy that she invited the kids over to her house to wreck things. If possible, I'll go with them right away. Your eyes look brighter, so why did you agree so quickly and hesitantly? June reminds her that she needs to learn to be more serious in this kind of atmosphere. Who would have thought I'd get kicked right in the knee and be told I couldn't speak all day long? June rolled his eyes and sighed. Clearly, her strength isn't high enough to hurt with a kick like that. Soon after, a car sped over. As the car arrived, Hannah hurriedly got out to look for Ungu. Seeing him, she approached to ask if Chairman Du had any issues. He hurried here because he hadn't been able to contact anyone for hours. Yukung said he would explain later. Now I have to ask her to take the injured and the kids back to their club, while Seung and Jehun stay behind because there's still work to do. Hannah sighs and takes on the task. Let's go, Manager Parongdae and your little brother. As soon as it saw it, it aimed at the first brother. Jehun suddenly remembered to ask about the manager's arm. Sun hurriedly used telepathy to ask Jae-hun to keep this secret from his sister. Even though it drained mana and was risky for the injured person, but it was better than letting his little sister find out. If you just stand there, I'll take it as you mean to walk home yourself, okay? The house is small, with my younger sister keeping watch, and as her older brother, I can only serve and follow. Sung gently told Hannah to take care of the kids and stay alert. Hannah obediently took them and left. After they left, Jae-hyun finally mentioned to Seung-woo about that furious, disgusted, and uncomfortable look. No one else but Kim Seok-D, who was sweating profusely upon seeing Yu Seung-yu here, but he wasn't going to lose easily either. Kim Seok-D teleported to extend the distance from the Shung group, but of course he didn't plan to let them escape easily. Thinking that he could use the magic device given by Director Lai, he quickly teleported behind Jung to attack, but it was no easy feat to hit her. A slight turn of her body was enough to dodge his attack. Does that magic device help you teleport instantly? But it's not that perfect either. She even saw through Kim Seok-Dui's tricks in that moment. He only moved him a few meters away. If you had used it to escape earlier, it would have been pointless. It seems that the mastermind Gwyn can somehow monitor everything happening here through some kind of miracle. Seung-yu asks Kim Seok-Dui why he deliberately wants to kill the students and who is behind him, but of course he refuses to answer and focuses all his strength on a counterattack. Sung immediately realizes that what he's using is a mana compression device. The image on the other side of the screen also shows that he's just a useless pawn. Kim Seok-dui looked at the woman in front of him in horror, then sneered, "Do you think you can beat me with that?" At this point, June also understood why he didn't detect the seal earlier, but still, this guy is a fool. I don't care whether you reveal the one behind him or not. I already knew it was Guza-in. I didn't expect you to answer my question. Then why are you still asking? A crack appears in the sphere in Kim Zok's hand. The mana device is very easy to destroy if it receives more mana than its limit, which means he will have to die here. Sung-un was truly furious this time. She unleashed a terrifying technique. Dark clouds and golden lightning gather above Kim Seok. The moment the lightning strikes is also when he must log out of Earth. That spell is a lightning strike skill, an A-rank lightning magic ability. The power of the technique depends on the user's strength. It is on the same level as Jaehoon's light chain, but its power is in a whole different league. Safe at home, Aina is once again a lovesick, blushing as she remembers June's incredibly cool move. She also realized that he could reverse magic in the blink of an eye. She had to try hard, but she still felt moved by that action. I will thank him later. The next day, the media swarmed the Moose Academy to question Principal Jia-in about what happened to the students. However, they are all blocked outside the barrier. Currently, the reputation of the academy is severely declining. There are rumors that you are the one who created the Demon Society to eliminate students. Dong Yu reports mechanically. Guainin angrily slammed the table, his face scrunched up as he wondered why this was happening. But Dong Isu continued saying that reporters are waiting outside the academy and investors are calling non-stop. Guza-in, hearing this, went berserk and loudly ordered to lock the academy and refuse all interviews immediately. Dong Isu immediately goes to work. Guza-wai grits his teeth, thinking about who might be the traitor in this MS academy. Kim Sho-di is already dead, so he can't be the one leaking information, so he makes a phone call to settle this blood debt. First, start by shutting down the media outlets. Back at school, Jun suddenly yells at Ho-eon, making him jump in surprise. Ho-eon thanks Jun and his agent for saving him. Jun looked at him for a moment and then asked why he did it. Eon froze for a moment, unsure how to respond with a smile. Jun encouraged him to keep his spirits up and move forward. You can think of the reason as to why you should keep doing what you want to do. Keep doing what you want even if I don't tell you to. Then Jaehoon said goodbye to Ho-yeon as he headed to class, and at the corner, he slowed down to remind his friend to take care of himself and not to worry others. Eon clenched his fists, thinking about what he wanted to do and smiling at the beautiful sunny sky outside. Currently, he has received the item title of the person who killed the A-rank Dark Yu King, gaining 30 mana and a 10% increase in strength when fighting dark attribute monsters. However, equipping this title will trigger the wrath of all dark creatures and you will become their target. Well, this item title really has a rare effect. Yoon has been busy for quite a while dealing with the aftermath of the Guild Hall accident, so he hasn't looked at this yet. He regrets not checking it sooner. There is also an A+ rank Dark Lord Essence item that is a powerful healing potion, permanently increasing mana when used. Another equipped item is the S rank Dark Lord's Crown, plus 25 strength, 25 mana, and 1,500 durability. This is awesome. Now I don't have to worry about lacking strength or mana. Juna Essence will be left for Desong. Just imagining it, you can see how excited his older brother is about the new ingredients. The final loot is an artifact activation skill that creates a magic armor at level 1, which can be used to generate armor during battle if needed by consuming mana. The higher the level, the more powerful the magical artifact created will be. The magical artifact from this skill will disappear if the mana sustaining it runs out. This item has a random grade. When the armor grade is too high, it will automatically decrease to match the user's level. Go ahead and try it, Nongbei. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a dagger. Damn, this is absolutely amazing. This thing is truly valuable not for fame or rarity, but for its usefulness. In the black market, a Class C legendary armor set can cost up to 10 million W, so each time I can create a suit worth that much. Feeling excited, I twirled the dagger playfully when suddenly it started glowing, catching me off guard. The Miss 10 equipment item is reacting. You have met all the conditions to unlock Miss 10's abilities. You have just gained a passive skill, Armor Genius. The knife suddenly transformed into a shining, radiant sword in the blink of an eye. From now on, everything you craft will be automatically ranked up. Borrow it, you're really crazy, lucky enough to go insane. Finally, Jun understood the true purpose of the ring that he could only use for certain functions before. He used to wonder why it was classified as a weapon. Now he gets it after 2 years. Well, if the opportunity is right in front of you like this, who would refuse? Let's go practice right now. If you dare to criticize, you're really bad. The next morning, the Devil's Review session begins. The exams at the Mu Academy have long been known for their difficulty, causing many students to repeat or retake courses due to fierce competition and extreme difficulty. They usually consist of both theoretical and practical tests. The theory exam on paper will be followed by a practical test, including drug preparation and dungeon raiding. This entire part will be broadcast nationwide. Now Ho Eon faces the risk of Kim Do-dung kicking his butt for falling asleep. He didn't have time to wipe his sweat and just scratched his head, apologizing to Yu-dung. You were just writing your essay earlier and then fell asleep. Oh, I see. Do you know there are only a few days left until the midterm exam? If you fail again this time, you'll be so scared of books that just reading one line will make your eyes pop out. Kim Do-dung shouted angrily. Aina lowered her head deep into her book, wishing she could just disappear. Dae-yu looks at this scene with a bitter smile. Both their complete despair and this black and white hopelessness are just a bunch of idiots spouting theory nonsense. Jahan was the one who suggested hiring a tutor for them because it would help them get stronger, but I never imagined they'd end up like this, half alive and half dead. It's over now. Ho Eon is already tearing up. See you at the retake exam course. Aina has no blood left. Kim Do-dung suddenly slams her hand on the desk and switches to her dark teacher mode, asking, "Are you two done fooling around? Sit up straight." The next two subjects are understanding wavelength and thief's thinking. Easy Hun started looking at the ceiling, sighed, and kicked his leg with a stone, feeling less pain than sitting here. A few days later, students just leaving the exam room complained about eye strain and dehydration, cursing the school. Just 2 seconds later, they put the new eye back in to look at girls. She was the one who scored the highest in the recruitment exam. Ina, Kim Do-dung, and Min Han arrive, both top scorers in the recruitment exam. The crowd can only marvel at how the sky matches the clouds. Hoon is also part of this F4 team. They must have all done well in the exam. The crowd was insanely jealous, and Minhan just sighed. Honestly, that's better than being hated. Yu-dung asks how Aina did on the exam. She immediately looks devastated, her face pale and eyes white, saying goodbye to this life. Kim Do-dung reluctantly clarified that they had tried their best. The problem isn't with us. The truth is, Aina and Ho Eon were never meant for studying in the first place. Minjan, fed up, bitterly said so. Aina overheard their whispers and felt embarrassed, so she went to her mother's room and told her she heard everything. Just listen if you hear, but focus on studying diligently. Of course, there are those who admire them, but also those who find them annoying. The typical example is this young man, grinding his teeth and saying he will defeat Jai this time. The guy next to him also gave up, and the young man went to win again. Please move away from Yoon, or you'll waste your energy, and this friend will have to crawl to pick up the pieces. But even top students can have their bad days. Seeing Do-dung's face turn black from the explosion, and Jun burst out laughing while looking at that blackened pot, I don't understand what he's so proud of. The song didn't mean to say anything, but Do-hun kept asking, so he could only hesitate. Well, at this rate, both of them are bound to fail the exam. You two really don't have any talent for alchemy at all. That brother of yours' comment was pretty harsh. Minjan couldn't help but curse. Despite practicing so much, he's still terrible, so he has to avoid failing at all costs. Daesang also scratched his head in frustration. Does he really have no way to help us avoid failure? Daesang said, there is still a way, which is for you two to use a special item. It is a creature called the moonlit firefly, which only lives in extremely clean areas, free from dust and pollution. This creature is so rare that only about fewer than 100 are sold on the black market each year. If its thousands of shells are ground into powder, it can maximize the effectiveness of medicines. To save her life from what she calls failing a subject, Minhan Kim Do-dung dragged herself to meet Kagan's son. Seeing the two of them, she narrowed her eyes and asked, "What are you two doing here?" That's why she's so unfriendly, of course, because of the intense tech showdown earlier. I have a request for you. June straightforwardly suggested, I won't do anything for you. Go away. Sun also told her to get lost. But my older sister is already sure. Who do you think I am? You can only give a few points, right? The girl pouted. Cash? Of course we can draw up a contract. Kim Do-dung was shocked to hear 30 million. Where on earth did she get that much money? Golden Bien Kagan Sound. Your sister Ban and Gan is used to frowning at that much money. Of course I'll do it. You're quick to act tough. Kim Do-dung never expected to succeed so easily, and so the four young masters set off for Zolabuk, near Mount Diogu. Yu-dung marvels at how incredibly fresh the air here is. Are you here for a vacation? June couldn't help but mock his friend. Desang laughed helplessly and said, they are the same, while Sun just sighed. An hour ago they were still in the classroom planning for the trip. Well, it sounds good, but even with my investigative skills, I need some clues to find something.
Do you have a plan? I'll bring along a skilled alchemist so you don't need to worry about that.
So Unun asks who it is. Min Jae-han glances outside the door. Lei Desong peeks out, then fully steps out. Lei Desong, is he really a talented alchemist as you said? Sun expressed strong doubt. The reason Gu knew and reacted that way was because they were on the same team during the first rookie hunt. But an alchemist, huh? I didn't expect that. I thought you were just someone trying in vain to join the martial arts class. I was still naive back then. The two of them kept talking and fell behind. The Hyun herd had to stop and call out from a distance. Sun praised Desong for looking much better now, very happy, then quickly ran ahead. Desong struggles to run after. Is that moon a natural monster or something encountered in the real world? There are many theories about how monsters live in groups and their habitats, but most agree that the mana in the air and on the ground after the monster explosion has transformed creatures and plants into monsters. That's why Jeng chose this place as the best spot to find fireflies. But Sound also warned them that fireflies are very hard to find. Kim Do-dung and Min Han placed all their trust and hope in Desong. If he said it's fine, then it's fine. Dae-hyun reluctantly said, Desong said he likes bugs. Yu-dung, still panicked and confused, then shouted that he saw it. This is the trail of the moonlight fireflies, and from here, it's Sound's job. She activates her inspection skill to find the way and quickly catches them. Yu-dung was about to shout, but Desong warned her that if she made noise, the moonlight fireflies would fly away. They stopped in front of a dark forest. Yu-dung expressed doubt about Sound's Google map, but she's sure her skill isn't wrong. There's no way that's wrong. A pillar of light suddenly appears in the sky, filled with millions of moonlit fireflies. That's it, but it looks bigger than a normal firefly, right? Anyway, it's a monster, so it must have something different about it. Not only are they fat, but these guys are also especially fast. June is preparing to limit their movement with gravity magic. However, the fireflies are not affected much. They are stronger than a beetle. Yun, can you add more strength? Sound says. Dae-hyun is not skilled enough to change the power of this skill. Desong worries they might lose the fireflies. No, we will catch them all. We won't let a single one escape. June immediately switched tactics and cast a net on the spot. The fireflies were easily caught by the space, and Jaehyun created. What are you doing? Catch them. Sound is still amazed by the mana room that Jaehoon created. I knew you were a monster. Dae-sung-ho cheerfully rushes into the room to catch fireflies. Yu-dung refuses to go because she doesn't like bugs. But June didn't give her a chance to whine and pushed her in directly. So Unun was the last to carry the box inside, glancing at Dae-hyun beforehand, still thinking as she went in, could any other student in the academy create something like this? Even a third-year student couldn't do this. I'm really curious, where did this terrifying young man come from? Hey, don't touch it! I was startled and turned around to see Yu-dung struggling with the sticky moon firefly goo. Dae-sung couldn't stop him, so he happily stood there laughing. Let's return to Lee Jae-sang's potion workshop. Yu-dung and June's 2 pots are still black like before, so they need to add moon firefly shell powder next. The medicine pot begins to change, making Ho-eon and Ina stare in amazement. I worked really hard to create it, Desong said proudly with a smile. It's being filtered now. The purity must be at least... Before he could finish speaking, he already looked grim. The 2 pots of medicine have turned bright red. Min Jae-han excitedly exclaimed that this speed is too fast and dangerous. They succeeded in such a short time. Ho-eon and Ina also think they are great. Only Desong is smirking. Jaehan's has a purity of 51%, and Dudung's is 47%. I have no idea if it's okay or not. The results came very quickly after a few days, but of course it's not okay at all. Kim Do-dung bows her head as if about to break her neck. Min Jan looks completely dejected. The two of them really have no talent thinking it was a summoning circle when it was just an ingredient pot. She said it correctly and loudly, provoking the pride of the strong who just ignored her. Meanwhile, Ina ranks first. Hoon sneaked back at 29. Jaehoon is 31, and Yuzu Dung is the worst at 42, despite using all good ingredients. But we all had to rely on Desong to help us. You both did very well. Min Jae-han still gritted his teeth in frustration. Seeing that the situation doesn't look promising, Ho-eon quickly finds an excuse to leave first. There are still a few more tests. Kim Do-dung is determined to make a comeback, but the trial test is very difficult. The hunt for students taking the fake dungeon test gathers all the lessons learned so far, making it difficult. And an additional factor increasing the challenge is that team formation is based on each student's current score. Currently, Kim Do-dung has a value of 14. She is also carefully considering how to form a good team. with students forming teams of 4 without exceeding a total value of 50. Hoan has 17, Sina has 15. John didn't expect to be this high. His previous life's price was 6, and he was very excited to join a good team, but the result was very poor. There's no denying this is a ridiculous way to form a team. Are the top-ranked choosing the lowest-ranked? Who gave them that right? While lost in thought, a young man with white hair approached and greeted me. Oh, that familiar face is the guy who mocked June in a past life. This time he put on a friendly face to get her to join his team. Chuhan smiled warmly while June appeared extremely cold and reserved. He suggested forming a team and said he's worth less than his skills. Since you only get 20, it might be hard to find teammates, huh? I will help you. Min Yan stood up and sneered. These guys are everywhere. Scumbags who flatter the strong and bully the weak. So he said he doesn't need you at all. Chu Han-zung wanted to salvage the situation, but Jai Hyun said it's none of his business. I can pass the test on my own. Yeah, you're not very helpful to me. You're too weak. June turned around and had already finished cooperating with 2 other friends right in front of Chu Han-sung. If I remember correctly, those 2 left Min Han behind in the fake dungeon and ran away. But now he's standing there saying he's afraid they will refuse. Chu Han-sung clenched his teeth in frustration for not being chosen and walked away, secretly vowing that Ji Hyun would regret it. He met with the 2 who abandoned him before at a coffee shop. They also knew how badly they had lived, but John had no intention of teaming up with them to lose. The low evaluations of Kim Jina and Paril Gu are because they were able to retreat safely in the simulated dungeon. These 2 are truly valuable, not Chu Han-sung. But who is the other member of the group? Min Jahan has already made the appointment. It's none other than Kim Du-dung. No one can forget that Kim Jina was the one who held her back at that moment. So the reason you called me here is to team up with these 2? Meanwhile, Gwyn is dealing with a flood of negative information about the students after the incident of the student's death was exposed. He was so angry he smashed things. After pouring a lot of money into it and still couldn't control the media, his anger is understandable. Only one person can stand up to the boss, and that must be the leader of the Lo Tu Dung gang. And it's certain she's involved. There's no choice left but to humble ourselves and accept the loss. He will wait for the public to calm down before continuing with the original plan as usual. It's all because of Northern Europe. Back to the 4-way meeting inside the coffee shop, Kim Jina and Paril Gu didn't even dare to look straight. So let's just say I can overlook this. But do you really take them there because you're okay with that? Yu Dung asks. I know you 2 aren't comfortable even though Ina and I told you to leave. But I want you to understand that this is the best choice we have. What's the real reason you chose them? You could have easily scored a perfect score on your own. Hyun has to admit that my little friend is really sharp. There are 2 criteria for forming a team in this exam. First, that person must hate Gujain. Second, they will keep the prison incident a secret. And June's reason is Gwyn. I plan to use this event to overthrow him. Wow, that's really bold of the boss. Minhan really wants to see what connections Guza Einen will use to get out of this. The day of the practical exam is quickly approaching. Lecturer Park Hazen is responsible for the second part of the practical exam. He is also a henchman of Gain, replacing Kim Se. This exam will be broadcast nationwide, and this second part is a chance for students to showcase their skills to the entire world. But it also means students have to perform in the eyes of the entire country. The moment has finally arrived. Let's go into the fight. Minhan is the captain of Team D. Their team has been transferred to the plain area. Complete all the scenes in the dungeon and return with the boss's core. For the first floor, eliminate all monsters and find the staircase leading to the second floor. While Parel Gu was still uncertain, Jaehoon said that this place was created based on Muspel Hema. Seeing the columns of fire everywhere, Kim Do-dung thought the same. Jaehoon told everyone to explore the dungeon first. We need as much information as possible to prepare for unexpected situations. And there's also an item I need to go get. Kim Jina is curious about what it is. You will find the ice herb, Yu-dung said. But if we stay in this heat for too long, everyone will get tired. And the fire here is also very dangerous. Sao-gu marvels that Yuzu Dung and June are both very talented, but Jahan considers that just basic skills. Surviving in the dungeon is the top priority for the Punisher. He activates his mana detection skill to find the ice herb and immediately leads the team to move out. After finding the ice grass, June told everyone to gather as much as possible and keep it in their belongings. Chun remembered Seo once said he scored high in alchemy class, so making potions was his responsibility. The system notifies viewers that they will soon enter the room and reminds everyone to watch their words carefully. A drone is approaching to film them. Dae-hyun didn't like this approach very much, but it had its advantages. Ignoring that, 4 monsters are approaching them. They are C-class monsters. Deploy Team B. Everyone immediately take your positions after Jun's orders. The monsters are these blobs of lava. Parl Gu took the initiative to provoke. Jun warned everyone to keep their distance and be careful, because if they touch these lumps of lava, they will explode like bombs. Kim Du-dung was already holding water arrows but had not yet received Jiun's command to act. You still haven't said it yet? Just as the viewers start to get involved and discuss, Jahoon immediately speaks up now. Kim Du-dung immediately shot a water arrow to kill one, while Kim Jina also struggled to blow fire. Minjan quietly calculates that there is no better place than here to use ice and earth magic. Right in front of the camera, he smiles smugly, knowing that the climax shouldn't come too early. It should only explode when everything reaches its peak. So now, Jun is only using a rain of ice. The ice rain pours down fiercely, and the discussion room is extremely lively. No one believes the newcomer is this powerful. But this is only the beginning of Minhan's plan to use viewers to overthrow Gwyn, a grand opening. Meanwhile, this brother is also watching Jun's team live. He realizes that this young guy doesn't even break a sweat when using an A-rank magic. Based on what Agent Kim Jong said, he also doesn't get along with Gwyn. Moreover, this brother also knows that Lotus is the backing organization for Jun. He smirks with a not-so-innocent smile. If I use this kid, I can expose Gwyn. Now Minhan, show me what you're going to do from now on. The hailstorm suddenly fell, causing a small commotion and destroying all the monsters lurking nearby. This time, Kim Du-dung was no longer surprised and only wondered when Jun had learned it. Kim Jina now feels that the temperature has become too hot. I think we've taken care of everything, so we should take the medicine now. Jun dusted off his hands and said, "Of course no one objects, it's too hot here, we all need to find a cooler place." Parlgu then pointed to a cave and said that place has less energy escaping. Jun also agrees that he's right, so let's start building the tent. Meanwhile, Ina is using her magic wand to shoot water arrows at the moving blobs of lava. Ho Eon also used his swordsmanship skills to destroy the lava monsters. He wondered if that was all there was to it. Ina also feels that if that's all there is to it, this dungeon is too easy. I also think the monsters are weaker than I thought, making it easier than the simulation dungeon. Hearing their conversation, the young man behind turned furious, realizing they could fail with just one mistake. While Hoeon fought melee against the lava slams without taking any damage. Life really isn't fair. Hoeon also thought they had taken care of all of this. Ina also thought so and believed they needed to speed up. The two young soldiers looked at each other in panic, both thinking that if those two said that, who knew how terrifying Minhan still was. Jun's team has set up the tents and is brewing the medicine. I think it will take about an hour for the potion to be ready. Gu looked at the potion pot and said, Jun thought that was fine, that was enough. I will try to finish as quickly as possible, Seo said with a smile. Kim Du-dung tilted her head back and exclaimed that it was hot. She marveled that this dungeon was truly modeled after Muspelheim. Jun took the opportunity to tease her friend again. Their bickering made Kim Jina smile and marvel at how close they were. Kim Du-dung almost pulled her friend's hair out but still intended to turn her back and not acknowledge him. Looking back, she also realized that what happened in the simulated dungeon wasn't their fault, but fear had overwhelmed everything and caused her to lose her mind. Guys, I want to discuss the next plan. At this moment, Jun started to voice his opinion to cause trouble. After you finished presenting, Yu-dung was worried about the feasibility of the plan, but John was extremely confident about its success rate. It's 12:04, the perfect time to cause chaos. Mahian turned around and started casting magic. Connecting to the planes with unstable conditions, voice restrictions have been lifted, and the live stream discussion room is starting to fall into chaos. Everyone is excitedly guessing whether Jun has already started the hunt and why only 2 people are there, while the other 2 are missing. My team members are all fine, so don't worry. Jae-hyun smiles at the audience. They are also surprised to hear his voice, and only his. Their reactions were also what he had anticipated from the start, so he had no hesitation in explaining everything. I had a little influence on the structure of Bin Nguyen. Nice to meet everyone. I will start the actual stream now. On the other side of the screen, Gwyn is also watching Jun, but here he is still rambling on endlessly. What's the point of this stream, if no one listens to my voice, right? Parun asked Guza, in with a worried look. Are you sure this is okay? He waved his hand and said he's fine, just a slight headache. But his forehead is already darkened. This can't be happening. Bin Nguyen was created by countless mages, and the mages and lecturers of the academy themselves. It's hard to understand how Minjan managed to intervene. Principal Gu, I think we should punish Minjan, Hazun suggests. This is also what Guza-in wanted, but he couldn't because there were no rules for this situation. He could only force a weak smile. Who would think that a student could alter the structure of Bin Nguyen, created by countless wizard instructors at the academy? But Guza-in is still trying to reassure himself because a student from the academy is not allowed to reveal sensitive information outside. If this law is broken, the punishment will be expulsion. Once it signs the commitment, it can't do anything. He was still confident, but June pointed him out. Director Guza-in? Yes, many people are curious about him, aren't they? Well, everyone already knows about it. Something similar also happened to the club during that accident. See, there are many things being kept secret. Guza's hairspray is completely stiff. Am I worried about getting expelled? You don't need to worry about that. Should I tell you the person the principal cares about most? He only cares about the living strong ones. The strong and powerful are the rules at this academy. Do you think Principal Guza-in will expel me? This is a blatant challenge that will drive Guza-in completely insane. He realized Minhan was like that from the very beginning, only blaming himself for noticing too late. Professor Park Hazen immediately after the exam ends expel Minhan right away. As soon as the media cools down, hire at least 2 veteran A-rank experts. We will deal with Minhan. The old man is determined to make June pay a heavy price. If he fires me when my grades are so good, then he's not keeping his word. Is he really going to do that? The online community is buzzing with excitement discussing the rumors about the infamous Principal Gain. This is what Minhan has been hoping for. Now that the media has turned away, I really want to see how he will cover this up this time. Earlier in Team D's tent, I will modify the subspace formula. We need to make sure the viewers can hear us. Parl Gu looked confused and didn't understand. The first step of the plan is to bring Gu down in front of the public. We can win the viewers over by filling their desires, June explains. But Dudong isn't sure if this is safe, because he might do something to cause trouble for them. Jiun reassures her not to worry, because they have the support of the viewers. Moreover, there's no rule against us interfering with the formula of the subspace. And now is the time to start the real stream about the prison raid. This is a special event we have prepared just for you, so please enjoy it. Someone in the comment room praised Jahoon for being a great host, just like a professional streamer. But Yudong still feels a bit afraid of these people. Ko's words were also heard by the audience, and they reacted excitedly. Kim Dudong pouted, saying she's very sensitive and finds it troublesome. June encouraged her to hold on for the plan. Yudong knew it too, but there were obstacles that were very hard to overcome. June also understands this feeling. He once wanted to end his life countless times because of online haters, but now it's different, and they have other things to do. The two of them approach a lava waterfall. JH tells the audience that he will reveal the hidden part of the subspace here. The task will begin shortly. Kim Dudong activates the thief skill and gale force. Jiun uses gravity. It's time for the viewers to see how a fake rescue mission is turned into a real dungeon raid. Meanwhile, behind the MS Academy, Kim Jon is listening to that man's phone call. She was ordered to contact Minhan immediately after the inspection. But are you sure about that? The Doang Ah Guild is backing Min Jahan. That's the key issue that makes this young man with the conical hat demand she contact June immediately to bring him over to their side. On the contrary, they will let you take control of the conditions. Losing your phone, Kim Jon also considers that managing the fake investigation with Jaehoon would be beneficial in the long run. But the problem is Guza Einen is also after him. She needs to assess the situation before taking action. Back in the dungeon, June hugged Kim Dudong's waist and said, "Let's go." Then they flew like birds. The romantic scene that looks like a love story to them now resembles a wrestling match, delighting the audience immensely. When Jaehan stood firmly in the air, Yudong couldn't help but feel excited. "Minjan, just as you said, there's a hidden spot here. Hold on tight and recite the spell, and don't make any mistakes while calculating the timing." "Got it, just don't let me go. If you do, I'll die." So Minhan carried Kim Dudong on his back and jumped swiftly upwards. He also deeply admired the person who found the hidden part here. Even though it was funded by the government, Gain still hid it here. He really doesn't want students to get their hands on it. When they arrived, they saw shimmering lights. Those stones will be the key to conquering this dungeon. On the other side of the screen, Guza is sweating profusely and trembling uncontrollably. The viewers in the discussion room are extremely excited and curious about how June could know the positions of the hiding spots when they are invisible. Did the Divine Family really create this so that their disciples could discover it on their own? Not a single comment with any malice. Meanwhile, Minhan is marveling at how well hidden this item is. Even though he already knows the locations of everything in the dungeon, isn't he still amazed? Minjan didn't hesitate for a second and immediately activated the Ice Rain skill to block the flow of lava, opening a path downward. He picked up the golden gems and asked the audience if they knew what these were. Some guess it's a magic tool, while others remain uncertain. This is a fire essence. June also announced right away that he was lucky. So there must be many important items crucial for completing this dungeon. June's system displays information about the fire essence. This is a B-grade item that can triple the user's fire resistance for a period of time. Fire resistance increases by 300% when consumed, and the effect will not appear a second time. Guainin has created an environment as close to a real dungeon as possible, and then motivated his students with a worthy reward, which is the key to hiding the pieces. But this is something that ordinary students could never get their hands on. The audience began to discuss enthusiastically about the sky-high value of the fire essences and the wealth of the MS Academy, as well as the fact that the item was hidden in such an easy-to-find place. Then let's move on. Minhan doesn't plan to stop just because he found a new expedition. I really want to see what Gain looks like right now, and hope he won't be satisfied with just this. I still have many gifts I haven't given you yet. Minjan quietly chuckled to himself. On the first night of the midterm exam, the second round of the practical test, Minhan and Kim Dung returned to the temporary tent. B has just finished brewing the medicine from ice herbs. It's truly impressive. Yudung collapsed in front of this bowl of medicine. Jun reminded him. I know it's really bad, but you need to eat it because it will make clearing the dungeon easier. Why doesn't Kim Dung understand this? The problem is that this damn medicine is really hard to swallow. Seogu encourages that all healthy foods taste bitter. Kim Dung clenched his teeth as he drank the bowl of medicine in one gulp, then completely collapsed. Does he think she's a fool? Ah! Min-chan suspiciously looked at Seogu. No way. After all, they are about to finish the first floor. Now they just need to find a way to the second floor and speed up the preparation. At the same time, in the Academy's control room, the teachers are working hard. What's the current situation? Guiding Parun. Kim John came here to check on the situation. Bazin says that if he's the manager here, then why did she come? Doesn't she trust that he can fulfill his duties himself? Kim John shrugged and said straightforwardly, that really makes Han grimace like a monkey eating ginger. Kim John secretly cursed this fool. When Kim Sho-dee was wiped out, the second round of management authority in the practical exam was all in her hands. Northhausen was just always sneaking and taking it away. He sneered, we were hired as colleagues, but I got ahead of you. Sorry about that, but that's not what Kim John cares about. He deliberately refuses to understand this and feels everyone is jealous of his role. She should be honest. This time it's Kim Shin, but without shoes. Park Ha-zoon quickly regained his confidence, believing he had Gwyn's respect as chairman. Maybe Kim John was better than him 2 years ago, but not anymore. Tour guide Parun? Kim John suddenly spoke. Let me tell you one thing. You should look carefully at the rope you're holding so tightly to make sure it isn't rotten. See you later then. With that, she walked away straight ahead. That attitude made Mr. Park grind his teeth in anger. She still remained as arrogant as before. Park Ha-zoon believes that Principal Gu will soon regain his reputation. The obstacles in front of him are nothing. Meanwhile, Team D has entered the second level. Their mission is to hunt the tall monsters that steal on the second floor and find the hidden treasure. The player will automatically be taken to the third floor once the mission is complete. While in another realm, the white-haired brother is asking his father what he thinks about whether he now looks like a lowly mortal again. He says one thing, but Father Du Han sees through it completely. Are you talking about that mighty enemy? Ah, you're so boring. The white-haired one thinks that Lord Heen is rushing too much, but that guy is just a mortal. They can easily remove that obstacle. But what happens next? Will he be stuck at Frost Bridge again as a gatekeeper or something? I will handle that powerful enemy myself, so you don't need to worry about it. You're nothing but a seed born from evil. Bodehan can't help but marvel at how both gods and humans are foolish enough to pretend they are right. Nothing will change and it never will. I'll show you that this is completely true soon. Moon reached the second floor, and Kim Gina marveled that it was even hotter than the first floor, wondering what could be here. Kim Dudung also felt that the mission here was becoming more complicated. Although June knew the way, he was still hesitant. An hour ago, the team found the staircase to the second floor inside a cave that had been sealed off. I never expected there to be a staircase leading up to the second floor in a place like this, Kim Gina muttered as she walked. I wonder why there are no paths at all. The way down is buried under the sand. Sue is getting neurotic over this crazy dungeon. Finding the next path in a place like this is pretty tough. Kim Dudung also finds this place like a maze, but luckily their team has a wise guide who knows every path. Minhan, who was still suspicious of her close friend, suddenly saw a centipede. Kim Dudung screamed in panic and jumped straight onto Kim Gina. This scream makes the viewers behind the screen feel terrified as well, and it just so happens to help Jaehoon find the useful item. So he kept that centipede for later use. There are a few things we need to prepare before moving on. John takes out some fire-related pills. Yudung's face turns pale. Please don't tell me I have to eat that stuff. The two of them share the same idea, so they look so disappointed. Min Jae-hun smiled gently again. Oh dear, don't look so glum. And then they turned hostile in the blink of an eye. While I'm still being kind, just eat. Are you really eating that, Dad? But even if you don't want to, they still have to shut their eyes and eat it. This dungeon has 3 prepared levels with the boss at the last floor. While still here, Minhan will handle any problems that come up. But first, they need to find the boss and clear out this second floor. And before finding it, I know a place where the treasure might be hidden. Are you curious? Only a crazy person would say no to that treasure. If the viewers like it, then I'll just call it an afternoon. Anyway, June's goal is something else, one of the treasures in this dungeon. And what they will find now is the fire salamander. These creatures have a habit of collecting shiny things like crowns, which is why useful items are often hidden in their nests. A viewer quickly searched online and confirmed that this creature is indeed what June said. He wondered how June knew that those items were hidden in the fire lizard's nest. You said that you learned about it, but of course that's not true. The hidden treasure of this second floor is a replica of Ba Meng, a sword that appeared in the Cannibelung story in the 1200s in Germany. They say it is a sword used to kill dragons, similar to Thean Fee's lightning blade, a weapon of overwhelming and destructive power. The original was owned by a German fake knight named B. If the original is an S-rank item, then the copy is still pretty good for its price. But what is the weakness of the fire salamander? Kim Jina wondered. It's the belly. Yu Dung always has a solid grasp of the theory. The fire lizard has a fairly tough outer layer, so dealing damage to it is quite difficult. Their stomachs aren't that hard, so if you focus your attacks on their stomachs, killing them will be a breeze. The most common way is to kill them with ice magic. Gina marveled at Yusung's knowledge. Teacher Kim also said that the best time to attack them is right after they eat, when they move quite slowly. So June told everyone to prepare as thoroughly as possible before going hunting. Finding another hidden treasure would be amazing. Jae-hun's greed was obvious. Going here, the temperature is much higher than in other areas. Without the essence of fire, Sealgu thinks he would have faced a real challenge. Daewon started to calculate, pretending to do something here. He made everyone stop and said he could sense mana here, which made Jiang Chuomen's discussion room lively again. Everyone is talking about it very vaguely, and now they are all standing in a field of rocks with many swords. This definitely isn't the hidden treasure of this floor. They look no different from unregistered items. But this is truly the hidden treasure of the second floor. It's just that it's mixed in with the fake swords randomly scattered so students can't find the real ones. The old man never expected that one day, this useless, unlucky kid would suddenly appear. Min Jae-hun immediately used the scouting skill to find unregistered items. The viewers buzzed with speculation about why he poured mana into his eyes, and not long after, Jae-hun found the sword number 30. It's just a copy, but this sword still ranks A. Its effects are temporarily sealed, but it grants plus 70 strength and plus 30 agility. It also has an S-level passive skill that can't be activated now because it has been tainted. The Sadi Long skill increases the user's physical damage when fighting dragons. Many viewers started to wonder how June knew it was a hidden treasure trove. The keyboard heroes erupted into an argument over how you managed to get such a smooth path. But Minhan simply said he had a plan, and that revealing everything all at once wouldn't be interesting. Moreover, this clone can only be used within this dungeon, and if it doesn't meet the requirements, it's worthless. But for June, this thing is worth more than anything because he can take it out of here. Back to the lizard hunt, the group quickly found its nest, but the time wasn't right. The lizard princess only eats once a day, in the evening. Yu Dung was worried that if they delayed, they might be detected because the fire lizard's sense of smell is quite sharp, and they could be attacked first if they stayed nearby. That's why they had to catch that Z earlier. Seeing him about to leave, Yu Dung immediately pulled him back. "You're the most important person here." Kim Du-dung was so moved that she started crying. Earlier, thanks to Yu Dung, they caught a centipede at the entrance. Its name is bomb centipede. When it senses danger, it releases a liquid known for its foul smell that can bring tears to your eyes. And that is the creature that will help everyone on this hunting trip. Segu and Gina are assigned to hide behind the rock. Yu Dung was the one who led the fire dragon lizard. You promised, remember? Before sacrificing herself, she turned back to look at Ji with a dark expression. Of course. Who do you think I am? Your friend looks very trustworthy, but Tom thinks he's doomed. Actually, before setting the trap, June gave her a task that made her face turn as white as snow, cry like rain, and repeatedly say she hated bugs but refused to hate the killers. Min Jae-hun leaned close to her ear and said, "I have an item that Master Du Seo-un really likes. After this is over, I will give it to you." Kim Du-dung immediately restored her serious expression. But the truth is he only intended to give her some item, and if she finds out, she will surely end him right away. So we probably need to prepare something that looks like an axe, but first let's finish the current task. The viewers are really worried about how feasible this plan is. Don't worry, we have a wind mage here who specializes in wind magic. That's right, it's Kim Do-dung right here. She plants her cane on the ground and begins to cast her spell. A greenish wind is released. The viewers start to panic, wondering if she's controlling scents and directing them toward the nest. What is she trying to do? Some say that move is only feasible for those who can control mana precisely. Some are impressed by the performance, but it's also pitiful for monsters like that to endure such a cunning trick. Pulling up their pants, humans are really disgusting. Let's get back to the unfortunate lizard. After smelling Zetbomb's scent, the girl tears up. The initial plan went smoothly, and the unlucky lizard was suffering, crying, screaming, and smashing things. Everyone, remember the plan clearly. Then Gina nodded in agreement. Their mission was to wait there and move the moment Jihyun gave the order. June didn't hesitate and hurled a level 2 ice spear straight into the monster. It burst into tears and exhaled fire. The moment June was waiting for was when it would breathe fire to launch the newly acquired sword straight into its stomach. The girl looks confused, tears still falling, while Kim Do-dung, the crazy guy, swears at the audience, which is hard to understand. Could it be that Jae-hyun switched to the lizard meat trade, while Kai-nyong just shed tears and didn't react further? This is only the beginning, so just sit back and watch. June smirks mysteriously at the audience while someone else nearby has their mouth agape, almost dropping their jaw. Hua couldn't believe that a new student knew about this point when he had deliberately left it out of the curriculum. The fire lizard then curled up and spat out a huge blast of fire. Following June's orders, Seo and Gina charged forward with shields to block, and the sword thrown into its stomach was returned, gleaming brightly. The viewers are in shock. Ba is glad that the impurity has been cleansed. The seal of the passive killer skill is also broken. The viewers immediately erupt in chaos. This is exactly what Jaehyun expected. He explained that the core of the salamander contains a cleansing power. I can use it to purify impurities, but the cleansing flame only works on living monsters, so using it is quite difficult. But with the ability to manifest magical creations, this kind of thing is pretty simple. Minhyun makes the audience feel like they're not watching Tan Bin's stream, but rather a final year student. Seeing you with a sword, everyone wondered if you were heading towards the mage warrior path. June immediately activated 3 quick skills, moving swiftly. Kwang Fong presses forward, aiming at the fleeing serpent god, and with a decisive strike, he cuts off one of its legs. As soon as he landed, Jaehyun activated the Abyss Ice skill to create a spike that pierced from below, exposing its belly, but he seized the opportunity to charge with his sword and aim straight for its stomach. The hunt is over, and the audience all pray to God, even if not everyone is religious. Some feel that mage warriors are not just a path, but are part of this guy's true nature. Meanwhile, Anhan was munching on a snack, while secretly investigating the true identity of the newcomer Minhan. A long, detailed article attracted many readers. Chairman Du is also reading this article and smiling. So is this why you suggested that to me? You're quite the troublemaker. If it's not Minhan causing trouble, then who is? An hour before entering the dungeon, he told her about the interesting events during the midterm live broadcast. But Seung said that discussing guild-related matters like this is too risky. So you suggested the teacher monitor your plans and decide when it's worth stepping in. And it was no surprise to him and June. The guild leader did not disappoint them. Contact the reporters now. Right now, why not? I think Guin is about to sink completely, so it's in line with June's plan. Seonhan's post has skyrocketed in views, like gaining weight after the new year. She still doesn't understand why June made her do this. Turns out he came to ask for her help before the second round of the contest. Not knowing what happened made Anhan even more curious, but reading the comments from fans praising her made her happy. So she went to get some more snacks and kept watching. Back in the dungeon, June found a super-enhanced ring, an item of B level that can be upgraded to A. In an instant, the item can absorb mana to boost magic power. The owner will learn the Overload skill, but its level is still low due to a lack of super-enhancement stones, and the Overload stat is unstable because the item is not yet complete. Overload is an A-level skill that unleashes a massive amount of mana to boost magic power by 1.5 times for 5 minutes. The user cannot use mana for 5 minutes after activating the skill due to a lack of super enhancement stones. This is an item the Academy awarded as a prize for the midterm exam. Although it's not fully completed due to a lack of super enhancement stones, it's still a pretty good item. June decided to let everyone play the hammer pull game to decide the owner, but everyone agreed to give it to him right away. Well, I won't hold back either. After receiving the reward, the team moves to the next floor. The protective shield will go down in 1 minute on the 3rd floor and the boss. Battle will begin. Students, please get ready. Yudung tapped the shield, marveling at how it looked like glass that could shatter at any moment. Unexpectedly, the monster on the other side just punched once. and she was already scared and falling behind. Isn't Gina just as terrified? Yudong was so scared she tripped and fell to the ground. This one is too big. June carelessly asked what was wrong, while Yudong could only awkwardly praise the sturdy shield. Gina asked if June had any plans. He immediately replied, "No. We don't need any plan because I will fight it alone." The G slime monster made of lava has been released, and the audience is stunned by June's actions. While he looks at the thing that causes 70% of the students to fail this exam with an emotionless gaze. Each year the monsters change, but they are generally B or C level. Defeating the lava monster and taking its magic core, the system reminds Hyun that his surroundings are quite chaotic for the viewers, but it doesn't matter because he's just going to punch it into the mud anyway. Why do Gu and Gina want to stop Hyun, but Yudong is the one holding him back? He's really strong. A monster of this size isn't a match for him. The proof is that Yu and Gum are punching each other head on. This is a level B monster, so Gina will believe it too if Yudong said so. If not, she has to believe because June was even considering finishing it off with the next strike. You activate level 4 Wind Spirit skill along with Ice Wall with Hanbang, then use mana detection to scan. Then comes a smooth dodge scene that makes the audience think Jahoon knew how it would attack. Golem of solid lava with heavy attack power, but there are plenty of ways to defeat it. Chain it up and then rain down ice on it. Although only for a brief moment, it was enough for the ice to seep in and destroy the joints, and finally throwing water bombs at those spots ended the battle. You have successfully defeated the dungeon's monster. Minhan's victory couldn't be more effortless. The audience is wondering who the real boss is, this insane, unbelievable guy. Yudong's expression twisted in confusion. She feels that every time she meets her close friend, he becomes stronger, and she can't shake the feeling that they're growing further apart. However, the test is not over yet. There is one more thing to do to overthrow Gwyn today, so I can't return to reality right now. Do you feel disappointed that the match was too short? So there's still an exciting part ahead. Watch as I prepare to fight a hidden monster. Back to the previous lava waterfall, the audience is eager to know what the team is here for. Yoon says he can sense a strong presence of mana here. The 3 team members looked confused, as if they were outsiders, while Chiun silently glared at them. Wei Yudong reluctantly asked if he was sure everything was okay. "Don't worry, no matter how much it hurts, you won't be able to break through." The other 3 grit their teeth and keep their eyes closed, cursing. "Damn it, I chose the wrong person. Here it is. Damn it, I finally got to hear this. You found a hidden level that's creating a special challenge. Fighting the hidden boss in the secret level and returning to reality. The system keeps notifying. For ordinary students, discovering the hidden floor is impossible, let alone defeating the hidden boss. Even if they are lucky enough to find it, they wouldn't be able to reach this point. Guayin knew that, which is why he placed the hidden floor here, but who would have expected to meet a student like Jaehoon? He must be pretty shocked right now, but I don't care about him anyway. I'm only concerned now with whether the audience is expecting something amazing here. Of course, they really want to know. Minjan already knows how to summon the hidden boss, but still has to pretend she's exploring the terrain here. What is that? Yudong suddenly asked. June couldn't help but laugh. She's so on point. This is a plan. Gina is starting to wonder too. Everyone looked at June again, and he told them to think and see if they had any ideas. Kim Do-dung quickly realized that the core of the ginger is the answer to this puzzle. Minjan places it into the altar. The formation is immediately activated. "Back up!" June hurriedly warns everyone. The hidden boss of the Blood Dragon subspace is appearing. The system announces to survive with the team, defeat the enemy, and take the dragon's heart. If successful, you'll gain special privileges and, of course, the ability to make requests. The Blood Dragon just stepped onto the stage and showed off its dominance. The audience erupted in applause. Even a former general would have a hard time dealing with this Blood Dragon. So who would put it in the midterm exam for new students? The reaction from everyone is exactly what G expected. It's just that the attack from the dragon can't be predicted with absolute certainty, so it's a bit complicated. But Jaehoon can handle a creature this size as easily as chopping a chicken. While he was thinking, Gina and Seo shouted in panic about that dragon. Kim Do-dung sprayed glue because their acting was worse than the crowd's. Maybe these two have never lied to their parents to secretly buy books and supplies. Just look at how she's acting. Everyone back away quickly. Wow. No wonder my little friend is different too. Acting well and getting into the fun with full energy. So he secretly tampered again, causing the space-time connection to become unstable. The blood dragon became extremely furious. Through the screen, Guza Ayan's face is bloodless. He just wanted this year's exam to go smoothly, but instead, disaster struck in a single day. He had hoped to shift the media's attention elsewhere, but now everything has fallen apart. Minjan. This is definitely its trick. It's meddling with the system again. Han reassured the old man that this time it was just a subspace. How could a student do something like that? But what other explanation could there be? It's definitely him. Gua Inan was so angry he couldn't control his expression anymore.
Bazun quietly calculated that if he supported him now, he would definitely get a promotion later. So he immediately spoke to comfort him.
But Guin smiled strangely. If Minhan's goal was to get the item, there wouldn't be any big problem. As long as it's that thing, it's better than the reputation of MS Academy falling. That's right. He kept clinging to this thought to find a chance to lift himself up. He figures that if John can clear the hidden dungeon, he might also use that to reduce some of the hatred he's received over time. The real concern now is what caused the dragon to become angry and lose control like this. By the way, all we can do now is pray that Minhan can defeat that blood dragon. He smiled and then completely erased the smile. Kim Dudung, wake up. Rina Segu, I'm leaving Kim Dudung to both of you. Guy stares wide-eyed at Kim Dudung on the screen, dying. The entire team is panicked because their friend is seriously injured and bleeding heavily. He feels himself being deceived, but the audience remains unaware. The public erupts in a wave of intense outrage. Even if I punched so hard that the table broke, the situation was already beyond saving. On the front line, Minhan quietly smiled and wondered how it felt to be controlled and fabricated by him in the media, just as he always did. The wave of public opinion continues to rise. Min Hyu quietly uses telepathy to ask Yu Dung if he's okay. Did she get hit for real? And of course not. Am I really that good at acting? Yu Dung quietly laughs. No audience would ever guess that the emotional friendship scene just now was all acting. Even Kim Do-dung's wound was caused by her blood loss skills. All these actors are geniuses. Maybe I should take acting lessons. Studying like this is really a waste of my looks. Korea has lost a promising actor. Don't make me laugh. I have to pretend. Da Hyunun is barely holding back his laughter. What's so funny about Kim Do-dung twisting around? Dae-hun quickly switched to the dragon fight so he wouldn't lose control later and mess up. He didn't forget to tell the girl not to let those two get hurt. But hey, my older brother is a wounded soldier. I could easily defeat this one, but that wouldn't be fun. So the dragon blows a fire to lure him in. He just pretends to dodge a little so it doesn't look too obvious and become dangerous. Then he tells everyone to focus on defense and pulls out the spear. Viewers hope that with those items, June can defeat the dragon soon, but he advises to thank them as they extend its lifespan by a few minutes. The passive skill, Dragon Slayer, activated on the entire sword, boosts all attacks on the dragon race by 300%. So those powerful strikes also had a significant effect on the dragon. It swung its tail once, forcing Seo to strain himself to withstand it. This one has a weakness, a mole on its heel. Even during the theoretical discussion, Ho Ian and Ina were curious about it. Remembering this, June immediately grabbed his sword and charged forward with determination. With a single downward slash, he instantly activated Overload to boost his power. Min Jahan uses a ice and earth technique to completely finish off the monster without any sword or weapon, but its power is immense and amplified by half of his strength, causing the entire cave to freeze over. The viewers began to argue whether it was an A-level or S-level skill, but regardless, everything ended here. After showing signs of fatigue from the attack, Minhan discreetly smirked, hoping Jin would like this big gift. Happiness didn't last long before sadness erupted in just a few moments. Gua In desperately shouted into the phone to explain to his partners, but everyone said, "There's no more chance for you now, we've hurt each other enough." No one believes him, and Pak Hazun can't stop the media from reaching the journalists because someone deliberately acted first. Guza, furious, hits Hazun, shooting him into the wall. He knows someone is backing June behind the scenes, but there's no longer any chance to save himself. The Lotus Guild has released this document revealing Minhan's backing has arrived. As their representative, Yusung personally sent it. What was brought is the official document on disciplinary measures taken against MS Academy and the imprisonment of Gain. In short, students were pushed to the brink of danger, with Gain directly involved behind the scenes, bribing high-ranking politicians for personal gain and ordering immediate arrests supported by other guilds. Therefore, the management board of the Fake National Punishment Association has approved this document, and all actions to revoke the arrest warrants are invalid. Everything is settled, and Guza In is immediately arrested. Meanwhile, June and his companions are surrounded by the press for an interview about what just happened. Due to the Academy's confidentiality agreement, I can't say much, but this is already the third time. I don't want any more of my students or friends to lose their lives. You say little, but everything you say is deadly. Anyway, move aside so I can take your friend to the hospital before I forget to light this last piece of oil and leave. Everyone, remember this. Today's incident was not a random accident. Just as you left, Ga-in was brought out here, and someone immediately threw an egg at him. So, eggs kept flying from nowhere non-stop, all of them hitting that guy and making him enjoy it all. The crowd had already been demanding him before, while Minhan stood covering his mouth, smirking. A while later, wounded Kim Do-dung burst out laughing, even mocking Jun for his terrible acting. Although this action was a complete success, Seum-yu still thought Jun was reckless because if anything went wrong, he would be the one to suffer. But his top priority was to save others. And one day, Guza-inin will also return because he has connections with the Norse gods. But right now, after saying that, Kim Do suspected that his friend had been poisoned. Seeing these two bickering, Seung-woo realized that this boy still remains a child in some corner of his heart. However, I must also announce that in 3 days there will be a press conference where we will put an end to Gain. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the National Investigation Bureau, the manager is overjoyed, and Kim Jong will soon return to the bureau if everything goes smoothly. He also knew about Gain's previous arrest and had prepared in advance. 3 days later, the Doangye Guild officially held a press conference. Minhan, dressed in a suit and slicking his hair, looked extremely handsome, but carried a cold aura. Chairman Du thought you were nervous because you were lurking, but it turns out he just doesn't like crowded places. Now basically MS is in his grasp. Furthermore, Hyun is now working with the Investigation Bureau, so nothing can stop him anymore. The time has come to truly put an end to everything. Today's press conference is hosted by Yusung, manager of Song Jae-seo and Minhan. The journalists all look at Jae-hoon with determined eyes. The first journalist asked if Gwyn had intentionally murdered the student and used the accident as an excuse to cover it up. Seong answered yes, and they collected all the evidence of his crimes by brainwashing Dong-hee-soo, so she would retrieve the documents for their plan. Furthermore, this is not the first time he has committed crimes and has done similar things multiple times. Moreover, a huge amount of funding has been poured into Mus Academy. There are many other suspicions that have not been uncovered yet and are still under investigation. In this way, all the dark secrets have been brought to light. At the end of the press conference, someone asked Jun if he was Seung-Yu's student. Indeed, Min-chan cheerfully admitted, "I owe my current position entirely to her guidance." Someone asked if you had hidden your talent from the beginning. Jun explained it was to avoid attracting attention, and then someone wanted to know when the two parties signed the contract. Jun said it was only a few months ago, and he considered himself lucky. Questions about his personal life flooded in. Jae-hoon paused briefly to avoid getting carried away. Seung quickly stepped in to help him. A few days later was the interim principal inauguration ceremony. The 4 reporters had the chance to gather, and all marveled that everyone was doing fine. Although Guza-in's scandal is not fully over, the Dong-A Guild and the Investigation Bureau will support them, so there's no need to worry. Ho-aeon and Ina both feel they are still too weak and want to become stronger. Yu-dung also shared that thought. Jae-hoon also believed their idea was correct. But this is your personal matter, so it's best not to let them get involved. You also need to become stronger to face the Norse gods. At this moment, the lights on the stage turn on, and a familiar figure appears. Kim Do-dung is extremely surprised. Professor Kim Jong is the new principal. This is nothing surprising to Minhan because he and President Du have already discussed this with the management. So, you were already surprised before. Let Dong-A take over. It might cause some controversy, but the police department is already worried, so it makes things easier. All the other professors have been expelled, so Kim Jong naturally took this position. And, above all, she is trustworthy. Kim Jong officially greets the students in her new role, and now Min Jan has to sit here entertaining friends with karaoke. I thought I'd get a break to make up for it, but instead I'm stuck in this hellhole. But there's no other way. Who asked me to accidentally promise my friends that I would go singing after the checkup? So when Kim Do-dung showed up demanding to take over, we couldn't forget even if we wanted to. Ho-eon even booked the best spot in this area, so here we are. Next is Jun's turn to show himself, but his singing sounds like poison, making everyone spray glue and outsiders think he's being terrorized. At least this shows he's still human, and no one is perfect. The scoring machine probably has to try hard to give him a 10, and he must also try hard to sing the whole song. The lesson here is never to invite this guy to sing, or if you do, don't let him sing. Next up is Ina's turn. When handing over the mic, there was a gentle touch that caused her to drop both her hat and the mic. But luckily, Jun reacted quickly and caught it. Yoon, worried that her neck might be hurt, carefully extended his hand to give her the microphone. Ina shyly thanked him. "I'm too embarrassed, don't expect anything from me. I'm sure Han is better at singing, so no need to worry." Dae-hyun thinks he's doing okay, and whether Ina sings well or not, he'll still clap and cheer for her. Whoever has the talent it can sing so well that everyone is amazed, while Hindu has already arrived at the place. A black cat on the rooftop of a tall building. Hind, having just turned around, couldn't see it anymore. He keeps going. When he reaches a quiet place, he calls for them to reveal themselves, since everyone already knows. So what's the point of sneaking around? Hela appears and says she wasn't spying, just came to say hello. You girls fighting against the Nordic gods really made a name for yourselves this time, huh? Him lightly chuckled. Compared to Odin and the Norse gods level, Hela's words are anything but humble. Hen still clings to the futile hope that the great enemy foretold in the prophecy will appear and save you all like a hero. Him started mocking. Believe it or not, who cares? Just mind your own business. He mocks the idea that an ordinary person could defeat all the Norse gods and expects Hyla to step aside. But of course, she refuses. Are you trying to sleep? Anyway, you can't use your full power here. I am the one with the advantage. Him said she wants to take his life, so get ready for a one-for-one exchange. But she didn't intend to do that. My task is to extend the rest period a little. Oh my God, I never expected your singing voice to be this amazing, Kim Do-dung exclaimed in awe. Ho Aeon even thought she was a professional singer. Ina, have you ever studied vocal music before? Yoon also couldn't hide his curiosity. When Ina said she had never studied music, everyone was incredibly amazed. It's really not bad? Ina looked confused. Of course, if it was bad, we would have just left. The other three nodded in unison, and after speaking, Kim Do-dung led the way to order a song for Ina to sing. Next, Ho Aeon also stepped forward, surprising Ina, then blushing from the enthusiastic support. This was only the second time in her life that she had sung for others. Seeing his close friends having fun, June realized these were rare, peaceful moments in life, and enjoying this relaxing feeling for a while was truly not bad. The next day, June returned home and gave his mother a gift. She was very surprised and happy, and also curious about what was inside. It was a bank book. Yes, it's an allowance. Seeing the balance in that book, June's mother realized that at her son's age, he only focused on having fun and enjoying himself. June, is this money earned by you? Yes, I give everything to you, Mom. Finally, June revealed what he had hidden for so long. He just wanted to hold his mother and tell her that her son had succeeded. But before that, June was too busy taking care of his mother. He changed so many things after the regression. The main goal now is to protect your family and friends, while also killing Odin and ending all the suffering. You won't let the old man take away everything you cherish. Now you don't have to worry about money anymore. Mom was so moved she rushed to hug June. You must have endured a lot, right? Mom knows. Mom knows everything. Standing before his mother's comforting embrace, June couldn't hold back his tears. Just then, someone arrived at the door. June hurriedly wiped away his tears and went to see who was at the door. Why is Ina standing there? And right after that, Kim Do-dung, proud of fooling her friend for the first time. What are you two doing here? Oh, my family is having a barbecue and we just wanted to invite you to join us. J.H. Un just now remembered that Yu-dung's parents are coming home today because June has helped Yu-dung's family a lot. So the adults insist on inviting him. That's right, you're really a burden. These two really cannot get along peacefully, huh? Hyun, resting his chin on his hand, pondered, and since it's that time of year, many events will happen at MS. Seeing John lost in thought again, Yu-dung asked if he was coming because his parents are really hoping he would. Of course, June couldn't refuse. Yu-dung scheduled to meet at 6 p.m. After the appointment, June was about to go inside when Ina, sharp-eyed, noticed the water stain on his sleeve and asked, "Are you crying?" "No, it's just water splashed on my shirt while doing the dishes." Dae-hyun quickly covered up and admitted that her eyes are sharper than an owl's only after she left. "Look at that matching lamp. Kim Do-dung's house really is a wealthy place." Ina was the first to see him sitting in the living room. Dae-hyun is also curious about why she's here, whether it's because Kim Do-dung brought her or not. "Because I have nowhere else to go." Hearing that, June realized that Ina no longer had a family. That was also why Kim Do-dung brought her here. My friend is very thoughtful too, just kidding. Long time no see." June is called by Kim Do-dung's parents. Even before the regression, they always treated June well. As soon as I thought about it, his father was already grabbing him by the neck. Looking at this kid, he seems much taller now. "Uncle, if you're just praising, then praise. But why do you have to push others down? Does Why Yu-dung still bully you? You used to cry and come to me every time she hit you." Kim pushed your shoulder playfully, then got kicked in the leg by his daughter, reminding him to take his time chatting. However, Uncle is still worried that if things keep going like this, how will she find a boyfriend? What do you think? Do you want to volunteer as her boyfriend or not? Since there's someone here, Uncle Kim just asked him to do it. The three of them felt awkward. Why Yu-dung was a bit stubborn, but she was very kind and smart. Seeing that Dad Kim is talking too much, Kim Do-dung pin him on the arm. Dad, stop joking around. If you have free time, do some housework. You too, Minjan. Mr. Kim was moved to tears. This girl is either my daughter or my mother, yet she keeps bossing everyone around. Finally, it's time for dinner, and Jehu can't help but admire how good Kim's cooking is. Father Kim proudly says he was a professional chef, so this is no problem. Kim Do-dung wishes Ho-eon and Jun's mother were here too, but they are all busy, so we'll have to wait. Next time everyone gathers again. Do-dung's father finally sat down at the table. Thank you for helping Yu-dung. That midterm exam. Ji-yoon modestly said he didn't do anything.
Well, everything is just a show. This old man overdoes it and makes me feel really guilty.
Kim Do-dung smiled and signaled for him not to worry. Kim's mother also felt happy that he was doing well now.
Actually, I was quite surprised when you said you would take magic class. I wonder if it's because you want to stay close to Yu-dung.
It's not like that, but thank you. And you look even more handsome lately. I wish this girl could bring home a boyfriend like Ji-hyun to meet the family. Kim Do-dung introduced him to her parents, but their awkward words made I so sad that I clenched my fists. Hyun immediately asked her what was wrong. Ina said nothing, but clearly he could tell she didn't look happy earlier. Maybe he was just imagining it. Meanwhile, in another house, things are not as peaceful. Do you know what you've done? What are you talking about? You saved the students because you pitied them. You idiot! Han's father didn't hesitate to use harsh words to insult his son. It turns out he was almost chained like Jin, and everything was, thanks to this precious son. So he was extremely angry. Ho-eon was about to speak when he suddenly jumped in and shouted again. An-hoon, you must become Korea's best demon hunter. Everyone will kneel before you. You have to take down Mihan no matter what. Stop it. An-hoon finally interrupted his father. He didn't know how many times he had tried to persuade him, but all in vain. Dad always told you to step on others to rise up. But remembering the friends who truly cared for you, you made your own decision. I don't want to live the way you want. This is my life. Do you even know what you're saying? He lunged forward and grabbed you, but Ho-eon decisively pulled away. Live your life for yourself. Live for that guy. After saying that, An-hoon turned and walked away, ignoring the shouting father behind him. An-ho-jeon doesn't want to use tricks to beat Jae-hoon. He wants to compete fairly with his brother. Back at Yuzu-dung's house, Jae-hoon is tilting his head, admiring how loving her parents are, still going on dates to watch movies at midnight. Kim Do-dung said they've been married for a long time, but still seem like newlyweds. Dahyun, seeing that it's almost midnight, was planning to go home, but her friend asked to stay a little longer. If I stay, my dad will scold me. Kim Do-dung doesn't understand. I don't think they like me staying out late when they're not home. I'm sure I'll get scolded when I get back. Kim Do-dung thinks as long as they haven't done anything bad, that's enough. Ina agrees. Even so, June is determined to leave exactly at midnight. There's something I need to tell you. I'm very curious. Can I ask? Are you two dating? Dae-hun rubbed his head and waved his hand, saying, I don't know why you think that. That guy was flirting with me. Kim Do blushed awkwardly and refused outright. Ina said they look very close. Even their parents think so, but in their eyes they just have no conflicts and only see each other as friends. After hearing the explanation, Ina blushed and said sorry. In the blink of an eye, it was past midnight, and June stood up to go home. On the way back, sensing HL, he immediately turned around and asked what was going on. Hurry up and say it already. It's late and you're still not forgiving them. He wasn't surprised at all. Did you know I would come? Last time I sensed that I had collided with a powerful mana that humans cannot possess. So I'll be quick. June, you need to finish the second trial as soon as possible. We can't delay any longer. Odin has already begun to act. At this moment, the Norse gods are gathered together to devise a plan to trap June. Odin Toa, sitting in the center, asks if there is any news from him due. So told the old man to stop worrying. The words of the fairy spirit might have mentioned him, but he's still just an ordinary human. What can those bugs do anyway? This god also agrees with Tho. Although they are not omnipotent in the Miska mortal realm, they are still gods and humans cannot defeat gods. Oh, there is someone being drained inside that prison. The seer has never been wrong, Odin said. Do you really think humans are a threat to you? Odin, the supreme god of the gods. You're overthinking it, my love. This purple-haired goddess is truly proud of her husband. Humans are beings who constantly learn and grow. I have seen people like that. Odin has always been cautious, so he is the most dangerous. For him, knowledge is sometimes bestowed upon the weak rather than the strong. We still cannot kill the immediate important enemy. The power of the prophecy can only protect him for up to 10 more years, but we shouldn't rule out the possibility that he will become more powerful during that time.
And that is why he was sent to the human world. He is just strong enough to destroy a single human, thereby preventing the great enemy of the Norse gods.
Furthermore, somehow the power of the prophecy is gradually weakening the great enemy's protection. Maybe we won't have to wait another 10 years and we will be able to end him ourselves soon. Odin's lover approaches and pats his shoulder. All plans must be meticulous. Odin remains vigilant, never having heard any prophecy that says we will triumph over our fate. Everything is as he wills. Odin returned to that dark alley, and HL told June that the power of the prophecy was weakening. He couldn't understand why, when it should have been maintained to prevent repeating the past. The simple reason is that traveling back in time here has consumed too much of the power of the prophecy. Even gods consider going to the past a forbidden act. The fact that the power of the prophecy still exists until now also surprised HL, and she wondered who had paid the price for all of this. As she finished speaking, an ancient language flashed through June's mind, and he realized he had to overcome the second challenge to become stronger. HL is quite pleased that you understood quickly. Let's go somewhere else to end this conversation. We can talk about this test you'll be taking now, and the enemy you'll soon face. Him. Dujun seems very surprised. I didn't expect that the opponent you'll face is that pure white god who can see the near future and wears that big mask. HL didn't expect June to know him, expect Juno. Since June is a great enemy, he carefully studied the gods, but now that Himdu is here, will he still have time to take this test? Don't worry, I've bought you some time. Thanks to HL, Himdu is now having a hard time. How dare she imprison me? Great Himdu in a place like this? Don't think you can imprison me in a simple prison like this. The great Him shouted curses, but right now he was still wrapped in the black tendrils surrounding his pale body. HL had to use quite a bit of strength to do this, so she's hoping June can take advantage of the opportunity. So where will this challenge take place? It's here. T has issued an urgent announcement. It's unfortunate that the 11th expedition to the Great Ruins ended in another failure. Bear from the European Union will participate in this expedition. Although this event brings great hope, the first challenge, called Proof of Talent, once again cannot be overcome, and the association has also expressed that they are not confident in the next effort. And that places Iceland, the center of legends about gods hiding the secrets of the giant's relics, which were created to nurture June into someone capable of once again defeating Odin. What do you mean again, ma'am? HL also looked confused, not understanding why she used that word again. So how would June know? Anyway, if he can't pass the test of talent, he won't be able to get in there. Proof of talent, right? That's correct. And only you can succeed in overcoming it. Once you do, the path to the Great Ruins will open before you. Meanwhile, B is in Iceland, also watching the news report, and he seems to be extremely angry. He's not just angry, he's really furious. Bach shouted loudly, asking what kind of cursed ruin it was that even he couldn't get in. Camilla, are you sure the mages have studied it thoroughly? Camilla reminds him not to doubt others like that or to be so boastful. Moreover, this is the only great ruin in the world, so she also wants to conquer it, just to get a glimpse. Bach held his head against the door, demanding proof if he wanted to go inside, but he wouldn't say how to prove it. Camilla also doesn't know about this. Maybe there's a key? Camilla was just joking, but B was tense as a stretched string, like he's about to bite someone's neck. A few days later, before June set off for the relic in Iceland, he made a phone call to ask someone at home to tell his friends so they would believe and not worry. The preparations for this trip had to be done quite quickly. First, John used mana stones to maximize the power of his weapon and upgraded his level above 30. The person he trusted to help was director Kim John. This time, June is bringing Hill along, the small black cat hiding inside this hood. At the same time, Black appeared on TV and declared that the European Fake Conquest Association would conquer the great relic in Iceland by any means, and no one would stop us from doing so. That means the relic is protected by BK, and this will be Jiun's first battle against an S-rank fake conqueror. So that's the real three-dragon sword. Hela thought that now she could be beside to observe this great enemy. I will see if your decision is right or not. The ruins are mysterious tombs that suddenly appeared all over the world. After the explorers excavated them, it turned out they were hiding ancient relics. This is an opportunity to obtain a higher-level item than in the dungeon, so the competition among the explorers has become tense. Each government was forced to intervene. Hela whispered to Jehun that the necklace on Mrs. wrist was the item they had hidden in the ruins. You don't think everything is just a coincidence, do you? Suddenly, you're the one who has Miss Tiu's name, while all the ruins are being targeted by the Purge, right? June guesses that she must be talking about the glowing spots back then, and now realizes that the origin of everything is that strange light. You look at Hela with confusion. Hela asks, "Why do you look at me like that?" June smiled and turned away, saying it's nothing, but he's been wondering for a long time. Were those ruins created by giants? It was created 10,000 years ago by their guardians and Thor Jiangdia's enemies to fight the great foe foretold in prophecy and countless humans who would oppose Odin's army. That is also why the ruins contain many riddles. In legends, giants are depicted as wise beings. I've heard they are very confident even when facing Norse gods. Of course, their ending wasn't as glorious as that. It's coming soon, and I can't wait. I booked a luxury hotel, probably the best place around there. Anyway, this is your second trial. Hila was panicking. I've never been this nervous before. I have prepared everything I can. Check if Nenlai's translation system is working properly and also bring some good items. Before leaving, Jehun used an A-grade dark mineral to upgrade his dark armor to level A. Miss, the innate armor crafting skill user, then upgraded the dark armor to level S, which evolved into hell armor. This item increases physical and magical resistance by 350, raises the active stealth skill to level 3, and adds the passive bark synchronization skill. Dark Sync skill, level. Syncs the user with dark energy to create a residual image that can dodge enemy attacks. Adds a 20% chance to evade attacks with a one-time 100% dodge chance that does not work against light-based attacks. H glared and pouted. So you've resorted to tricks too. Are you talking about the key? I don't have time to try other methods. I guess I'll just have to accept it. But what can I do now? A few hours later, June finally arrived at the hotel, a place exclusively for awakening users to stay. Of course, even without this rule, just one night here costs 50,000 N. No one would want to spend the night right next to the ruins. The only exception would be archaeologists. On the way back to his room, June accidentally ran into B, a member of the European Association aiming to explore the giant Ruishu ruins. June didn't expect to meet them so soon. "What are you?" B suddenly asked quite rudely as they brushed past each other. Although he is the true owner of the 3 Mung Dragon Blade and also the president of the European Monster Hunting Association, June isn't afraid at all. What's going on? Camilla didn't have time to intervene before B rushed in front of Jehun. The two stared each other down fiercely. "How old are you? Where are you from?" Bear asks. June still does not answer. Camilla quickly runs over to tell B to watch his attitude, and then jumps in to separate the two. "What are you doing?" Sorry about that. Just go ahead. He's a bit difficult sometimes." Camilla pushed June away and continued telling the story about how he was abandoned by his wife. Bear gritted his teeth and warned him, "Enough nonsense." Camilla still enthusiastically apologized to Jehun. After he walked away, she frowned and said, "Bach, I told you to be careful. If the image of the association is destroyed in your hands, what will you do? I know you're sensitive because of our previous failure, but don't take your anger out on a child." "No, it's not," Bach said with a serious expression. "That kid makes no sound when he moves. He knows how to hide himself as he wishes." Back at Mus Academy, loud shouts echoed through the principal's office. It turned out Kim John had called June's friends to explain about his trip abroad. Kim Do-dung once again complains about her friend wandering around and getting into trouble. Last time, it was the amusement park, and now she wonders where he vanished to this time. Ho Aifian awkwardly smiled and said, "Jaehyun really is someone who often gets into trouble, so maybe this time is no different. No, he's not the type to get into trouble. Not the type." Kim Do-dung knows his friend too well and is confident that once again it's the giant ruin in Iceland, with the European Fake Awakening Guild's gatekeepers in thick clothing, standing under the snow. A shining black figure with red lights slowly approaches. The bearded man shouts loudly, "Hey, reveal your face quickly! This ruin has already been handled by the European Fake Hunting Guild." The other person sneered, "Not letting me in? You're really too lazy to lift a finger." "Sorry, I feel like a criminal here. Who else could do that besides June?" But I had no choice but to do it. Back when we first arrived in Iceland, Hila said the condition for entering the giant ruins was the NY system. Hun sighed. "I guess the first condition is just the beginning, so there must be a second one, but probably no third one." "Don't interrupt me. There are only 2 conditions. The second is that the strength and agility stats must be above 150. In simple terms, it's like being a level S person." We stared at each other in disbelief. June awkwardly smiled. "I haven't reached level S yet." "Damn it, no way. I once saw you take down Soratoa all by yourself." De Hyun's eyes widened in shock. "Oh, so that's your third form?" Hila didn't dare answer, only saying it's unrelated and reminding you that for now, you need to find a way to meet the second condition. June already figured out a way. I remember completing the second mission at Frandier's estate and getting an extra reward for finishing the hidden segment there. I got this from Frandier's estate, but I've never used it because I didn't need to. The system displays information that this is an unidentified item called the Level 3 Cursed Key. Thanks to reconnaissance skills, Jun detects that this is a special item. Loki's key can open any door or gate. Hela was also surprised that he had obtained this, strangely, as if someone had foreseen everything and prepared it for me. Yoon locks the door and opens the gateway into the great ruins. You still have an empty card in your hand. I guess this empty card will be usable soon, too. Shanhan's accelerated perception skill and Kagan Sound's reconnaissance are both useful, but Ji doesn't copy them because he feels he would lose something if he used the empty card. And if you only copy the skills of those around you, they will start to suspect. So if the system has given you a blank card, there must be something to copy. The corridor leads into a brightly lit area. Jun had taken a few steps when he heard voices talking. Are you the great enemy in the prophecy? An enormous figure sitting on a large throne at the end of the road. He has 3 eyes and introduces himself as Smear Smangon. I am the guardian of the giant relic under my father's orders. As Catgirl Hyla jumps out, Smear instinctively recognizes someone familiar. No, you are her embodiment. Yes, my name is Hela, and I am responsible for guiding the great enemy through the 5 trials. Sumair, the power of the prophecy is weakening as it protects the great enemy. We must prepare so that the great enemy can face the 2nd trial as soon as possible. I refuse. Smear interrupted Hela, outright rejecting her. H was shocked and asked why Smear said she should also know how the great enemy opens the door, which was already cheating. This made Minhan furious, but Smear said he still can't pass the 2nd trial yet, so he was being very generous just now. You've become stronger, so come back. Hearing that made H furious. Smear, we have no more time. Once the power of the prophecy runs out, the Norse gods will act again. But Smear still stubbornly shook his head. The law is the law. As for Hela's incarnation, I can't be sure. The place I wanted to protect has now become a wasteland with no home to return to. It was already too late, and a little more delay doesn't make much difference now. H is stunned to realize Smear is already desperate, but Duhan is bitter now. What the hell is going on? Are you kidding me? This young man is furious and acting reckless. Hearing him say that, Smear also got fired up, and John wasn't exactly gentle either. He frowned and said, "Listen carefully, I am not a charity organization." As Jahan stepped forward, each step crackled with lightning. Not a toy for you to use and discard when you're done. A chain of light appears around Jehun and shoots straight at Sia. The reason I let you control what I do is because I see you also have value to exploit, so I need you to act. Even great enemies have their price, so don't mess around. Outside the great ruin, the sky is covered with a rainbow of light. He, angry and grim, gritted his teeth and asked the 2 guards if they were sure no one had ever been here before. Rao Quainon confirmed it, but Bach insisted there was someone inside. He wants to verify it himself. The reason he's so sure is because the mysterious power and mana he just sensed are only present when an artifact is opened. He has never successfully entered the giant ruin, so he doesn't want and can't let others go in first. If the door opens, he will definitely get in himself. Sorry, but your character still isn't trustworthy enough, brother. She was so furious that her veins bulged, and she immediately called Camilla to report that someone had already entered the giant relic. Camilla listens and immediately says she will go there now. Inside the giant ruin, Hela can no longer keep up with the unfolding story. Smear blocks the light chain and his body remains unscathed. He angrily slams the chair and stands up, cursing Jehun as an idiot. He shouted loudly, "You dare to oppose me with just a human body!" At the end of the sentence, Smear raised his voice even more, and a fierce wind surged, making Ji-hyun and Hyla struggle to hold on. The lion's roar fades away, and Hela and June are almost knocked out. Yet the kid sneers and says, "You got nothing else to say?" I've heard that line so many times I'm sick of it. In this situation, you're secretly calculating either to give up the challenge and retreat to avoid dying fighting him due, or to stay here and get buried. Either way, it makes no difference. Then I only have one choice left. I have to try every possible way. I don't want to leave again, with regret, like before I reincarnated. You challenger? Smear's 3 eyes light up like car headlights at the same time, and his 2 hands clasped in front of his nose as if praying for June's soul. I will no longer show mercy to you. A sharp object like a drill emerges from a space-time portal right above June's head, plunging down from the sky without hesitation. Hey, are you really fighting the enemies to oppose the gods, or are you just leading yourselves to death? June stood still like a statue, and as soon as the drill touched the top of his head, it turned into a streak of light and disappeared. Activate the absolute calculation skill. June's divine eye glows as Smear's 3 eyes stare intensely at him. Activate the active wind enhancement skill. Yoon charges forward, targeting the area in front of Smear's chest. At this moment, Smear realizes that Jaeun is targeting his heart. This challenger truly intends to defeat him and surpass this place. Does this idiot know what kind of beings he will have to face in the future? He's really reckless. Smear stretched out his giant hand, a blinding light. J.H.Un jumps higher than the athlete to dodge. When he opens his eyes, he sees Smear reaching out his hand again. Smear wondered what had driven this young man to take such a risk. Hyun only felt this overwhelming pressure like when facing his father, Hoojin. This proves that the opponent you're facing is someone you can't defeat. But the chain of light emerges, and Jaehoon grabs it, ready to swing with life. Ji has no intention of sitting still and waiting to die, so he fights fiercely. A glorious departure is also a beautiful life. The Ice-Earth skill is activated. The soul of the Dark Star is bound by chains, spreading ice everywhere, quickly freezing up to SM's feet. He also realized this was the Dark Elf's secret technique. He doesn't know how he managed to learn it, but there are still many gaps, and just one punch is enough to break the ice and melt the snow. June was a bit stunned, but quickly smiled happily.
You acted exactly as I expected.
Flames burst from his hand and burned fiercely. Is it because you're too straightforward? Activate Fire Strike Level 5. Activate the Level 5 Windburst skill. The ice shards are now frozen in place. Now, around Hyun, there are countless fireballs ready to explode, with fiery projectiles rushing straight at SM. At that moment, M activated Invisibility Level 3. Amidst the hazy smoke, Jae-hun seemed to glow. SM contemptuously thinks these cheap tricks are enough to fool me. A furious gale rises, scattering the smoke into nothingness. But by the time my vision cleared, the person I needed to see was gone without a trace. Where the hell did he go? Hila also transformed into a small black cat hiding behind the sharp black pillars. Smia slowly searches, each step careful, not knowing that the bastard is hiding in a deadly spot, a tiny hole beneath his feet. When he gets close, Jaehyun transforms into a spectacular form and lunges to slash with a burst of fire. At the same time, in Rusel's office, that boy Min Se-hoon, he's your disciple, right? A blonde-haired, red-eyed young lady with a gaze like she can see through the mortal world, asks Rusel.
That's right, I guess you've already watched the interview. Let's get straight to the point.
The blonde lady is very straightforward and saves time. I am here because Min Se-hoon has an eye for recognizing others' talent, which is a merchant's advantage. Rae-hun already told me that. Do we really need to repeat this pointless conversation?
Oh, you don't need to be so hostile. I'm willing to pay a fair price for it.
June is not an object.
If I gave her that item, what would happen?
Dual thinks. Ni's Fangs heard that a staff member had obtained them, but she didn't expect her to use an S-rank item as a condition.
You want you that badly? Playing big, but don't get too cocky.
It seems this is no longer a joke. We've never played around with our clients like this. If you refuse, are you planning to use this to directly control June? With this Giuseppe, you could become a merchant. The blonde-haired lady smiles as she enjoys herself, her eyes also sharp and keen. Giselle still keeps that sunless smile. And if her old habits of collapse return, does she still intend to seduce Ju? Chairwoman Duseon, you are a talented merchant. You know how to read the situation. You should pursue June instead. Sion smiles sincerely. We prefer to handle things in a gentle way. The blonde girl stood up. So, I will wait for your decision. Mr. Owen's car driver smiled without replying. The blonde lady also smiled and then left through the door. She has gone away. Siowan then let out a sarcastic laugh. There are rumors outside that she will take over a member of the club. Siowan's face turns cold. All my students return to June's side as a blazing sword strikes straight into Smia's chest. June was very serious with this attack, but even with such a strike, Smia's chest felt like it was made of reinforced concrete. No damage at all. Smia brushes over the wound from the cut. Is this the path you have chosen? The great enemy Odin is very powerful. The other gods of Aesir are the same. No matter how much you try, there will be no response to your efforts. Smear looks at June with a pained expression. Do you still believe you can move forward? It's better to sit still and do nothing. June replied immediately.
At the same time, he activated 3 skills in quick succession, using an active skill to create a mana sword through magical conjuration, and triggering a passive skill to enhance his armor mastery, raising the item level by 1. SM was still lost in suffering. You know nothing, great enemy. What you are doing is meaningless. Do you understand?
Ju looked at Smar and said, I am the one who decides whether what I do is meaningful or not. This made Smear recall a distant memory. At that moment, his father also said that he was the only one who could decide his own worth. Taking advantage of Smear's distraction, June quickly launched a surprise attack. He launched a devastating attack at Smear, but he silently asked, Do you take responsibility for what you say?
Both the strike and Jaehyun were suppressed by the invisible pressure created by a smear. Yoon couldn't move. I ask again, can you take responsibility for what you said? Daehyun was bleeding from the mouth under the pressure. Long cursed silently, thinking about what to do next. Think, how can I defeat this monster? How can I kill him? At this moment, the pressure suddenly disappeared. So what? You say you're the only one who can decide the meaning of what you do. However, only those with strength have the right to do so. I will give you a chance. If you can prove your worth, I will let you in. Gila was quite surprised by Smear's words. You were so stubborn earlier that I couldn't keep up with your change of heart. Then let's make a deal. I will withstand your strongest attack once. What do you think? Gila hurriedly jumped out. What are you talking about? Damn it. The moment no one stops this idiot, his mouth starts moving faster than his brain. I'm so tired of you two. He's full of divine power. Right now, Gila is still in the middle of her intervention. Smia has agreed to the urge. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately struck out with his hand. I, Smear, will assess. Smear draws his weapon. Can you decide the meaning of your actions or not? And are you the kind of person who can resist fate? Stop right now. Gila uses all her strength and screams. At this rate, there's no hope left anymore. How come you haven't hit Odin even once? But my heart is already fighting to the death, and SM isn't listening. He told Jae-hun to take it, then threw a staff 8 times bigger than the Ruyi into June. A blinding light spreads throughout the space, but in the end, all that remains are scars on the wall. Is that enough? June is still alive and well. Darkness surrounds his shield. Activate the passive skill to harmonize with the darkness. From now on, the skill will have a 20% chance to activate. SM smiled and clapped when he saw June still intact. The sturdy wall behind gradually moved, opening a path. Go ahead, this place is made for you. Are you sure? Coincidences can happen twice, but more than 3 times is impossible. Go ahead. June strides forward. Gila also had to marvel, a strange person. Before officially crossing over, Smack discreetly warns Jae-hun that there are 3 mental challenges awaiting him there. I understand. Aren't you afraid? Is that all I have? SM sighed in relief. That's great. Finally retiring. My part ends here. The rest is up to you. A great enemy? Gila quickly ran after June. The kid with the long legs runs fast and doesn't wait for anyone. On the way, Gila finally asks, how could you do that? Who knows? I'm not even sure anymore. Gila thought to herself. It could only be that Smear had given up. That's not wrong, but G has changed him. G and Gila go straight to the next challenge. Welcome, great enemy, in the prophecy. Before the 2 of you are identical twin sisters with their eyes covered in bandages. We are the novices, and we have been assigned to guard the first mental challenge. We are waiting for you. June, from now on, I can't interfere anymore. You have to be careful. H reminds you, all right. June also felt regret for not having a collar, but it didn't matter either way. Anyway, this is the second challenge I have to face. The mischievous twin siblings smile mysteriously and begin to explain the rules here. One of us is an angel, the other is a demon. The angel tells the truth, while the demon only lies. One of us is the gates to heaven where the angels are, and Jun looks like he's hearing a bloody story. The 2 sisters are still explaining the task, and the other one is the gate to hell where the demons live. H-La whispers, what's with that face? You look really disappointed. Well, it's just not what I was expecting. No matter which door you choose, you'll be led to the second round of the challenge. But if you pick the door to hell, zombies will keep blocking your way. Oh, that sounds interesting. No smile. From now on, I will let you ask only 1 question. So make good use of this opportunity. Find the right path with just 1 question. This is a famous riddle, but no matter which gate I choose, I can still move on to the next round. That's interesting, I'll ask. No need to rush, you still have enough time to think. No, I don't need to think carefully, so who among us do you want to ask which door leads to which world? A nun stands up and introduces herself with dignity. Meanwhile, Dihan actively contemplates. The riddle's name is Angel and Demon. It's quite well known, so it probably has many other names. It's also a fairly common solution. If you ask where they live, heaven will lead to heaven, and if you ask the devil, it will also lead to heaven. Is this the gate you choose? No question. Daehyun smiles kindly, definitely. Daehyun turned to the other side. Can you open it? What kind of pot is this? I don't understand why he chose this and he went into the hell gate. Are you crazy? Why did you do that? What are you doing entering the gates of hell? Haven't you heard the saying that nothing is difficult when you're young? That's nonsense. Of course, no one would willingly choose the harder path. But I am different. Successful people have their own path, just like those holding the script in their hands. They say the zombies will try to stop me. Huh? You? Hila hadn't even had a chance to speak before a horde of zombies burst out from underground. Dahyun immediately waited for this moment and smiled. Activate the sacrifice skill. The main character's angel wings glow with light as they grow behind him, inspecting the zombies on the battlefield. Turn the sacrifice skill into a defensive ability and activate the active skill. Judgment of Light. The pure light pierces through the bones and the zombies turn to dust in an instant. June's level up notifications kept popping up rapidly. All this experience points, this is truly paradise. Look at him enjoying himself. H-Law frowns. You evil demon, he must be a demon. The two outsiders also judge that he has made the stupidest and smartest decision. They all say in unison, as if you predicted it, Mia. This terrifying, lightning-emitting gate is the end of the hellish path June is on. He quickly peeked out with a look of regret on his face. What a pity. It's over already. I rarely get a chance to level up like this. Hilala finally gave up and reminded him to focus and try. The challenge isn't over yet. As soon as both of them stepped out of the gate, it immediately closed behind them. The scene in front of me is a room with a grand array formation on the floor, a super complex magic circle. So, I guess I need to meet the conditions and escape to complete the test. That's right, oh great enemy from the prophecy. A voice of unknown origin responds. Are you the gatekeeper of the second level test? June shouted back, and immediately a sphere of light appeared above his head. I really don't like that name at all. If it were here, it would have already pouted at you. But it's true after all. This light sphere really knows how to face the truth. H suspects. Do you recognize whose voice this is? Why are you here? H was about to ask when the light sphere interrupted. Wait, at least let me introduce myself. I am Mimia, the one who created the Ini system and the one who arranged your destiny. June, are you sealing your own fate? So everything from before, the system appearing, the time rewind, everything has already been arranged? June remained silent. Could you explain your plan in more detail? You seem very angry. Mimi said, I told you, a long time ago, Loki came to me and asked how to help his main enemy in the prophecy become stronger and how to escape Odin's watchful eyes. The answer is the place system. G remained silent, saying, why did you create the place system if you weren't going to explain your plan from the beginning? Because of the contract with the Norse gods, it's usually very difficult to approach you. The Norse divine system you used isn't the right one. It should be the system all awakening imposters use. It is holding everything back. Mimia Hila sobbed and called out, I have never heard before that you are the gatekeeper in the second part of the trial. She also knows it's Hyla. The current situation doesn't look good. If the collapse happens earlier than expected, then there's no guarantee that the main enemy will still be alive. I'm about to die and you sound so calm. Anyway, the reason I intervene here is simple, and the proof is to test you. Daehun grimaced. All this time, you haven't even bothered to say a word to me. So now you want to check on me. There are too many eyes out there, so the reason we can talk like this now is because we are inside the ancient ruins. Mimia explains. Daehun finally understands. So the Norse gods can't peek inside here, which is why they can be free and relaxed. Exactly. You're quite clever too. Mia praised him, but Daehun didn't feel happy, only more annoyed. You grimaced and said you had a question. Mia told you, just go ahead, don't be so naive. If fate has chosen me to be the main enemy, then whether I want it or not doesn't matter. So why do you still ask me how I feel about fate choosing me as the main enemy? And on top of that, it chose the moment I was most desperate and on the brink of death? Why is it like this? Somewhere else, someone is crying loudly. What is he doing abroad? I don't know anymore. She didn't even bother to reply to the message. Kim Do-dung slumped over the table, tears welling up because of her friend. Ina also agrees with her. Ho Eon smiles to comfort the two friends. He will come back eventually. Is it always like that? And Hai-hun was reading a book but still joined the conversation. No matter what is he doing going abroad? Who knows, he probably didn't even bother to say anything when he left. We need to decide what to do with our group first. I hope we are all in the same team. Ina also agreed with Ho-yeon's opinion and stood beside him, smiling silently. She also thought about Daehun smiling so handsome. Ina whispered yes. And Hun suddenly looked very proud. No wonder you kept wondering why Hisang kept rambling about medicines or something used for bribery, because those are the benefits that June gets as the top student of the class, right? Are you sure you want to stay there? You just doubts it. I just want to be with you. As she said this, she suddenly felt shy and blushed deeply, then looked up and started sweating, trying to cover up. Of course, no one else can stand him either. And Hyun thought back, and the evil June immediately agreed. Of course, I just want to go together because we're friends, Ho Eon explained. But that's not all. We will also get a fund and a bigger room to use. You're not even a student yet, so how do you know about those things? Yusung looked at An Hyun with curiosity. The little girl proudly sniffed her nose. Since you're about to study here, I looked into it beforehand. Ho Eon smiled brightly. So what if I happen to fail the entrance exam? But suddenly poured cold water on them. And Hai Unun, who was confidently spraying stiff glue, suddenly looked very serious. Yusung seems very satisfied with this result. He really is a mean-spirited guy. I hope he comes back soon. Forget those noisy people. Aina only cares about Krat. Kim Dudung surprisingly blushes and agrees with Aina while June is still questioning Mimia. Then, why did you ask for my opinion? Mimia froze for 5 seconds and said, how do I make the little guy get excited? Because we don't want to entrust the fate of the world to someone who can't even overcome their own destiny. Destiny. Yes, at that moment I only gave you a chance. You chose to change your destiny, so now you're here. There's no need for such complicated reasons. Jae-hun smiled a bloodthirsty smile, grinding his teeth as he hated his old man so much that he just wanted to deal with old Quach and be done with it. If that is your goal, then we will respect it. A goal is a goal, no matter how noble it may be. I still have many questions, but probably now you can't answer them all. Unfortunately, that's just how it is, but I can tell you one thing. If you get through this part, I will give you a hint about the truth. That's fine. So please kindly explain the second part of the challenge. All right. Do you see what's around you? There are all sorts of things. You only need to offer one of those things by placing it on the altar, but remember 2 things. First, don't forget that the main goal is to gain wisdom. Second, you only have 1 chance. There won't be another. So remember that well. Did June start thinking he had to see through all of that? I knew you would react like that. Mimia sighed. I don't like people reading my mind. Ha ha, sorry. I will give you 2 hints related to the challenge. The first hint is that the person already has the intelligence that you can obtain from this altar. The second hint is that you arrived here 2 days earlier than our plan, and today is Monday. But the hint is so vague I don't understand anything at all. All right then, show me your intelligence. Oh, and I have one more thing I haven't told you. If you don't pass this challenge, you will die here. June's face darkened immediately after hearing it. Knowing you can read my thoughts, I thought I'd let you read mine. You really are a bastard. Mia, haha, humans are truly deaf to words. Hila, standing nearby, thought she was hearing things. Does this father have a hidden agenda? You have 1 hour. I have given you all the hints. I have the right to do so. So I will wait for your answer. A sand clock appears in the sky, and Dahyun begins to drift into his own thoughts. His wisdom already contains the meaning of Mia's hint. Wednesday. What does Wednesday have to do with this challenge? Is it really a hint or just a distraction? Stay calm and think back to how everything started. What will you offer as a sacrifice for the altar? Time keeps flowing. I open my eyes and tell myself to try more different methods. I use my spirit power to connect with all the objects here, activate the mana detection skill, but I can't find anything special. This skill also failed, huh, Roy? Calm down. I can't back down now. There's no way I'm giving up. Giving up means you're doomed forever. With the intelligence I possess, and this Wednesday, there is probably only one possibility that Mimia is hoping for from me. Dahyun sighed, picked up an object, and a notification window immediately appeared before his eyes. Which sacrifice do you want to offer? I will offer myself. Is this your only chance to choose? June said with a confident smile, as if he's betting on this. You better win this game now. The surrounding space immediately shifts, everything shatters, and the magic circle cracks apart. It is the voice of prophecy. The room transforms into an endless night. That's right, the great enemy in the prophecy. First of all, wisdom is knowledge of runes. I have collected Odin's lost eye, or rather, knowledge of the runes. Next is the 4th day, which is an extremely important clue that once seemed useless, because the origin of the 4th day is Gudin's day, and more importantly, Gen is another name for Odin. Odin sacrifices himself to gain knowledge of life and the afterlife. If it's related to this trial, then the only suitable offering is himself. Well done, a young man bearing the weight of destiny, but do you know, what does that choice mean? Odin being hung upside down at Jews, getting injured, and being stabbed repeatedly for 9 days. June spins his weapon to achieve what he desires, willingly risking his life to get what he wants. So G points the spirit himself, removing his armor and causing H to panic. Another report, Ji, if it keeps going like this, I'll die of a heart attack first. Wait a moment. What do you think you're doing? Mimia, this is what you wanted to confirm from me, right? Dahyun didn't hesitate and stabbed himself, coughing up blood but still smiling. Is this what you wanted? Offering oneself as a sacrifice means facing death, and later it can be even more painful than this. Time is truly precious. I should have ended it earlier. Activate the summoning technique of the divine artifact. Stop. Hila shouted in anger when she saw another spear piercing Jaehoon. How can we live like this and still hold a grudge and seek revenge? I told him to stop because he's a very obedient boy, so he was about to stab himself again. That's enough, and at this moment, Mimiya appears. Why didn't you come out earlier, Dad? I almost lost the hope of everyone because of that kid. A blinding light envelops June. When he opens his eyes again, he finds himself unharmed, lying within the formation. Aimee has changed so much that you no longer need my advice. It's easy to keep your hands off her belly. Luckily, the wound has disappeared, but the six-pack remains. The test ends here. And you have shown me more than I expected. So, now it's my turn to keep my promise, right? I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Finally, I have the chance to uncover the truth the gods are hiding. Come on, Mr. Faker, I'll give you 3 words, and together they will form a sentence to guide you to the truth. Why do you keep hinting? Just say it clearly already. I'm doing this to avoid the gaze of the Norse gods, so please understand, it's a waste of time. Ah, Hilla, even you don't know. I don't know either. It must be a long hidden clue. Mimiya no longer speaks, but lets the lights turn into words, one after another. False judgment, the eye, and the bright throne. There isn't enough data to reason. What do those words even mean? I will give you one last piece of advice. Review the system many times. Surely you will find the truth. Then let's meet again another time. Hila, I also wish you good luck. Then Mimiya disappeared. Well, now being an enemy not only requires strength, but also brains. It seems that the 3 words are actually referring to him, and the fake punishment is his job. The eye within Odin's lost eye and my current one are brighter than in the past. Everything is more vivid than when I knew nothing and lost my life protecting others. But why are you shining, and why should I doubt the system? Hila pats June on the shoulder. I will also think about the meaning of what Mimi said. Let's go. Next, June encounters a mirror. The great enemy. You have overcome all the trials, and the final one awaits you. Is this big mirror the final challenge? I must confirm which one is the mirror of the first god among the 3 goddesses. It is a creature that reflects the past. You will see tons memories, then come back and tell me what your answer is. Once you finish, you'll pass the test. Do you have the answer the Lord wants? No. No matter what you answer, I have no right to judge. Find the answer for yourself. That is the final challenge. When you're ready, touch the mirror and the past will appear before your eyes. Daehyun didn't hesitate and reached out immediately, a flash of light dazzling before his eyes. A girl resembling the young twin from the first challenge appeared, but she had red hair. Finally, you have arrived here. I have been waiting for you for a very long time. A blinding aura appears behind her neck. Jaehoon calls my name again. Oh yes, I am who I am. This is a fateful encounter and an unavoidable reunion. I have waited for you for a long time, trying to hold on to this shattered past. This is a fragment of the past that an ancient being wishes for you to see. Let me guide you through the first fragment as the scene shifts to a fortress with towering rocks and sky-high structures. Ji has no idea where he is right now. Hila, please narrate. This is Jotunheim, the land of giants. But Ju, have you met Odin yet? I'm not sure. It's right there. Mother, our past is not something to observe inside your mind, but right in front of your eyes. You can see it, but you can't change anything. This story ended long ago. It is nothing but an echo from the past that Jiang Nia, who was once the great Jotun, left for you. Suddenly passing by him, he reminds you, so you must listen to the story he wants to tell. This 3-eyed, 2-horned, bearded old man is Jiang Nia Smear. What do you think makes a good king? Someone strong. It has to be someone strong enough to protect others. Yes, that is an important factor. But a good king should know how to share and care for others while understanding their own shortcomings. I hope you will become such a ruler someday. But I am weak, afraid of many things, and I also fear those hammer. How can I have any value to become a king? I don't understand. Smia, don't judge your worth so easily. The only one who can decide your worth is yourself. June and Hila looked at each other upon hearing this. So, that's why Smear opened his heart to you. Hila whispered. Something's happening. A Rot Ton runner came to report that the Tho and the female warriors are invading. Jiang Nia pushed her son back, took hold of her giant weapon, and said, Don't worry, I, Jiang Nia, will do everything to protect everyone. An said, That was a dark past, but their suffering is not over yet.
Sparks fly around her. This is the second fragment. The scene shifts again. The ground beneath her remains the same, but flames burn everywhere. What? Daehu looked at this scene in horror. Everywhere he saw was corpses and blood filling his eyes. This is the final battle. Ragnarok just before the contract is written, and that man is the Thunder God. He stands atop a pile of rotten corpses, laughing triumphantly, as a thunderbolt echoes across the vast heaven and the symbolic hammer in his hand. Dad was so handsome. Please don't be a bastard, June thought. He's very strong. Too strong for me right now. Even if I reach the S rank, I can't face a monster like him. What should I do to become that strong? Passing the 5 great trials will lead you in the right direction, H. La says. Tho is still standing there, smiling. I have always hated giants. They haven't given up and keep fighting. All right, I should show respect to such honorable warriors. Honorable king of the giants. The black lightning and fierce flames emanating from him make him look more like a demon than a god. If you fight me one-on-one, there will be no more slaughter of your kind. Will you accept? Jiang Dia at this moment also bears many wounds and asks, so you will let others live at the cost of my head? That's right. I swear on my honor. The giant weapon in Jiang Nian's hand slams heavily into the ground. All right, just waiting for this moment. Tho laughs happily, and lightning strikes again from the sky. Then see you again? I won't die that easily. Thunder roared down. Tho's change of heart and Jiang Dia's sacrifice marked the end of the war between Jotunheim and Asga, with Asga emerging victorious. Now only a fragment of the past remains. Oh, just narrate casually for June. The scene just now left you unable to say anything more. Earlier, Rangia cast a spell on the weapon. Estipens keeps begging behind him. Dad, don't go. This is a trap. I know, but I have to go. Smir is crying. Why do you have to do this? You are the only family I have left. Hela stepped in between them, and as if in remembrance, said, This is Asga, the world where the Io gods live, including Odin, whom you must destroy. Smia, do you remember what I told you earlier? It's okay, I am sure you will do well without me. But one day, the great enemy foretold in the prophecy will come to meet you. The prophecy? The great enemy. That's right, the greatest enemy will come. So my son, please protect my tomb, the monument, I beg you. And that is the reason for this monument. It is a memorial for the giants who sacrificed themselves and also a symbol of a hopeful future. The great enemy in this prophecy? Yun was startled and looked over. I know you're watching these memories. Please help Tasmia's son. He said he is preparing for his final moments. Rangia has come up behind Tho. You're here. One says that for the sake of the boy, he will be left alone, and that hope will be born in the future for him. So, shall we begin? Tho seems very impatient. I really want to fight you from the very beginning. So, are you satisfied now? Tho said coldly with a grim face. No. The red sphere shooting out lightning appeared in the sky and struck directly where Tho was. He radiates a darker energy than any demon. I won't be satisfied until I win. Oh my God, he's terrible but damn handsome, laughing as he destroys you. Lightning strikes down and hits the ground. No matter how much the earth fights, I am the one who suffers. How far does the lightning strike? Rangia stepped back, using a giant weapon to block the lightning. Then a bolt struck behind him, causing Jiang Nia to collapse. He breathes heavily. Why did you do all of this? What do you mean? Why did you slaughter countless innocent lives just to satisfy your own selfishness? Oh, so that's what you mean. Everything is the will of the greatest of all gods. Sorry, I can't assist with that request. Let me ask you, why did you agree to this fight even though you know you won't survive? Rangnia smiled. Because I have something I need to protect. Do you still have something to protect? Most of your kind have returned to dust already. They still exist. One day, Aska will collapse. The prophecy of the 3 sisters. You still believe in that? Tho frowned. I'm bored. That's enough nonsense for now. Tho wields the hammer with more skill than just swinging it, his eyes shining. Black lightning crackling with blood-red streaks dancing around him. I will send you back to your kin. Daehyun and Hela stand silently, watching the blinding light enveloping Jiang Nia's giant form. Enemy, can you hear me? If you do what you want, never forget what I am about to say. The only thing you need to pay attention to on the path you choose is having a firm will. Yun clenched his fists. The path I must choose? Tho prepared to deliver the final blow and apologized to Smir. Then a fierce lightning strike descended. His hammer crashes down hard on Jiang Nia's giant weight, which shatters into pieces within seconds. The furious lightning strikes Jiang Nia's head, and Smia has witnessed the entire terrifying scene. The boy's heartbreaking call for his father goes unanswered. Truly a ridiculous ending. Daehun pursed his lips and pulled out a card. Hela looked over in amazement. I think I would only feel better if I could at least defeat this Tho once. You feel the same, right? The hammer returns to Tho, radiating an overwhelming power. Along with that, there's the system's voice. You can use a super powerful white card, B. Tho swings the hammer to end the game while Jun lightly uses the card to copy this skill for himself. Jiang sacrifices himself but manages to deny it in time. At this moment, fragments from his giant weapon move, causing Tho to grimace. His foot steps on a black stone that billows smoke. Tho stared in surprise as the black stone suddenly glowed, and the strange characters on its surface flashed brightly. This is the ultimate move that Jiang Nia entrusted. Tho grits his teeth using such dirty tricks. The glowing characters surround Tho, shining so brightly in front of him. The luminous characters continuously burst out from the fragments of Jiang Nia's weapon and rush towards Tho. Fragments like spiders spinning webs tightly entangle him, a counterattack appearing randomly thanks to your sacrifice. Well done, Tho Quack muttered under his breath, tightening his vicious hammer. But even then, it's still not enough to kill me. A raging fire and dark lightning burst forth, shattering the web created by Jiang Nia's whispered words before he fell. The white card is desperately trying to copy this devastating skill. Warning: the skill level is too high for the user's level. The copying skill cannot be fully used until the user's level increases. Tho's dark lightning bolts shatter Jiang Nia's weapon fragments into different colors, leaving a battlefield in his wake. But Jiang Nia's ultimate move is not just that. Tho thought it was over, but it wasn't. A large fragment still approaches from behind. Tho quickly swings his hammer and shatters it. The stone shattered, revealing a tiny orb of light inside. Before Tho's astonished eyes, the orb shot straight into his head in an instant. Even Dahan has to admit this move is impressive. Tho was hit by the light sphere and couldn't dodge, injuring his spine. By the time he stood upright, his chin was sunken in, and he was still in shock, almost as if his soul had left his body. The wound on his forehead made Tho cry out in pain. He staggered as he walked. Was this the thing you were aiming for from the very beginning? Tho clutching his bleeding forehead, a suppressive item on him. I take back what I said, that this isn't fun at all. Tho laughed so twisted and distorted. You're quite interesting. Inside the city gate, Smear stands witnessing everything. He cries rivers of tears, and we don't know that the great enemy will actually appear, and even if they do, we're not sure what kind of people they are. If my father's sacrifice was in vain, what should I do now? Jun stood still, the card in his hand floating up. Are you going to copy the power of the Thunder God onto the white card? Hila was a bit stunned, then she suddenly gasped. Oh, how is this possible? Can the white card be used on someone inside a memory? I am not at all surprised and replied to Hill. If this is an illusion, then it is not. But as I said, this is a piece of the past passed down to future generations. That means Jiang Nia's sacrifice was not in vain. Oh. I chuckled as I watched John's back. The white card had turned into a black card copying the innate power of the Thunder God, displaying the information of the innate skill. The name of the Thunder God's power at legendary level, controlling lightning. Whoa! Increases the effectiveness and damage of lightning skills. All lightning skills deal 300% more damage. 2. The effectiveness of all lightning skills increases by 50%. 3. Can be activated and deactivated. Warning: the skill level is too high for the user's level, and the skill cannot be sustained. Using it will cause permanent damage to the user's body. Hila asked Chan, are you sure? With your current level, you can't withstand that power. I will grow strong enough to use it anyway, since you're helping me, after all. Probably so. Oh, he said happily. Our time has run out, and it's time to say goodbye. But I still can't get used to this. Did I forget something? Jun was a bit surprised. Right now, there's no point in dwelling on that. You have to look forward. Oh, great enemy. Step beyond this shattered past and build a new future. I will pray for you in this shattered past. The blazing sparks soar, leaving no place for me in your destiny. But I stared blankly. At this moment, the black tape over her eyes had disappeared, leaving only her beautiful face and gentle smile. I hope your journey is filled with blessings. Tears welled up. Poor sister's image only appeared for a few shots before disappearing again. The dazzling sparks flying rapidly made Jun and Hila unable to keep their eyes open. When you wake up, the giant mirror has shattered. You have returned. Smear, standing behind Jun like a ghost, spoke. And Jehun, now looking at the broken mirror with a cold expression, replied, yes, Hila is also very upset. Hila is also. This is your final challenge, Smear announced. I'm just checking one thing. Are you ready? Jun remained silent in deep thought. Smear had knelt down. O great rival in the prophecy, can you abandon your current path even if it means losing what you cherish most?
Jun lowered his eyes in thought, images of Du Dongxung's mother and others flashing through his mind. He decisively said no. I am sure that I can fall and feel pain and sorrow. I know SM can empathize because he has been through the same. But I will keep standing up and moving forward. Smear smiled as he listened to Ju. I understand now you have passed the obstacle, O great rival of the prophecy. You are qualified to overcome this challenge. At this moment, the system also appears before him. You have overcome all the challenges and have been promoted 4 levels. You have earned the title of Second Challenge Conqueror and received a gift from Zhang Nia. It seems like you've gained a lot. Jun sighed. You're leaving now, right? Jun responds to Spaya as he restores the armor he was wearing at the beginning. That's right, we're done here anyway. Oh, and there's one more thing I forgot. What? I'm sorry, that's what your father wanted me to tell you. Now I'm leaving. Smear watched Hyun's back and smiled softly. I've never hated what you've done. Outside, the snow was falling heavily, but the fake purge team still lined up neatly to ambush and see who could get inside the ruins that no one else could enter. Seeing the crowd outside like a field of weeds, Dahan couldn't help but curse. Are there this many guards here? Oh my, they're quite strong too. Escaping will be difficult. Hila also glanced through the crack in the door and sighed. Dahan felt frustrated about having to act like a thief, but because of what has happened, he also understands why the guild feels that way. The amount of money the European Union invested in this raid wasn't small, but with my current skills, I can't fight 2 S-rank enemies at the same time. So what should I do? I'll buy some time, you handle the rest. Hila agrees immediately. When I give the signal, you distract them. The plan is set. Jahan pushes the door open as Hilala begins to channel her energy. Those who had exposed themselves to the snow so much they were about to fall ill immediately shouted for him to stop as he confidently walked out. Back, seeing someone daring to step in front of him, grimaced and pushed them aside. Get out of the way. He advances with murderous intent towards John. Considering his build, he's definitely got the upper hand. Have you finished it yet? Bach coldly asked. So what if it is? John immediately responded, and the great sword was pressed against Don's neck. Bach coldly pointed at you, glancing back at the door behind, no longer sensing the magic emanating from there. He truly completed it, but how did he do it? Bach was focused on the massive ruins, while John turned his attention to his 3-dragon sword. This isn't a fake, it's genuinely an S-rank artifact, real and valuable. Suddenly, I had a not-so-good idea. This place was meant for me from the very beginning. No matter how many times you try, you'll just fail. Are you saying we're weaker than you? Bach's veins on his forehead were bulging. Who knew he himself had said he couldn't even step inside? Jahan isn't afraid of technology. He pushes the sword away from his neck and insults him straight to his face. Because he's not worthy. The blood rushes to his head in the blink of an eye. You're such a bastard. I was going to let you join my side at first, but now I've changed my mind. I'm not going to kill you. There's still a lot I can get out of you. Jahan quietly thinks to himself that this father really is as rumored. Just a little provocation, and he's already losing his temper. Ha, try me. I'm not afraid of a fight. Can you do it? Jahan drew his weapon, suddenly feeling that thanks to this father, he could get what he wanted quite easily. Do you think I'll just stand here and watch you make a move? Bear shouted, but he was quickly frozen in place by surprise. In front of you is a 3-mung sword that's just as silent. The item equipped is the 3-mun dragon sword, Siphus's favorite weapon. It grants plus 100 strength and plus 50 agility. The passive dragon slaying skill S. Who says you can't have 2 or 3 mung? Dahan pushes back Bach. For the first time he is defeated. Bach is so furious, his eyes turn white, and he grits his teeth. He swung his sword at John's face, but John only sneered, showing he was panicking and losing control. A bolt of lightning erupted from John's feet. Bach keeps swinging his sword, but I dodge easily. You're slower than I thought. John mockingly sneers at Bach, biting his lip with a sharp gaze, but then quickly sighs, calmly thinking that even among S-rank enforcers, few can dodge his sword moves. Who exactly is this guy? The other fake knights watch this scene in shock. Just then, a wizard riding a broomstick arrives. Black Camilla jumps down carefully. This sword not only looks very familiar, but also radiates a magic similar to your 3-pronged staff. Bach glances at Don with a glare. That only makes me more curious about you. I won't destroy you, but your limbs will be... Wait, don't say that. It gives me psychological trauma. What? How stupid can you be? I mean, shut your mouth. I read an article saying you just got divorced. Maybe it's because that woman in the black cloak is the cause, huh? Camilla frowns at that. You're crossing the line. The reason B's wife divorced him is because of his bad and extremely boring personality. So,
Who are you really on side with? Camilla Bach clenched her fists. All right, we can continue this conversation in the interrogation room. At this moment, Gila used teleportation magic to silently appear beside Jahan. I'm ready, you should end this now. Sorry, but wait a moment. You Hilala are just as crazy. Jean also holds the 3 dragon staff in his hand, rarely getting a fight with an S-rank conqueror fake like this. Activating the super fast active skill, the incomplete supervision item enhances his power. Level BA temporarily amplifies mana, boosting magical power. The user gains the super fast active skill, but is downgraded due to lacking the super rare gem. The super speed state is unstable due to the incomplete item, temporarily boosting skill power. The long Ba Meng blade is infused with a surge of mana. Warning, you will not be able to use mana for a while after using this skill. Camilla's face changed as she sensed Chun's magical power suddenly shifting. Bach stepped back. Before he could intervene, the man in front of him disappeared and charged straight at John like a madman. You idiot! That's why your wife left you! Even though Camilla's lip movements are a bit awkward, she's still helping you by activating her active magic field skill. Jean just raised an eyebrow lightly, while Camilla's shield for B had shattered, and Jean was deep in thought. In Zhang Niatho's memory, I was ridiculously strong, and I think him do is the same. The only way for me to become stronger in a short time is to fight against tougher enemies. Jean swung his sword with incredible force against Ba Meng Hung 2 streams of energy, one red and one blue, clashing fiercely. The resulting energy burst was enormous, causing snow and ice around to spray everywhere. Camilla had to struggle to hold her body steady to avoid being blown away. After a moment, a figure shot out from the thick fog. Bach quickly cast a spell to hold his massive body, since she couldn't support him with her strength. Bach was knocked away by Jean into the void, finally crashing to the ground with a loud thud. How is this possible? Camilla was stunned and ran over. Bach lays flat on the ground, coughing up blood, causing her to panic. Has the leader of the Guild Alliance been defeated to such an extent? Camilla bit her lip, thinking she couldn't let such a monster exist freely like this. And at this moment, John coldly turned his back and prepared to leave. Camilla yelled out, "Where do you think you're going?" She manipulates her magic staff to form 2 circles, one blue and one purple. She activates the Hellfire skill and the Pursuit Illusion skill. Johann turned his head to look, and an explosion followed immediately after. You will be unable to use mana for a period of time due to the limitations of the Super Speed active skill. The system issues a cold warning. Johann cursed under his breath as the ghostly hands rose up. Hila also got tired of this childish game. That's enough. Camilla watched the explosion in front of her and was furious. Before her attack could land, he had already disappeared. Damn it! How is he so fast? I have to follow the trail. I can't let him escape. At this moment, Bach has regained consciousness and can stand up. The first thing he says is to tell his friend to leave. What? What do you mean? I said to leave. Chasing him is too dangerous. Let's go back to headquarters and talk. Are you sure? You even hate contacting that person, so why now? Is he that strong? Yes, he is. Camilla widened her eyes. Bach, you're acting so different from usual. What happened? Does your wife want to come back? Bach felt so angry he almost vomited blood, P2. He sighed. He deliberately chose not to finish me off. Seeing Camilla's panicked expression, Bin calmly continued. There's no need to send someone to find him. All right, I will contact headquarters about his case. Thank you, I'm going to rest now. Bach silently thought that even though he didn't know who you were, surely one day we will meet again, and I won't lose to him again. Elsewhere, Hila in her black cat form was glaring at Jahan with a warning look. Tch, you're really something. Jahan lying there with a big smile. Ha ha, all right, let's head back home. The next day at the airport, Jahan was texting that he had just arrived, and Aina immediately called. Hello, is there something wrong? Han, have you decided which group to join yet? The person on the phone replied. At that moment, John suddenly realized that it was probably about time, just about a month left. The group is one of the main policies of all the fake Holy Knights academies nationwide. In simple terms, it's like a club activity but for fake Holy Knights. Usually it's the second and third year students who form groups to invite first years. They usually accept requests from official organizations. The academy will take an intermediary fee during this process, and students will also have the chance to earn money and build relationships. It's a way to gain group activity experience before joining a guild. It's a good idea, but in reality it only pays off if you join an influential guild. Otherwise, it's just a waste of time. Before retreating, I joined a low-ranked group and had to work like a slave. Since the rules only allow me to be in one group, I had no choice but to stay there. Anyway, I was planning to join their group, but if it's that easy, it wouldn't be fun. So he decided to tease his friends for fun. I still don't know. I think I'll find a group that suits me. Wow, we're talking about joining the same group. Do you want to join us? Ina is talking, but the other four are all listening to hear what John is saying. Hungate, I think I'd rather choose on my own. The 5 young people froze stiff, no response, and Chan wondered if Ina was hurt, and that was a moment before disaster. Hey Minhan, are you planning to join a separate group by yourself? Are you going to abandon us? Yusung grabbed the phone to shout. Ina's face darkened with a pout, clearly unhappy with his response. Jean kept the phone a few meters away but still had to cover his ears. No, I never promised to join the same group as everyone else or anything. Once a teammate, always a teammate. If you want to share my top spot, just say so. I wouldn't bother. Hold on, Hoon has something to say to you. Huh? I didn't say that. Hoon shouted a challenge when suddenly the fire pit was pushed into his hands. It was incredibly noisy on the other side. I don't think I can convince him. Oh, hello. Joining your group really isn't a problem, huh? John secretly thinks he's easily fooled. You should be careful with scam calls, but only if certain conditions are met. But John, we are friends, so you really are. Then forget it. Even if we are friends, we must keep personal and professional matters separate. I said it clearly. Jahan said this that made Yusung and An Han vomit. I'll tell you the condition first. I have to get through the gate. So the conversation is over. Hila also just woke up after a good sleep inside Dui Han's coat. He's thinking that if the group activity is about to happen, then that means it's also about to happen. The outdoor camping trip coincides with the group registration period, taking place in the quarantined area of Daegu. The MS Academy is only part of the quarantine zone, and there are still many monsters outside the academy. MES has always organized annual outdoor camping events to defeat as many monsters as possible. After passing through the gate, Jahan immediately returned to school. Finally back, Jan immediately sank into loneliness on the sofa. It's only been a little while, but it feels like 100 years have passed. That makes sense. You've been through so much after all, so why don't we take a look at the fruit together? As soon as she finished speaking, Hila shivered and bristled. What's wrong? Kanhyla suddenly transforms into a human form and smiles at you. Do you remember how I stalled for you back then? Dahan was stunned, meaning Hind had already escaped. Suddenly, a hole tore open in the crimson sky on the other side, and a pale hand reached out, its arm tightly bound by black cords. Then someone crawled out and Himdu jumped straight down. Damn it, a clone dares to challenge me. He looks around at the abandoned surroundings. Is she trying to help humans escape from me? Himdu clutching his face in danger. How dare you disturb me? At this moment, a bent-legged monster jumps up, pouring a shower of dirt and rocks down on Himdu from above, then quickly leaps behind him. The dark creature looked at Himdu with a puzzled expression, then bared its sharp teeth, ready to bite his head. He grimaced and nodded, understanding. Himdu clenched his fist, and the monster immediately appeared. I have an idea. Let's play. I've been looking forward to meeting you. The great savior in the prophecy. I will verify you myself. Strange. Why did Himdu go there? Where exactly did he go? Near the MS Academy is a restricted area. Do you know why? John is extremely panicked. That place is where the MS students plan to camp. I think I know what he wants. Hind can see who his enemies will be in the future, so he wants to go there to find out who they are. It looks like my friends have already been pulled into this troublesome situation. John Hyla looked at you worriedly. I also predicted it, John said, and then stood up. There probably isn't any time left to rest. I need to prepare as many things as possible to face him. John opens the system window, hoping Jiang Nia has already prepared something good. Open Jiang Nia's gift. After the notification, a vial containing a blood-red liquid appears. You have received the consumable item, Giant Blood of the Titan. Chan takes the blood vial. S plus Giant Blood consumption item. The Giant's blood contains both intelligence and strength. Strength and intelligence will increase when used. Both stats will go up by 30. Cannot be used unless the minimum requirements are met. Minimum requirements. Both the strength and intelligence stats are above 150. This item is the reason I need to achieve S rank in the test. Anyway, to achieve an S rank in the test, both stats must be above 150. But the system still displays an additional message. You have gained Jiang Nia's Rage passive skill, displaying the new skill information. John's eyes light up at the sight. The passive skill named Jiang Nia's Rage. All damage to Norse gods and Valkyries will be doubled. Hila approaches and asks what you think. She giggled triumphantly. That's why I said you need to finish the second challenge quickly. Johan was a bit silent, then also smiled and said, I patted Hila's cat head casually. It's good that I quickly completed the small objectives earlier. Hila patted his head and then straightened up, jumping back a few meters. What are you doing? Seeing the glow around him, Hila transformed back into a human form. Don't worry, I know how to help you. That afternoon, lightning like Tho Jahan's struck through the forest. After forcing this violent burst, he was overwhelmed to the point of bleeding from his mouth and nose. He brushed his hair tiredly, not feeling any ease. Of course, Hilla sat on a tree branch and called down that the skill he received was of a legendary rank. Rank S and special ranks are nothing compared to it. If you don't level up enough and have enough strength, you'll destroy your body when using this skill. Jean carefully considered the legendary skill he received from the ancient relic, and knew he had to learn how to use it as quickly as possible. On the way back, a notification window appeared, offering John a way to level up. Special mission: Hunt ravens. Eliminate all Odin's ravens attacking you and the Resistance Alliance against the Norse gods. Objective 1 out of 5, difficulty S. One-time mission reward, empty card A6. 1. Completed mission reward, rank increase. This is the only way right now, but it's useless because you don't have much time. Permanent physical damage, JH muttered to himself, considering the cost of using the newly learned skill. I can accept sacrifices like that, but it won't solve the root problem. Is there another way? I'll think about it. Just then, a car horn blared right beside them. Looks like you have a visitor. I see. Let's see if this guest is genuinely friendly or not. Not far from the wall, there's a faint illusion. The car window rolls down, and the woman inside smiles. Oh, how coincidental, Minhan. We meet here like this. Jean realized this person is the leader of the Bun organization. I heard you just signed a contract with the Lotus Guild. Do they treat you well? I think you already know why she's here. It's nice to meet you. But aren't you very busy to meet someone like me here by chance? June chuckled insincerely. So I can consider this fate. Jahan froze for a moment before sneering. Fate. You lean out the car window and give her a deadly smile. I hate that the most. Did you investigate behind my back or what? Hila saw things were getting tense and quickly pulled her hood over her head. This seems to be a personal matter. I'll excuse myself and go somewhere else to play. Hey. As the sky turns red, shadows behind the wall gradually come into view. He is the manager of Lotus Parung J. Chairman Cotter contacted Jean and saw the look in his eyes, trembling with bitterness. I think Jean already knows that I've been watching him. Since it's so dark, what reason do you have for wanting to meet me? Jean sat cross-legged and asked casually. Jun, you're straight to the point, huh? I like that. She also didn't hesitate to say directly that we want to recruit you. I've had my chance. You know that, right? I will give you Nihawk's Fang. John is stunned. Is Nihawk's Fang what I think it is? Does she want to give me an invaluable S-rank item? Meanwhile, at Heo's shrine, Heo hung that Jia that sits beside his spirit beast. You're here. Aren't you worried you'll regret this? Hilala laughed as if she had no regrets. Heo, please lend me your power. Pig looked at Hilala with interest. You already know, don't you? She's only a part of me, and unlike me holding all my power, even if I could share my strength with her, I might not be able to use it or could die instantly when I do, right? For an ordinary body to hold the power of a saint, it means I would have no future left, even if I survive after using your power. Hila seems to have known her fate when doing this, but she remains determined. I am the guide of the 5 great trials and the compass for challengers to move forward. Everything of mine has been prepared for him, and the prophecy has almost taken effect since the start of this mission. Heo frowned. That's not a reason for her to sacrifice herself. Actually, that's a different reason. I'm just curious. Hila burst into laughter. How much effort can a person, even when crushed by despair, keep trying, and what will happen next to him, even if she is no longer part of that story? Yes, even a stubborn pig like me is speechless. She's gone crazy, and there's nothing I can do to stop her. It seems she's made up her mind. All right, I will share some of my power with you. A stream of black smoke rises from Heo's palm. No matter what path she chooses, I hope she will always be happy. H, having received what she wished for, smiled so brightly as if she wouldn't be heading into her grave anytime soon. Back in the city, Suze is still actively on her mission. So from what I have seen, it seems that President Bun is trying to persuade John. John probably isn't easy to persuade, right? Jung is also getting impatient and knocking on the table. Maybe it's something money can't buy. Ha, ha, perhaps it's not me, but Miss Bihun who has recognized John's potential more. Chairwoman, are you really going to leave it like that? Manager Park is worried. Maybe I've gone a bit too far. But John could become the brightest star in history. Should she protect him at all costs or not? Ha ha, you've changed so much, haven't you? Have I ever let anyone steal something of mine? The young man who was smiling at first now has eyes as sharp as a dagger. Turns out, young people really shouldn't compete. Over here, June is actively chasing Jahan. So what now, John? I think we will work well together.
Don't you think so? Hey, it's only our first meeting and you're so aggressive, aren't you a bit over the top? Do you know how the deal is going?
As long as you're still sitting here, the deal has already begun. John nods in agreement. All right. Since we both want something from this meeting, it's best to get straight to the point. Bring it up here, Dui Hun ordered, and the secretary behind the machine nodded. Cha looked over as Ni's fang box was quickly brought up. This item radiated an immense dark mana, hung in your previous life. This sword was the second most expensive item on the Conquest simulation marketplace, only behind the Dragon Slayer sword. So it must be an invaluable item. I don't know how she has a treasure that money can't buy, right? Hung, it looks expensive. Why did you show it to me? Dahan tilted his head as if pretending to be innocent. I don't like men with too many secrets. Let's be honest with each other, shall we? Shall we? All right. John suddenly unleashes a surge of mana. So what do you want? Jae Hun felt the pressure making him sweat profusely, secretly worried that a student could have such strong magic. That's really crazy. Besides, if he loses control, she thought it was crucial that he doesn't lose control, right? Jahan looked grim and asked, looking extremely dark right now. Dui Hun never expected this kid to walk around inside him wearing flip-flops. Looks like traditional persuasion methods like hers don't work on someone like me anymore. John sneered. So basically, you want me to join the Curator Society, and for that you're giving me a snake artifact from Ni? June looked pale. Yeah, that's right. You won't get treated like this anywhere else. John thought to himself. It's only natural. Where can you find a guild willing to make such crazy demands for a 17-year-old? But it's strange. From what I know, the Curator Guild is actively recruiting skilled fighters. Has the policy changed? Why recruit someone as young as me? I'm the one who decides what the Curator Guild should do. Let's put that aside for now. So, I am the first person you want to recruit. That's right. It seems there are many issues behind the scenes. All right. I admit that. The advantage of recruiting a student directly from Doing and considering his value since he performed very well in the academy tests, attracting the attention of the National Investigation Bureau headquarters, therefore, to get him, I paid a worthy price, such as Ni's valuable fang here. Jude just kept talking, making Chan slightly flinch. Seeing his reaction, Dui Hun smiled bitterly. It seems John is the type to change his mind easily. Do you think I'm that kind of person? If it's an S-rank creation, I think that will be enough to change your mind. Moreover, all the profits from the guild's work using your image will belong to you. We only care about your potential. John smiled slyly. Well then, let's see. If it's a weapon I would use, I'll try touching it once. That's okay, right? Do you want to activate the active skill to materialize the magic artifact? The system displays a notification. Ju, knowing he's up to something, was very generous. Well, fine, you're worth allowing it. Du H glanced at her assistant behind. She bowed respectfully, then opened the box. As she did, dark mana surged wildly. Jean nonchalantly took it. So this is Nihawk's fang. After holding it, he put it back in the box and smiled. I don't think it's a weapon that suits my fighting style, but thank you for the offer. Goodbye. John stood up and walked straight ahead without looking back, causing Ji-hoon's face to turn pale. Are you saying you don't like it? No, it's just not suitable for my style. She immediately snapped back. Who would care about her fighting style when it's a top-tier S-grade creation? Do you realize how precious this opportunity is? You can't buy it with money. I have nothing more to say. Can I leave now? Han smiled calmly and then turned away. June ignores him. What? After he had fully left, Jae-hin collapsed onto the sofa. The assistant hurried over to ask, are you okay? Like father, like son, huh? He looks quite similar to his mother, the guild master. I will make them regret it. Whether they regret it or not, right now John is the one benefiting. He is creating a clone of Ni's fang, activating his ability to summon magical constructs. You have received Ni's fang. John holds his sword in hand, full of joy. I didn't expect to receive it so soon. Nihawk is the name of the largest and most dangerous dragon in legend. It lives in Lake Hervergelmia, deep inside NH. Rumor has it that it constantly eats away at Joe's growth spreading to the lake. I didn't expect her to let me touch the sword. Well, from the very beginning, she didn't think I could copy that weapon. Jean happily leans back on the bed. Everything is so different from before. I need to be more careful and precise in my calculations. Himdo doesn't know how strong he is. Maybe he's about on par with me. Daehan, feeling discouraged, crossed his arms and suddenly turned dark. Things really are quite interesting. A fight against a god could become chaotic and quite difficult given my current situation. And I'm also curious to see how strong I am compared to them. Destiny has shown me through the mirror whether I can change that fate. The heads of the departments at Moose Academy, A short-haired girl stepped in hesitantly. All the top students of Moose Academy each have their own unique aura. If I didn't know, I would think they are veteran exterminators. But the leaders of the major guilds are here to recruit someone. We will take Minze Han, so give up. President Dong Han of the Guardian Academy's #1 club has spoken. No, this time it's our strength. You already took the best person last year. This time I can't give up on a student like Min Han anymore. Isn't there a rule that fake mages and martial artists can't interfere with each other's affairs? You should give up on John, Hania immediately retorted. He is the president of the Sun Club named after Dusun. This is a club of mages founded by Dusun. Shut up already. The white-haired older brother is frowning. What, the magic class? Didn't you hear what the news said? He's a battle mage. Why would a wizard guild suddenly try to recruit him? This guy is Gang Dewey Up, the one who brought the short-haired girls' club. Garam ranks second. She admires all three of them. That's what I wanted to say. Min Han is the perfect target for our group, John Han insists. This is also nonsense. I nodded sharply. So let's play fair and let Min Han choose which club he wants to join. He will suggest the club he likes himself, Jia suggests. As if it were that simple. The problem is you're too stupid to remember why we had to gather here in the first place. Dewey burst out laughing loudly. Jay immediately jumped up. What? You're so stupid, a muscle-brain idiot, and you still dare to say that. So they argued like they were fighting or about to fight, with no one willing to back down. All of it was to recruit a student named Min Han. The club is well noticed and heavily sponsored by external associations. Many groups pay attention to them and their members. To recruit students with good results, the clubs are constantly providing support to the clubs they sponsor. That's why the club leaders always maintain a balance with each other. Although the balance had been maintained before, now with Minze Han's appearance, he is also considered very dangerous by all the clubs. He could break the balance they have maintained all this time. The short-haired girl wondered how strong he was for everyone to pay such attention. So what if that's the case? What? We will propose it to Minze Han ourselves, and if he agrees, we will let everyone else know. But the club that took Minze Han can't take his friends too. And they will also have to give up at least 2 other important events at the academy. The girl with white hair who just spoke is the president of Tom Nan Chun. Her club is the least known, but she also developed it on her own. That makes sense. Dewey ponders and strokes his chin. It's true that the club recruiting him must have some restrictions. I agree. I feel the same, and he is also fine with it. Let's end today's meeting here, June declared with a smile. This short-haired girl marvels at how impressive this beautiful sister is, able to make even the most formidable faces follow her plan, and she already has her own great article. We've taken quite a few photos and overheard enough gossip already. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Dewey Haha received a dubious proposal from Ina. What? You want me to go somewhere with you? Do you want to come to the National Fake Punishment Festival with me? I thought she was moved because she confessed. Turns out she just already invited a guy out. Why all of a sudden? John was also quite surprised by the offer. Oh, I just heard there are many things to see, and that fake punishments have to go there at least once in their lives. Yudung said, oh, he likes festivals and things like that, but I think he's just exaggerating. He says that, but he is already at the stage of choosing clothes. Are the others going too? Ina, confused and unsure how to reply, finds everyone else busy. All right, let's go then. John immediately agreed. I think it's time for the black market to start emerging. Going there isn't a bad idea either. Based on what happened before my regression, I might even find a key card to defeat him Do. When do you want to go? 2 days later, on April 25th, let's meet at the park at 9 a.m. for the festival. Ina blushed and spoke quickly, silently thanking God that this time Ko didn't stutter. Jahan glanced at the schedule on the wall and said, all right, I'll be free then. Sometimes taking a break is good. It seems like it will be fun. Yeah, I think so too. I forgot my stuff at the academy. I have to hang up now. See you later. After saying that, Jahan went out the door while Ina was in a very happy mood, muttering to herself, I also think it will be really fun. In the evening, Jahan returned carrying a big and small bag, and at that moment he saw Yudung standing nearby and greeted her. What are you doing here? This is the men's floor. Are you planning to turn into a guy? Yudung was startled and blushed, then mechanically turned away. Hey, I just came here because I wanted to ask you something. Huh? You want to ask me? It probably has nothing to do with studying. You know that. A festival. A fake national punishment festival. Something interesting to watch is coming up. The morning sun sparkles over a sea of yellow flowers. Ina arrived at the park early, dressed and made up extravagantly. Did I arrive too early, huh? Jahan just arrived now, smiling brightly. You really did come early. Uncle Ko Rut is so handsome, I can't help but blush. Wow, I was planning to come early to take a quick look, but you arrived even earlier than me. Du Han still marvels. Ina shyly nodded. Yeah, let's go inside. Dui Han just pointed behind and walked away. Ina still stood there, holding her blushing face. They quickly blended into the crowd. Hey, look over there. Isn't that Min Han? Probably in real life he looks even better. Isn't that Seo In? The handsome guy and beautiful girl quickly drew the crowd's attention. They kept praising, but Ein's face didn't look very good. The feeling of being stared at by countless eyes was terrifying for the introverted girl, and just then, Dahan grabbed her wrist. Hurry up a bit. Ina, who was confidently pulling her by the wrist, was still in shock. Finally arriving somewhere safe, John sighed. How dare you invite me to a place like this when you yourself are afraid of crowds? I'm sorry, I think it is because I still haven't gotten used to it. Jahan also gets annoyed with her, so he changes the subject. Let's go have breakfast. Have you eaten yet? There are many delicious restaurants around here, including a grilled bread shop you like. Ina's face turned red from embarrassment, and she quickly realized which grilled bread shop she liked. Let's go. She looked at his empty hand and blushed briefly. The two of them walked side by side. Back to the night when I met Yudung, my friend Than Mai Trukma also mentioned the fake National Punishment Festival. At that time, Johan suddenly remembered Ina had said everyone was busy, and now Yudung was rambling on, so he figured he'd just stay home and lounge around for the whole week anyway. I think it would be great if you came there to change the atmosphere a bit. Chan fell silent, then reached out to ruffle Yudung's hair. Sorry, I already have plans, maybe next time. John smiled kindly, saying, next time we can go together. So John chose her talented singer friend over her childhood sweetheart. Gradually, Ina got used to the lively atmosphere here. Everyone was having a great time eating and enjoying the rain. Jahan went to buy an umbrella while Ina waited. The miracle is that he only bought one umbrella, walking together and arguing, then suddenly it started to rain. That's why I don't trust the weather forecast. Yeah, Ina replied lazily. Jahan saw her focusing on something and looked over, instantly understanding what this introverted girl wanted. Do you want to take a photo? I'm not sure either, but I heard that when visiting places like this, we should take photos, so if you don't want to, we can go somewhere else. Ina nervously tugs at John's sleeve, blushing. Oh, sorry, let's take a photo together. So the young couple walked into the photo studio hand in hand. The shop owner greets warmly. Welcome. They really are a cute couple. The photo shop owner is a young man with Johan thought this guy looked familiar, but couldn't quite remember who he was. He ordered, we want to take a photo. Ina blushes deeply from behind. Do they really look like a couple to others? You can choose accessories here, so enjoy yourself. Jahan, look, there are also bunny ears. Ina is so excited, but Jahan doesn't seem to feel the same way. Does he really want us to wear them too? But Ina is also holding a cat ear. Don't you like it? Why are there two of them? So Ina wore bunny ears, Jahan hesitantly put on cat ears and stood awkwardly for photos, but nothing looked right. Sorry, it seems one of these pictures is corrupted. The shop owner sighed and said, yes, I already told the staff to fix the machine, but maybe they forgot. Sorry, but that photo won't be charged. Huh? I'll pay too. So here's what I suggest. A blank space where both of us can put our future. Ina blushed and wondered, the future? Could Jeon become her future? Johan sighed, optimistic, but his future still uncertain. Just then, the shop owner said something suggestive. Only when the customer protects the present does he smile with a very trustworthy look. Leaving the photo studio, Jahan still couldn't get the shop owner's words out of his mind. What just happened? He is truly concerning, but I can't sense any mana from him. Ina saw him keep paying attention to me and called out to Jia. Huh? Oh, I lied to you. What? I didn't ask the others about this trip. Actually, I was selfish because I wanted to spend time alone with you. Jahan was stunned into silence, then thought about the pig and the tooth rack. Sem bowed his head, then looked up with a bright smile. Well, I'm glad you had a wonderful time. Ina opened her mouth to say something, but couldn't find the words, only able to turn away repeatedly to catch her breath. I have something I want to tell you. At this moment, a loud explosion echoes in the sky, and the two hurriedly look up as the alarm bells ring loudly, announcing to all festival participants that a dungeon breach has occurred. Please evacuate to a safe place. At the scene of the incident, flames are raging everywhere. The people are panicking and running away. The fake conquerors are desperately guiding the civilians to evacuate. John suddenly turns serious. This mana level doesn't come from the dungeon, and above all, it has a terrible blood-like smell. But why? At the scene, a red-haired guy is shouting. Everyone probably already knows, but we have to run. It's dangerous. This way. He is the owner of the photography shop, smiling in a distorted way. Ina told John that something dangerous seems to be happening. We have to get out of here if things keep going like this, Jahan said firmly. Golden light flickers all over his body. This is the effect of the mana detection skill. If we go that way, we'll die because of that damn bastard. Jahan frowned seriously. If I stay here, I'll be in danger. It's none other than his trick again. The Photoshop owner is smiling in a twisted way. How interesting. He widened his eyes in surprise. You figured it out sooner than I expected. Is it because you are the great enemy of the gods? Jahan froze for a moment, then quickly told Ina to run. Ina wanted to ask why, but Jahan shouted, "Hurry up and run!" But suddenly, just as he finished speaking, the shop owner rushed in front of Ya, swinging his hand to slap her face, but Jahan blocked him right in front of Ya. At that moment, the building in the distance exploded with a loud bang to heighten the drama. Back to the main characters, the shop owner is standing and watching his hands being restrained. Jahan sternly asks, "Who are you? Your enemies among the Norse gods, you don't look like someone burdened with heavy responsibility. I ask you one last time, who are you?" Daehanfong enjoys unleashing powerful energy to throw the shopkeeper aside, but he lands gently on the ground and introduces himself. I am one of Odin's 5 ravens, ruler of Norse. Though I have not been named, as long as I offer you to the Lord, he will give me a name. Daehan's face darkened with anger, and the more he thought about the one who took over his father's body, the angrier he became. You're a cursed creature like him. John is extremely furious. Ina, witnessing Krat's outburst for the first time, wondered if the person standing in front of her was really John. Hearing her call, he calmed down and said, "It's probably too late to escape now. Stay behind me." Mr. and Mrs. Wainehan reluctantly agreed. "She must be very important to you, huh?" the crow asked. Kithanand. So what? I will make you despair. I will tear her to pieces. Do you think it's easy? Like ripping beef jerky or something? Dad, if you're so capable, just try it. Jahan isn't someone who'll let him do whatever he wants, especially when activating his skill to craft items. Jahan observes a minute of silence for him. Whatever you do, the one torn to pieces will still be you. You've summoned the new 3 Mung copied from Bok's hand and successfully created the Long Dao S. Both sides jump up. Looking at John's big sword, the shop owner chuckles creepily. But that's not enough. After saying that, he clashes with the sword with his bare hands. The powerful collision kicked up a cloud of dust and smoke, leaving Ina behind, completely unaware of what was happening. She was confused and wondered who this person was and why he was doing this. Moreover, she couldn't hear all of the shopkeeper's words, so she didn't understand Hyun's problem or the Norse gods, only that he called him by a very strange name. Ina quickly pushed aside her doubts and thought about how to help Hyun. Meanwhile, Chan continued to coldly wield his sword while the shopkeeper pulled out several bloodstained chains. What do you have to do with Hung Jin? John asked coldly. Are you still curious about that at this life or death moment? I'll tell you. The shop owner transformed into his true form before continuing. He is one of Odin's most famous black crows. Just like Min, he also possesses the divine power of the Norse gods. It's a pity, I understand now. And you, a powerful being like you, are being used as a pawn to control me? Why are you doing this? Void Fruit was unaffected by such insults because the prophecy from ancient times was the highest prophecy of the gods and could not be changed. Are you just talking nonsense? Is everything just because of an unfounded prophecy? Is that why you came to find me on your own? Jahan, furious, drives the spear of 3 prongs into the ice, pushing the sharp ice spikes up to activate the ice terrain skill. The nameless fruit dodges these sharp ice spikes with ease. At this moment, Jahan charged to strike him, but was stopped in his tracks. The prophecy of the Norse god has never been wrong. Void Nameless fires his light chain at Jahan, hitting him hard. He uses the Ba Mung to shield his body. Ina quietly assesses that person is very strong. I'm not sure he's an opponent easy to deal with. With my current abilities, I can't help John, but I still have one trump card up my sleeve. Ina somehow pulls out a gem from nowhere. John takes it. He didn't hesitate and threw it to him. What is that? Inahan immediately recognized what it was when she held the gem in her hand. It is a mana transfer stone. The item allows the user to transfer their magic power to the holder of the stone. While John was still stunned, Ina had already cast the spell to transfer the magic. In Ina's mind, she is now recalling the moments when they stood shoulder to shoulder. John froze for 5 seconds, then chuckled softly and clenched the stone tightly. Thank you, you're reminding yourself. You must not panic about yourself. That is what this crow wants. As always, stay calm to find the best strategies. What is his weakness? How can we get through this dangerous situation now? We need to make a quick decision now. The Nameless One launches his sharp chain head, aiming straight to pierce through John. He also drew his light chain to strike back at his opponent's chain. Odin then threw a hidden dagger as a projectile to create a path for the iron chain to slip through the light chains and attack John. John quietly assesses him as a foe who can wield both a knife and a chain. Even though there is a difference in magic power between us, I can keep my distance from him. If you ignore it, it will lead to big trouble, making it hard to counterattack and gain the upper hand. The goat jumps onto the end of the light chain and uses it as a flying disc to move quickly. As he approached Odin, he leapt forward and struck, just as Odin's weapon sliced across his arm, activating the sacrificial skill. While healing himself, John couldn't help but marvel at how fast this guy was. Despite activating the light step, it was still hard to catch him. I heard you're tough to deal with, but it seems I underestimated you. Lord Himdu was right. You could become a challenge to the gods. Thanks for the compliment. Your calm attitude surprises me. Are you implying you're going to deal with me here? Han is encouraging himself to be brave. Right now, the Norse gods cannot defeat me. Currently, the power of the prophetic word is protecting me, so defeating him with this weapon is not impossible. A countless stream of strange symbols floods into John's body. He coldly raises his sword and charges forward. Odin smirks and says, "You think I'll fall for that attack?" He sees that long sword will make Dahan attack slowly, like a curse. Sure enough, he takes a running start with a lot of time, so when he gets close, he gets hit first by the opponent, gaining the advantage, forcing himself to tense his butt muscles and twist his hips to counterattack. However, he still remains very proud. "Sorry, but it seems you're not much better." At this moment, the Nameless One gasped heavily, stepped back, kept breathing hard, feeling he's not okay, and the glasses on his mask had been shattered. "How dare you do something like this, you person!" Odin shouted in anger, charging forward with chains in one hand and a knife in the other. Jahan's great sword easily blocked his tiny dagger, then it faded to gray and gradually disappeared. "Looks like your information about me is a bit off," Chan said while kicking off and running away, blocking the activation of the specific illusion creation magic skill. Tai activates the skill to create a magical construct, successfully forming Nies's Fang. "I don't want to start with such a powerful weapon." Dahan swiftly twists and plunges Nies's Fang into his throat. Void Crow is still stunned. "What? I've never heard him emit such a powerful aura before." Dahan seems to think that Odin looks scared. He never expected to face an unexpected situation he couldn't have foreseen. So while his older brother was mentally unstable, he quickly sent Kwangshich to temporarily blind one of his arms. Then, taking advantage of this opportunity, Jahan immediately charged forward and slashed several times. Odin cried out in agony. The effect of Nihawk's claw creation has been activated, causing poison damage to the enemy with stacking effects. These notifications made John overjoyed. This weapon is even better than he imagined, truly a level S creation. But now Odin has broken free from Kwangzich's grip. "How dare you use the power of the bastard I despise with that S-rank weapon?" At this moment, he is extremely furious, and the two sides are exchanging fierce attacks. After a prolonged exchange, Odin suddenly freezes. "It seems the poison is making it hard for you to move, right?" "I've turned the tables now, haven't I?" Jahan is extremely pleased. "Damn it, if it's come to this for North Europe, I'll accept doing this." "You can't kill me now, can you? Since when did I say I wanted to kill you?" Voidless Kwa uses all his remaining strength to pass by Jean. This non-man is targeting him again. She quickly creates a shield to protect herself, but unfortunately, that shield is no match for Odin. He pushed through and shattered it into fine pieces. Aina hurriedly stood frozen as Odin transformed into a blazing red fire rushing straight at her. Deha grits his teeth, quickly bends down, shouts, and throws Nihawk's Fang, while a dagger flies straight toward him. In is so scared she's lost her mind. At this moment, Aina is sitting on the ground, blaming herself for not being able to help Jahan, while the little weight almost pulls her into danger. She quietly breathes a sigh of relief, as at least this time he isn't seriously injured. But who exactly is he? "Why did you cause this?" Jahan seems to know him, and also the magic he used is the same as that time. Could it be that this time and that time are connected? Aina thought, feeling heartbroken. She tried to stroke Dahan's hair, but the guy clenched his teeth and woke up, making her face turn red like a tomato from embarrassment. Jahan's close-up stare startled Aina so much she lost control of her expression. "Have you been with me all this time?" "Thank you so much." "Oh, of course I have to do that." After a few words, the two young people fell into a stiff, frozen silence. Finally, John spoke up. "Ina, I actually knew what you wanted to say that time." Aina was stunned, and John looked very guilty, patting her on the shoulder. He said, "I know this might make you uncomfortable, if you don't mind. Please don't overthink it, but just listen to me. I have a responsibility I need to fulfill. That's why I wanted to tell you. Everyone has their own secrets." Ina put her hand over Sean's mouth. "Can we not talk about this issue?" The little girl bowed her head, looking a bit unhappy. "I'm sorry, I'm not ready to hear it. Whatever your answer is, don't say it now. I'll wait until you finish what you need to do. Your tears have fallen, but the game is still on. Later, can you tell me your answer?" Tears streaming down, Ina still forces a smile. Jahan dejectedly wipes her tears. They sit like that for a long time. Jahan reflects on what just happened, wondering why he interrupted her and why he couldn't give her an answer. He knows Ina likes him, so why did he act that way? Clearly, half-hearted responses will only hurt her more. Jahan lands on the gym floor. At this moment, a demon is approaching. Jahan leaps forward and kicks it right in the head, then unleashes a rain of light chains onto the approaching demons. As the mission progresses, you level up. Jahan clenches his fist and unleashes a furious gale punch. Now you can feel the shield surrounding you, increasing your defense. I can feel the shield around my body, but he doesn't understand how it works. Han sighs. Right now, Hla suddenly appears and says, "That's right. Of course you can't understand everything yet, but soon you will. If anyone can do this, it can only be you." Hila approaches John. He smiles. "What? Why are you suddenly saying such meaningless things? It's like you're about to leave. This kind of vague talk doesn't affect me at all." Hila sighed. "So that's how it is." She said nothing more, but deep inside she was hoping, very hopeful, that in the future her existence would no longer matter to Jahan. Only then could he truly awaken his power. This morning, Han was walking to school when he bumped into an older brother. "I am Jong Hyun, a third-year student. I am the leader of the Guardian Society." John suddenly remembered that he had heard of this guild before. The Guardians of the Sacred Hall are the strongest warriors in the academy, and even just being a member gives you quite strong abilities. But compared to the Norse, they are just like mosquitoes on stainless steel. "I'm here to invite you to join the Guardians." "Stop right there. Who gave you permission to invite members here, sister?" "Han will join the Sung-On Guild." "Don't mess around, you guys." "The silver-haired brother has arrived too. He's going to join our Garam Guild." The three of them drew a crowd that stared angrily. "Seniors, please hold back a little. Everyone is looking over there. Besides, could you spare a moment for me?" The white-haired sister pushed through the crowd and rushed forward. "I am from the Three-Eyed Society." John was quite surprised to realize he had heard of this guild before, during a previous life as a trial hunter. "I'm not here to recruit you, just wanted to say hello," John said straightforwardly. "You should come see me when it's less crowded, or it will be dangerous to do so now." John smiled a dangerous smile. "Forget it for now, let's talk again later. Mahan will join Garam." "Sorry, senior. I need to clarify this. I have no intention of joining any guilds. The three major guilds are all competing and spraying hard glue at each other," Dong Han asked. "So what do you plan to do?" "I know you're a student of Du Sung Yun. A fake conqueror who doesn't join any guild will have to start with low-level quests. I never said I would continue my conquest career without joining any guild." Immediately, the white-haired older brother grabbed him by the collar. "What does that kid mean? Just say it clearly here. You'd better let go of me." Chan coldly warns for his own safety, and Jahan's attitude makes the white-haired guy tremble and loosen his grip. He brushes off his shirt and says, "I will form my own club." Everyone was stunned. John looked very happy again. The three team leaders are having a secret meeting again, and already I can hear that white-haired guy shouting. No matter how I think about it, those words from that OT kid are just nonsense. Is he crazy? Why would a first-year student want to establish his own club? He whispers and uses that blonde girl to give this father a headache. I don't understand either. Dong Han also thinks it's unreasonable for a new student to want to establish their own guild. The academy doesn't have any rules against it, but it's almost impossible for a first-year student. This requires special understanding and doing many other tasks, and most importantly, that person will have to complete everything without help from seniors or professors. Yes, but the biggest problem for us right now is what he said. Maybe he really will form his own club. What do you mean? You just said that's impossible. What's the most important thing to establish a guild? First is the influence over the factions within the academy. Children from wealthy and powerful families are hard to approach. Apart from those with special abilities in the academy, it's even harder to get close. But that might not be the case with him. Remember Minhan's friends. They are all prominent and well-known, skilled in alchemy, strong warriors, and top support members in their team. That's why he hasn't needed us from the start. Damn it, things are about to get complicated. We need to change how we see Minhan.
With his teammates at this academy, he can shift the balance against the other factions. Other factions should find ways to continue existing and growing. If necessary, the guardian spirits will support everyone. Is it really worth all these worries just because of a new student? Kang Du Hyop, you could defeat Min Zahin in a 1 versus 10. Du Hyop couldn't answer this. Dong Hun went straight ahead. Our guild is always open. We will wait for your decision. After school, the team leaders are not in a good mood. Dong Han remembered when John threatened Du Hyop and couldn't help but feel that real monsters had already appeared in this academy. He is the second monster after Kion that he needs to watch out for. While the other guilds are dividing up territories, Chan shared her idea of forming a separate guild with her friends. Yudong reacted as if she had just heard something shocking, suspiciously staring at her friend. Yeah, I think we don't need to join the other guilds? No, wait, even so, aren't we still freshmen? If the other guilds feel threatened, we will face big trouble. Ho Eon worries. Daesung was restless and uneasy. That's right. I'm also afraid of fighting other guilds in the academy. So doesn't seem very happy. I thought you called me about something important, but it turns out it's because of this? So what about the reward? John changed the subject. We just need to become strong enough to fight against other guilds. Down was furious about being ignored. John continued, this happening naturally is completely normal. John always thought that this way would be better than joining a guild. I have no opinion. Ina was the first to agree. If that's how you feel, I have no objections. Dasong also agrees, so Unon asks again. So what now? How will I reward you all? Without the guild's points or rewards, are you all just going to starve? Chan smiled and sighed. The reward points given to the top students and the items I get from the guild and the missions I participate in, plus other sources from before, total at least a few million points, so everyone can rest assured about the regular salary. Crazy stuff. So many points make me go crazy. Are you really that rich? Yudong never expected that his friend Ricky was the real deal. But you never buy us food, so today we're throwing a party. Why are you here? Sehan just woke up. You don't see it? Just want to join the club. It's okay. Isn't that right? Also, next year I will start studying at Mus. With your skills, I can't act freely at all. Aseo Han was just complaining when Jaehan used mind control on her neck. Seo Han immediately cheered. This place will be so fun because it's full of fools. By the time she turned pale and covered her mouth, it was already too late. The others condemn him fiercely, leaving Seo Han only able to cry, while the mastermind Jaehan is smiling at others suffering. Who said acting before thinking? Calling your senior a fool is not a good idea. Anyway, our situation isn't that bad. Everyone, including the seniors, has special talents. Jean has been behind Hoon for a while, smiling not very kindly. If we can develop this guild, we will surpass the limits we are facing. Hoon turned to look at him with shining eyes. I will pledge my loyalty to the guild. Ina frowns and decides this time she will protect John herself. It has to be that way, so Ko agrees, and she will do her best to contribute to the group. Something's not right, isn't it? Dudung couldn't believe what she was seeing and whispered to So-yoon that every time Jahan smiled like that, she always felt something bad was about to happen. Huh? What did you two say? Seeing you look over, the two girls turned pale and shook their heads, saying of course to get stronger, you need to train hard. But since that's already clear, everyone doesn't need to worry too much. I will help everyone during training, as well as in real combat. So everyone will join in my club then. Is there any other way? Mus Academy Gym. The MS Academy Gym has many training equipment and valuable artifacts, but only top students and their relatives can access it. At least the club president with the highest rank in the school can enter here. Damn it, Yudong is sprawled on the ground, dizzy and cursing. I just wanted a party to relax. Sehan is in the same state, already out of her mind. Desong immediately brought the hot tray over, the recovery medicine for both of them. My muscles feel like they've been torn apart. We're done for today. Actually, muscles only grow when they are torn apart. Dahan coldly interrupts, then takes the medicine Desong offers, smiling darkly, and says, don't waste a single drop of the medicine, drink it all. So Yan stood up from the ground, pointed at Desong's face, and called him a traitor, while Desong hid behind Dahan, crying. Sorry, but I don't like fighting. Why are you blaming Dosong? Come on, just 2 more training sessions. Although it looks like a regular gym, this place is very special. This place can increase gravity to train strength and endurance, as well as improve students' physical condition. To do that, the equipment here has been adjusted to have gravity several times stronger than outside. Ina was panting and sweating as she trained, looking at her. Jahan thought again that something like what happened last time could happen at any moment, and that there was only one way to prevent it. My friend needs to become stronger quickly so they won't become a burden in urgent situations and can escape the battlefield safely. That is the top priority they must achieve right now. The fake Crusader Guild Dong. Sung, Un, and Jahan sit and look at each other, smiling brightly. So, you want to switch to another guild? Seung suddenly spoke, looking surprised. Huh? What do you mean by that? I know the people from Katator have approached you and even offered Nihawk's Fang as a reward. Hung, it's been exposed. If I want to switch to another guild, will you let me go? Ha ha ha, of course not. Especially not the Curator Guild. So why did she ask Ung-on not to say anything and then stand up to approach him? I called you here to declare that I will never let anyone take you away from me. I am not a fool to hand over my beloved disciple to an opponent. Sung-on raises his hand to lift John's chin and leans in close to his face, saying, and you have no reason to give up your current position, even if the offer is one of the rarest creations in the world. Right? Yes. Even then. Instead, if you make a reasonable request, I will also do my best to fulfill it. It's not a bad deal, right? Yeah, that's right. I really have no intention of leaving. If Azuma were here, why would I go somewhere else? That sweet lie almost convinced me. It's a pity. John grinned widely, thinking of him Do, who would target him throughout the training, so he needed to be prepared for any situation. Right from the start, John led the group onto the vehicle. Let's all do our best. This event marks the beginning of our association. Of course, Hoon replied enthusiastically. Dueng is trembling and crying, being reprimanded by So-yoon. Don't shake anymore. But it's a bit scary. From now on, everything will be real. It feels like you're right. From now on, we'll have to fight monsters in real combat. Even if other conquerors come to kill a few monsters there, it doesn't mean this training session will be safe. Yu trembled as he whispered this. The more you think about it, the harder it will seem. Just relax a bit, since you've been on high alert throughout the training. Yeah, I'll try. By the way, John, I have something I want to ask. Why did you name the group 9? Yeah, I was also wondering. 9 is a number, right? Yes, that's correct. Is there a special reason you chose this number? I think it's more accurate to say I just don't like it. In Norse mythology, the number 9 is symbolic. For example, Thor was poisoned by J.C. Munn's venom and died after just 9 steps. That is one of the reasons. The number 9 appears repeatedly and indicates important connections. Shan smiled calmly. So I don't like it. And that's also why I chose it. Ina and Du Dung looked at each other. This guy is crazy. Chan looked at Ina and then quickly turned away to continue speaking. There are things I can't forget. Like when I'm with you guys, that make it hard for me to remember my main purpose in this battle. We're here. This is the entrance to Daegu, a closed city where the training will take place. All right, from now on, it won't be peaceful. Ji reminds everyone before getting off the vehicle to stay alert. No one can survive leaving this place without being careful. Deep inside Daegu, Hindu is sitting on the roof enjoying the view. John's father is arriving. Another crow has disappeared. Hind chuckled softly. Indeed, a fascinating opponent. Host S.J. then greeted the viewers of the program, discussing the issues surrounding the global fake attack. She raised her hand, signaling everyone to look over. Today's episode will feature 2 guests to discuss the incident at the large Icelandic ruins. The first guest, with a cold demeanor, greets the S-rank fake attacker and is the representative of the European Union, Mrs. Locke. Then she points to the other person, the first S-rank mage in the world and also a member of the European Union, Camila. Sai looked at the 2 figures with a bright smile and a friendly expression, happy to meet both of them. Camila responded with a cheerful smile and a warm attitude, saying she also felt very honored. Then she leaned slightly and nudged her elbow against Balak's side, whispering softly, "Behave properly. We're here as representatives of the European Union." He let out a cold breath, then subtly tilted his chin toward the group watching them without blinking. Take a look into their eyes. Does it look like they are respecting us? They don't. If not, then Camilla narrowed her eyes and quickly guessed their intention, while Jiang Do remained cautious. Could there be any excuse? I understand now. Then he gently advised, but he also understood that being so irritable was not right. Hearing that, Bach clicked his tongue and his gaze hardened. He glanced at S.J., a growing sense of suspicion gradually creeping into his mind. They are beginning to think that the European Union is actually behind this temple raid. He couldn't argue with that either, and it's understandable. No matter how much he tried to analyze further, we were the ones owning the site when the incident happened. The figure behind it all flashes briefly in his mind, but as he thinks of this, he clenches his jaw in anger and curses fate. S smiled professionally and said, "Today we will discuss the recent robbery near the Icelandic archaeological site." But then her expression gradually turned into a sarcastic and arrogant smirk. When news of this incident spread, it caused quite a stir. That half-challenging, half-mocking attitude almost made him want to stand up and retort immediately. But Camilla was quicker. quietly nudging her foot against his pants as a reminder. Bach glanced over and caught her calm gaze. He exhaled, trying to contain his rising anger as he listened to why the two S-rank fake assaults couldn't protect that area. Why did the European Union, considered the strongest in the world, fail to resolve this incident? She turned her head to check the information and asked, "What? These are the two main opinions most people are commenting on. Could you share your thoughts on this matter?" Camilla asked softly, her voice sincere as she bowed her head. "Sorry, but we didn't have enough strength. That's all we can say." "Do you?" he said with a forced smile. "Many people are criticizing Europe's failure this time. Even the United States and Japan are the same. You were so confident that you would succeed in the raid after gaining control of the relic site." She quietly observed their reactions, continuing to watch. "So, what kind of mistake happened?" Bach took a deep breath, his face showing clear signs of frustration. Suddenly, he broke the silence with a statement that caught Sel's attention. "She probably has heard of that intruder before." She nodded briefly, recalling that figure. "Of course, that's the person believed to have passed the European Union's uncompleted proficiency test and who infiltrated the relic site before disappearing, right? According to the story, he is called the Black Cloak, and the European Union announced that a man in a black cloak suddenly appeared and broke into the relic site." S sighed in disappointment, but everyone wanted to know the truth. Hearing that, Bach responded with anger burning in every word. You mean her anger made the atmosphere so suffocating that it was hard to breathe? How could she be so startled? "Am I lying?" Camilla quickly called out his name in panic. She tried to dodge, but he had lost all patience, turning sharply towards the cameraman with a cold, razor-sharp gaze before slowly walking forward with heavy steps. The killing intent rises. Bach grits his teeth and speaks each word clearly. That black-robed guy is very strong. Then he reaches out and grabs the camera in front, pulling the device close. He was almost pressed right up against the lens. He's so strong that none of us could beat him. Not even Camilla and I trying to attack him at the same time. Bach gritted his teeth, words spilling out bitterly. "Aren't you humiliated?" "How could that be? Japan or America or something? I don't need to know." Camilla beside him just put her hand on her forehead, sighing in frustration, letting him vent his anger, before they do something about him before he once again blames their failure. Bak Han confidently points at the screen and confirms, "I know very well that he will appear again." At this moment, a group of people is gathered among the ruins of a shattered city, attentively listening to instructions. "This event will impact your future lives in news." Yes, Mickey clearly announced that this field trip will last a week. He looked over the entire group of students, reminding them to cooperate with their team members, then handed the item to Anhoyon and gave additional instructions, saying we would only provide the survival kit currently being distributed to each team. The image of the monsters that once spread terror suddenly flooded Minky's mind. Your survival depends entirely on the knowledge you have learned at the academy to defeat the monsters. He clearly states that you are not allowed to leave the 50-kilometer radius of this area. If you do not comply, it will be considered a failure. Min Ki-ton continued to clearly communicate every word. This week, you have 2 tasks to complete, starting with the most important one being to survive. He looked at the young faces before him and reminded them, this is a relatively safe area, but still potentially dangerous because you are still students. Next, Mickey points out the advantage that if you can survive here, it proves you have enough potential to become a good assault squad. After a brief pause, he continues, the second mission is to fight with all your might and hunt as many monsters as possible within the given time. Not only that, but you must also keep the rewards from defeating monsters and bring back their tokens. He listed the rankings of creatures from the lowest to the dragon level in a simple pattern. Of course, the higher the level of the monster, the more points you'll earn. But you still need to be careful and avoid getting hurt during the mission. One of the group raised their hand and asked, what if we encounter an emergency? He nodded quickly and replied, no need to worry. Then I look up at the 2 figures standing above and explain, a supervisor will always be nearby. Minnie, with hands on hips, carefully advises, if you're in danger, don't run away. Run to the supervisor's location. Everyone fell silent, listening carefully to the serious reminders. I repeat, your safety is the top priority. After a moment of silence, he confirmed once more. If there are no further questions, I will stop here. Min politely bid farewell to everyone and wished you good luck. As the crowd began to disperse, Jun's group quickly gathered together. Diasang, Hoon, and Sozun carefully examined each item in their hands. Yudong and Ina also have similar items. Jun smiled excitedly, his eyes shining as he looked at them. The ring on their finger is a symbol of team spirit. He clenched his fist tightly, silently telling himself that he was truly lucky to receive such an item. So then, Disong smiled, excitement clearly on his face, and began to carry out the plan. The gentle sunlight shines on his face, bringing the warmth of the early day. As the group chatters happily, a shadow quietly watches from afar. Hujin stands silently in the empty space, his gaze contemplative and murmuring to himself. It's starting. In Daegu City, no buildings are left intact. Jun's main circle targeted an unfinished skyscraper. The group spread out carefully to survey the area. He kept a serious face and gave an objective assessment. At least we found a good base, so it's okay. As soon as he finished speaking, Desong eagerly jumped in when it was mentioned. Yeah, right here we might even avoid high-level winged monsters. The beginning wasn't bad. Unlike them, Sun didn't seem happy, but I have a feeling bugs will appear here. This tense atmosphere is really uncomfortable. Hearing that, you stammered to advise, don't hate bugs too much, and immediately received a full scolding from her. Be quiet, bugs are a crime. The more he spoke, the angrier he got, and Sozun's voice grew louder. Do you want me to make you repeat that? Jun, as the team leader, finally had to step in and stop it. Enough with the jokes, from now on be alert. Yu Dong finally speaks after remaining silent. Well, even if we have the roof above us, this is still a locked-down city. Her words made him ponder deeply for a long moment. The city being sealed off is born from human helplessness. It is a term for cities that cannot resist monster attacks. Areas like Daegu in Jian to the north and most of the southern islands are under quarantine. The specific reason for this journey is to teach the students real survival skills like in a real invasion, which is why the academy brought them here. And then Aina calmly confirmed that Jun was right. From now on, we have no choice but to face reality. Meanwhile, Yu Dong only focused on one thing. I also hope I can score a lot of points this time. Then I will buy lots of ice cream and visit all the restaurants I haven't been to yet. After that, she looked shyly and flirtatiously. Speaking of which, I heard there are many new restaurants in the southern part of the academy. After the outdoor run, let's go together. Once again, I see Jun still lost in thought, making Rodung feel discouraged and let out a loud sigh. At that moment, he muttered about a new research area. It's just a score. He looked thoughtfully at the next issue with the others. This seems to be a normal event. J. Hun thought of the image of Team Park Hun. We are clearly among the top ranks of the new recruits, and even compared to established groups, we are not falling behind. Seriousness was evident in his eyes. However, Tuyet remembered the name of the creature with monster-level power. The most dangerous enemy in this event is Hindu. Even the strange words he once uttered. Remember this. He will find a way to approach us. Ina noticed Jun's dazed expression and couldn't help but worry as she asked, Jaehoon, are you okay? Are you finally back to your senses this time? Yeah, it's nothing. Hoyeon watched both of them for a while before suddenly asking a series of questions. What's going on? Why are both of you acting strange? What's going on? It's so vague and incomplete that Jun couldn't understand anything. Huh? Are you okay? And with just one sentence, he clarified the situation in front of him. No, it's just that you both look awkward, like you're arguing with each other. And then I added a question. Is something going on this weekend? Ina doesn't show much expression. What are you talking about? Actually, I remembered the nameless guy in my mind. His appearance is full of pressure with a breath that controls everything, like chains trying to lock both her body and mind. Back in the present, Ina remained silent, not responding to Hoon. Suddenly, Sozin announced seriously, Wait, someone is approaching. With one sentence, he drew everyone's attention away from the weekend conversation. I don't know how Jun came up with such a confident guess. The intruders, the ones who hate us, are probably connected to Senior Sozin. She also confirmed it again. Yes, more important. Although Sozin's appearance seems indifferent, what she says next is like a bomb. I told you I would take responsibility for you. You'd better be ready to follow through on it. Those words shocked the other two girls in Team 9, enough to make even fearless warriors pale at the thought of taking responsibility. What is she talking about? They immediately turn their attention to the source of everything. Jun nonchalantly orders in a deep voice, Prepare to fight! The moment the words stop, those people officially step onto the stage. It's none other than the circle of friends. A confident smirk is firmly fixed on his face. I knew they would come eventually. Memories flood back of Kwan Sozun when she was still a member of the small circle. So you mean that back then, she raised an eyebrow to verify me, causing me to leave the small circle and join a new one of rookies called Chin. Jun nodded immediately. Yeah, she understands quickly. So she politely declined, but you're still a rookie. Ha, whatever you say. I admit you're truly different, but you also have to consider my position.
That was a very realistic response from Sozun.
Maybe you don't, but I'm quite satisfied with Shy. There are many people here, and compared to a new circle, I can earn more points.
Of course, June came well prepared. Senior, you're only seeing part of the picture, which instantly makes her resentful.
Are you trying to lecture your senior again? Don't you notice? And get to the main point.
Does she really think the SIT members are her teammates? I didn't expect her to be so insecure when talking about it. Well, I guess they are more like business partners. And then June pulls out something with a tone of rebuttal. I don't think so. Just a glance from Sozun was enough to recognize the voice of someone speaking. Kwan Sozun straightforwardly says it's just petty spying, and Noun, who is extremely annoyed, exclaims, "She can't even fight properly. What kind of fake punishment is this?" Contrary to his attitude, she is smugly pleased. She's like my assistant, just someone to make me look better. Suddenly, he changed his behavior 180 degrees. She's pretty too. I'll try to flirt. Who knows, maybe it'll work. Without any surprise, Shinho frowned and said sharply, "Damn it, I already claimed her first. If you don't want to die, don't try to steal her." Disgust is clearly present in this conversation, causing Sozun's face to tighten, and finally he grits his teeth and breathes out slowly. All right, I understand now. Then she decisively asked the question as if she silently agreed. How much are you planning to offer me? Ju, satisfied with the answer, also smiled cunningly, focusing on how she would act as they faced Sozun's former teammates. Beach J didn't bother to say anything and declared boldly, "Do you really think you can recruit a member of our circle without any consequences?" Min Hoon, you didn't say anything and just fell into thought. The circle your senior once participated in is actually just a small circle. From the data June collected from the memory sphere, they are those who try to exploit her. In the end, you put on a face full of countless sins with a mocking tone. It seems you've forgotten how you were treated during the new soldier hunt. Whenever it comes up, I get all fired up because it's my hometown river. That time, I just let my guard down. He still spoke clearly and confidently. Do you think you can handle this many people? In terms of both quantity and quality, Jaehoon is not inferior at all. Sorry about that, but I have never been alone. A powerful energy dances on each of my fingers. Let me clarify. Just casually tossing it over would be enough to scare B to death. Even Jun himself was stunned, realizing he was faster. Of course, he wouldn't show it and would just smirk in challenge. Even if all of you team up, you still can't beat one of us. Among them, two people nervously exchange glances. Jun's hand still crackled with golden lightning as he glanced slightly at Sozun, one of the talents with reconnaissance abilities. An image of a pair of blue eyes appears behind Sozun. Putting her on our team came with such a great risk. Ju looked at the people in front of him, but honestly, they were nothing special. He slightly lowered his head and smiled in a strange way. Jun raised his face and said nonchalantly, "Not planning to go up yet." There is a trembling in B's voice. I must have misunderstood something. No matter how strong you are, you're still just a rookie. You just smile faintly and say nothing. Seeing that, he immediately ordered to kill him. Many armed people rushed towards Jun. His cold eyes swept over the crowd as the system appeared, activating the barrier skill, making the fortress unbreakable. The attacking group seemed to have hit a solid shield. The space echoes with an astonished voice. How dare you? Hoon holds a shield in front of him as the system continues. Your defense will be increased by 1.5 times, and even a group with great strength cannot break through its shield. Rodung also grabbed her folding staff, emanating her power. I'm here too. The system issues a new notification, activating the skill Heavenly Wind and Rain. The team relentlessly attacked the defensive line they had created. Jae-hoo looked at the battlefield in front of him, praising it as excellent, feeling proud inside. His training had been worth it. You start to look at Sangodung, she has learned a wide-area defensive spell. Honestly, everyone's progress has been quite impressive. Lee Jun couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. What the hell is going on? That attack didn't cause any damage at all. Beach D was just as stunned. This is really happening. Someone is starting to scream. Damn, I knew this would happen. Others are also feeling uncomfortable. How dare you think about touching the inheritor of the lotus flower of the Guildmaster? Even so, is that a new team? Ina also revealed her power. She asked Jun for his opinion. Do I need to attack all of them? After hearing that, he chuckled softly. Yes, no one will be spared. Green energies appear around Ina, and the system announces the activation of a special skill. Alpham's Sword. She wields a small magic staff to command the surrounding powers to surge forward, and the forces begin attacking the enemies. They started to run in panic out of fear. Some couldn't believe it and looked back, only to be caught by that power. A foot steps into a green liquid. Beach J falls backward, and the green liquid covers her completely. He tries to peel off the green liquid from his shirt. What the hell is this? Two figures appear and start talking. Oh, not bad. They can't even move anymore. Yusung begins explaining the ingredients of that solution. That's right, I mixed Slim with paralyzing mushroom spores to create this, so it should definitely work. B shouted from the ground, "You stuttering bastard!" A deep voice echoes. He suddenly widens his eyes and looks at Hun as he steps closer to Bi. Watch out for that damn mouth of yours. He's lying on the ground, still trying to escape that liquid. Why can't I get out of this mess? I invested a lot, and that strength stat is high. You put one foot on Big's back. Do you know how much pain I can cause you before you die? Being stepped on like that, he could only scream in agony. Hearing the scream, the henchmen in front slightly turned their heads to look. Hun looked at them casually and said, "I will let the others go, but he will stay with me." He glanced at the person on the ground, and this bastard is the one who started it all. BD shouted in fear to his teammates. What? Don't trust them. Listen to me. But his teammate didn't agree. Crazy idiot. Why should we wait for him? The only sound in the space is the curses of his underlings. You bastard, I knew you would ruin everything. You should have known your place. You don't realize how huge the difference is when you get involved in these schemes. He only knows how to explain with disappointment. Not that one. B reached out, but his teammate had already left. Hun casually put his hands in his pockets. I wonder what I should do now. You glance behind you. I have already decided to make him fail in this event. Down clenched his teeth from behind. That bastard. B reaches out to her to explain. Sozun, just listen to me. I do all this for you. A steely voice rings out. Shut up. So she took a knife out of her pocket and used her other hand to brush her hair back. You already said it yourself. I am just a parasite with no purpose other than reconnaissance. Sound laughed eerily. So die. B's face immediately paled. Damn. She sat on him and kept attacking. After a while, Hans Xiao appeared confused. Huh? Are you telling me you've taken care of all of them? In front of them was a desolate scene. He looked at the people lying at his feet, silently thinking that the Zit team was not at the top, but they were always around average, at least that much. And with such a large number of members, he looked at Chun's group and asked, Can you do it with such a small team? What the hell is this? You better look away. Well, as long as they don't die, that's all that matters. They don't deserve to die so young. Han Xiao looked scared. Damn, this really is a monster. He turned to leave. So I guess I'll go now. I hope in the future you can prevent conflicts with the upper classes. Jae-hyun replied perfunctorily. Yeah. You glance over at the person leaning against the pillar. Then why are you helping me? Shu-hu didn't answer immediately, then looked at the construction site ahead and reluctantly said, X is chasing all of you. Jae-hun doesn't seem to care much. So what if they are? They're just fools, it's no big deal. Shu-hyuk immediately replied, Fine, I don't understand my own actions, so why am I siding with this guy? Seeing Shu-hyuk about to leave, Ji-yoon spoke up. Hey, where are you going? If you're planning to wander around, you should reconsider. Hearing that, he stopped, Shu-hyuk's face flushing with embarrassment. Then I will stay here for a little while. You turn your head to look at him. I didn't expect you to help me. I thought you were just good at causing trouble. The next words made Shu-hyuk confused. I heard them clearly. What's your name again? Meanwhile, Yu-dung covered her mouth and whispered to her teammate. Oh, so he's Lu Hu, but that name also sounds quite unfamiliar to Aina. Louis Hu? Sound didn't bother to hold back and asked directly, Who is that? This indifferent attitude makes Shu-hyuk clench his fists in silent anger. You should have remembered my name, but what happened earlier in the meeting room kept you there. At that moment, Shu-hyuk angrily slammed the table and stood up. I disagree. What are you talking about, fighting Minu together? B suddenly asked back, Can't you do it? That's not the main point. He quickly proposed an alternative solution. Sound left on his own, offering a better proposal. No problem. But before he could finish, B cut him off. Is that really so important? Su-hyu. His indifference was so obvious that it made him stop in his tracks. He is B, who doesn't want to argue anymore, standing up and walking toward the door. That's obvious. But he grinned mischievously and patted Shu-hyuk on the shoulder, saying, I like a junior who listens. That comment drove him crazy. Since when did M become so calculating? Just because he doesn't like someone, does he want to fight? What kind of crazy, bizarre behavior is this? I can't stay calm, so Yen left. I can't remain in a group like this. Back in the present, Shu-hyuk replied in a low voice, No, I've changed my mind. I'm leaving now because clearly I'm not welcome, and you all probably have your own things to discuss privately. Jae-hun paid no mind and responded, Fine, do as you wish.
This turn of events is completely different from what Shu Hyu expected. He shouted angrily, "I will take revenge next time we meet. You'd better get ready." Suddenly, the atmosphere seemed to freeze. He shot June a glance and asked, "Do you want to fight me?" Then he smiled excitedly and said, "Leave one last thing before I go. I like how quickly you grasp the situation." The fake act made June just sigh and say, "Oh my God, how did someone like him end up like this?" But he quickly brushed that aside and turned to his teammates with a smile. Facing their expectant eyes, he made a suggestion. "Let's get to Wu work then." But it seems Sozin is not very satisfied. "Do you want us to jump into work right after just fighting?" Jae-hoon responds rightly and reasonably. The greater the strength, the greater the responsibility. Doesn't she know that saying? Her silence was her agreement. Then she turned around and made a demand. "What are you going to give me in return?" The surrounding scene is desolate and ruined, but there is a reason why Moose Academy chose Daegu as the location. Although the area has been sealed off, they want to reclaim the city that was once taken and fortified. Actually, it's not that simple. Daegu is also the place where the first gate in the world opened. It was also the first city to fall after Iris appeared, and the student group like Chun supporting MES's field trip was preparing for the reconstruction of this area. You've heard the rumors. People say that the disaster at the Daegu Gate was a terrible catastrophe and that your mother was there too. The statistics plunged Chun into despair. After that disaster, only 3% of the Daegu population was said to have survived. It's just that there's a little light at the end of the tunnel, thanks to the first person who opened the way, Jugon. Suddenly, a call pulled him out of his tangled thoughts. Junina gently announced, "Dinner is ready." Hwang Hon stammered in reply, "Yes, I'll be there right away." She sensed the heaviness in his heart and asked softly, "It seems you've been thinking a lot. Is it because of the special skill you told me about?" Jae-hoon also didn't hide it, smiling in confirmation, a smirk crossing his mind. "With your current state," Hyla's sarcastic words cut straight to Ji's ego, "you will never beat him do." Still, she isn't ruthless enough to crush all hope. But you have a chance if you awaken your special skill and push beyond your limits just like Aina did before. H seriously points and advises. A special skill appears given your current state. June hesitates and guesses. The user's will, surprisingly her guess is correct, and she soars into the air to confirm. That's right. That's why you need to think about what you truly want. The next issue makes a curious smile appear on Hila's face. What are your desires? So why do you need that power? Jae-hoon looked at his hand, pondering those words, then clenched his fist tightly. I helplessly sighed. How can I understand what he means? Aina coldly offered encouragement, even though I'm not sure I fully understand, but I believe you can do it. Jae-hyu closed his eyes and agreed, all right, since you're trying to help me. Then he confidently made a decision, so I will do my best. This situation makes Aina smile happily. All right. Suddenly a giant worm emerged in the middle of the city, but before it could do anything, Hoon cut it down with a spear and sent it back to the afterlife. He glanced at his achievement and slowly explained to Sun that the runes are really hard to fight, and she never knows where they will appear from. She irritably gazed at the approaching claw. I find these hapis more troublesome, then swiftly turned it into a skewer, and then stood up to finish the unfinished sentence. That's why I hate guys with wings. Despite that calm appearance, Yu-dung can't hide her unease. Anyway, this place is completely different from Ms. There is a deep black hole right in the middle of the avenue, its power making the entire team extremely alert. Aina quickly sensed it and agreed with her teammate's idea. Yeah, even the difference in mana levels in the air is quite noticeable. A few beads of sweat started to roll down her cheeks from worry. I feel it's worse than level M in the mana defense test, June confirmed. That's true. They say that the areas affected by localization are completely different from those that are not. A localized zone has appeared in the city center, where monsters flood in from the prison and take over the area. After some time had passed, a decaying energy spread across the land, causing more dangerous monsters to appear. So thoughtfully repeated the definition of landfilling, then finished with a statement that left everyone stunned. What is it? Sang almost laughed out loud, holding back, and replied, Hee, you really didn't pay attention in class. This contempt makes Sozin so angry she almost explodes. Without hesitation, she clenched her fist and demanded to fight Sang, the little brat. Do you want to die? Dae-hun kindly stepped forward to explain to Sozun that this is simply a place filled with mana, but not suitable for human life. He said while recalling what he had learned. Since we are performing a fake attack, it's okay, but ordinary people can be in danger even with just a little mana exposure. As soon as he finished speaking, he volunteered to move forward. Anyway, be careful everyone. Anything can happen here.
The whole team tightened their weapons, a mix of caution and courage visible in their eyes. Sozun looked around as if trying to avoid the eyes of others, then quietly approached and whispered to Jehun, "Are you really planning to kill that monster?" You don't understand and shout back, "Of course I am. I trust our scout. That's part of our negotiation. Remember? It turns out Sozun's goal was to save her life. Promise me that if something happens, you'll help me escape. I don't want to die early, okay?" June didn't say anything, just grinned back at her. Sound reluctantly forced a smile and, ignoring the other's anger, urged them to move faster. "Come on, let's go." Hunhuang mang chaloi. "All right then." Ina coldly agrees and goes along immediately. Only Yu Dung shows her displeasure, wiping her brow and replying, "It's too hasty." The negotiation failed. Sun angrily tugged at his ear. "Damn it. This action shocked June. What's going on?" Then he softly explained his thoughts. "Because of how incredibly dangerous this is, a lot of money is being wagered." Sound turned away, ignoring it all, as his words were carried away by the wind. "We can search ourselves, even if it takes more time. She just needs to take off her coat and respond firmly. Here, you are the one who has the authority to decide, master." Then Hoon looked around at the skyscrapers. Rodung was amazed by the transformation of the city, and honestly, it was really impressive. The fact that this area has been restored to this extent. After saying that, she turned back and asked, "Is it all thanks to that person?" Sa'ina looked confused and replied, Who?" So I smirk at this foolishness. "Are you like me too? I like how you don't bother to study. Let's become friends." At this moment, Hoon finally spoke up. "That person, are you talking about Duon?" Du Dung replied with a smile. "Yes, that's right. Only now Aina can understand. Oh, I've also heard about him. Even my father said he couldn't beat Duon." When that name was mentioned, June slowly repeated it. "Jugon?" Then the image of a city engulfed in flames flashes through Daegu's mind. The first place to be destroyed. The taunts of the crowd echo non-stop. Amidst the endless flames where monsters slaughter mercilessly, no one managed to escape or fight back. Humans were crushed like ants. Tens of thousands of civilians were killed, wounded, or forced to flee. Facing despair, a person with extraordinary strength appeared before them. The mighty figure appearing behind June's thoughts is none other than the first awakened Duon. You keep your mind elsewhere, but your body still fights fiercely. Jugon, a global icon and the first known to awaken. Ju picks up something from the ground, his eyes thoughtful and intense, his hand clenched tightly, with a bitter tone, even though he has now suddenly disappeared. Rodung sighed and encouraged him, "Yeah, you chose the same path as him, so it's natural that this weighs heavily on your mind." Then she stretched herself out with a satisfying yawn. His sudden disappearance led to rumors that he had been killed by a monster or something. The first to use the power of the Nordic system, the true identity of the opponent became a mystery to Jehun. And now it's hard not to wonder who Duan really is. The questions in his mind kept growing. Why was he the first to use this power? Was the irritation on his face just a coincidence? In the end, he had to put them aside. Now is not the time to think about that. Hoon nodded in agreement. "Yeah, we need to focus on surviving first. You remind everyone that even with the instructors here, this place is still dangerous. Then everyone starts to get to work. Hoon and Jong are both busy, and Yusung can't escape Sun's scolding. Hey, keep an eye on that side for Chai." Seeing her angry, he obediently listened. "Sorry." Soon, a large tent was finished, and Aina was now standing next to June. "I'm back. Report what you've learned." "Those monsters have been confirmed as Happy S and Goblin," I couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "Just like Senior Sozun said. She always provides accurate information." Sozun immediately looked annoyed. "It's obvious already. If I were wrong, would she still be able to come back here?" You ask sarcastically. "Oh, how do you know that? You must have been kept in the dark." That guy, hearing you plan to scold him, June immediately spoke seriously. "Don't you want to take credit?" Sun quickly threw away his dignity. "Do you need anything else, sirs?" At this point, Hoon's owner was exhausted, but still had enough strength to interject. "I don't think I could do that for money." "Impressive." Ria Sang smiles brightly like a flower. "So Run has been like that ever since I first met him." Before I could say anything, she grabbed him by the collar. "The only person who pays me is the owner, not you." Sound looked directly into your eyes and emphasized each word. "Got it?" Daya, terrified, can only obey now. "Understood." Seeing that the group still lacks one person, Dai Hun spoke up. "Hey!" Kim Do used his head. Hoon looked at him in confusion. "I don't know," she said she needed to prepare something, and then left, which made him curious. It's strange. He's not the lazy type. As soon as the sentence ended, the character from their story appeared. "I'm back. Everyone is questioning Hyun. 'Kim Do-dung, what are you doing?' Suddenly, you feel that something is wrong. A scent of death emanates from the pot in Rodung's hand, causing everyone to freeze, but she seems unaware and proudly places it down, proud of her achievement. This preparation is exhausting. See? Without me, how could everyone manage? June was the first to speak up. Is that food? Rodung replied without hesitation. Exactly. I added a special sauce for the worms that everyone had copied earlier. Your face turned pale as you gazed at this earthly delicacy. You want us to eat this? Dudung doesn't seem to care about everyone's reactions. Of course, I really put a lot of effort into making it. You look at this mess and think to yourself that if you give him this food, it would probably kill him easily. You sigh, realizing you might be overthinking it. In another place, Du is enjoying a hot cup of tea as John stands behind and asks a question. So, when do you plan for us to act again? Saying that, she patiently waits for his answer. He slowly set down his teacup and began to speak. Well, I guess it's about time to get back to work. The image of June appears in my mind. The actions of the creator become much more energetic. When it comes to this, John also agrees. Although they are just fledglings learning to flap their wings, they are proving that the prophecy is not meaningless. Go on, present your case. Your strength is needed. Du Tan responds. With him, Du stepping out, I wonder if I really need to get involved. Then he made a confident statement, but if necessary, I will do it. Now he appears on the news again. Where is J.W., the first to awaken and humanity's hope? The host said with a serious expression, Where has he disappeared to? In the end, they concluded that if he is still alive, his help in conquering the higher-level gates is already a valuable contribution. Returning to this vanished world, he muttered, Do you bring change? A smile appeared on his face. That sounds interesting. On this side, Jahoon's face was cold as he warned sternly, Never joke with your food, or you'll die. Inside the pot in front of them was a thick purple liquid bubbling with a toxic atmosphere hovering above its surface, indicating its danger. Dudung clenched her fists in frustration, thinking this guy wasn't that bad, then turned to Desong to ask. You don't agree? He stammered. Yeah, scratching his cheek with a nervous smile. I think I agree with June here. Hoon also hesitated to refuse. Haha, it's strange. Why do I feel like I'm not hungry? Dudung leaned in closer, looking at him with a suspicious gaze. Why aren't you hungry? You always order 2 meals at the academy. His sweat was pouring down like a mountain stream. Yeah, sometimes I can also not be hungry. Hearing that, tears fell as if they didn't need money to blame. You're really cruel. Soun also felt sad for her. Suddenly, Roz Dung took her hand and then pretended to be an innocent, naive deer. Don't you think everyone is being too harsh? Soun's mouth twitched as she faced that hope. Rodung smiled brightly as the suspicious pot approached her. At least she would eat the dish I painstakingly prepared, right? Sun hesitated and looked away. Deasang and Hoon both pressed their lips together, making a cross sign with their hands and shaking their heads in warning, her face pale with fear. Rodung is still waiting for her expressive answer, confident that Sozin will agree. In the end, she couldn't bear to crush Roz Dung's trust. Of course not. She made it from edible things, so why is everyone overreacting like that? Actually, Sozin is someone with a gentler personality than her appearance suggests. She slowly raises the spoon to her mouth to encourage herself. I'll try. It's nothing that big. Next, she paid the price for her wrong choice, clutching her stomach and vomiting violently against the wall. At this moment, the teasing comments sounded like she was a monster in pain. This outcome was exactly what Dahun predicted. You smirked in satisfaction. That's why you should listen to us. Sun frowned in discomfort. Hey, how can I refuse when she looks so sad? You kindly gave her a bottle of medicine. She's softer than she looks. She immediately took it and kept drinking. So, did something happen between you and Aina? Huh? Soun wiped her mouth and looked at him indifferently, but you could sense that something was wrong. Her tone became serious. I don't know what happened, but don't be too harsh on her or everyone else anymore. Just go ahead and respond comfortably. All right, I won't do that then, and then I lightly joke to ease the atmosphere. Even though I don't think someone like her would say that, I gritted my teeth in anger. He whispered softly, That's why I want to try to save everyone like a fool. She didn't hear clearly, so she asked again. June turned around to change the subject. I said we should keep going because it's getting late. You smile and remind her. You remember we promised to take down that guy, right? Sound was silent for a moment, then replied, yes. She still feels a bit tired and requests if I could wait until my stomach feels a little better first. As soon as she finished speaking, she vomited everything remaining in her stomach. Ria Hun suddenly had an idea. Maybe we should check if it's toxic to monsters. I mean, Kim Do Dong's food. He felt sorry for her. It would take a while for her to feel better. Suddenly, the cry of a monster echoed through the space, startling him. Hun was momentarily stunned by the crying. After confirming it, he cheerfully ordered, "Get inside immediately. They're here. Run and call out. Team A's secret message has been sent to Yusung. A level B Habis monster is approaching." Jang prepares the stunlight trap, while Razdung and Hoyan also enter combat mode. Jun calmly assigns tasks to each member. Aineon moves forward. Kimodung provides support. Aina coldly activates her power. She wields her staff, ready to face the monsters. "I just need to attack with all my might, right?" He smiled softly and replied yes. Then he urged them. "Everyone, hurry up. We need to defend the base." A simple white cloth tent is set up in the middle of the deserted road. Inside, Hun was worried and complaining. "I didn't expect there to be dozens of those his. I don't think they usually follow large groups like that." Rodung explains with understanding. "They usually travel in groups of up to 4. This is a special case." Dia asked curiously about the special case. Ryahun calmly continued, "That's right. These monsters with superior mana are likely being commanded by a nearby boss." Sosun's face showed a hint of apprehension as he guessed, which meant the image of a birdman appeared in his mind. That was Queen Harry. Chun confirmed she was definitely nearby. Sojun's condition was tense. "I didn't expect her to be this close." "You still calmly accept the truth. After all, it's a boss we have to eliminate. We're just encountering it earlier than expected." You suddenly fall into deep thought, then nod as if you've made a decision. June instructed the others to protect this place until we eliminate the monsters in return, also reassuring them with care. "Thanks to Sozun's special skills, tracking the queen won't be a problem. I can handle these monsters myself, so don't worry." Hoon suggested anxiously, "But isn't it better for us to move together? There's always a chance of unexpected situations." You dismiss casually, saying, "No need. Even if I go along, I'll probably just get hurt." You said something that made everyone fall silent and unable to argue, or I'll have to keep an eye on you. June saw this and smiled brightly to clarify. "Hey, it's not that I don't trust you. I just need you to stay here and share what's on your mind. Although the instructors are ready to intervene, there's no guarantee they will eliminate all the monsters." Aina is the first to agree. "All right, we'll go along with your plan." Dudung also agrees that this is the best option. "I don't like this plan, but I don't want to be a burden. Take this and this." Diasong hurriedly shoved a bunch of medicine for treatment into your hands, and this one too. After giving instructions, Dehun and Sozun also stepped out of the tent. He turned back and promised, "We'll be back. Stay safe." Hoon confidently clenched his fist to his chest and said, "Just leave it to us." Rodung shyly added, "If you need us, just contact us." June didn't miss the chance to tease, rarely showing such concern. At this moment, the happies started to gather and fly across the sky. "Your tone is calm. There's no need to worry. The system activates the active skill. Continuous barrage and golden chains emerge from nothing, piercing through all of them." Chun's demeanor shows confidence. "I only strike when I know I will win." Down, witnessing this scene, shivered and reminded himself that it was better not to provoke him. Chun quietly followed Sozun upstairs. She suddenly turned to look. "You know, no matter what, Sozun has to admit one thing. Your group is really strong. Now I understand why you guys are at the top of the class, even with such fierce competition from Moose." Hearing this, Chun began to reflect. Memories of the earlier battle with the happy monster come clearly into focus. At that time, Sozun clenched her teeth, ready to leap into attack, but I stepped in just in time to block her. Hoon took the shield to defend himself and directed himself, "I will stand in front." Both of them focused on casting spells. Ina and Dung did not object and immediately took a defensive stance. All right. The monsters, flapping their wings and emitting strange sounds above them. He summoned a blue sword in his hand to increase his fighting power. Hoon's gaze is 3 parts determined and 7 parts resolute as he stares straight ahead. The first monster charging at him is blocked by a steel shield. Seizing this opportunity, he made it vanish in an instant. Dihun watched from afar and quietly assessed the extreme cold martial art combined with Bak Lam Hui Huang sword. Seeing Hoon's confident and soaring demeanor, you can conclude that Hoon has definitely reached level A. Then, observing Jo Dung's actions, it also matches what others are doing. She is now closing her eyes to activate the overflowing active skill. The system will notify that the attack power of team members will be increased by 1.3 times. The other monster, unaware of the situation, charged straight to attack. Du Dung activated the formation with one hand, holding the scepter in the other, and watched intently. This time she continues to activate the active skill of wind perception. The green light from the formation swirls around the monster's body. This result doesn't surprise Jae-hun much anymore. Kim Do-dung can now recite the spell even faster. Yeah, she's really surpassed the B rank. You glance drowsily to the right, and as for Aina, she is skillfully activating the Alfame offensive swordsmanship skill. After completing the process, Aina's eyes slowly open, accompanied by a cold gaze. The magical light destroys each monster in an instant, while she leisurely waves her wand. That divine light erodes the monsters' bodies. The violent scene made Chae-hun feel a bit scared, but deep down he had to admit the truth. She really is a monster. Anyway, she has been like that since she was born. The green-haired monster is still being physically tortured. Looking calmly at Aina, standing quietly in the distance, Ria-hun had to admire once again how crazy her talent was. Returning to the present, he shrugged casually and said, "I am still the strongest." This confident attitude irritates Sozun. Sometimes you're really annoying, you know that? Other people might not like you, but you don't care. Well, too bad. If they don't like that I'm the best, they should just get stronger. She responded with boredom. I wouldn't expect anything less from a genius. That remark suddenly made Jae-hun feel sad. A genius, huh? I never thought that it would point to me. Old memories start flooding back. Are you planning to make me a human shield? Run, Tae ordered harshly. Hey, frontline, hold up your shields properly and stay in formation. His constant pointing makes Jae-hun feel annoyed. Is it too hard to understand? Even if it means dying, you have to keep the formation. You often went back and forth alone at that time. He has no teammates like everyone else. Returning to reality, June starts beating the village drum. Anyway, you did well. It seems you've found your own path, although the most impressive thing is eating Kim Ra-dung's food. After being teased like that, Sozun immediately shot a bullet-like glance at the other person. Are you joking with me? But June wasn't scared and kept joking around. As long as she didn't faint, that was fine. Then she opened the door while advising Chun Ten to be careful with every little detail. Even her breathing could be enough to kill her now, and she's putting on that carefree attitude again. If things go wrong, we should run. I'm too young to die. They took turns setting fire and didn't miss a shot. I'm also a year younger than her. So remember to use your skills properly. Don't you have any respect for elders? I think I've shown enough respect already, so I'm not even going to bother begging anymore. Shut up, but inside I'm reassuring myself. Whatever happens, I'm sure I'll find a way to handle it. Outside the building, monsters are still gathering and hunting for prey. Inside, she is crossing her arms and looking restless, secretly observing June. This guy isn't the type to give up easily just because of a dangerous situation. Right now, the system notifies you that you've encountered the boss monster of Zone 1 in the quarantined city. Sozun's face turned horrified at June's strange smile. A few seconds later, a pair of pink feathered wings suddenly appeared, with thin, bony legs and long, sharp black claws below. Happy gracefully floats in the sky, while June boldly approaches me, a delighted smile on his face, completely contrasting Sozun's stunned expression. June examined Happy from head to toe. It's an A+ level boss monster, but if I defeat it, I can get that treasure. The more she thought about her plan, the more her smile became inhuman. It's real. Seeing June remain unusually silent, Sozun suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, and then couldn't hide the shock on his face as he wondered, is he crazy? June begins to activate her Ma Guardian skill to forge a second-tier divine weapon, the Fang Nai Hawk, leaving her utterly stunned. Yeah, then she shouted loudly when she saw you showing off your new item. It was a piece sold for a very high price at the recent auction. Over here, Happy landed firmly on the ground and shot out sharp feather strands. Sound quickly dodged her surprise attack. I didn't expect Jae-hun to sneer at you. I told you to stay there. She got so angry she lost her temper. Shut up. While the two of them were busy exchanging blows, Happy frantically threw a barrage of attacks. Still, he managed to gather momentum and run towards her. Holding the sharp tooth in hand, I calculated. In theory, it's weaker than me, but still dangerous. Soon, June noticed the difference. Partly because it could fly. The ground behind immediately exploded as he quickly dodged away. But the main reason is that Happy's eyes kept emitting energy at that moment, so it was stronger than before I regressed. Everything became clear, so June felt even more confident. Now I understand. Oh, she just turned around and shot feathers in this direction. Two blazing golden light orbs suddenly appeared in midair while June calmly stood still, watching it handle Happy's weapon. Seeing her more aggressive demeanor, you can be sure she's become stronger. An A-class monster wasn't this powerful before my regression. Still, it doesn't make June back down. So what does that mean? His broken arm gently touched the gold chain and instantly disappeared at lightning speed. June shot through the gap above Happy's head. That means he intervened. You quickly turned back to see what's going on. She was unharmed and even brandished her sharp claws. But June responded by charging at Non-Ni Hawk. Instead of hiding, it's better to face it directly.
Happy's body shows a cut, surrounded by lightning from the energy spheres being released. Damn him. While you land gently, a bit of purple spiritual energy remains on your weapon. At the same time, black crows flew chaotically across the sky, one quietly heading toward the grand and majestic palace, and then decisively perching on Hujin's shoulder. My prediction was right. He hears the crow whispering something in his ear about what's about to happen. Hujin remembered Him Idu's proud demeanor. I wonder if Him Du can do his job well. He gently closed his eyes as if contemplating something. His sunken eyes slowly opened for a moment. Then he quickly flew away, leaving feathers drifting in the air. It probably isn't my problem either. At this moment, a system notification suddenly appeared. You have successfully defeated Queen Happy, the final boss of the first area in Lockdown City. Please claim your reward at Queen Happy's lair. After the battle ends, Jun retrieves his weapon, hides it in his personal space, and feels a quiet sense of relief. Finally, I've obtained the wings within the eye of the storm. Jun glances back and sees Sozun looking annoyed, and he awkwardly asks, "What are you doing?" Let's go quickly. At this moment, she let out a sigh. Yu Dung said yes. After a moment of hesitation, Sozun finally managed to speak. He's completely lost his mind. Meanwhile, Jun listened without understanding what she was saying. Finding the reward in Happy's lair, he couldn't hide his triumphant smile. He finally found it. In front of them was an item wrapped in a dark aura. Immediately, an information panel appeared, revealing a support item called the S-rank Storm Wings. The wings were inspired by the radio storm that swept through Heohem. Here is the skill that allows you to jump mid-air, with agility increased by 50, strength increased by 50, and the skill's effects will be amplified for greater efficiency. Jae-hun quietly feels satisfied with the result. The skill and stats are both quite decent. He enjoyed watching the item he just acquired. Of course, the best part was still the skill. A few seconds later, the system displayed a notification, activating the A+ level mid-air jump skill, creating a phantom wall while the user is airborne to give an extra chance to jump over, allowing 2 consecutive uses. Jun smiled contentedly. Before I regress, there was a fake attack that gained these wings, and that person ranked up quickly like the wind. I thought to myself, so that won't happen again now that I have them. Next to Sozun, he looked surprised and exclaimed, "What? What is that?" Jae-hun looked in the direction she pointed and suddenly froze. He hesitated when he saw the white object in the distance. As they approached to get a clearer look, was that a pair of gloves? Without hesitation, Jun quickly retrieved it. Once done, he received a notification from the system. You have absorbed the original pair of gloves and updated the information about the first awakener in the Nonia system. At the same time, in another area, Yudung tiredly wipes the sweat from her forehead. Miss, it seems she's very eager. Are we done here yet? Hoon, standing nearby with an excited look. Isn't this already very close to the record set before? I think we're doing really well. Of course, with me accompanying you, you've made a big profit. Returning to Jun, you look thoughtful. Are the original gloves the same? You think about the previous announcement, the update on the First Awakener in the Nonia system, then fall into deep thought. There is only one person called the First Awakener. Zwan is the first person to awaken worldwide, and also Korea's hero. So why did the Nonia system update information about him and then speculate that he might be connected to the system? Exactly when Yudung was nearby, huh? What did you just say? Ji-hun chuckled awkwardly, looking a bit embarrassed. You gently ruffle her hair and she immediately gets angry. I told you not to touch my hair. Jun just kept thinking, not paying attention. I need to find out why that person's gloves are here. It definitely isn't for a good reason. It was then that you finally noticed Aina. Jun approached, his voice tinged with slight regret. Sorry for making you observe your surroundings while you're tired. She calmly replied, No, I was supposed to do these things to help you. Do you have something to do as well? Suddenly, Yudung shouted loudly, It's broken! Ina immediately asked Han quickly, What's wrong? Then use it? She choked back tears and said, I forgot my necklace. This is really not okay. As soon as she finished speaking, someone held out the necklace in front of Ro Dung, and in an instant, she completely changed her attitude. Wow, you really know I forgot it? That's impressive, Jae-hun said softly. It's just your habit. Besides, your mom also told me to take care of you. Hearing that, Ro-yu blushed embarrassedly. Sorry about that. I'll talk to my mom about that later anyway, so... Thanks, though. You should still make your mother trust me. Trust you more than her. That deadly words made her lose her composure. Hey, are you all daring to laugh after making Ro Dung angry? Meanwhile, Aina sat silently without saying a word. A few seconds later, Jun spoke up again. Anyway, you look into the person next to you and your voice becomes much more serious. Kim Yu-dung, it's time to grow up. Don't forget your things anymore. Dung frowns in annoyance and says, Don't scold me.
Hoon stares in surprise at the back and forth between them, unable to contain his curiosity, and blurts out a question. Are you two dating? No. And Dung is furious. Do you want to die? While he was still confused, someone tapped him on the back. Hoon startled and turned around. Huh. Ina softly advises, they've already denied it, so maybe you should just forget about this. At the same time, at Vala Castle, the Grand Palace also known as the House of Warriors and the House of Joy, Tho burst into a hearty laugh and raised his glass high. Ha 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 ha, that's amazing. He secretly rejoiced inside. The preparations for war are going smoothly, and Him-Du says he will soon deal with his biggest rival. Thinking of him briefly, although a bit hot-tempered, killing a human is still quite easy for him. Then he said excitedly, this time we Aya will become the masters of the 9 worlds, and then looked at the empty throne in front. Our great god Odin will be very pleased. As soon as the sentence finished, an annoyed voice rang out from the opposite side. What a dishonest bastard. You dare throw a party while Odin is not here? Tho said sharply. Ragnarok means nothing to you, right? Tho sneered. Ha ha, why would you say that? I didn't expect you to bring that up again. Then he rekindled his pain. How dare you say that when your right arm has been devoured by Fenrir? But Tia remains calm. Thank you for caring about me. Instead, he only said one sentence that made Tho furious while you were pressing a piece of coal on his forehead. The image of that stone appeared vividly, taken from a disgusting giant. Keep going. The sparks keep flying. If I were you, I'd end my own life and take that weapon with me, since you still dare to say such things even after having Johia. That remark was like pouring oil on the fire, making Tho grit his teeth. His anger flared up, and he immediately stood up, slamming his hand down on the table. Do you want to find out who is stronger right here and now? The atmosphere between them grew heavy, as if a single spark could ignite an explosion. Suddenly, a voice rang out, breaking the tense atmosphere between them. Enough, Sigrun said in a threatening tone. You both want to be suspended, right? It wasn't until now that Fruk finally spoke. After all, Vala's power has diminished somewhat, and gathering souls doesn't seem to be going very smoothly. She's a bit annoyed because Ragnarok is making everything more tense. Clearly, this is Odin's fault. She looked displeased. You really are reckless to speak about Lord Asa like that. The more you mention him, the more Sigrun seethes with anger. I have no intention of flattering Odin. Maybe he has power, but in my eyes he's no different from a piece of wood. Frek shouted angrily. How dare you? She coldly said. You probably haven't forgotten what Odin did to me, have you? Anger surged wave after wave, bringing a dark, ominous aura that weighed heavily on Frek. She only knew how to stand firm. Pausing briefly to steady her emotions before Sigrun continued. I want to take this opportunity to make an announcement. The preparations for the second ending are already complete. With a determined look, she spoke firmly. Energia turned back this way. Dihun stands on the rooftop, quietly observing the city below and secretly analyzing the clues. If he has already intervened in this matter, it means he will appear soon. Then he looks up to the sky, determined to awaken his innate ability as soon as possible. After a while, Zhang Yu sat across from Jun and smiled softly. You're really serious about this. Jun, you're already that strong. She genuinely sighed, yet she still wanted to acquire an innate skill. You slightly curl your lips in embarrassment. Ha ha ha, there's no way I could be like you when it comes to the recruitment management committee. At this point, he shyly avoided my gaze. Xiao Ong thought for a moment. Honestly, I don't think I can help you much, but my situation happened quite suddenly too. You suspiciously asked again, suddenly. She just lifted her teacup and nodded. Her face reflected on the water, faintly showing sadness. All the memories in my mind are still vivid. The painful past floods back into your mind again. She sits in shock, kneeling in the rain. The despair that day when a gate suddenly opened in the middle of the street, unleashing countless brutal monsters from the space portal to attack the people, causing everyone to fall one after another like flies and mosquitoes. Amidst the chaos, she remained motionless, as if she had been so frightened that she lost the ability to move. Watching helplessly as each person was swallowed, everyone desperately tried to escape in despair. Mr. Ong could never forget the memory of that day when a child ran for their life. The girl suddenly tripped and fell to the ground. She just sat there in shock with no reaction. Even as cold sweat kept pouring down, Zhang Yu could no longer control herself. She couldn't do anything to help, watching helplessly as the girl was brutally taken by death. At the last moment, Zhang Yu suddenly sat up. She used all her strength to try to save her, reaching out to grab the girl in front of her. In the end, all her efforts were in vain. When Zhang Yu regained her soul, the bloodied body of the girl was already in her arms. Even as a false awakening, she couldn't save her. At that moment, Zhang was too weak. and perhaps a fear still lingered within her, preventing her from facing danger, just as Chun knew that this world always brings suffering. Right after the child died, a shimmering golden light shone down from the sky and enveloped her, and Zhang Yu received a new skill. Behind her, a pair of ethereal wings like those of an angel appeared. That skill is sacrifice. She used her power to destroy the monsters, and finally, when everything was resolved, the girl disappeared into tiny sparks of light. His car feels as if his hands are stained with guilt. She silently weeps, swallowing her pain in quiet suffering. However, returning to the present, Zhang Yu shows sorrow. But I can't bring someone back from the dead. I already told you this, didn't I? Ju listens carefully to every word. A healer will always remember those they cannot save, longer than those they have saved. She gently supports herself on the chair and stands up as Di-hun slowly brushes past him. You said you want to learn a fundamental skill as soon as possible, right? Her mood suddenly drops. Honestly, I'm telling the truth. I don't really know how to do it either. Dae-hun was a bit surprised by this answer, and his card gently touched his shoulder. But done, her tone gently reassuring. You don't need to rush like that. I don't want you to. She hopes from the bottom of her heart that the worst outcome won't happen, and that she won't lose the precious things within herself while acquiring innate skills. Although Zhang advised her to give up, Chun didn't quit. She didn't know, but Ina might know. You turned to call Ina and suddenly asked, "Can you tell me why June was so determined to learn that she had to ask you?" Then directly got to the main point. How did you acquire that innate skill, I wonder, before I too lost the things I held dear? Ina wasn't very surprised when she received this question from you. June, she clenched her hand slightly hesitantly. I gained that skill because of my family's death. To be precise, I let them die. Her voice is steady and emotionless. I still think that under the sunset, her indifferent face shows well because they are gone. That happened very suddenly when Ina was 5 years old, in a quiet funeral home filled with a somber atmosphere. Makmi held her tightly, crying in sorrow, and at that time she was too young to truly understand what was happening. It seems she has been a cold person since childhood, her calm emotions contrasting with her grandmother's. But at least she knows that Ina looks at the 2 portrait photos. She can no longer meet her parents and will live alone. Then Ina and her grandmother moved in with what? It was an ordinary apartment. She always seeks happiness in life. Even though she no longer has her parents, she has never felt lonely living there. Even when Ina's relative was malicious towards her, she only criticized her out of annoyance, looking for any excuse to punish her. As she raised her hands to the sky on her request, a warm voice reached her. Ina happily smiled and ran quickly to Pai because she still had her grandmother. She treats Ina more gently than anyone else, as her only family and the one she can rely on. However, that happiness did not last long. One day when Ina was looking for P, she saw her mother's figure through the door slit, whispering about Tran Thuat. There isn't much time left, and it has gradually become a long, endless nightmare. B has given all her savings and entrusted Ina to Sai. Please take good care of Ina even after I am gone. She grins mischievously and keeps nodding. Of course, of course. Witnessing this scene left her stunned. Even though she was young, she understood what it meant for her family. Ina was shocked and dropped the object she was holding. Now her mind is filled with one thought. The only person she trusts is about to leave her. Darkness surrounds Ina. Only faint light filters through the door crack as her life's light is about to fade away. Ina's mind drifted into memories. That was the moment I fell into darkness. I've never been eloquent, but I've sealed my heart tightly. Her feelings seemed frozen in time as she remembered those moments. When I was in 3rd grade of middle school, thinking about this, the image of myself lowering my head in every sarcastic remark from SJ reappeared. These days, Trin Fat Fake is earning a lot, right? Your teacher called about that. Even Bo Hung knows how to hustle. They say you have that talent. Do you believe it? Or should I sound disappointed that I also know how much money it costs to raise you? Auntie believes you will know how to repay her. Ina just spoke up. Auntie. Then it was immediately forced down into my throat. Got it? Sin keeps spreading like a ruthless villain. Because you're not good at studying, your only option to keep your place is to become a trial maid. That kind of talk made her feel it was truly disgusting and hateful. She clenched her fists and suppressed her feelings. They took my parents' insurance money and still want to exploit me. Having to endure her scolding only made Ina feel a sharp pain in her heart. My parents are gone, just like the woman I am living with. They treat us like a burden. Her heart feels like it's being squeezed tight. But the disgusting thing is that even though I wanted to resist, my throat was stiff and numb. I couldn't say anything. My memory of Ina stopped on the day I submitted the application. After that, I enrolled in the Fake Investigation Academy. According to the teacher, I know I have a high awakening potential. Here, the teacher sincerely advises me,
Are you sure about this? Even if you have a high potential for awakening and are treated very well as a fake awakener, the magical world isn't like that. She doesn't want you to get involved in dangerous things. This could really get you killed. She just answered like a puppet. Are you okay, miss? But deep down there are words I cannot say. I know there are things worse than death. Just after Ina arrived home, a call from her mother reached her. Ina Bak Mi sat on the sofa, incredulous, asking, "Are you really going to do this?" Every word emphasizing that it becomes some kind of false punishment. Her image made her fall into deep thought. In the end, she will also leave me. Why can't I hate you, Grandma? Tears have been falling without me realizing, as I wonder if my life would be different if you hadn't given me money. Then she quickly wiped her tears, trying to push away the thoughts she just had. No, it's not true. What has to happen will happen. Is this what you call fate? I remind myself that no matter how much I struggle, it's something I have to accept and cannot avoid. Then she regained her composure and replied, "It's okay, I'm really fine." Akmi instinctively hugged her tightly, saying, "If you don't want to do it, you don't have to." Ina's emotions burst out in that moment upon hearing that her grandmother didn't want to see her hurt, and the flashback continues to the very beginning. After changing my path to become a demon hunter, my life completely transformed. Ina evaluates herself. I learned how to control mana, how to defeat magic monsters, and how to survive disasters. My cold personality actually helped me a lot. Her memories seemed to freeze. Just as I was getting used to this new life, an unavoidable tragedy struck. Ina was stunned as the image of her deceased grandmother appeared before her. My grandmother passed away, and the time until we said goodbye was too short. It was even more shocking when I heard the doctor say that if she had received proper treatment, she wouldn't have died. I couldn't believe my ears. The doctor's words were truly shocking. Inside the funeral home, those thoughts kept haunting Ina. Did she intentionally refuse treatment? Did she give up on life? So it was a misunderstanding. That means from this moment on, even you have abandoned me. Nothing is clear. It is simply that one person has died and the other is still alive. Her tears keep falling as she calls out, "Mom, the thing I want you to know most right now is that I also want to see you." At the same time, it also suddenly understood. It's too difficult. She, like a child, asks the heavens why it has to be her. Sayan hides behind the wall, thinking to herself, "I am such a fool I can't learn anything. You should have taken me with you." When I heard S suddenly hang up the phone, the sponsorship contract was already signed, and the training committee decided to accept you, so go and sign it. Her mind fell into an abyss. I went crazy and stood there stunned. It felt like the last piece of my life was slipping away. In the memory, I saw my own figure there, and for the first time in my life, I shouted at myself. Why did I decide on that? It's my life. But in response to Ina's feelings, she just sneered. It's funny. You should be grateful you're not being sold off. She really didn't want to hear anymore. She clenched her phone and ran off. At that moment, I decided to leave home despite her constant calls. Hey, why aren't you answering? Hey. Ina's memories of that night come back. I waited until early morning to go back and get my belongings, but what I saw was a desolate scene engulfed in flames. My house was engulfed in flames and monsters pouring out from the gate, when suddenly I heard Ina calling out from beneath the rubble, screaming to save her, saying, "Listen, you fake awakener, you can do something right. Hurry up." Her face shows no emotion at all, and in that moment, only one thought ran through my mind. Ina cast a cold glance downward. Why should I save anything? Everything my aunt took from me. You have stolen everything. I will not save anything. Suddenly, June's voice pulls her back to reality. Ina, seeing her upset, comforts her. If it's too hard, you don't have to force yourself. The scene shifts to somewhere in the city where Yudung hears a strange noise, pulls open the door, mistakes it for something else, and scolds, "Ngin Hun. Why are you so late?" Then suddenly a mysterious figure with strange mana appears before her. She realized it wasn't June and nervously looked around, noticing this mana thing. It made her feel like it belonged to a monster. Everyone then approached Hin Do in confusion, noticing the group and speaking out. Are you all allies of the one who caused the change? Everyone fell silent after hearing that. Ria Sangso trembled and looked frozen. Yudung asked in panic, "What are you talking about?" Before he could finish speaking, his demonic aura had already taken over the surrounding air, enveloping everything, as he stepped forward amid everyone's screams. Ha ha ha. If you're going to show murderous intent, just answer when I ask. Seeing this scene, Sozin quickly uses a communication spell through her ring. Min Jun. Turn back now. There's an enemy that looks human but has a mana signature like a monster. Suddenly a foot stopped right in front of her eyes. Sozin looked up in horror, immediately being grabbed and choked by Hin's thug who shouted, "Are you using cheap tricks?" This scene left her unable to breathe. He casually formed a sphere of demonic energy and declared arrogantly, "All of you will die here, Mai." Then he angrily smiled and said, "You are the one who caused the change," and blamed him. Suddenly, Jiun appeared and interrupted, "That's not how it is." At the same time, a sound from the system rang out, activating the skill and calculating perfectly. You calmly followed Aina and said, "Do you think I will just stand by and watch?" Somewhere, a sigh of frustration echoes. "Oh heavens, I'm clearly not a babysitter." Seiyu, while scanning with binoculars, reported that all the monsters in the area had been cleared. He couldn't help but frown and wonder why we were placed here. Meanwhile, Mi Shuk cheerfully replied, "We have to work hard to identify the talented children," but Seigu looked dissatisfied. "Not a chance. If we keep pampering them like this, they'll just become complacent when they grow up." Suddenly, he paused and looked in a certain direction. Not far from the two people, a strange swirling shape appears in the sky, constantly emanating dark energy. A chilling sound echoes through the foggy space. So, alert, asks, "Is that a horn?" The growling gets closer and closer, his eyes turning white as he clearly sees what's behind him. Huh? There was only a thud, and Min Shuk watched helplessly as his partner was taken by it. His pale face showed no sign of what had just happened. What the hell is going on? He frantically reached out to find his walkie-talkie. Hiss! The scorpion's tail pierced straight through Min Shuk's body. His voice trembled. "No!" A call from the other end of the radio crackles. "What's going on?" Min Shuk uses all her remaining strength to warn that Danger Code 11 is unfolding. Unexpectedly, everyone runs away. As he finishes speaking, the radio also falls to the ground, leaving only the soulless eyes of the fallen. And on the other side, fierce monsters swarm like disturbed bees, relentlessly heading into the city. Over here, Him-Do is glaring at June, the tense atmosphere ready to explode at any moment. He casually drops Sozun on one side while glaring fiercely at June. "You!" The surrounding magic currents begin to radiate with a fierce rage, gradually closing in to envelop Yu and Aina. Anger surged within him as he pictured the venerable Odin and continued to question Jaehun. Why does he have his eye? June instinctively raised his hand to his left eye and thought, so he's talking about Odin's eye. Hind-Do said angrily, "Now I understand why you've become so strong so quickly." Then he swung his sword, and surely an ordinary human could never develop so quickly. Despite Him-Do's fierce attitude, June and Aina remained silent. "You suddenly raised your voice to provoke. If you find it annoying, just take it away." Sozun, standing aside, sighed, warned Min-Hun that even you can't handle someone like that alone. "Is he even human? But you just coldly said run, this is my problem." "What do you mean? We're a team." Jae-Hyun still didn't bother to turn around. "I won't say it again. Run away." "Him?" Do's lips curled up. "Do you want to protect your friends? Well, I, Him-Do, am here." Finally, with a powerful strike, she cut through the ground, causing the building opposite to shake and split apart. And at this moment, June did not hesitate to unleash her strength by activating her active skill, Storm Wind. Yu-Dung and Hoon could only struggle to withstand the thick smoke and dust. Now, only June remains alone facing Him-Do. In front of Yu-Dung, everything seems about to collapse, and she screams in despair. "June, what are you doing?" However, Chun replied coldly, "If we don't do that, all of us will die." That statement makes her angry and question him. "Do you mean Aina suddenly stopped her?" She calmly advised, "You're right, we have no chance against someone so strong." Yu-Dung's face shows clear panic. "What are you talking about?" "That's why we have to help." Aina coldly interrupted, saying, "No," she firmly declared, "I am sure June can do it." Aina then requested, "So go to the entrance and inform the instructors about the situation." Seeing that, Yu-Dung clenched her teeth in frustration. Damn it! In the end, she forced herself to hold back tears and left with her teammates. "You have to survive." Injun. June coldly glances at the disappearing shadow of the 9th team. Did Aina manage to persuade them? A gust of wind immediately gathered in your hand as you activated the active skill of Earth Ice. All right. Now, the ground beneath June's feet turns to ice instantly. Hin's face spreads into a wicked smile. Ice and Earth? His eyes are fixed on what June is deploying. It's a good skill, but it takes several seconds to cast. He shows no sign of concealing his smugness. "Do you think you can hold me back until then?" Immediately after, June calmly replied, "It's not an impossible task." He thought to himself, "This is the strength I've built up since the first time I faced him. Do." He didn't stand still and quickly swung his weapon, rushing toward him. "Fine, if you think you can stop me."
His eyes gleam with bloodthirsty madness. Then let's see. In that moment, a thought flashed through his mind. If I fail, those who have escaped will be trapped in this disaster. The powerful strike smashing into the ground shatters it completely, making me realize I must stop him. June doesn't wait and actively materializes a magical item, aiming to successfully create a S-rank deadly dragon sword and activate the deadly chain skill with silent determination, using everything he has. The golden chains wrapped around his entire body with a flick of the hand, causing them to fly out in a curved motion and latch onto the ice crystal clusters beneath his feet. At the same time, Himdu's fierce assault was also advancing. June immediately used Banmeng to block the overwhelming sword strike coming at him. Its incredible power keeps pushing him backward. June struggles to hold his ground while relying on the chains to steady himself. Then, a powerful jump by him forced the enemy to fall onto the hard ground. He also took the chance to deliver a mighty blow that shattered the earth, sending dust and smoke billowing everywhere. Hind, the sorcerer, watched as June flew out of sight, now with a face full of wrinkles. "Humans, how dare you!" my sarcastic voice echoes. "I told you so." Jae-hun continuously concentrates energy to activate, with the next active skill being Shadow Leaf Step. Confidence and excitement are clear in Ji-hyun's eyes. "I can stop you." Amid the wreckage, Lena quickly takes command, all focusing on rescuing the students. Everyone hurried to provide first aid and rescue the students and instructors. "We can't waste any more time. Too many teachers and students have already been injured." She assessed the situation in her mind, an explosion of a giant monster. This city has never faced anything like this before. Jang Lena. Na clenched her teeth, and it happened on the day we trained outdoors. The numerous coincidences with unprecedented casualties made her resolute. At all costs, we must find a way to handle this. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Principal, let us help!" The person coming is none other than Pun. Lena reluctantly agrees, but still gives instructions. "All right, but try to avoid direct combat as much as possible. After all, you are still students." Next, Ju-hyun also steps forward. Garam's circle will also assist. Jia speaks firmly, taking on the task. "Seong-yu and I will take care of the injured." Seeing the enthusiastic group of teenagers, she relaxed a little. "Thank you, everyone. Let's do our best to save as many people as we can." After speaking, she left to consider her next move. If I let the students focus on supporting the chaos ahead and gather the instructors to fight the monsters, the blue glow on Lena's palm with determination could give us a chance to win. As she realizes something is wrong, she is surprised. Lena's face showed clear horror. "What's going on?" "I can't gather mana." The screen flashed a message saying the IA system was offline and temporarily disconnected from the user, leaving her stunned. "What?" At this exact moment, Doan hurriedly reports, "Vice Principal, I can't use mana." Jumi beside her also stammered, "My skill also couldn't activate." This sudden situation caused Lena to become confused. What is going on? The system has never malfunctioned before, so why is it happening now in the middle of a disaster? Without hesitation, she shouted loudly, "Is there anyone still able to use their skills?" Jumi and Johan, though unwilling, could only stand there helplessly. Suddenly, an arm shot up. I was surprised because it was Park Hun, a student from the Garam circle. Even Jan raises his hand. "My skill is still functioning normally." Do-hun agreed. "So do I." Lena's pupils suddenly constricted impossibly. Only the students could still use mana. She looked around, some students raising their hands, others using healing skills on the spot. Lena muttered to herself, "It's really hard to understand this situation." But then she decisively ordered loudly, "We will change the plan. Students, move forward. We will support you with all our might." Bak-hun and Do-hun speak in unison in a deep voice. Lena immediately orders the move to the besieged city in Zone 3, the area in the most critical situation. Park Hun's team responded in unison and then sped off. Understood. He moved while giving instructions fluently. "Kang Do-hun, go to the right." He scowled and replied, "Don't tell me what to do." Of course, he wouldn't care and kept going. "Hani, focus on recovering from behind." She responds, "I understand." After a while, everyone stopped and paused as a heavy voice echoed. "Everyone listen, even though he's at a dangerous location, he's still calm. Sector 3 has a relatively narrow entrance. The strategies and analyses outlined suggest that as long as we hold our position, we can defend ourselves without too much trouble. Unfortunately, Kot Long's appearance threatens to ruin Park Hun's plan, and the pressure has left the supporting students stunned. Do we really have to fight that thing?" The system jumps in to confirm his suspicion. "You have encountered the boss of the sealed city in Zone 3. Kot Long, with its terrifying breath and unbalanced form, makes Park Hillen lose his composure. This will be extremely difficult." On this side, the hot high group rushes to the mission point, while Dia Sang remains worried about her friend. No, it can't be. Dia Hun wouldn't back down, right? Hoon could only grit his teeth and curse under his breath. Although he didn't say it out loud, Do Dung felt extremely uneasy inside. Suddenly, the ring she was wearing started to glow, and everyone else's rings showed the same sign. Do Dung paused to check the notification, and the scheduled message had been sent. A familiar voice rings out. "I'm fine, don't worry. I need to ask for everyone's help." June begins to explain his plan. Right now, the monster boss in the area is attacking the city gate. "Please help the people. I will join everyone soon." Dung's face gradually relaxed. It is indeed June. Seeing everyone settled, Sozun coldly urged them on. "So is that the decision? Let's go, I have to do what I can." Everyone responded in unison. "All right, let's go." Rodung softly reassures everyone and herself that Dia Hun Hun will be fine. At the same time, he was fighting with incredible speed, quickly summoning magic to attack his opponent below. Hind gritted his teeth, looking at him with contempt. Turns out Odin's successor's reputation was not just for show. The man's face turned fierce, "But you will definitely fail." Jun uses his martial arts to strike straight down. Hind Du refuses to give up, drawing his weapon ready for a final duel. The cold steel blade forms a crescent, leaving no chance for escape. Him Du will personally test you. You thought his continuous attacks would overwhelm Jae-hoon, but no, he dodges smoothly, like a master. Then he counterattacked, forcing his opponent to struggle to raise his sword to block. Although pushed back by the recoil, June still arrogantly left a taunting remark. "You will regret this." As soon as he finished speaking, June charged forward again, causing him Du's face to show clear surprise. "I've been scoring high on tests lately. Just hearing about it makes him Du furious. An opponent of equal skill excites him, Du praising him. But before he can finish speaking, he suddenly changes direction and then points his weapon straight ahead. "You're only this good." Daehun blocked the spear with his sword, making a sharp sound, a smug smile spreading on his face that didn't match the current situation. Then he gently retracted his weapon. This action makes him Du gasp in surprise with wide eyes. As he loses his balance and falls forward, June quickly sidesteps and a new weapon appears in his hand, accompanied by the system sound indicating the activation of an active skill and successful weapon creation. Eyes S-rank fangs. Then he quickly seized it and channeled energy into it. When enough mana accumulated to activate the spear-throwing skill, June took the opportunity to strike, leaving him Du with a few wounds. A stream of power flows along his arm, gradually spreading through his body. The system displays successively, upgrading his passive skill. Nihawk's fangs have been activated, and the enemy is now poisoned over time. Him Du glared and shouted in pain, leaning on his sword to try to stand firm. "Do you dare to play dirty?" Jae-hyun turned to look at his opponent with a look of utter disdain, and asked straightforwardly, "Are you trying to see who is more miserable?" Your words made him Du cautious. "Usually with this kind of poison, I would recover immediately, no matter what tricks you use. The wounds on my body still don't diminish my confidence. I only aim to destroy my enemies. Maybe I need to reevaluate you. Let's start over." Then, recalling the plan I devised, the power can temporarily infiltrate the Norse divine system and control the strength of all trainers and Tiao students. The power him Du received from Odin has its own limits. Since each person is programmed differently, he thought that just stopping the Nordic god system of the trainers would be easy to handle, like ants in his hand. Him Du has told you to cut off all those thoughts, but now I can only admit the look in the eyes of the person facing me. He assessed June from head to toe, considering his current level 3 strength. That guy is a monster I can't fight. His pupils lit up along with the sword in his hand, as he silently recalled practicing the sword techniques he learned from Manhwa before entering the training camp, including the spear throw and spinning kick. At that moment, they had fought countless battles to master that move. Jae-hun glared at his opponent. "If I activate them with Nihawk's S-rank fang weapon." Thinking of this, you confidently conclude that even him Du wouldn't last long. He chuckled wickedly and said, "You really are quite interesting," then reached behind his back and said in a low voice, "I don't understand why Asga considers you a threat." He gently took out something, but at least you seem to know how to use it. The item that appeared immediately cast a sense of confusion on June's face, as the shimmering elephant-shaped object gradually slipped down, revealing it in his panic. There, without saying a word, he rushed quickly towards the man. "I don't know what kind of power it is, but I have a bad feeling about it." June clenched his fangs and ran at the speed of light, not hesitating to swing his hand forward, determined to prevent him from acting. Before blowing the whistle, Hind didn't forget to say, "Consider this an honor." The man's face lit up with a smile. "You're about to hear the sound of Zal On. The sound of the bugle echoed, making everything around seem to be submerged. June was bound by that sound. He painfully held his head and stepped back a few paces. What is this? That sound had a huge impact on me. Just hearing it, my body kept complaining through the system. Warning. Zaylin has started to activate due to the item's effect, reducing physical abilities by 50%. The following message causes Jihyun to become extremely excited. The mysterious power of the item is to provoke the surrounding monsters. Suddenly, mutated ferocious beasts appeared in their space. I don't know when, but they had already surrounded both of them. Jae-hun exclaimed, wide-eyed. What the hell is this? Hind replied excitedly. Well, I don't control monsters like that. He's excited to activate his power, but this is my secret move. His head quickly calculates. If it's magic, at that very moment the system reactivates, triggering the active skill for absolute precision. But then June was shocked to receive a message saying his rank didn't meet the requirements to resist the item and failed. He cursed in frustration, damn it. At this moment, Him-do was still generating a bold surge of power. He launched the stream of energy straight at June. He quickly crossed his arms in front of his chest to block Him-do's attack, then smirked triumphantly. This is my secret move, reversal magic. He looked at Jae-hun and spoke in a tone that was both punchy and soothing. You won't escape, but you'll suffer unbearable pain. The boy looked at him filled with hatred. Damn it! When Hindu saw you stand up, he launched another deadly move. I guarantee you will sleep away your life in Asga's dungeon. Suddenly, that energy was blocked by something. A familiar voice echoes. Dia Hun can commit many sins. Hila, looking cool, steps in front of him, finishing his sentence, but it's still too early to send him to prison. This appearance leaves him stunned. A protective circle suddenly appeared around the two of them. Hila's eyes lit up, signaling that something was wrong. In the defensive barrier, Dia-hun looked awkwardly around. Hila, what is this? Hila's slender hand, covered in cracks, gently reached forward, her eyes filled with worry. I really can't hold on much longer. At this moment, Hindu was still stunned by Hila's appearance. I've been wondering which corner you've been hiding in, but now you've revealed yourself. Suddenly, he half-closed his eyes. But you, it turns out Him-do has realized something. You forced yourself to use holy power from the pig. Even though your magic is nearly exhausted, Hyla still tries to hold on a little longer. Her hand quickly gathered more magic to create a sphere of energy right in front of her chest. June tried to reach out to stop her. No, Hila. You need to analyze the situation carefully. If what Him-do said is true, and she is indeed using holy power, then Hila will definitely die. Ignoring those words, Hila forcefully unleashes her magic forward. Hindo reacts swiftly, easily dodging several attacks in the blink of an eye. He shouted angrily, that power definitely exceeds what you can handle. Are you really going to sacrifice yourself? Hindu really wonders, what are you fighting for after all? Do you truly believe the enemy can save the world? Regarding those words, Hyla firmly states, not just believing but being certain that we trust June will defeat Odin and bring an end to the apocalypse. He stands still, attentively listening to the response, despite the magic power aimed directly at his head. In the end, Him-do angrily dismisses it as blasphemy, then jumps up to approach Hila, who is casting a spell. Facing him is her eyes full of determination. Hila softly says, let's end this. As he finished speaking, a giant serpent suddenly appeared behind Him-do. He sensed its hostility and quickly dodged. Dia-hun could only helplessly shout, stop. Seeing the giant serpent, Him-do cursed under his breath. Damn it! The giant snake immediately lunged quickly towards him. In another place, fierce monsters are lurking to attack. A source of magic suddenly knocks them back. That power sweeps everything around it. It is Park Hyun's technique, trying to hold back the monsters. He didn't stop there. He carefully activated another skill and charged fiercely into the fight with the monsters. The source of magic clashed between them, causing a loud explosion. Gumin and Jia Yu on this side are fighting back fiercely, while Bak Hun is still easily taking down each one. Are you okay? Do Hyun is struggling to hold his ground while Jan is desperately healing his teammates. Stay still. Looking at the monsters in front of him, Jia Yu couldn't help but feel disappointed. We will all die. Gumin beside him trembles just as much. Dragonbone? Isn't this just an outdoor training camp? John suddenly looked at the two of them and loudly asked Pun, what should we do now? We can't hold out any longer. At this point, he could only say that there's no way to escape. We can't even contact the outside world. Du-hun is fighting with whatever strength he has left, so what on earth is suddenly happening? Magic, I'm at my limit. Park Hun had long hoped that if we had a few more capable people, it would be better. Suddenly, a voice from somewhere surprised him. "We will help." That is the Nine Society. They are rushing to help. Hoon suspects and confirms an Hoyon and the Nine Society. Hoon continued to speak. "Let us help too." Still, he seemed very hesitant. This battle is too dangerous for Tan Bin. Lost in explanation. He didn't notice the monster rushing toward him.
Caught Long is a level A+ monster. If you interfere, Bakhun's eyes already showed shock before he could finish speaking. This battle is about to get tough. A notification suddenly appeared, activating the active skill, Thanbok Sword.
The one who just stepped in to save the day is Hoon. Do we know? He even boldly ran up to fight the monster one-on-one, and his sword radiated with dark energy. Amid the flickering colored light, Hoonan smiles confidently. But then the shadow of the 9 guild members passes by, causing Park Hun to stop in his tracks. They rushed forward one after another without hesitation. Only then did Aina reveal, "We came to keep a promise." He was confused when he heard that. A promise? Yudong slowly continued. "Minjun." She smiled brightly and said, "We promised Chun to help everyone, so don't worry. We won't get in the way." That smile and words left Park Hun stunned, standing frozen for a few seconds, as if his mind hadn't processed what he'd just heard. But the monsters didn't give you time to be stunned. They roared and charged like a tide. Yu swiftly ran toward Hoon. "Don't worry." The staff in her hand emits a dazzling light, accompanied by a series of system notifications. The active skill surges, activating the Holy Mana Domain skill as blue energy rushes forward to boost the team's strength. Almost simultaneously, 2 other skills were summoned. Anim's sword, the white sword of the flower. The scene in front of him made Park Hun gape. What the hell is this? With the help of the spell, Hoon easily knocked away the surrounding monsters, creating an escape route. Though still stunned, Bak Hun quickly seized the opportunity to rush forward. In the midst of chaos, I thought Min Hun was the only monster. And now, the performance of Team 9 has changed my mind, but these guys are just as crazy. Bach Hun briefly glanced at Yudong behind him, his thoughts still racing. Ninj Hun, her calm expression while reciting the spell, further confirms that she would never put her teammates in danger. At that moment, a giant crab monster roared and charged to block the path. It swung its axe to attack the small human in front, but Hun quickly raised his shield to defend. The clash of metal rang out painfully loud. Immediately after, Aina combined with Yudong's magic and sped forward. The blue swords pierced straight into the monster's weak spot. Bakhun and Du-hyun also rushed forward together, but before they could strike, the monster was defeated with a single head-hot attack. As the enemy collapsed, a sense of unease grew in their hearts. If I had to fight alongside these kids, the battle would be even harder. Kang Yu quickly turned to his savior, still alive. "Thank you, you saved me," Dia Sang said politely with a smile. "It's okay." He squinted and looked at the trail on the ground, then informed everyone. "The entrance is on this side. Follow me." Kang Yu Kumquit nodded. "Thank you, Senior Kusaun." Yudong looked thoughtfully at the group leaving, then raised her eyes with a hint of worry. "We need to hurry." The bone monster roared loudly as if to interrupt, but she paid no mind. "They are fighting the boss monster on the other side." Aina coldly agrees. "Yeah." Hoon smiled, boosting team spirit. Everyone has truly become much stronger. But before he could act, Bak Hoon rushed forward like a gust of wind with no time to slack off. He sped up while devising a plan. "We will attack its legs and stop its movement. While we do that, you focus on the demon core and finish off Long Cot." Hoon immediately responded and gave the next order. "Understood." Yudong uses her weakening skill on Long Cot without hesitation, accepting the command clearly. In the blink of an eye, she soared up, approaching the monster from above, then concentrated her spiritual energy around her staff. A purple light enveloped the entire space before exploding, shooting straight into Long Cot's body. Even with support, Du Hee-hyun still feels uncomfortable. Damn it, these freshmen will steal all the spotlight. Bak Hyun also thought the same, but he was more alert than his friend. There's nothing more to do. You've seen it too. That's right. Nine's destructive power is even greater than ours. If you're older but weaker, what kind of Do-Who would that be? Damn it. All right. He grips his weapon tightly and activates the active skill Whirlwind. In the blink of an eye, he closed in on Long Cot's leg, successfully breaking a joint. Bak Hun seized the opportunity to soar into the air without watching the situation, just as he predicted, calmly assessing a fierce attack but not caring about defense. That conclusion makes him determined to activate the deadly core. The move lives up to its name, a weapon shooting straight through Long Cot and pinning it to the ground. Without any complacency, Bak Hun shouted. Even though the beast was shattered, it still managed to open its mouth and roar, but its attack was slower than Yudong's supportive power. A series of skills are activated, with Anam's sword and the white sword from the multicolored magic, raining down like a flood, overwhelming the giant opponent. At this moment, the magic core inside Longcott immediately shows cracks and cannot withstand it, shattering quickly. Longcott let out a desperate scream, a voice filled with resentment echoing across the battlefield. "Come back this way!" Hindu turns around to observe. That's enough. Then it was slammed down to the ground by the giant beast, and afterward it started to roar. Hela quietly observes the situation, sighs heavily, her face briefly sad before lowering her voice to say, "I've finished my task. My mission ends here." The serpent's pupils suddenly contract as if something has happened, and its belly continues to swell. Then came a loud laugh that confused H-La. Suddenly she froze, staring intently in that direction. Hindu's bright pupils gradually revealed themselves. "Do you really think I will die from something like this, with that guy emerging from inside the snake's body?" Then Hindu rushed forward like a gust of wind, holding a long sword in his hand. Up to now, Hilalai still hasn't figured everything out. Why is it like this? June over here is trying to shout loudly. Hela hesitated and stopped, blood beginning to flow down. She was finally struck by a deadly blow. Hela's face turned blank, with a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Your hand grips the sword with a blank stare. You should have only pushed your strength this far. Hindu's lips curl into a smug smile. My power will indeed be restrained. He slowly continued. But you're not the only one who can wield divine power. Hilalah's mind gradually lost consciousness as she collapsed before his fury. That damn kid. Hind cursed bitterly. You're truly foolish. I'm nearing my end. His words surged like an unstoppable tide. Her eyes narrowed as he kept droning on in her ear. No matter how hard you try, it's all pointless. Hind drew his sword mercilessly. So go ahead and aim for the depths of hell. June could only stare as Hila's body was thrown aside, his eyes filled with horror, his attitude growing darker. He struggled to get up and spoke with a trembling voice. Hela, on the other hand, Hind-Do continued to insult. Hey, he's really an idiot. He leisurely sings along to the music, driving June's mind crazy. His face immediately turned pale, sweat pouring down constantly. June desperately reached out toward Hill. Once again, I failed to protect the person I care about. Your body collapses onto the street. I have tried my best to change my fate. Right now, June is desperate with his thoughts. But in the end, I only repeat the mistakes of the past and lose them again. Once more, my life is about to reach the destiny I've always feared. Your eyes slowly narrow. Now, what do I have left? At the same time, two people are talking on the rooftop. Both you and my master have awakened, and my voice grew quieter after losing someone important. Remembering each person's image only deepens your pain. If loss is the key to awakening. June's hand suddenly clenched tighter and his voice trembled slightly. Before he could finish speaking, Aina burst into tears. No, June, she's starting to open up about her deepest feelings. What do you think I felt at that moment? The image of S being crushed by rocks in the middle of the fire flashes before me. Hurry and help, I've awakened so I know what I can do. However, Aina only gives her a cold, sharp look. She shouted when she saw her turn away. Where are you going? Come back quickly. That moment changed Aya forever. I realized that the person protecting me was her. She was getting more and more frantic. Hey, I'm not Aina. But she was definitely sure it wasn't my grandparents or anyone else from my family. Only then did she start crying. She apologized. Seeing how Aina behaved, I wonder if you treated her badly, right? But I am a good kid, so I know what I will save. Still, she keeps moving forward despite Sadie's attempts to persuade her. Are we really a family? At this moment, Aina activates her active skill, the Sword of Silver Light, which swiftly strikes the body of the giant monster behind her. S is very pleased with this scene. Yes, in the end you finally repay everything. Ah, I keep rambling without noticing what's falling down. The money I had to spend to raise you. He turns away with a blank face. Seeing that, Saudi grits his teeth and says, I knew it. Amidst the heavy meat, her voice full of resentment echoed on. You useless bastard. Hearing that, she just remained silent and then turned around and walked away. Returning to the present, those tears no longer rolled down her cheeks but were within myself. Ina's determined attitude left Jae-hun at a loss for how to comfort her. So without making him wait too long, she decided to share her feelings herself. I think Guildmaster Hyose Yu also thought that way. It's not because she lost someone important that she awakened. Remembering Seong Yu immersed in sacred light, Ina firmly states that it is because after those tragedies, she realized her true will. That is why she finally offered comfort. However, I don't think you need to go through the same thing. Ina gently brushed her hair behind her ear with her hand, because among everyone I know. Ju was momentarily stunned when he heard her confessing. Then he was the most determined person. Returning to the previous scene, he had been lost in old memories all along. Chun clenched his teeth tightly, surrounded by shimmering orbs of light. His will, his determination that Aina mentioned. A powerful flow of internal energy began pouring out vigorously from his body. Hind couldn't help but be amazed. What is this mana? His source of aura is also causing chaos. How is that possible? How dare you? You're just a human. That beam of light gradually faded, and Jun stood tall. He lowered his head as if pondering something, then a moment later looked up. One of his eyes had changed color. It feels clear and present. I don't want to lose the people who matter to me ever again. System message. You have completed the main quest. Unlocks a unique skill. Odin's lost eye is responding to your will. Streams of spiritual energy began to converge toward the eye orb. You have acquired the active skill, Seize Divinity. After completing the process, Yan softly calls out, Hiya! Her body lies motionless on the ground, her eyes now vacant, but he still makes a request. I still need you. The user has successfully absorbed divine power for the first time. An involuntary tear falls on Hill's face as details about the divine theft skill appear on the screen. The player can absorb divine power from weakened gods to greatly increase stats and remove skill copy limits. Watching what just happened before his eyes, Hindu gritted his teeth in anger. What if that was the newly awakened poison skill? Beneath his feet, the ground trembles constantly as purple light gathers in his hands, and Hindu's face becomes frantic. The creator of change, she will not be able to control that power. The twisted divine attribute belongs to the traitor Asa. The holy yellow light still surrounds Chun's body as his voice continues steadily. That's not something someone like you, who doesn't even possess divine power, could use. Odin's cross-eyed eyes widened in shock. The traitor of Asga. Loki! Hela's faint voice echoes from beneath the ground. She lies gasping with her last breath. The sinner of Asga. He was once the leader of the faction opposing Aya. Sensing the change in his body, Diahun assesses himself. So, this is his power. Then you raised your hand, causing Nun Yi to burst into flames. From afar, Himdu is rushing towards with a longsword in hand. I understand what you're thinking, but the sword is heading straight for June. The twisting of divine power only works on weak gods. It has no effect on me. Still, you responded bravely. Sorry, you're mistaken. You will be taken by my divine power right now. He then twitched at the spot. System notification. The target is to seize Hyla's divine power. The player's divine power increases. His scream echoes but is resolute. It is her. After landing, June immediately embraced the other person. Hela! Hindu just watched the continuous lightning strikes and the radiant holy light outside, while inside, Hela's agonized face became even more apparent. In that fleeting moment, she wondered how he could think of it so immediately. Whether it was an illusion or not, Hela unconsciously called out for Loki. His figure became clearer, forcing her to admit you were right. Her face was blank and pale, but Hela continued to ponder endlessly. All this time I thought gods were born that way from the start, but that's not true. A blazing golden light enveloped June and her as she gradually faded away. Someone here was deified in a fragile human body and created a legend. The words kept echoing in his mind, and Jae-hun blamed himself for not awakening. Her eyes closed gently and peacefully, but that was not right. Hela was laid down neatly while June moved forward with overwhelming strength from the very beginning. His confident gaze makes her more certain that he is the one he chose. Dun's fist now radiates with power, even glowing with a brilliant light on his chest. A series of skills like Thunder God Magic, Thunder Chains, and Thunder God's Chains are used. With the newly equipped top-tier weapon, he slowly begins to speak from now on. A flash of confident eyes and a smug smile appeared. The duel began, and Himdu couldn't believe what he was hearing. What? June is now extremely proud of the lightning chain skill of the Thunder God. Detailed information immediately appears. The chains possess the power of the Thunder God and can pierce through part of the enemy's defenses. It only activates when Thunder God's magic is used, with hundreds of chains flying toward the opponent in response to your actions. The powerful attack forces Himdu to struggle to defend. No matter how many times he tries to defeat it, he can't end this move. The more he fights, the more Himdu becomes confused. This can't be happening. Looking at those tangled chains, he furrowed his brow and realized this was Tho's lightning. How the hell did they launch another attack that made Himdu can't help but curse? Does the one who caused the change have this too? The rapid rhythm left him no time to react, so he decided to run away. Although a bit embarrassed, Himdu still cared about his strength. First, I need to dodge and approach the one who caused that change. A brief distraction was enough for him to get punched in the face. With a single strike from Jae-hun, Him-do was knocked off course, but he still had enough presence of mind to use his sword and create resistance on the ground. Deeply insulted, Him-do roared in anger, "Come high," and after a long silence, he muttered to himself, "So, this is the divine power." Then he slowly walked toward the opponent with his sword in hand.
Now the battle is completely in my favor. He is still kneeling on the ground as Jae-hun threatens, "I can destroy you."
Your eyes look at Him-do with sarcasm, but you can't do that to me. Hearing this, he clenched his teeth even tighter in utter fury. Hylala's figure appears in my mind as Him-do tries to justify himself. Blocking Hyla's clone earlier drained all my divine power, and I can no longer use magic. Are you trembling? His face suddenly darkened in an ugly way. Ah, Him-do. And then he charged forward to retaliate, driven by wounded pride, as Him-do swung his sword and let out a wild scream. Don't be arrogant. With just a move from Dui-hun, all the chains will fly towards him. They surrounded him tightly, leaving no way out, while Him-do, in a panic, wildly defended himself. He may be the one to bring change, but he is still just human. After breaking free from the encirclement,
Him-do leaps up to attack from the air, but there's no way he can freely use divine power.
Dion responded with a look of boredom, but now his face showed clear surprise and disbelief as he realized he had fallen into a trap. A chain cage like a trap is about to enclose him. It swiftly coils around his upper body, then tightly locks his struggling legs. So-jun has successfully suppressed the opponent's power. He screams in pain as agony overtakes him. Then he collapsed in front of you, with a sword in his hand approaching. Seeing the danger so close, Him-do could only curse aloud. Damn it! His eyes are now bulging with rage. That bastard! Before he could finish speaking, Jun's sword shot out, causing Him-do to vanish on the spot. His eyes flashed with unwavering determination, with no trace of mercy. Then Jun scoffed contemptuously at the chaos on the ground. Hu-jin stands on a nearby building, observing everything with a deep, sarcastic tone. Truly a fool. I shouldn't have trusted him in the first place. This result only makes him more annoyed. The plan is all messed up now. I should report back to Odin. Hu-jin's eyes light up with a mocking thought that the divine guardian of Asga, Him-do, has been defeated by an ordinary human. Jun's figure in the sunlight makes him pensive. He's becoming stronger much faster than we expected. Emotions fluctuate, affecting even the crows around him. He has also gained divine power. Now that he's become stronger, it's only a matter of time, Hu-jin whispers to himself. However, that was not a big problem. The moment he raised his hand to cast magic, his eyes revealed deadly intent. Because the end is near, Jun also withdraws his weapon. Hin's body lies on the ground, whimpering like a discarded object. This helpless appearance excites Jun greatly. You really look impressive now. As a supreme god, how can you tolerate such insults? This bastard! I let my guard down this time, but next time I see you, I will definitely throw you into Asga's dungeon. Calm down. You glare at him like he's a little dog. You're starting to get a bit better. That look in your eyes makes Him-do shiver, without even feeling cold. The power he showed in front of me was only 30% of his true strength, but either way, the outcome was already decided. Sooner or later, he would be forcibly summoned to Asga. Thinking that way, he shamelessly provoked, "Nothing will change just because you won this time." A sharp voice rang out like a dark prophecy. "Ragnarok will still happen as planned." Jun calmly replied, "I already knew nothing would change." From the perspective of the demon realm, he clearly saw the murderous intent in his eyes. "Whether war breaks out or not, I will kill all of you." This arrogant attitude only excites him more. You don't understand anything. And as expected, those words cast a cloud of confusion over the opponent. Do you think these monsters and your fake attack are a blessing bestowed upon humans? Jae-hun frowned and asked back, "What do you mean?" Even so, Him-do still fulfills the role of the villain, only threatening without explanation. Be cautious of those closest to you. Be cautious even of the smallest things. Every word he says carries a warning. Once you reach the end, you'll realize how disgusting the taste of betrayal truly is. The head on the ground flashes, and then gradually disappears, leaving behind a heavy verdict. That will also be the moment you realize that current trust will become an indelible scar in your heart. As soon as he finished speaking, the spot where Him-do was just now was left only with a thin wisp of smoke. Jae-hun stared intently at it, as if trying to process everything, but he didn't dwell on it too long, then raised his head and exhaled sharply. "Well, at least now I've gotten rid of one obstacle," then slowly moved toward his injured teammate in the corner. "Ha! You coldly ask about the person in front of you. Are you okay?" She gently reports the situation. Yes, the collapse of this body has also come to an end. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she said, "Thank you." But June coldly turned his back and walked away. "That's good. I have other things to take care of. Let's talk later." He returned to the place where Himdu's body was lying, then reached out his hand, and a burst of bright light engulfed both of them. At the same time, the system also activated, triggering the active skill to twist and seize divine power, targeting the shard of Himdu to absorb divine energy. The source of power around June grew stronger according to the next notification, and the user's divine power increased. You smirk with satisfaction, secretly thinking that I suspected there might still be some divine power left in his body. And I was right. Diahun continues with the plan. All right, let's move on. Despite Hai sulking behind, soon he arrived at the majestic and awe-inspiring Saint Hero. An oppressive silence filled the air as the deity and the obedient servant bowed their heads in remorse. The god feels very ashamed, unable to eliminate the great enemy due to his own negligence. Odin's reaction wasn't too harsh. I already knew. However, his cold stare implied the opposite. I already saw everything. These words made him grit his teeth and secretly think about Odin's throne. The object dominating beneath Odin is a legendary artifact that allows Odin to see into all 9 realms. Cold sweat begins to trickle down his face as he clenches his fist so tightly that veins bulge. Why? Why did the ultimate enemy have to awaken their exclusive skill at that exact moment? The man clenched his brow, hiding the frustration spreading across his face. And that battle had already drained half of his divine power. Damn it! Suddenly, Odin's deep, husky voice rang out. "We will begin the purge." He extended his hand to issue the order. "From now on, help Freya nurture the warrior army. To defeat the enemy, I will send someone else to take care of him." How can Himdu accept this insult? But before he could finish speaking, Odin cut in sharply. "What are you doing?" His eyes suddenly lit up, signaling trouble. "Defying my orders, huh?" Hindu, panic-stricken, bowed his head in confession. "God, I'm sorry, Odin doesn't want to waste any more time, so just get out of my sight." He quickly appeared beside his master. When calmly assigns the task, the war will begin soon. At this moment, a satisfied smile spreads on his face. "I am sure you already know." Then, as he reached out his hand and continued speaking, the necessary ingredients to nourish the inner appeared at that moment, and a series of footsteps echoed in the empty hall ahead. Darkness enveloped the surroundings, leaving only flickering blue flames following Odin's words. The squad of knights turned this way, Diahun calmly carrying the thick books as they walked between the shelves. He found an empty spot and placed them all on the table. Jae-hyun painfully looked at the pile of books. "When will I finish reading all of these?" His eyes suddenly darkened, recalling the words of that person. "Beware of the things most familiar to you." Doubting again and again, a sudden feeling of unease rises in your heart. Go all the way to the end, and you will realize that betrayal is even more intoxicating than alcohol. The invisible fear creeps in like darkness enveloping June, and trust sometimes leaves the deepest scars in everyone's heart. That voice still echoed in your ear. "Let me give you one last piece of advice." His eyes brighter than Trin Fat Jia, he should suspect the system. Jae-hun pondered silently, doubting both Mim Mia and Himdu, as they spoke the same words. He looked at the pile of books in front of him. Surely there was a connection between what they said and that matter. It seemed this connection was so strong that he couldn't even imagine it. Should we consider these concerning issues? Time quickly approaches midnight, and June remains quietly sitting at the table focused on reading the documents. Suddenly, he unexpectedly closes the book. It seems June has discovered something, his fake Trin Fat's eyes shining. He immediately picks up a pen and points to a spot on the page. This is not a definition. At this moment, those words become incredibly clear to Ji, as the scrambled word Enher is ready. He was so stunned he was gasping for breath, finally understanding everything. Jun stared intently at the paper in his hand. What do Mia and Himdu mean when they say I should be suspicious? Right now, a meeting is taking place in the office. Bak-hoon broke the silence by speaking up, glancing around at everyone present. Min Jun won't be able to hold back anymore. Everyone's attitude towards this news doesn't seem to be very positive. If you oppose, you'll have to face some pretty strong forces. Dian looked helpless. Overall, they have surpassed our level already. Do-hyun also gritted his teeth and admitted that, yes, their strength had surpassed the normal level. Bae-hun analyzes the situation and seems to realize that their opponents have matured to a level beyond their control, even in just a few months. He reminds them seriously, so from now on, focus on minimizing the damage. After saying this, he angrily slammed his hand on the table. But there's one thing we need to clarify. Bakhun looked at John, who was sitting there indifferently criticizing John. His face turned cold. As the leader of one of the 4 guilds, why didn't she participate in this expedition? I calmly faced the questioning. If a few other opponents had intervened, this would have been an unwinnable battle. Her words made Du Hu furious. What did she say? John continued indifferently, relying only on the skills of the members of the Round Table here. I don't care if he's angry. I think we can't succeed in the Bone Dragon expedition. So I will stand up calmly and refuse, so I won't participate. I can't afford to sacrifice innocent teammates for nothing, right? At this moment, June is still focused on studying the book. Pay attention to the important details. During the Bone Dragon extermination, fake exterminations rarely allow the use of skills. Jae-hun is reading and imagining the people involved. It's all too clear. The Aya gods might interfere with the system. A thought kept repeating in your mind. Mai says to be suspicious, and Hind says to stay alert. Jae-hun begins to speculate. What if both of them are hinting at the truth of the Aya system? Your thoughts are gradually becoming clearer that the system's true purpose is to nurture Ensha and materials to create Enhera. It could be the answer that just appeared in Chun's mind, making him extremely terrified. Probably everything about the fake awakenings worldwide. At this moment, the system suddenly speaks out. The user has uncovered the truth about Sarah and Hersa. The information may have been updated. Would you like to see Mim Mia's direction? This sudden notification was something he never expected. He slowly extended his finger forward. As soon as June touched the system screen, the surroundings began to change, and the sudden transformation startled him. Here. At the moment the flash of light appeared, he found himself in a strange place. June curiously walks forward. In front of him, a mysterious book is floating above a stone pedestal. It was the first time the lost eye of Odin absorbed something. June slowly stepped forward, his eyes fixed on the book, then decided to reach out and touch it. When you open the first page, you see this note written there. June continues reading the diary of me, the history of Asga, and a document revealing Odin's past defeat. After the first Ragnarok battle, Odin's and Hersa army was destroyed, and as you probably already know, there is a hidden truth behind this. A mighty army appears. In Hersa, they are Odin's limbs and tools of control. The monsters at that time were also controlled by Odin. If you ask whether they are demons, I cannot answer. They were simply used by Odin. The Enja army was forced to take part in the wars. Odin tricked humans and turned them into his slaves. He exploited them to fight against the alliance opposing Aya, and then they were defeated. But in that battle, countless Ingensha lost their lives. The generals turned their backs on him and shattered Odin's hopes completely, so humanity no longer willingly becomes Enhoya. He didn't expect that to happen. It was a shock for Odin. Only humanity can become Enhoza, and the condition is that they must be absolutely loyal to the gods. The danger gradually appears. The second apocalypse, with its looming threat, draws closer to him. So Odin came up with a plan. He exploited something else. He sends Iriso's creatures to Midgard and turns the land into a hell full of monsters. Then he gives them their gifts, as if they were brothers. That is the Aya system. He continues to manipulate humanity, with all imposters worldwide using it, but in the end, it's no different from a tool to build Odin's army. As the story progresses, it becomes more terrifying for June. The enemy of the prophecy, if you are reading this note, you must immediately prepare to go to Irizo's control tower. A strange symbol appeared, and the control device supplying power to the Aya system was stored there. What terrified him most was the last line. If you don't go there, all the false awakenings of humanity will become your enemies. Chun's eyes widened in shock. Then he suddenly stood up, leaning on the table in worry, his tense hands and prominent veins revealing his distress. So June had to say he needed to meet Hela. After saying that, he headed somewhere, his voice a bit hurried. Hela is in a hurry. Unlike her anxious tone, she is still sleepy and responds to him with a bit of laziness. Is something so important that you had to wake a god? But her attitude suddenly changed when she heard Hora June enter the main topic so seriously. I think I've figured out Odin's true goal. Please continue with your report on the ongoing issue. What you said made Hyla fall into deep thought. After a thorough analysis, she suddenly spoke. It seems this issue needs to be discussed again with the Anti-A Alliance. Hela finally made a decision. I see. Let's depart at nightfall. This answer makes you quite satisfied. Yeah, thanks to you. Suddenly Chun remembered something. Oh, and she responded a bit surprised. Yes. Suddenly you held out the glove in front of me. I found this during outdoor training. You make a guess. I hear it belongs to the first fake awakening. Do you know anything about it? Looking at that glove, you seem a bit confused. The first false awakening. Unfortunately, I don't know anything about it. After that, she quickly changed the subject. Just let it go for now. Currently, rumors about Enhoya are spreading, and Hela's hesitation only makes him more curious. She gets to the main point. I need to give you your reward. The system suddenly announced, leaving him stunned. The mission to unlock the unique skill was complete. The sealed city mission has been completed. Calculating the reward. After a while, a faint smile finally appeared at the corner of his mouth. This has always been the most interesting part. Let's see. He taps the screen to claim the reward. The first reward is an empty card. The second reward makes you a bit suspicious. System update? Now the screen shows that Nonia will be upgraded to version 2.0. Seeing that information, June was very surprised. Then a series of skills were detailed, and the trading function was updated. From now on, you can use voice messages with the guild even from afar. The status window will be restored. Legendary skills can now be stored in the activation slot. The current slot is 1 out of 1. The radar will automatically set up and allow tracking Odin's Raven when it hits nearby. The main mission to break the system has been accepted. These have successfully attracted Gila, so is this an upgrade in communication? She felt incredibly excited. Now June could rely on me even more. But he shattered that confidence and teased me. It's more like using it than relying on it. Faced with that teasing remark, Gila was furious, while you remained calm, focused on the system, adjusting the stats window. In that moment, the screen suddenly displayed all of your personal information. In Hun's hand now is a vial of red liquid, giant human blood. He quietly admired that he couldn't use it before due to lack of strength. But now he's ready. In an instant, the bottle was turned upside down. The bright red liquid splattered everywhere as June poured it all over his head. After finishing, the system appeared along with his transformation. A consumable item that uses giant blood with giant strength spreading throughout the user's body. Strength and mana increase by 30. Feeling the overwhelming power surging through my body, I'm thrilled beyond measure. I thought I'd only reach this level at S rank, but just the stats alone make me a solid S class. June didn't hesitate and opened the next slot, which now contained a legendary skill. The system also updates accordingly. The 1/1 passive skill slot, named Thunder God, a mythic rank skill containing the power of the Thunder God, greatly increases skill mastery and electric damage. The notification screen provides more details. An electric damage skill increases by 300%. 2 electric skill proficiencies rise by 50%, and these 3 skills can be toggled on and off. Once I understood all of that, I smiled eerily. The previous restrictions are gone. Now I have the complete divine trait, and all those limitations are gone. The system immediately responded that to unlock a slot, the user's divine trait must increase, which can be achieved by seizing a mythic level existence. Although somewhat dissatisfied, he told himself that having only the power of the Thunder God for now was not too bad. Not only is Hyla interested in this reward, but she is no exception. Oh, she stares intently at the screen, and the Raven search radar will automatically set up. It allows tracking Odin's ravens when they are nearby. That thing made her extremely happy. With this, finding the crows will be much easier. Agreeing with her, June replied, "You're right," but his thoughts didn't stop there. "Hujin, we can also find him." Suddenly, June remembered something. The last update seemed to be a mission. Then you start to consider it yourself. This must be the hardest mission so far. The system has appeared. The mission to break the system has been accepted. Jehun's face immediately darkened as he broke the system, while at the same time elsewhere in front of that mirror. Does someone's voice echoing make you think it's time to delay the forest and leave? John kept urging, "We can't let him wait any longer." Seeing no response, she directly called out Duan's name. Suddenly, she was lost in a flashback, and a voice exclaimed, "Senior criticizes John." June steps closer from behind, and she turns around curiously. "You are the one who provided the details. I hear you are the key figure in the outdoor training session." John didn't hold back his praise for that impression. But June only coldly replied, "Thank you for the compliment, but I'm a bit busy now." Your body brushed past her like a breeze. "Let's talk another time." Seeing something, John glanced at June, and this feeling was unmistakable. Then she suddenly spoke. "What are you thinking?" I secretly judge in my mind that the one who causes change is watching June thoughtfully. Even if I lead one of the 4 circles, I do not participate in the conquest. Everyone was criticizing me. That statement really caught your attention. She could see the hidden power within his body. Perhaps he had obtained divine strength. June scoffs. "If you're weak, you should step back yourself." That reaction was beyond John's expectations. June only leaves a deadly and terrifying glare. Even with healing magic, he can't bring her back from the dead. After finishing, she immediately left. Only now did she regain her composure, as the news was reporting a shocking incident of many teachers being murdered outside. The student saved the academy from an unexpected event. And now what will happen next? The hero of the academy is none other than Manoon, with Du's hand clenched tightly. Yes, he immediately turned off the news and made a decision to act now. But it seems it's not quite what he wants. Even if it's a bit early for me. Du slowly lifts the picture frame to look at the glow it emits. All right. Is the creator the one who changed the fairy seed? He was thrilled, eager to see how your story would unfold. He said to that mysterious painting, "Let's listen to it together." At this moment during the Academy's press conference, a girl with a serious demeanor is speaking, with many eyes watching below. Lena gazes downward in deep thought for a long time. She began to speak. I am sure many of you have questions, but right now what I can say for sure is that her voice has become more serious. There is a new threat out there, and we are gathered here to remember the spark of hope. It helped us overcome previous threats. The young reporter sitting below is focused on listening and taking notes of Lena's words. We will award the students. Her face is grim and her voice commanding because they played a major role in this. I ask the following people to come on stage and receive their awards. Yoon and Ina in their school uniforms are getting ready. At the call, everyone gradually moved into first-year Minhoon and Team 9. How much time had passed? At this moment, in some room, Yu was resting his chin on his hand, looking bored. All right. Her gaze scans the room. You have nothing to say? Everyone's attention in the room is focused on one side. June loosened his tie. Fine, but I can't tell everything. She looked uncomfortable after hearing that. Why do you have so many secrets? Ina calmly by my side. Let me ask first. She wonders about the mysterious man with the sword, questioning who he is. The one who attacked us. His mood is contemplative and hesitant to speak. Then he turns his face away. I can't answer. All I can say is that Jae-hyun used a silly expression to appear calm. He has something to do with me, and he's super strong. Yu-dung is dissatisfied. Do you think we want to know that? Hoon crossed his arms and nodded. That's right. Yu-dung is right. That terrifying creature flashes through his mind. Is that person? He furrows his brow slightly in doubt. Who is that monster? Dia and Sozin are also waiting nearby with focused attention. 5 faces with the same focused expression, watching Di-hun want him to give an answer. Under pressure from everyone, he remains cold and thoughtful, thinking that someday he must tell them the truth when Ragnarok happens. He tried to listen to everyone's eyes too early to tell you everything. Hearing that, they felt more annoyed and disappointed. Dia and Sozin returned to their original calm state, as if nothing happened. Dia-hun looks at everyone with a helpless smile and lets out a sigh. Suddenly remembering something, he unexpectedly announced, I also reached rank S. Sozin immediately stood up, her eyes wide with disbelief as she asked again, What? She clutched her head, completely panicked. S rank, what are you talking about? No way. Dia moved to the side, continuously comforting her. Calm down. Ina understood and turned around, so that was the reason he survived after fighting that person. Hoon immediately continued, Have you killed that monster yet? June's cold, chilling gaze responds with a firm no. When it comes to him, do. Analyze whether he is the one guarding Northern Europe. I will slowly voice my suspicion that I will have to fight an enemy like him. Yu-dung felt furious at the warning, so if this happens again, run immediately. She slammed the table and shouted, Are you going to fight alone again? Jae-hun tapped his fingers on the table, bowed his head without saying a word, and his fingers struck the surface with strange sounds. The room suddenly fell silent. The surrounding atmosphere was ominously dark. His eyes burned red, emanating a fierce killing intent. Everyone was terrified, their faces drained of blood, as the mocking voice echoed, breaking the tense silence. Unless you are this strong, you still can't fight me right now. If you don't like what I said, then become a low-level SD. In the face of everyone's unwillingness, you still challenge. At that moment, I won't tell you to run anymore. Yu-dung lowered her head, tears welling up in her eyes. What the hell is this? Then you're too cold. The announcement caught June's attention. He put his hand into his pocket to take out his phone and read the information on the screen, his eyes widening in surprise. I'm surprised. The person behind received a notification, a VIP message inviting him to the auction. Im-tae smiled happily. I didn't expect you to participate in the auction. Are you curious? Do you need to buy a large amount of goods to become a VIP? How much money have you already spent on that company? June seems not to care much and replied, I don't remember exactly, but almost all the money I have. Hearing that, he laughed helplessly. I couldn't understand that way of thinking for an ordinary salaried worker like me. The stop was at a huge building. The elevator door opens, and Im-tae and June appear inside. As he sees you step out, the man quietly reminds you, I will wait here. If anything happens, I will handle it. Remember to call me. I don't think anyone dares to cause trouble with me. He happily and cheerfully agreed. That's right. Yoon walked while taking in the surrounding scenery.
In an opulent and luxurious room, Camilla sat on a chair, nervously biting her nails in fear. A voice rang out, drawing her attention. "Camilla." Bach looked at her. "Camilla." He asked Han with concern, "What's going on?" She had been lost in thought for a moment, then gently called Bach's name. Seeing June sitting alone in front, she whispered, "That guy over there, do you see him?" Hearing that, he shifted his gaze. Ji rested his chin on his hand, his handsome face attracting everyone's attention. Bach watched him for a moment, recalling the previous encounter, and fell into thought. That was the kid we met at the Iceland hotel, and we checked afterward. After thinking it over, he quickly clarified that he is the new star of the Lotus Society. I've never heard of the Lotus Society participating in this auction. Camilla is still in a state of panic. Listen carefully. She's trying to give a friendly reminder. That kid is very dangerous. He looked genuinely surprised. What? Jae-hyun has an attractive face and a calm demeanor. Did it say something? That information shocked Bach to the core. His eyes like a demon stalking its prey, emanating an aura of intimidation that makes others feel a dark, mana-like power. The scene shifts inside the room and a voice says, "I told you so." Someone speaks softly on the phone. "My love, trust me, the auction will go smoothly starting from a small shop, and so far we've done very well." Min Hwan looks a bit worried but still forces a reassuring smile, just a little more effort. After hanging up, he silently made up his mind that he couldn't make any more mistakes this time. He closed his eyes to stay calm and whispered to himself, "Many investors and VIPs will attend. I must succeed." At this moment, Nian Huan suddenly glanced in surprise in a certain direction. He was confused by the scene before him. When did I open the window? Suddenly, Min Huan saw something, and his eyes widened as if they were about to burst. A tentacle swung across, causing blood to spray everywhere. Mian Huan stands frozen at the window with wide eyes, as if unconscious. Suddenly, small hands appear from behind, gently covering his neck and then wiping Min Huan's eyes. John tilted his head slightly with a sinister smile, then murmured in satisfaction, "I wonder how the creator of the change will react." Meanwhile, Dai-hun, sitting bored with his chin resting on his hand, was approached by someone who started a conversation, not expecting to meet you here. Bia, with a grim face, glanced at him and said, "You've been quite famous lately." Then he looked up and smiled. "Really?" Camilla from afar saw this scene and turned pale, silently cursing the fool. What is he thinking? However, Bach paid no attention to her earlier warnings and continued to speak coldly with June. "Yes." He looked at your emotionless face and continued. "The only fighting mage in the world, and also the top student of the first Korean Trin Fat Jia Academy, right? It's you." Bach's gaze grew darker and more dangerous. "Then it makes sense that the European Union is interested in you. But you still don't bring me any honor." Seeing this reaction, he didn't say anything further and glanced at Camilla. Bach secretly remembered something. The unique skill of Camilla is her mana breath, which has a special effect that few people know about. Like a light vision device that can look deep inside and read the mana structure of others. Each genetic code of a trial knight has a different mana structure and elements, just like fingerprints. Each person has a unique mana structure. Bach turned away, still filled with doubt. So in the end, how is it that I keep thinking about the Black Panther and questioning more than ever before? And how can two different people have exactly the same mana? He returned to his place, but still looked annoyed. After thinking it over, I still find this impossible. Finally, he muttered under his breath, "We will see within today." Bach's eyes were cold, as if determined to confirm Chun's identity whether he truly was the Black Panther or not. Camilla looked at him with a sneer of disgust and casually teased, "This attitude of thinking you're always right is one of the reasons for your divorce." "I always guarantee it." Bach's voice was filled with anger when he heard that. "Be quiet." Song De-hun also quietly observes both of them with his bright eyes. At that moment, the lights in the auditorium suddenly went out, and everyone started to murmur and look in one direction. As the sound of heavy footsteps approaching echoed from afar, a well-dressed man clears his throat and speaks. "Welcome, everyone." Mian Huan appears lifeless, like a lifeless body repeating itself once again. "Welcome, everyone." He kept talking, but Chun didn't seem to pay much attention, lost deep in his own thoughts. "I only need one item." On the stage, Min Huan, with his eyes rolled back, continued to preside. "The auction is now officially open. Please present the first item." He waved his hand and pointed at the dazzling red gem, starting with the superlative stone. June only then began to notice Min Huan and frowned slightly. The owner can only be blamed if something is wrong. Then forget about it and focus on the item in front of you. Superior stones, of course, just one like that isn't enough to ensure stable results. However, Detailed information about the B-level superior ring temporarily enhances mana and magical power through the overspeed skill. Although the skill is level A, there are still many limitations because the item is not yet complete. Jun's eyes show a determined look. If there's a gem embedded in the ring, this would be a completely different story. Manhwa spoke in a steady voice. Then let's begin. Hearing that, he slightly curled his lips into a faint smile. Yahun hesitated for a moment before raising her hand. I've been waiting for this. Smiling confidently, she announced the 10 million bid, and the entire audience immediately broke out in cold sweat. Everyone clenched their teeth and hissed. Even Bach paid attention to this situation. Manhwa calmly runs the auction without any emotion. We have 10 million. Does anyone want to bid higher? As soon as the words were spoken, another arm raised, and Bach calmly bid 11 million, a move even Camilla didn't see coming. But still refusing to back down, 12 million. Bach also no longer argued, resting his chin and letting out a sigh. At the same time, Camilla felt like punching him in the face. Now, Jun no longer bothered to show friendliness. His eyes seemed to say, "You want to drive me crazy." Mrs. Locke also seemed to understand what you meant. After a moment, he responded with his gaze. "Of course not. I was just interested in that stone." Bach looked directly into Chun's pupils and continued to convey his thoughts. "But then I gave up because I didn't want to pay that much. Only then did you slightly squint your eyes and smile with satisfaction. Is that so? Then I misunderstood your intentions." He looked so bitter that it was hard to describe. That bastard, I never expected him to be so careless. The veins on Bach's face kept bulging. Was he trying to threaten me or something? Does he have someone he trusts to back him up? His eyes glare as if they might burst when a question suddenly flashes through his mind. In the end, what is his true intention? The applause that erupted was for Jun after successfully obtaining the item. Jun seemed lost in his thoughts, alone and detached. In the end, the auction came to an end. The final item is an A-grade relic that can increase resistance to abnormal skills. Thinking about its potential benefits for myself, it's useless since I've already received a blessing from the pig. So Jun made his decision. At that moment, Manhwa spoke up once again. Finally, with his terrifying eyes, he continued to present. And now Jun was stunned by his words. It's an S-rank relic, so everyone will definitely like it. This surprising information is hard for him to believe. The previous item should have been the last one, right? Why is that? I've never heard there would be special items in this auction. Manhwa maintains a steady tone. The seller of this item will explain it on my behalf as John slowly walks up to a warm round of applause. I successfully immersed myself in all the attention without a hint of worry. Jun's face immediately darkened with an indescribable feeling, and when he finally saw the face of the opponent clearly, horror seized every cell of his body. He showed no reaction, and even calmly introduced himself. "Hello, I will be the one selling this item." The bracelet sparkled with each word. "I will explain to everyone about the item called Drapnia." At that moment, Jun's sharp gaze was fixed solely on the only figure in front of him, which was, of course, John, emanating a terrifying aura unlike anyone else around. His whole body tensed, as if he could leap forward and choke her at any moment. Her lips started to move, and maybe only Jun can hear what John is saying. "I just need a few seconds, so please stay still for a moment." Then, a strange energy flows out from Drapnia. This artifact is a gold bracelet. It will multiply 8 times every 9 days, and her aura has completely changed into a terrifying presence. However, everyone will have to pay a small price as bright red tentacles like blood burst out and spread everywhere. Odin's pupils lit up as Jun activated. This is bad, but they didn't attack or touch him at all. A trembling expression appears on his face as he comes to a conclusion. Absolute calculation is no longer an option. That thing isn't magic. It's Drapnia, the true power of the relic. While he was pondering, those tentacles attacked all the spectators. Surprisingly, it shows no intention of attacking Bach and Camilla at all. And as expected, the hot-headed Bach won't let this go. "What the hell is she doing?" John replied with an indifferent answer. "I don't need unnecessary guests. I only have something to say to the enemy." Jun's face darkened with a hatred that almost seemed to materialize. Recalling her cunning smile and the dull conversation with John in the hallway, I felt from the very beginning that something was off. Only now do I fully realize it. "So, you're Aya's pet?" That comment didn't sit well with her at all. Aya's pet? That doesn't sound very nice at all. Can't you think of a better word? Of course, Jun wouldn't care about her feelings. What does she want? John was very decisive. His teasing tone echoed throughout the auction house. "Really, Long Thigh, you're starting to make me feel a bit uncomfortable." The anger inside Jun was about to explode. "I probably won't. When you made your declaration, I won't let you have your way. Both Black and Camilla have already tested their strength. Meanwhile, as John listened to June's declaration, he let out a sigh and then let out a long, satisfying laugh. Ha ha ha. An excited smile full of sarcasm. It sounds dangerous, but also interesting. She let out a long breath, but then John once again let out a terrifying laugh as he announced, I have enough time to prepare. My mouth opens wide like a black hole, swallowing everything. The scene suddenly changed before her eyes. G eyes, making G feel like she was seeing a ghost. Because the tentacles suddenly lit up and attacked the guests, quickly growing large and piercing through everyone. This scene was so brutal that even Camilla, accustomed to death, couldn't adapt. But Bach behind her couldn't hold back anymore. A swift, sharp sword stroke was immediately blocked by her. Wait, why are you provoking him even more? What are you still doing there? We have to save them quickly. Camilla cut in with a sharp tone. I didn't stop you from doing that. Anxiety filled every word she spoke. We can't just rush in blindly. It's too dangerous. I had never seen that artifact before. Then John praised it. She is a smart woman. If she didn't tell them to stop, everyone connected to this artifact would have already been caught. But there's no need to worry too much. They're still alive. That word from her doesn't make June very optimistic either. Is there still hope? She doesn't plan to chase them to the ends of the earth. I don't think it's necessary to keep them alive, but there's still a way to save them. They're just unconscious. Are you repeating that to confirm they're unconscious? I thought to myself, if they faint because of mana, I need to act quickly. After that, John also paid no attention and began explaining. Their greed had been eliminated. Thanks to that, their ego's foundation collapsed and their minds became unstable. June's brain hesitated slightly after hearing her mention it. Did that relic steal everyone's emotions? Suddenly, Hujin's figure flashes through the stream of doubt. Maybe that is his power. And John keeps on his monologue with no end in sight. Everyone is so funny, just taking away their emotions and they become so stupid. Finally, June, with a cold stare, gritted out the command, stop talking nonsense and make them normal again. She shows no fear at all, even looks down on them. What if I say no? Where he stood, only a fleeting breeze remained. In just a moment, John had to collapse onto the hard floor, not even sparing a glance at the hand reaching out. Currently, Jai's aura is erupting with overwhelming intensity. I will make her want to return them to normal. John opened his eyes and woke up. I glanced around nervously thinking, when did he get so close to me? John stiffened and looked at the hand reaching out. I didn't even notice him move. That person raised her middle finger. John watched every movement with tense focus. Jae-hun, with a cold face, said nothing. Suddenly a burst of light erupted, and he forcefully broke A's finger. On this side, Camilla watched the scene seriously. The bar next to him is similarly cold-faced, showing no emotion, while John is in so much pain that sweat streams down his body. Chun gently releases my swollen finger, then moves on to the next one. Chun coldly announces, now it's the next finger's turn. John gritted his teeth, trying to hold back the pain, his face contorting in agony, until he could no longer bear it, and shouted loudly, Get away from him, you brat! The bracelet suddenly emitted a blazing red aura. He looked up to observe the change, and Jae-hun asked curiously, Why open the gate? The blue digital sparks float eerily, covering the sturdy legs. Bach stared in shock at the transformation around him. Camilla was stunned, speechless. Ju looked down and took a long breath. The system displayed a notification saying you are entering the special dungeon of the Greedy Valley. After everything disappeared, only John's figure was left lying motionless. She painfully tried to get up, cursing nonstop. Damn it! John frowns and makes up his mind. I can't forgive this. I can't forgive him. Suddenly, in the silent space, a voice interrupted and said, This is really bad. Duquan lowered his head to observe her, and then asked with concern, Are you okay? After speaking, Duan smiled affectionately. Over here, the Hun goats had arrived in a dark space. He sighed in frustration, showing no emotion on his face. Camus glanced back, secretly wondering what on earth was going on. It's like they've known each other, for a long time, but the strange thing is, that woman called Minhun by a very weird name. Back, reading her thoughts, said softly, I think you're thinking the same as me. He coldly concluded, That name, you're probably right. Staring straight ahead, Jae-hun stood still with a completely calm and upright back. Bach recalled John's sad face and said, The enemy. Cutting off the flashback, he concluded, I didn't catch the beginning, but that's exactly how she called him. I guarantee it. In front of the anciently carved gate, the voice continued to echo. You have no right to enter here. These relics are destined for the great enemy. Camilla remained silent, watching Black's back, who also looked in Jae-hun's direction. Later, Black decided to call Minhun. He calmly turned his head towards him, waiting for the next words. Black sharply presses his cold blade against Chun's neck.
Are you the culprit who destroyed all the relics? Are now really the right time to talk about this? He suddenly narrowed his eyes, displeased with what you said, and decisively swung his sword down hard. Amidst the flying shards of vivid pink, his eyes glare wildly with murderous intent, while countless red eyes stare fiercely in his direction. Immediately after, the shadow of the black gorilla appeared, stepping forward. Baal, with his jaw clenched in anger, weakly uttered a sentence on this side.
Ancient mythological artifacts must surely surpass ordinary levels.
I frown and bluntly say I won't give it to you. Hearing the response, Du coldly listens as John continues. Anyway, you already have something more valuable. Du restored his original appearance and chuckled. So you really think you're capable of controlling and restoring the power of Fap-N? John grimaced and shot Ragan a glance. Finally, she whispered, No, it's still not stable enough, and we can't control it perfectly. That doesn't mean we'll have trouble hunting down the main enemy and those two weak humans. Du's expression darkened as he remained silent, lost in thought. His next move caught her off guard. Duan placed his hand on his chin, smiling brightly as he wondered, So maybe I don't need to get involved, after all. The words just spoken, Duan narrowed his eyes and concluded, For now, that's how it is. Switching to this side, continuous slashes are unleashed amidst shards of pink crystal shattering. The goat-eyed demon stared wildly, showing uncontrollable madness. Wherever he went, he defeated everyone in his path. Jun's face was expressionless as he clenched his weapon tightly in his hand. Draupnia casually adjusted her necklace and criticized Janelle for just now opening a mythic-grade artifact portal, even though I'm not sure if she created this entire dungeon, or maybe she just teleported herself into an existing one. No matter what she's doing definitely isn't something she created herself. But if you include that mythic relic, then everything doesn't seem so suspicious anymore. Amidst the encircling wasp, Balk's sword swung up, leaving a blazing white streak. His piercing blue eyes showed unwavering determination.
Since I can't rely on absolute calculations, this must not be her innate skill or curse. It's definitely the power of that relic.
He put his hands in his pockets, coldly looked this way, and concluded that it was probably the second legendary item, excluding him, Du's leather branch. Dehu smirked slightly, determined that he had to take it himself. After a fight, the space finally returned to its usual quiet state. Bar suddenly spoke, catching your attention. Let me ask again. He stepped closer and asked in a low voice, Minhun, are you a dark protector? JH didn't deny and admitted right away. Yes, that person is me. If I keep like this, he'll only become more hostile towards me. Bach received the answer, his body seeming to emit a sinister aura, and he continued to question. So tell me, are you an enemy of humanity? If so, why did you save everyone during the training accident and act like a hero? Are you a hypocrite? You keep your lips pressed together in silence, refusing to comment. Finally, Jaehun said, I am not someone with grand ambitions or anything like that. He exclaimed in surprise, so you won't let Baal continue. I interrupt, and I don't see anyone as an enemy, even though my standards are quite hard to understand. Bach pauses and glances at Camila. In the end, he looked at Dahun with blank eyes and asked what his standards were. You frown and glare back, and Dahun calmly gives his answer. It depends on the emotion, she cried out in helplessness. Are you leading us there? Hunbach lowered his eyes and ruffled his hair. It's nothing special. I just leaned in close to my father and growled, I can do anything to protect the people I love. That's all. He said in nothing, clenched his teeth, grabbed Bach's collar, and shouted, You could have killed me in the ancient ruins that day. But if you had, you could have hidden your identity much better. Duankiem unleashed a destructive burst of light. He loosened his grip, but Bach remembered how he looked in the cloak. He exhaled and said, You didn't do that. Bach made his decision, saying, But based on your standards, I will keep a closer eye on you in the future. Camilla relaxed after a tense moment. I prefer to act alone. But right now it might be wiser for us to work together. Chun squinted, assessing her. He smiled and replied, You learn faster than I expected. Immediately after, Jaehun changed his attitude, placed his hand on his neck, and said coldly, But to ensure safety, I think you should keep my secret. The scene shifts as the sword, glowing with a bright white energy, tears through space with a screeching sound, throwing the body backward with overwhelming force that crushes the monster to the ground. I've never seen a dragon this powerful before. Do you know anything about it? Dahun on the opposite side replied, No, I didn't sense this when fighting the Dark Elf. But the monsters in this dungeon are much stronger than their displayed level. Could it be due to a specific effect of this dungeon? You need to be more careful. Bach drew his sword and turned to urge them on, but that was no longer the main issue. Hurry up, Camilla agrees. That woman said everyone at the auction was still alive, so we need to speed up.
You watch their figures grow farther away, and Dahun turns back as if searching for something. In front of him, the scene is desolate and silent. His red pupils suddenly glow as the Narnia system activates its active reconnaissance skill. Wait, I think there's someone over there. We already did it. She watched you from afar with some curiosity. There was nothing there just now. Then Camilla smirked and whispered, but I suddenly sensed a very strong source of mana from that direction. The system displayed a notification. The path to the Valley of Greed, the lower level, has automatically appeared. John shouted out loud as the bracelet suddenly lit up. I narrowed my eyes and observed it carefully, secretly calculating that the enemy was moving much faster than I had anticipated. What did he do? Go back to Jun's position, he said coldly to Bach. From now on, I will lead. They might be following me. Is he sharing his thoughts like he did back at the relic site? You smirk in agreement. That's right, even though our goals here are completely opposite. Bale stared intently at Jae-hun. In the end, he made a decision, so I will go last. Before acting, B doesn't forget to remind Camilla, you walk in the middle to support. Camilla rolled her eyes and looked away without saying a word. She followed the straight back of the boy. After giving his instructions, he turned and walked away. Camilla approached Jae-hun and gently tapped his back. Jae-hun slowly turns back to look at her. Camilla smiles and then asks, so you look completely different from when we were at the relic site. Which one is the real you? Translating expressions. I'm considering phrases like, let out a weary breath or weary sigh. I think weary sigh sounds more natural in English. The phrase thodai translates directly to sigh, while thoramothoi means exhaled a breath. I'm also thinking about the grammar. The sentence structure makes sure Dehun is the main subject. I'm noting how the translation of under the ethereal blue glow radiating from the energy orbs fits. Another option could be phantom blue glow cast by the energy orbs. Checking quote usage. I need to check for mismatched quotes in the text. The outer quotes will define the message, and it seems I'm allowed to keep them. Since it's an English line with quotes around the dialogue, I think it's fine to present it as a single line. To prevent confusion, I'll replicate the quotes using standard ASCII. So I feel ready to deliver the final result now. Dahun let out a weary sigh and replied coolly, they're both me. Everyone has two sides, right? Under the ethereal blue light emanating from the energy orbs, Chun, Camilla, and Bal stood at the center, ready for battle. Chun shows no expression as the alert system notifies that Nonia's active reconnaissance skill is triggered. The path to the Valley of Greed, the lower level, has appeared. Defeat the greedy fire boss monster and return to your world. Narrowing his eyes, he thought to himself, Fanya, the dragon of greed, is also a dwarf trying to steal the god's stolen treasure. That dwarf was blinded by greed and couldn't overcome his inherent desire. He killed his own biological father and expelled his brother to hide the treasure, but he was always afraid someone would find it. In the end, he transformed into a dragon and disappeared with that gold coin. I think the Valley of Greed is where he's hiding. More importantly, a dragon who was defeated by a dragon slayer and is the owner of the dragon slayer sword. Chun warns, I think we need to be more careful from now on. Camilla and B widened their eyes at the sight before them. A blazing surge of energy erupts in front of you. The system displays. You have discovered Fapnia's lair, she muttered to herself. Fapnia, he asked suspiciously. Is that the dragon from legend? He didn't answer their question, speaking in a deep voice. Let's go inside. Caught in a whirl of raging energy, the three figures are immersed in a space shattering into golden light. Dahun lowers his eyes, then opens them, and the scene before them changes, with piles of gold coins forming mountains around them. He looked around curiously. This is exactly how I always imagined a dragon's lair to be. Bach seems calmer and reminds the others, don't let your guard down. That dragon will appear soon. She calls out her magic staff and nods in agreement. Of course. After saying that, everyone took a different direction, staying alert. Next to Hun, suddenly a coin fell and hit the stone floor, making a pleasant ringing sound. The coin rolled to a stop right at your feet. Hun the goat looked at it with a glance. It wasn't long before the silence was broken, as the space suddenly shook violently, with bony claws protruding from the mountain of bones outside. Fapnia suddenly struck down, causing the entire area to tremble with destructive force. You stand still without moving, observing every movement of it. Fapnia's rough face with steel-like scales appears. Its golden fire eyes widened, with pupils standing sharply like blades, and along with a dry, cracking sound, the thick eyelids of the monster slightly narrowed, as if scrutinizing the tiny creatures before it with utter contempt. The system keeps announcing that the greedy hell boss Fapnia has appeared. The boss's level has been reduced due to some restrictions. You are the first to encounter an S+ level boss monster. Fania lunges forward, growling loudly to show her fury. Camilla raised her hand to cover her face from the wind and muttered softly, "It's already weakened, but still S+ level. It's ridiculous." Throughout, he said nothing, standing still like a statue. Finally, Jae-hun hesitantly spoke up. He confidently asserted that we can do it. Jae-hun glanced at Black and asked, "Don't you remember?" Old memories flood back, the clash of metal ringing out loudly. Two figures rushing at each other with wind-cutting speed, leaving streaks of white light across the space. She swiftly takes down everyone with her sharp sword. War. A smile appears behind the mask, rebutting. Who says there's only one but in this world? Camilla is stunned, opens her mouth in surprise, and reaches out with her hand as energy begins to emanate. Activate your active skill, Phantom Demon Stance. You have created the Satlong Sword Bon Mong S. Jun clenched his sword tightly, feeling happy inside. This time luck was really on his side, he happily shared. There are always two clans. Ju looks at Bach, still confident that success is possible, right? He blinked and replied, of course. The two tighten their weapons and confidently believe they might succeed. The system displays a notification, activating the special effect of the Dragon Slayer sword. JH smirked as he watched the transformation and activated his passive skill. Dragon Slayer, all damage dealt to the dragon will increase by 300%. I think this dragon wants to melt us all down. On the ground, a bubbling pool of orange liquid begins to hiss violently, sizzling as if trying to melt everything it touches, and a powerful kick suddenly tears through the hot molten mass, splattering fiery red droplets into the air. Chun and Bal charged forward together, shouting, "We will draw its attention." Meanwhile, Camilla, attack it now. Your figure glides like a shadow, gently dodging the sharp streaks of light tearing through space in an instant. Amid the blazing halo of light, Jae-hun turns to face Fapnea in a combat stance, while Camilla, a close combat mage, has even higher melee skills than Joseon. This is my chance to witness the power of one of the strongest mages in the world. A half-smile of arrogance curves at the corner of his mouth, and his confident gaze shines through. Ron channels his energy into his legs and leaps powerfully into the middle ring, touching Fapnea's enormous back. Dahun screams in agony. "Camilla, how long does it take for you to activate a curse?" Bach looked up to observe the sound, then glanced down with a fearless expression. Facing the abyss filled with sharp teeth crashing down like death itself, Dahun clenched his greatsword tightly, ready to strike the decisive blow. When it bit down, he tilted his body to dodge. "Over there," Camilla silently calculated and replied, 20 seconds. Bach calculated and then decided, "All right, we will buy you some time." 20 seconds, huh? No problem. Dahun sighed and activated his active skill. Ice and earth, a chilling aura instantly spreads, freezing the ground into white patches. Coldness seeps to the bone. Thick ice rapidly spreads, swallowing gold coins with cracking sounds. Dahun stands at the center of destruction, his figure surrounded by towering, jagged ice blocks. Fapnea roared and charged into the freezing ice. Bach saw his chance and shouted, "Now Camilla activates her active skill." Thuy-hun sits relaxed on the staff, and Camilla gently raises her hand, immediately unleashing a gigantic golden magic storm blazing behind her. A blazing red light spirals out, weighing down like a hammer, creating a massive red pillar of light that crashes into the ground. Sharp spears tear through the wind like thunderbolts, carrying a chilling aura. On the opposite side, with just a wave of her hand, she summons a thick black rain of dark wounds, pouring down like a deluge to destroy everything below. Dae-hun watched the scene, smirking in admiration. Amazing. Camilla, with a cold face, pointed forward, unleashing countless streams of blood-red energy from the heart of the fortress. Avania roars fiercely, baring sharp, threatening teeth as a storm of dark energy surrounds it, raising its neck high and looking up at the sky with a tense and terrified expression. Dae-hun narrowed his eyes and examined the reversed scales on the dragon's neck. Bach also glanced at Fapnea, clearly sharing the same thought about its weakness. A cross-shaped slash with cold blue light cuts straight into Fapnea. He exhales and says, "This is not good." Bear observes its current state and concludes, "I don't think it took any damage at all." Dahun and Bach stare fiercely at Fapnea in front of them, its eyes blazing with a threatening growl. Jae-hun glanced at Fapnea without showing any expression, and then looked at Bach to share, "No, something has definitely changed." A deep voice just now interrupted. "Yes." He widened his pupils and looked towards the source of the sound. Fapnea looked at the two of them and said, "I want more. More. I want more gold." After finishing, it opened its mouth and exhaled heavily. The dull, ominous clash echoed loudly, accompanied by a violent shockwave that engulfed the figure of the goat in the center. Camilla gritted her teeth,
covering her ears as a deafening explosion echoed, shattering the giant ice block into countless shards of icy blue that scattered across the space. It roared fiercely into the sky. Nia gritted her teeth and said disgustedly, "Odin, a ring born of gold." Daehyun opened his eyes wide in confusion. "What is this?" "So, Odin, that name is mentioned here again?" He was surprised by its next expression. Fapnea put her hand over her face. "Odin, the gold of Fapnea." The connection between these three words is that a few days ago, when Chun was researching in Herza and reading related documents, he remembered a passage like this: Anvari's ring, a ring that creates gold but curses its owner. The divine curse cast on the gold that Fapnea possesses must be the ring he's talking about. Judging by Fapnea's condition, he's still under the influence of the curse. We thought the scale on his neck was a weakness, so we attacked there, but it hardly had any effect. So after some reflection, you concluded we hit the wrong spot. Then where is the real weakness? Finally, Hun uttered the origin of the curse. He looked at Fapnea with suspicion and asked, "Are you still holding onto the ring?" Hun said to Black, "I think he can talk. Let me ask you something." It glanced with bright eyes at you, waiting for your next words. Fapnea gritted his teeth and asked, "What? What is a human doing here? Are you being used by An and your family?" After hearing that, it suddenly lowered its eyes as if recalling something. Fapnea replied, "Yes, they are all dead. My family, that Odin guy, he killed them all." Camilla reached out to block the dust storm. "I see." Another distorted legend added to the list. If I remember correctly from the side story about the API theme, he was forcibly exploited, which is different from the original version, and even his sister Rosva was kidnapped. Given the current situation, it's very likely that Odin and the Aya gods attacked Fapnea's family. You suggest an idea? I will laugh loudly for you and help you avenge your family. So before you finish speaking, it already erupts in a furious scream. "Odin, I hate him! Odin, damn it!" I curse helplessly. Damn it, is he losing control again? It seems that talking things out is no longer an option. Mrs. Locke, having listened to your rambling, turns around curiously. "Hey, Minhoon, what just happened? Did you just talk to Fapnea?" Dahun stared blankly. "Don't you hear his voice?" He shook his head in denial, saying, "I only heard Fapnea screaming." Camilla continued, "I also only hear him, so whatever, activate the active spell detection skill if you don't stop yourself." "I will do it." Daehun saw the change. Stunned, he shouted at him. His pupils suddenly flashed with a light. Daehun concluded that the main weakness was the ring attached beneath the scales on his forehead. Camilla and Balk, standing nearby, also paid attention to this information. Bear glanced to the side. Camilla similarly looked over at him. The two understand each other and lean on each other's backs. She suggests that this time I will support you. "Black is counting on you." Then a powerful strike directly hits Fapnea's weak spot. But everything remained unchanged. The scene left Bach stunned, his eyes wide with amazement. He clenched his teeth in anger, cursing inwardly. "Damn it, he's tougher than I thought. Just one more hit, and if I strike accurately, I could pierce through his scales." Bach clenched his fist, silently determined to strike with all his might. Just then, JC's voice suddenly rang out from behind. "Move aside." In an instant, he quickly drew a skill card and absorbed it. Immediately, the system displays a notification that you have recorded the Sword Garden into an empty slot, followed by a brief introduction. Passive skills: name, Sword Garden, skill level, uniqueness, increased proficiency, and maximum strength of all swordsmanship skills. This is the basic skill of the invisible sword technique. Seeing the surge of magic within the body, the corner of the doe's lips curves into a satisfied smile. "I have obtained what I wanted." You tighten your grip on the sword, your eyes cold and focused, as the magic surges from the blade, condensing to the limit, ready to strike a deadly blow at the enemy. His eyes fixated on the raging whirlpool of magic, his whole body seeming to freeze. That was Bach. With no doubt left, he was certain it was the invisible sword technique. At this moment, Jehun takes a deep breath and tells himself to focus. He knows that what he needs to do now is to aim at a single point and thrust the sword forward. At that moment, the system once again sounded the notification, activating the active skill Invisible Sword Technique, specifically the second illusion slash. Immediately, a fierce surge of magic erupted, swirling like a storm, and a terrifying pressure descended, causing the heavens and earth to shake. Daehun's sword screeched loudly, shattering Fapnea's tough armor as magic poured in through the torn cracks, infiltrating and relentlessly destroying the monster from within. She was stunned for a moment, her eyes trembling with amazement. He did it. At this moment, a smug smile curled on his lips, and then the system sound continued to ring out, unlocking divine power. It displays a message, activates an active skill, the power of the thunder god, and the shocking scene before him leaves him stunned. What? What is that? Tears of blood-red lightning entwined tightly around the sword like a living spiderweb, emitting a deafening screech that tore through space. Under that immense power, Anvari's ring was forcibly lifted from Fafnir's colossal body. It spun within the swirling currents of the raging magic. Bright golden rays shimmered prominently amidst the sea of furious red lightning. Suddenly, dry, cracking sounds echoed on the surface of the ring. My heart pounded, and joy burst into my eyes. I did it. In an instant, it shattered into countless tiny pieces, falling apart in the middle, and was quickly swallowed by the magic. The system immediately reports that you have destroyed Anvari's ring. Heavy iron chains instantly appear, tightly binding Fafnir so it cannot resist. The massive body crashes down onto the cold ground with a dull thud, sending up a cloud of dust as they quickly move forward toward Fafnir. At that moment, the system announced that Odin had lost control of Fafnir. Its eyes were still blazing with fierce energy, but just a moment later, the light vanished. The eyes of the mage instantly returned to normal. Amidst the thick smoke, Dahun raised his hand forward, unleashing a fierce surge of magic, his cold gaze locking onto the battlefield. Its giant body was quickly pressed down to the ground. Camilla wondered, was the skill he just used his invisible sword technique? Bach nodded and replied yes. In response to her relentless questions, he stood silently without saying a word. And what was that terrifying lightning skill he just used? But I thought that without the unique garden sword skill, I wouldn't be able to use it. Then how was he able to do that? Mrs. Locke sighed softly. I think your voice has gotten deeper. It's best if we don't make him our enemy. Are you going to explain everything to us now?
Anyway, it seems you don't have much time left, Fafnir exclaimed happily.
At last, this day has come. Its corner of the mouth slowly curled up. The skin around the mouth stretched tight to reveal long, sharp, cold teeth reflecting the gloomy light.
Yes, you have the right to hear this story. Oh, human, you are the one who set me free.
Fafnir's voice continued, so I will tell you the truth you want to hear. The destruction stemmed from a visit by a man. He calmly recounted, his voice slow and deliberate, as if turning the pages of old memories. My father was a dwarf with a name. Including me, he had 3 children, and I was the second son. My brother sometimes used magic to turn into a fish and catch fish for us. His voice suddenly grew quiet, but then one day he never came back. In Fafnir's mind, those days are vividly clear, memories flooding back painfully as we waited. The night sky from that evening is vivid in its memory.
And when night fell, Fafnir continued to tell that someone else arrived. She recounted that the man claimed to be a traveler.
He asked us to let him stay overnight and said that it was too dark to continue. Fafnir recalled that he gave us the hide of an animal as a fee for staying. His voice is heavy. That hide is very familiar to us. It's the hide of an otter. My brother, you still haven't come back, even though it's already dark. Fafnir spoke sadly. When they met again, he was only a carcass. After recognizing the carcass, my father was devastated. He shouted my brother's name, the one he would never see again. Her eyes flashed with a fiery hatred as the man realized what had just happened and said, I killed your son, so please give me a chance to make amends. I will give you enough gold to cover this fish's skin. Fafnir continued, then he swung his staff. It still vividly remembers that moment when suddenly gold fell from the void. Fafnir's voice grew heavier, and the gold covered its body, with a ring resting on the pile of gold. Its face is covered in darkness. It is a mesmerizing ring that we can't take our eyes off. Fafnir's gaze drifts into the empty space, wandering through distant memories. Because of that ring, the atmosphere changed, and the ending of the story is what you are seeing now. Dahun stroked his chin and said thoughtfully, so that man is definitely the one he confirmed. That's right, he's Odin, but you don't seem surprised at all. The boy rubbed his neck and let out a small breath. Recently, I have gone through quite a few incredible things. At that moment, Fafnir's body suddenly began to gradually vanish into the air. It let out painful screams, its voice trembling and broken. I don't have much time left. Fafnir struggles to gather her remaining strength. I want to ask you one last question. Its eyes shone with a fierce desire to know the truth. Oh, human. Who are you? Dahun turned away. Do you know anything about the nuns? You mean that I, the one you just mentioned, am the great enemy of the prophecy and will destroy Asga? Dahun remains calm. After all, that's what they said. Hearing those words, Fafnir's face was filled with shock, her eyes wide with amazement. Only then did it realize that was the case. So Fafnir tried to hold back the anger surging in her throat. Just now you said you would take revenge for me. You firmly admit that I have a debt to settle with that guy. By the way, I will also avenge you. These words made it feel very at ease. The voice, rasping through clenched teeth with a hint of pleasure mixed with resentment, says, "Well done. Apnea believes you also have divine power. Although it's not stable, you will definitely be able to do it. It speaks, I will give you a gift." Yusung is stunned. A gift? Fapnia's trusting gaze is fixed on you. It will help you. Her eyelids grew heavy, her voice fainting. I hope your journey will be peaceful. As her final words faded, Fapnia's eyes closed completely and her breath ceased. At that moment, the system displayed a message. You are the first to successfully hunt the dragon. He stood silently for a long time before speaking. Don't worry, I will definitely avenge you. The system voice continued to echo. You have received a reward for defeating Fapnia. Your level has increased by 3. Activate the Holy Theft skill. It reports that it is seizing Fapnia's divine power. The system continues to update. Your divine power has increased. You have earned the Dragon Tamer title and received a gift from Fapnia. Jun was stunned, unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. It reports that you have received a hatching dragon egg. You are extremely surprised. A dragon egg? Daehu quickly raised his hand, and the dragon egg gently trembled before quietly settling into his palm. The other two quickly regained their composure and rushed toward Jaehun, their eyes filled with surprise and caution. Bak's voice was low and stern, his gaze as cold as a blade. It looks like everything has come to an end. I have many questions for you. He took a step forward, his voice deepening with heavy pressure. How could you use my unique skill? You stand silently, your gaze lowered, completely still like a statue. After a moment, Jay finally speaks slowly. I can't explain in detail and I have no reason to do so. His voice continued to echo, saying, more importantly, there is one more thing. Bak frowned. There is one more thing. Jaehun glanced slightly behind, a faint smile curling on his lips, his eyes cold and emotionless. At this moment, a system interface suddenly appeared before Jaehun, activating an active skill and transitioning the scene. A space gate suddenly appeared in the large hall, with blue ripples of space spreading around. Then, the three of them gradually stepped out from inside. Camilla's gaze immediately fixed on Min Huan, lying unconscious in the corner of the room. Bak furrowed her brow and asked curiously, "What about the others?" She calmly replied, "They have awakened from their coma." Camilla leans down, gently checking on him. Her voice gradually becomes heavier, but they have no strength left. If this continues, they will die. A hint of confusion flickered across his face. "What about healing magic?" She sighed helplessly. "As you know, I am a frontline soldier. I only know basic healing magic." Bak suggested it's better than doing nothing. While she tends to the injured, we will ask Junhua's team for support. Jun immediately objects. Then it's too late. He quickly stepped into the middle of the room, his eyes fixed on the bodies sprawled on the ground. Daehun gently smiles, a faint smile that carries an unpredictable feeling, then turns around as a burst of golden light erupts. At that very moment, bright golden beams suddenly appear from somewhere and surround his body. A moment later, the system sound rang out, activating the active skill, Sacrifice. What was happening left Camilla utterly stunned. No way, I remember very clearly. Min Hun is a battle mage, a genius in both magic and swordsmanship. A tangled stream of thoughts kept swirling in Camilla's mind, but at the same time she couldn't believe what she was seeing. A battle mage couldn't possibly use healing magic to this extent. At this moment, bright golden sparks from the motionless people on the ground kept rising and gathering around the body. Camilla swallowed hard, her throat dry, as no one had ever done this to such an extent before. As she saw a pair of wings gradually growing on his back, she couldn't help but be stunned, her mind filled with countless questions. What is that shape, and that magic? Camilla quickly realized something. Her face immediately changed, her eyes wide with shock. Tithing, that is the saintess's unique skill. How can you? Daehun said in a low voice. I told you not to ask anything. Black's pale face was covered in cold sweat, and a clear, unspoken condition arose in his mind. I realized early on that I shouldn't ask anything or reveal anything about his identity. Bak thought to himself that he understood, after the battle with Fapnia, Min Hun is very strong. He pondered, realizing that the rumors about him out there no longer half reflect his true abilities. After a moment, the wings behind him gradually disappeared, turning into faint sparks that dissolved into the air. Min Hun quickly turned his head to look behind him. Everything had returned to normal, as if what just happened was only a fleeting illusion. He bent down, his eyes fixed on Manhwa lying on the ground. Are you awake yet? At that moment, he furrowed his brow slightly, his lips trembling as he let out a soft groan. Manhwa quickly sat up, rubbing her head that was pounding with pain, her voice filled with confusion. What's going on? Da-hun quickly intervened. Please stay there, you're safe now. I know you're tired, but I have something to ask. Did a pale-skinned young woman come looking for everyone just now? He hesitated for a moment, his face stiffening. Manhwa, feeling guilty, replied, I'm sorry, I fainted as soon as she appeared. He rubbed his hand in frustration, trying to soothe the pain tormenting him. After a heavy breath, he tiredly continued, I don't remember what happened next, but I do remember one thing. When I approached her, the tentacles from her body attacked me. He sat there in a daze, his voice heavy with apology, but I couldn't do anything more. You slowly stand up, but it's not enough. Dahu quickly reaches out his hand. Thank you, sir. Manhwa immediately grabbed his hand and pushed himself up. He looked at the person next to him with a clearly curious expression. Are you the one who saved me? Bak confirms that he is the one who saved everyone here. Jun glared at him with annoyance, thinking to himself that this guy is meddlesome again. Manhwa curiously asked, Are you Vak from the European League? Minhwa's gaze fixed intently on the figure beside him, a complex feeling rising within him. He had thought it was just a child, but he never expected this. Suddenly Manhwa was startled as if he remembered something. Could you be Min Jae-hun's student? His voice continued to echo. The person appearing on the news these past few days. He sighed softly and nodded slightly. Yes, it was me. Manhwa hesitated for a moment, the corner of her mouth twitching as if trying to suppress her rising emotions. He quickly regained his usual serious demeanor, stood up straight, carefully adjusted his clothes to look neat, and his attitude became much more formal. Then Manhwa bowed deeply with a respectful tone, saying, Thank you so much for saving us. Jun stood silently, remaining quiet. Suddenly, a faint smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth, revealing a triumphant smile. Jae-hoon's cold eyes stared intently at the man in front of him, flickering with an unpredictable sense of amusement. Thank you. The next day, in the hotel room, the morning sunlight streamed through the window and shone directly into the quiet room. Suddenly, the doorbell rang unexpectedly, catching Jae-hoon's attention. He was sitting with his chin resting on the sofa and called out, Here it is. He gently placed the box on the table, as if afraid of damaging what's inside. Looking at the item before him, Jae-hoon couldn't hide his joy and let out a soft sigh of relief. Good, luckily I got it. The memories of yesterday gradually surfaced in your mind. At that time, Manhwa took the initiative to suggest that this might not be enough. But the item you won at the auction, we will convert into a superlative gem on your behalf, he instructed. If there's anything you need, just tell us and we'll support you with all our might. Returning to reality, Dahoon's eyes were fixed on the box on the table, a look of joy on his face. He finally got it. The box was quickly opened, and upon seeing the item inside, he exclaimed with joy, Super-grade gem. The system immediately displayed an introduction. An A-rank Super Viet item, a ring that greatly enhances mana, grants the active skill Overload. The words appeared one after another before Chun's eyes. Overload skill. A-rank mana amplification. Increases skill power by 50% for 5 minutes. Mana restrictions lifted thanks to the Super Viet gem. You still have some doubts, but now your combat ability has increased. However, at that moment, a clear notification suddenly appeared from the system, the unhatched dragon egg, containing the power and potential of Fapnea, with no idea when it will hatch. The dragon egg immediately appeared. Jun quickly raised both hands to catch it. I can't carry it everywhere. Soon it was nestled in the palm of your hand. How can it hatch here? At that moment, the light from the system screen shone again, catching Jun's attention, and then it provided a hint about the condition for the hatching of the dragon egg. Hatching has been updated. To make the egg hatch, it needs to be fed demon stones. You are a bit surprised, demon stones. G seems to have made a decision. I've saved up a lot of money. I quickly take out my phone and skillfully dial a familiar number. Probably time to spend some. Hello, Daehoon spoke up. Uncle, this is Min Daehoon. Daehoon, what's going on? Please don't tell me Ro Dung has caused trouble again. At the same time, in the laboratory, Dung's parents are focused on their research. Suddenly, the ringing of the phone startled Dung's father, and he quickly picked up to answer. And as soon as the familiar voice came through the line, his eyes lit up instantly. A hint of surprise flashed across Joe Dung's father's face, but he couldn't hide his excitement, secretly thinking that his daughter must have caused some trouble serious enough to make Daehoon call himself. But contrary to his expectations, the boy immediately denied, saying, I really need your help with something, which made Dung's father burst into hearty laughter and cut off Daehoon's words. Is that so? All right, I'll tell them to prepare it for you. How much do you need? Yes.
Hearing Jun's request, he exclaimed in surprise, "How can there be so many?" The scene shifts to the European Union headquarters. At this moment, B is attending an urgent meeting with everyone. The atmosphere in the room is suffocatingly tense, and everyone's faces show seriousness. "Are you serious about this?" He clenched his fists tightly, confirming without hesitation. "Yes, from this moment on, I order to cease all efforts to hunt down the Black Robe." He angrily slammed his hand down on the table with a loud bang. Sung-sik shouted angrily, "Do you understand what I'm saying? So you mean we should ignore everything that happened at the relic site? The whole world will think we're fools." But when Balk's cold gaze flicked toward him, the tension instantly chilled him to the bone, and all the fierce momentum from before seemed to evaporate like a splash of cold water. He coldly said, "This is the best decision I can make as a representative. Isn't that reason enough?" He replied calmly, "Of course. Give me a convincing reason." The person beside him also agreed, straightforwardly questioning, "I agree with you. Why did you suddenly make such a decision?" "We couldn't stop him, even with both of us attacking together. Disbelief in what we just heard." "What?" She expressed her concern. "I don't believe we have the ability to defeat him, even if we put all our forces into attacking him." Then she took a deep breath and decided to speak frankly. "If we don't want to die, we should stop hunting him." That afternoon, crates of mana stones were delivered to Chun's hotel room. Seeing the amount before him, he couldn't help but praise. It's so surprising that he delivered the goods on the same day. He's so kind. The shimmering blue stones under the evening sun hide a rich source of energy. Suddenly, the doorbell rings again, its sharp sound breaking the silence and making you flinch. As the door opens, the figures of your close friends appear. Yes. Rodung was the first to speak, her face full of excitement and her eyes shining. "Hello, mine hun. My parents said you recently acquired a large amount of spirit stones, so we came to check it out." Jae-hun didn't seem surprised at all. "This was already in your plans. I also guessed you would come." "I did buy some, but don't you think it's a bit much to come all this way just for this?" Da-hun frowned slightly, showing a hint of annoyance. "There's still more to do at the same time. Miss Than-min, my father told me to come here immediately after finishing. I want to see what trouble you've gotten into this time." Ina's cheeks slightly flushed, and her eyes subtly looked away. "We're also curious," Hoon reassures. "It's just us because second-year students are participating in the special class. Anyway, engineers often buy spirit stones to study ancient artifacts, right?" He subtly glanced toward the door. "Oh, that's right." Then Jun quickly introduces what made him buy so much mana. "I have this." She slightly leans down, her eyes fixed on the egg in front of her, unable to hide her surprise. "What is this?" "Is that an egg?" Yoon immediately reach into the box and take out a mana stone, still faintly glowing. Then he quickly pressed the mana stone against the egg. Dae explained, if it absorbs the spirit stone, it will hatch faster. He opened his mouth in shock and exclaimed in amazement. "That sounds great!" Rodung shouted excitedly. "Really? Let's feed it right away." In an instant, countless notifications appeared on the system. The egg had absorbed the A-grade spirit stone, increasing its hatching probability. After a moment, the egg suddenly shook violently. She was stunned. The egg was trembling. Ina guessed that it might be about to be born. Suddenly, wet streaks appeared on the surface of the egg, spreading rapidly in an instant. From those cracks, streams of blazing gold magic seep out, illuminating the surrounding space. The scene before Da-hun leaves him stunned, speechless for a moment. These are Ina's wide-open eyes, her heart pounding so hard it feels like it might jump out of her chest. Razdung and Hoyeon also stand frozen in place, their eyes full of shock, unable to believe what is happening right before their eyes. Immediately afterward, a tiny claw suddenly pierced through the eggshell and reached out. The cracked pieces fell one after another, making dry cracking sounds. In just a moment, the creature inside had fully emerged, revealing a young dragon with a body covered in bright orange, radiating a gentle warmth like a newly lit flame. Then Dung couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "So adorable." She quickly covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes sparkling with emotion. "Oh my God!" In that moment, the system sound rang out again. Fapnea 2, a young dragon inheriting the power of Fapnea, is now your guardian spirit. It briefly introduces itself, currently at level D. It is still a hatchling, but it has the potential to surpass S+ level. Seeing the words appear on the screen, he couldn't help but be shocked and wondered to himself, how is that possible? Beyond S+ level. Chun silently thought that some fake awakeners who specialize in ambush often accompany guardians. They are fake awakeners of the tame system. Having such an adorable guardian spirit will boost their popularity among the people. A faint smile unconsciously appeared on his lips, but obtaining a guardian spirit is very difficult and hard to nurture without special skills.
His thoughts kept echoing in his mind, which is why he never dared to dream of having one. Seeing the tiny dragon raise its little hands with eyes shining full of hope, he sighed softly and gently reached out to carefully hold it in his arms. Suddenly, a sudden strong force yanked the small dragon out of his grasp. Then Dung kept rubbing her cheek against its cheek. "What is this? Where did this cute little kid come from?" Aina cautiously touches the small dragon's nose with her finger, her voice full of curiosity. "Since when did you start training it?" You turn to look at Ro Dung with an annoyed expression. "I didn't learn it. I found it in a dungeon." Suddenly, Jaehyun's eyes caught sight of Hoyeon standing hidden in the far corner. You frown slightly, wondering, "But En-hoon, what are you doing standing there?" He hesitantly replied, "I don't really like animals. Maybe I'm a little afraid of them." You let out a sigh of disappointment. Your background, you're just a shy little cat who awkwardly tries to explain. It's just a matter of personal preference, not something that suddenly made Ro Dung shout out loud. "I've decided." Da-hun looked surprised. "What? Keep talking." "Its name will be Lai," with Ro Dung's hopeful gaze fixed firmly on the little dragon. "You like it too, right?" Looking at its expression, you're definitely sure it doesn't like that name at all. She's annoyed, so don't ruin the friendship anymore. "How do you know if it likes it or not?" Da-hun said casually. "Isn't that already obvious enough?" Your next words make Ro Dung feel completely helpless. "Its name is Fapnia too, so call it Fa-Fi. It also looks a lot like a dog." Aina kept glancing at Fa-Fi, secretly thinking it was incredibly adorable. The next day, the doorbell rang loudly throughout the house, and Dae-hun, with a gloomy and resentful face, went to open the door. Ro Dung, with a bright and enthusiastic face, greets us. "We have arrived." Sun still looked at him with an annoyed expression. Desung hesitated before speaking. "Hello! You look annoyed," so I just nodded and signaled the three of you to come in. The atmosphere briefly fell into silence before the guests' actions. Suddenly, Da-hun pinched Ro Dung's cheek, making her scream in surprise. Seeing her pretend innocence, he questioned sternly, "Didn't you visit here yesterday? Why are you coming again today?" At this moment, Sun and Desung are staring in amazement at Fa-Fi. It curiously examines the two pairs of eyes in front of it before letting out a sound. A flash of movement suddenly swooped in and lifted Fa-Fi into the air. Ro Dung held it close, nuzzling affectionately and saying, "Don't be so aloof. How could I leave the little one alone when it's so attached to me, right, Lai?" Dae-hun can only helplessly open the control panel, look up information, and remind himself to call it Fa-Fi, while figuring out how to care for a dragon that loves shiny gold. On the other side, Raz Dung's three people are happily playing with Fa-Fi, while here he is still diligently studying how to raise a dragon. They are quick to get angry, and their minds are like that of a 5-year-old child. "You need to meet its needs." Dae-hun scratched his head, surprised, and sighed. "Really? Is it that difficult?" Dung hugs Fa-Fi in her arms. Overwhelmed with happiness at how adorable it is, she exclaims, "Oh my God, you love me that much?" "Be gentle, kid," Da-hun said again. "I told you to call it Fa-Fi." You continue to look at the screen in front of you, reading the care method for Fa-Fi Fapnia 2, which develops alongside the owner's strength. If the owner hunts monsters and accumulates experience, the dragon's level will also increase, and it will learn new skills. More importantly, play with the dragon as much as possible while it's still young, or its personality will become distorted later on. Then Dung grabbed Fa-Fi's front legs and lifted them up into a proud stance. With an expectant look, she asked Chun, "Hey, can I take Lizzie home?" You're annoyed and gritting your teeth as you reply, "Fa-Fi, call it that first, and no." Since talking to you didn't work, Ro Dung turned to Sozin and suggested, "Try lifting it up. It's too cute to resist." She hesitated and reluctantly replied, "Fine." Fa-Fi's small nose detects a scent and twitches. The pink lollipop in Sozin's hand has caught its attention. Fa-Fi narrowed her eyes, staring intently at her target in front of her, growling softly. She looked at it cautiously, carefully reaching her hand forward. Sosun's hand slowly moved closer to it. As she was about to touch, Fa-Fi suddenly cried out in discomfort and slashed her claws at Sozun's hand. She said with a look of hurt and frustration, "Why do you only hate me?" The next day at Moose Yondu's office in the academy, he sat calmly and sighed. "Careful, that's rare. I'm quite surprised." She looked at Da-hun with a nonchalant attitude and said, "I will make sure you get the permit you want." "You seem to respond vaguely, thank you." Yondu continued, "I have something to discuss with you." Dae-hun asked curiously what was going on. Yondu's face immediately darkened as she replied seriously, "Recently, some students have gone missing, and you must have been shocked to hear that." She cautiously discussed the matter, saying, "We are investigating, but there will be an announcement requiring all students to travel in groups from home to school." June suspiciously asked who the missing students were.
She didn't hide anything and answered frankly. The first one is Chijon. Yondu recalled the additional details along with the members of the Triad Society, his eyes flashing with suspicion. Daehan thought this couldn't be a coincidence. He continued to question. Do you notice anything else about them? She replied seriously. There are 2 matching points. Yondu remembers the scene he reported. First, we found syringes containing red liquid at the sites where students went missing. Recalling the second scene, she couldn't help but wonder and asked. Second, the buildings and the ground around them were all destroyed, as if someone had wrecked them. June suspiciously asked, Is he idiot? What is on that red liquid? I requested a thorough investigation from the guild, but they haven't done anything yet, even though it's definitely related to the disappearances. He asked curiously, what else is there? But all he got in response was silence and Yondu's thoughtful face. The sunset scene shifts, turning the schoolyard a deep red as whispers and gossip from students fill the air. What the hell is this? Is he still coming here? Every mocking word felt like a dagger aimed straight at B. Hadn't he already been beaten to death by Miney Hun? Why is he still hanging around here? The whispering insults from the students talking around him made him grind his teeth in anger. But maybe he's just trying to get used to it. Who knows? But seeing him, he doesn't seem ashamed at all, and his team is already disbanded. If I were him, I would have ended my own life already. Okdui angrily kicks the trash bin in front of him and curses. Damn it! He sniffled with frustration in the alleyway, his face darkening as BHJ, filled with hatred, said, Min-jun, you've ruined my reputation. Damn it! Suddenly John appeared behind him, his voice carrying a cold, ominous tone. The person is here. Hearing the sound, B suspiciously turned around and he saw her standing there, suddenly exclaiming. John casually responded, I have my own reasons for doing so. She smiled eerily and said, I won't tell you anyway. His anger exploded as Dewey shouted out, Are you trying to provoke me? I want to ask you something. Do you hate Minun? Betch Dewey asked suspiciously. What are you talking about? Dewey finally stopped beating around the bush. So I'll be honest and ask if you hate him enough to want to kill him. Betch Dewey gritted his teeth, his hatred drowning his will. Beck Dewey shouted, Of course that bastard destroyed my life, my reputation, and my group is gone too. If I had enough strength, I would deal with him right now. Is she excitedly leaning in and saying that? I feel the same way. John pulls out a syringe. I think this grudge is deep enough now. B? Jay silently observes what John is holding. A syringe? He cautiously asked what she was plotting. She smirked provocatively and replied, I will give you one more chance to take revenge. Translating instructions clearly. The instruction to return exactly one translated line suggests a single line translation, but it shouldn't restrict segmentation. Since there are 2 distinct sentences in the target line, maintaining that structure makes sense for clarity. I'm thinking of variations like, but in return. Immediately afterward, John gave B no chance to resist. I should also be mindful of potential name variations, adhering to the original John here. In terms of nuance, resist fits better than fight back. Finalizing the translation, I'm looking over the report line that states I should ensure to complete the task. I think resist works well in the context. I'll produce the translation as requested. But in return, immediately afterward, John gave B no chance to resist. I'll avoid any extra quotes or tags and focus on ASCII output since they didn't ask for special encoding. I also considered denied B any chance as a softer option. For clarity, I'll settle on immediately after that for accuracy, but in return, immediately after that, John gave B no chance to resist. She plunged the needle straight into his neck. Under the drug's effects, B's eyes turned bloodshot. He cried out in pain, and John, with eyes shrouded in darkness, cruelly smiled and said, I need to make sure you complete that mission. An urgent alert from the electronic screen sounds, as June sits seriously listening while holding Fa Fi. A fanatical religious organization worshipping Odin from Norse mythology has recently resumed its activities. You remember the conversation with Yanzu in the office earlier, and Chun suspiciously asked, Is there anything else? But all he got in response was her silence. After a moment of hesitation, Yeonju finally spoke. Have you ever heard of the name Nasatru? Come back to reality. The latest news is on the screen, with the anchor reporting the story. This organization calls itself Asatru. You frown, playfully messing with Fafi as you listen to the news. They are committing crimes targeting the fake awakeners. At some crime scenes, we found syringes containing mysterious liquids and decayed flesh. Chun wondered suspiciously. So all 3 disappearances are connected to Asru, right? The footage shows this interview at the scene, where the fake awakening control headquarters has detained some members of Asru, but their mental state is unstable. The captured criminals seem useless, repeating meaningless phrases, loyal to Odin and the others. The news continues with serious tones. It's not over yet. We have discovered that the captured members are all fake awakeners, some of whom belong to the fake awakening control headquarters. The host repeatedly questions why fake awakeners who once fought for justice have turned evil and what caused their change. Dahun sighs tiredly and says, "I will investigate this. I have a bad feeling about this case." The news broadcast is still ongoing. The biggest concern among experts now is the power of these elder awakeners. He carefully considers the suspicious signs being raised. I hear that after losing their original goal, they might be able to use mana 3 to 5 times stronger than their previous abilities. Right after the news ended, Jun turned off the TV and told Fafi about his next plan. I need to think about what to do for the Academy event first. Jun silently thought that tomorrow would be the start of the event at Moose Academy's ranking tournament. He looked at Fafi's innocent face, thinking this would be the opening event for the students' festival. Dae-hun thought to himself that if he didn't do well, his team's performance would be completely ruined. He closed his eyes and reminded himself to stay calm. The opportunity would come, and he needed to focus on the tasks at hand. After thinking it over, Dae-hun slowly opened his eyes. He looked down at Fafi, rubbing his hand, and asked, "You think the same, right?" It cheered out loud in response. Switch to the Moose Academy dungeon simulation scene. The giant orcs are now vividly depicted. Fafi raises its front leg and stomps down with great energy. Fafi, when facing an enemy much larger than itself, is not afraid. Instead, it is extremely confident. The atmosphere between the two is very tense. Fafi takes a deep breath, causing its chest to swell, then suddenly unleashes a powerful burst of fire directly at the swarm of brains. They were burned to ashes before they could attack, and the sounds along with the system notifications kept flashing continuously. You have defeated an Auk, you have defeated an Auk, you have defeated an orb. Seeing what just happened, Dae-hun was so surprised he had to exclaim, "Wow," looking at Fafi's proud demeanor, I can't help but praise it. I know you're a dragon, but I didn't expect you to be this strong. A strange feeling arose, and I helplessly said, I have to take good care of you. It feels like it's even stronger than I was in my previous life. Despite that expression of the owner, Fafi still innocently tilted his head to look at Jae-hun. He opened the system panel to check its stats. The close aid Fapnea 2 has no level, no passive skills, and an active blessing spell with the breath of a dragon. Current growth status is 31%. The level will increase once it reaches 100%. Passive skill named Blessing of Fania. C rank Blessing of Fapnea increases when the summoner and dragon are in the same damage and mana state, boosting by 50%. Active skill called Dragon Breath at level D. Use the dragon's breath to attack enemies. The skill level will increase along with the dragon's level. Jun crouched down, petting Fafi and praising him. I'm truly impressed. All right, you'll be very useful if you keep growing strong like this. Your eyes suddenly changed. Jun glanced behind and said, then suddenly an alert popped up. The dungeon boss monster. The Brain King has appeared. The Brain King, exuding a commanding aura, gradually reveals himself. It stands before the two outsiders, Jae-hun and Fafi, growling menacingly. He looks down at its small body with suspicion. You are a dragon, but I don't think you have what it takes to take down a boss. All right, fine. I need to break the record anyway, he said calmly as he opened a portal, a dagger quickly appearing in his hand. The goat's sharp gaze is fixed on its prey, and the King of Brains seems to be provoked by its relentless attitude, roaring loudly. The dagger shot out like lightning, striking it fiercely. The king's mind appeared briefly before collapsing. The fierce goat attack was enough to defeat it with just one move. The boy smiled in satisfaction and spoke. Done. Along with it, the electronic screen displays sequential notifications. You have defeated the boss monster. Teleporting to the record hall. 22 minutes and 21 seconds. You have broken the Mus Academy record. You receive a reward. The dungeon door closes. The contest ends, and the whispers and murmurs of the students continue to fill the air. Jun looked up at the ranking board showing the dungeon raid times for each member. First place Minun with 22 minutes and 21 seconds. Second place, Junsung, 30 minutes, 50 seconds. Third place, Jong-hun, 50 minutes, 13 seconds. Rank 9. Anian, 1 hour, 11 minutes, 42 seconds. Rank 14. Sel Ina, 1 hour, 23 minutes, 7 seconds. Kim Yusung is in 16th place with 1 hour, 30 minutes, and 14 seconds. And Kuzun is in 59th place with 1 hour, 53 minutes, and 4 seconds. Second place, Sinbek Jun doubts, is Sin really in second place? Why not Jong-hun? A teasing sound rang out from behind him. Are you surprised? Jong-hun glanced indifferently and, observing his arrogant expression, asked suspiciously, Shinbij Dui, How did you manage that in such a short time? Bitch Dewey sneered and replied, I have no obligation to explain myself to you. I also retorted mockingly, fine, this has touched his anger. Bitch J gritted his teeth with hatred and said, you probably think you're the center of the universe, right? Social media, Manhwa, the guild, and the academy are all on your side. Your life must be so easy, huh? Yehun just stood calmly and listened to those bitter words. Then he gently tilted his head and asked, so what? The veins on B's face bulged, and he warned, I will drag you down. Yehun chuckled softly, and to B's surprise, his clear, ringing laughter echoed continuously. Jehun's eyes flickered with mockery as he sneered and said, are you in your rebellious phase? Aren't we past that age already? Jehun's mocking look made Beach Dewey so angry that he clenched his fists. Just as he was about to speak and protest, he ultimately clenched his teeth in anger and kept silent. In the end, he turned away in fury, but not without leaving a warning. Remember everything I just told you. Then he stormed off. At this moment, the female announcer's voice breaks the tense atmosphere that has been hanging since earlier, saying that after losing their original target, they were able to use mana 3 to 5 times stronger than their previous capabilities. Jehun, after a moment of silence, muttered to himself that something was happening. As the day went on, two people secretly met in a secluded place. It was none other than Gunhun and Lena. As soon as they saw a young man walking leisurely toward them, Lena greeted him. You're here already, the young man replied with a sound. The young man is Jehun. You asked Lena for a few favors. Thanks for helping me with this. Of course. Lena will agree to help you, no problem. Her acceptance was to repay Jehun for his efforts for the academy, like during the field trip incident and with Gwenny as well. After a moment of silence, Gyeonhun finally spoke up with a sarcastic greeting. It's been a while since I saw Minhun. You've become more famous than the last time I met you, haven't you? Jehun kept looking and felt that he seemed familiar, so he answered with a slightly hesitant voice. He hesitated for a moment, then remembered who he was and politely shook hands with the fake assassin, Parong Hun. His recognition of his name made him quite pleased, and he responded courteously. Do you remember me? Gyeonhun then directly asked the main question, so I heard you want to investigate the crime scene. His voice hesitated a little. So first let's go see the scene of the initial incident. After speaking, the three of them left under the sunset, leaving the bloodied and devastated scene behind. Gyeonhun suddenly stopped while walking, realizing he had noticed the dried bloodstain right beneath his feet. At that moment, Lena called him and said, Wait, Minhun already has the results from the laboratory. Her voice was serious with the red liquid in the syringe. A new compound created by mixing human blood with other strange substances. Yes, we have never seen anything like this before. Suddenly, her voice grew lower, and the liquid in that tube not only contained something they had no idea about, but also held a great power. It contained a very strong amount of mana. These reports made Chun ponder deeply. Of course, blood is just a vessel for the mana inside the human body. However, that still isn't enough to absorb mana that doesn't belong to the person being injected. Based on the knowledge you had before, the organs responsible for constructing and transmitting mana in the body are the brain, the heart, and the energy core. If it's just blood, it can't become a vessel for mana. At that moment, Gyeonhun also spoke up. We haven't fully analyzed that compound yet, but you must understand that he is providing a top-secret piece of information that his side is investigating. This compound is somehow related to the recently discussed sect called Asatru. Of course, Chun is aware of this case and fully agrees with your investigation approach. Yes, I think so too. But that's not the only thing you noticed. What worries me the most is the similarity between the crime scenes. Lena stood beside him, adding a few key details from the crime scenes. Each scene had a syringe. With the red liquid inside, the Academy and the Guild believe that this new compound has multiplied the mana of the person injected. Gyeonhun calls it a drug that we can refer to as a limit-breaking potion. What you're talking about isn't something that hasn't appeared before. Breaking the limit. This is an enhancer that has been used many times before. A drug capable of raising the user's rank to make them stronger. Still, it was banned because of its inhumanity. However, this research has faced severe criticism for its inhumane experimental methods, and in the end, it was banned. Although there is information related to the limit-breaking drug, Lena has to honestly admit that we are still searching for more clues. That made Gyeonhun feel a bit useless too. Sorry about that. Of course, Yehun isn't blaming them. It's okay, really. I've grasped the main idea. Jaehun also has a few key points. I learned a few things about the limit-breaking drug. You found that information online. I read an article about the people behind creating this drug. It's a very famous article, And to verify that information, you need some time to investigate, so you have to ask Lena for time off from the academy. Is it okay if I take a few days off? June needs to make good use of this time to research thoroughly, and the time is about the same. If these incidents are truly related to the limit-breaking drug, they are most likely all originating from the same source. It's definitely worth investigating. Hearing you ask for permission like that, Lena understood immediately. So you can deal with these incidents? You're not even hiding it and openly admitting. This made Lena pause for a moment to think. In the end, she could only force a helpless smile and allow a few days off. Of course, if you need help, just contact me. The reason she did that is because she knows Jae-hoon's abilities. Min-jun is very different from other fake attackers. There are definitely stronger fake attackers than him, but when it comes to development ability, no one can match him. Moreover, she also believes that's not all. His goals are very clear. Even without knowing his true goal, maybe he can handle this situation. As night falls, a sudden crash echoes through the quiet street when someone punches the wall. After punching, he suddenly spat blood from his mouth. The disgusting-looking figure was none other than B.Y. Just then, someone suddenly called out to him. "Here you are." A tall figure hidden in the shadows speaks. "I'm looking for you." No one looking for B, but June. "We meet again. You're really annoying. Just seeing your face makes B so angry that he calls your name with hatred." Min-jun didn't care about the hatred he held for himself. June directly asked about the main issue. "Step aside. You used the limit-breaking drug, didn't you?" "Who gave you that?" Of course, Dewey's squad didn't answer and instead shouted loudly. "What the hell are you doing? Yeah." Before he could finish speaking, June revealed that Chan was the one who gave him the drug. After saying that, he fell silent and kept his eyes fixed on B. Seeing his inhuman demonic appearance, he knew this guy was beyond saving. It's too late to save him now. He's been mutated too much. I had a feeling something was off about him earlier, but I never expected it would turn out like this. Jae-hoon then started to question him sternly. "You should know the side effects of this drug, right?" B was even more furious after hearing that from you. He shouted in bitterness, "I don't care as long as I can get revenge. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be like this." It seems he wants to blame everything on Dae-hoon. "It's all because of you. Because of you that I became like this." That made Dae-hoon upset and say, "Are you mocking me now? Are you messing with me? This is so ridiculous." Dae-hoon calmly looked at B, whose face was twisted with anger, and said, "This isn't my fault. No matter what you think, you can't change the truth." His trembling attitude made him so angry that he clenched his teeth and cursed. "You bastard. Right now you're just giving him a cold, assessing look." And the conclusion he drew was that he could use sacrifice to heal a destroyed body, but there was no way to heal a twisted mind. At the same time, BG was going crazy, muttering, "Damn it, revenge, revenge." Even though I really hate him, Jae-hoon has no choice but to help him one last time. I can only do one thing for him. Immediately, he uses his power and declares, "I will end your pain." Thunder suddenly strikes in the clear sky. Chains and flames gradually appeared as Jun summoned them, unleashing a terrifying power that struck Beach Dewey and left him with no escape. Jun remains cold and silent as he strikes, as if it's obvious. After a moment, he softly says, "Fire is your weakness." At this moment, B falls to the ground with wide-open eyes as if in disbelief, and his voice, full of regret, echoes out. "How is that possible? I thought I could kill you with his strength." These words of his make Dae-hoon more certain about the identity of the culprit in this case. Moreover, he confidently claims his own strength. "I think I know who you're talking about, but you should know that I'm stronger than before." And I look down on Beach Dewey's naive thinking. "No matter how much your mana has increased, if you think you're strong enough to kill me, you're dead wrong." At this point, Dae-hoon fell into deep thought and then cursed loudly. At the same time, on the mountain behind the city, two people are quietly in this well-guarded place. Do-yeon sighs in disappointment, saying this one is also broken. The man beside her didn't seem too concerned and calmly said we could find someone new anytime we wanted. I guess I just feel a little regretful about it. But I still feel a little regretful. Finding someone like that is quite difficult. Hearing that, I think it makes a lot of sense. It's really hard to find someone who harbors so much hatred for others, especially when that person also despises the pandemic. John himself knows very well that the biggest requirement when using the limit-breaking drug is extreme emotion. That's why I chose Bishdui. His hatred is so intense it seems ready to burst out. Without that emotion, humans would not be able to withstand the effects of the drug and would die. The higher the level, and the more intense the emotion, the greater the effect of the limit-breaking drug will be maximized. After a moment of silence, Jagan chuckled and said, "I didn't even expect the enemy to win this time. That's impressive." This makes John look quite displeased and annoyed, not happy at all.
I used to think the same about Fapnea, but he's way too strong compared to normal humans. Her eyes stare intently at Duan with a mesmerizing yet dark face, asserting that he might obstruct us, as Hawk said. After saying that, I also think so, but perhaps it's not a big problem because he will have to face us anyway. Du said nothing, only slowly raised his hand. Suddenly, a sword appeared in his hand, and his deep, contemplative voice exclaimed with excitement, "I am really looking forward to that day." The scene shifts to a magnificent palace shrouded in darkness, surrounded by snowstorms and sharp ice. Inside, 3 people are standing face to face. Hela silently watches the 2 sitting on the throne. Suddenly, a gate appears in one of the mirrors hanging around this place. SM appears and says seriously, "This is the first time we've gathered this many." Since the purge of those opposing Aya, Hyla confirms this incident and also states, "Yes, luckily, the pandemic predicted in the prophecy is gradually becoming stronger than we expected. The problem now is that the Aya system is also ahead of us." At that moment, Heo added, "I never expected the Aya system to hold such a secret. I never thought about this before. Maybe it's not good." Her eyes were thoughtful as she softly asked, "Is Anerza Odin really planning to cooperate with the warrior army again to take over Midge? Even Smear is wondering. Did Non and Mia know about this from the start?" Hela answered without hiding anything. "Maybe, but perhaps they couldn't tell us." Besides, she also revealed a detail. The restrictions binding them are much stronger than what we have. Sayem, after hearing this, looked with a hint of sadness in his eyes. His voice slowly replied, "I understand now." He seemed to have realized the true nature of that cruel person. Odin fears those who know the truth about him. The reason Odin killed the fairy queens is probably because those involved with the prophecy are blocking his path. Only then did Heo reveal a harsh truth. "Right now, there's not much we can do. The only thing we can do is make the enemy grow stronger as quickly as possible." Hilala obviously agrees with this point. I agree. Now the main enemy also has divine power. A gentle and proud expression suddenly appeared on her face as she mentioned it, so maybe he will become stronger faster. Her current state surprised Heo a bit. Then she laughed and asked, "You seem to trust him, huh? Anyway, has anyone ever heard of the first fake awakener?" That statement made Smear curious. "The first fake awakener?" Heo himself knows a bit about this. There are many rumors about him, but I have never met him in person. I usually only deal with the dead. Just as I was chatting normally, suddenly Smia disappeared without a trace. However, that doesn't affect the conversation between Heo and Hela, the first false alarm. I know him very well. Suddenly, a huge, cold eye appeared in the mirror just now, along with a deep voice. The first fake awakening saw a pitch-black snake emerge. It opened its terrifying eyes and quietly said that recently he had entered my territory. The scene shifts to Thong Thao lying leisurely on the bed, muttering to himself about John. She's definitely up to something. Just then, Fa Fi yawned loudly and opened her eyes to wake up. Seeing that it was awake, Dahun gently stroked its head, his eyes thoughtful but his hand still softly petting Fa Fi, who was whimpering. His mind was filled with thoughts about the human experiments and breakthrough drug research before his previous regression, and whether it was related to Aya. Fa Fi, delighted by its owner's gentle petting, wagged its tail happily. Suddenly, a shadow appeared on the ground. Hela then jumped up. With her soft feline paws on the ground, she cheerfully announced loudly, "Jehun, I found out already." As soon as he saw Hyla, Dahun quickly sat up and asked immediately, "It's been a while since I saw Hela. What did you discover?" Fafi also saw that the stranger was Hyla and called out, but was asking who she was. Its cry quickly caught Hila's attention, and she immediately recognized it as the first awakened baby dragon. Seeing that she remained silent, Jehun grew impatient and asked Dugun if this was related to him. "Hearing you call me?" She quickly confirmed. "That's right." Hila's face grew serious, then she spoke sharply, clearly about Duan. "I have identified the identity of the person known as the First Awakener. He is one of Odin's remaining 3 crows." The scene shifts to a research room filled with terrifyingly glowing red tanks, with an operating room door slightly ajar. Someone is tied tightly to a chair, with dried bloodstains on the ground, a young man with his eyes and mouth covered. Suddenly, someone helps him remove the gag, and he immediately trembles as he pleads, "Please don't. Let me go back to my family." "Do you remember your family?" Then gently, he removed the blindfold from the young man. The first thing he saw was Duan's face, handsome but with a devilish aura. Then suddenly he burst out laughing and said, "I'm sorry, I don't have a family." The next words he uttered were so chilling that the young man trembled with fear.
and I felt nothing but indifference as he knew he would be tormented by this demon many more times, begging and crying. "Stop! Please stop this!" Despite the pleas, Dugon calmly pulls out a syringe, holds the young man's chin, tilts his head to the side, and slowly brings the needle close to his neck. Duan still wears a bright smile as he calmly injects the young man with the deadly shot. Immediately, his eyes turn vacant and he begins to vomit blood in pain. Duan watched the scene with an expression full of excitement. At this moment, the young man had already been disfigured. A while later, he exploded, splattering blood onto Duan, surprising him a bit. This failure made him regret and sigh. "It's a pity humans are too fragile. Seeing you being a bit too harsh with the test subjects," John sternly reminds you. "Please be gentler with the test subjects. It takes a lot of effort to find new ones." After being scolded, Dugan didn't look pleased, and after a moment of silence, he finally spoke. But at this point, he suddenly fell silent, staring intently at the scene before him, and after a moment, he appeared helpless. Duan spoke casually when mentioning the mess he had just caused. "At least I've contributed a little to the plan, so don't be angry." Back in Chun's warm room, Hela revealed Jugon's identity. He is one of Odin's remaining 3 crows. Hearing this, Chun asked in confusion, "So Odin's crow, you also know this person? The first awakened being who fought for humanity. Is it Odin's crow?" Immediately, you ask Hela to explain more. Hela honestly states, "Just as I said, the first awakener was not human." Her calm voice continued, "Odin previously had 5 crows in total, and he was one of them, similar to Hujin." Chun immediately asked, "Do those crows have any connection to Asatru?" Hela honestly replied, "They must be destroyed now. Otherwise, they will continue to grow stronger. If they succeed, we won't be able to stop them. If we can locate them." After hearing those explanations, Jae-hun fell silent, lost in thought. After a moment, he suddenly said, "I have an idea." However, he was still not entirely sure about this plan, whether it would work or not. Hela immediately understood what he meant. "You say it's an Asatru base." Suddenly, Hung interrupted their conversation. "Wait a moment. Quickly check your phone." Seeing you so focused on your phone, H asked curiously as she jumped onto the bed. She also curiously looked at Chun's phone and wondered aloud. "Reawakening?" She didn't quite understand why you were searching for them. Jae-hun tiredly replies, "We need to hurry if we want to find any clues about them. Based on the information you have, the sudden increase in awakened people would be strange if it wasn't related to the limit-breaking drug. If I only need to identify the suspicious individuals among the awakened, I can learn more about Asatru and the limit-breaking drug. I currently have 3 names in mind, about 3 people, which should be enough to start investigation and gather information." A few hours later, a mutated person was being interrogated. "In the laboratory, I heard it was somewhere in Korea, but I don't know the exact location. Another one is being questioned and forced to tell the truth. I heard it's somewhere in the Yellow Sea. On Beni Island, Chun and Hela have arrived here." Then he turned to explain to Hela that this is Asatru's base. Hela, hearing that, wondered why the entire Beyond Island is considered Asatru's base. "What makes you think so?" The serious voice clearly states that a place where humans cannot live must be turning into an empty land. Based on that information, you deduced there is only one island in Korea that matches those conditions, and this is that island. Even after hearing all this, Hela still has some doubts. But how are we supposed to get there? She looked a bit pensive. A place with no inhabitants would also have no teleportation gate. "I don't know the exact location either, so I can't do it like we did in Iceland." Seeing her expression made Dahun find her adorable and laugh. Next, he calmly took out his phone and said, "Don't worry, as long as you have money and connections, most problems can be solved." At the same time, somewhere in someone's residence, the phone on the table started to vibrate. Jung-yu picks up the phone and says, "Hello?" Dahun, hearing his teacher's voice, immediately responds, "It's me." "You are my disciple, huh?" Then she directly got to the point, saying, "Every time you call me like this, it's always for some favor, isn't it?" And she exposed it straightforwardly. Dahun was a bit flustered, but admitted, "I'm sorry, but..." "Yes," without hesitation, you asked if the Lord could help me retrieve an item as soon as possible. A few hours later, at the Lotus Guild, Yehun was settled there. His eyes were fixed on the locator device. This item works by channeling mana into it, then selecting a location and dropping it, which teleports you to the chosen spot. Finding these rare items made him a little satisfied. They are restricted in use because they could be misused, so it's very difficult to find them. Right now, Zaeung Yu, sitting across from Dahun, finally spoke after a moment of silence, asking if, even if he asked, she wouldn't tell him why she needed it, right? Seeing my cold-hearted master, Dahun is deeply grateful to her for her help this time. Indeed, the leader of Lianhua Guild, even though this item is very valuable, she gave me 3 of them. Being grateful is just being grateful. I don't plan to tell you everything.
No, I'm sorry. A moment later, only De Hun Dung was there in the empty lot. On his shoulder was Hila Fafi, whom he was holding in his arms while his other hand held the tracking device. To save time, he quickly states the location they need to reach. The location is Beni Ayon Island. The moment the tracker touched the ground, a sudden beam of light appeared. It enveloped the hound's kiss, and that strange light shone so brightly across a corner of the dark night sky. And then the figure of the Hon goat gradually disappeared. He and the light were transported to the place he wanted to go. In less than 5 minutes, Jun safely landed on a cliff, remaining calm and thoughtful. According to what I learned at the academy, the monsters occupying Beniyon Island are not on the same level as those guarding the city. Suddenly, Hila voluntarily jumped off Jun, while Fafi was gently set down by him. It turns out that in front of them is a horde of monsters waiting to tear Jae-hoon apart, with cruel expressions, glowing red eyes, and sharp teeth. Da-hun has confirmed what kind of creatures these are. Merfolk, maybe this won't be as easy as I hoped. Not wanting to waste more time here, he activated his power, triggering the active skill Demon Armor Stance. A satisfied smile spread across his face. Just as he was about to join the fight, Fafi suddenly growled a few times. From its tone, Da-hun knew what it wanted, and me also wanted to help. After saying that, Jae-hoon looked up at the mermaids rushing toward him, a disdainful smile returning to his face. I am very proud of you. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly moved with lightning speed. At this moment, Jae-hoon was standing calmly among the mermaids. The system sent a notification activating the Berserk Assassin skill, instantly slicing the mermaids into thousands of pieces, which also boosted Chun's skill level, making him so happy he grinned widely. His swordsmanship skills have doubled thanks to the exclusive Garden of Swords ability. After witnessing Chun's thorough eradication, Hila had to praise his mastery and had sushumaz. You have become much stronger since the last time we met. Anyway, she paused and glanced at Fafi beside her, her voice tinged with helplessness as she asked, Where did you find this dragon? A few hours later, sunset fell over the coast and Fafi, exhausted, lay sprawled on the sand. Hila could tell just by looking that something was wrong. It seems it's sleepy now. It's understandable since it's still a young beast, since they've been here all day and haven't found the laboratory yet, she concluded. But we've wasted too much time. Maybe it's not this island after all. Jae-hoon fell silent for a moment, then nervously said, But there are no other islands occupied by monsters. Just then, a strange aura suddenly appeared behind him, making his spine chill. And then the system sent a notification that startled Jae-hoon in horror. The Crow radar had been activated. Odin's corpse is nearby. The system is still searching. When Hila saw Chun suddenly fall silent in a strange way, she called out to Hoon. Seeing that he not only didn't respond, but also wandered off somewhere, she called out loudly to Da-hun in confusion. At this moment, he stopped at the edge of the cliff and happily exclaimed, Found it! It's unclear what he found because below the cliff is just rocks and seawater. So the cave entrance that Da-hun was talking about is hidden right here. He led his two companions there and confirmed it. Có vẻ đây là địa điểm chính xác. Hila cũng kiểm tra và hoàn toàn đồng tình với cậu. Since the system reacted to this location, this should be it. Moreover, there's a crow nearby, which makes it even more certain. In front of you are bloodstains soaked into the cliffs and human body parts scattered in a large pool of blood. Considering translation options, I'm exploring what language the user might want for translation. They could be looking for Japanese or maybe Korean or Chinese, but the context seems tied to Vietnamese. I think based on similar tasks, I'll aim for English translations here. For the first sentence, I'll suggest, the gore before her left Hilala gaping, or maybe, the gory scene made Hilala drop her jaw. But drop her jaw feels a bit awkward. Her jaw dropped sounds more natural. For the second sentence, I can use, bewildered, she asked just who had done this, or who had caused all this, refining translation style. I need to keep the style consistent, so I'm focusing on the context, which is third person. For Hahok Mom, I can go with jaw dropped open, or she gaped. For Hoang Mang, options include bewildered, unnerved, at a loss, or frantic. I want to integrate my lines smoothly, so I suggest the gory sight made Hilala's jaw drop. Bewildered, she asked who on earth had done all this. This keeps the clarity while maintaining the original spelling for Hilala. Finalizing translation choice, I think it's better to use the gory scene rather than sight, so I'll finalize the translation. I want to ensure there's no extra punctuation or tags in it, so I'll settle on, the gory scene made Hilala's jaw drop. Bewildered, she asked who on earth had caused all this. I feel this version aligns better with the original meaning, based on Gay Ranyang Chuyen Ne. I'm ready to deliver that. The gory scene made Hilala's jaw drop.
Bewildered, she asked who on earth had caused all this.
Jehun hesitated before speaking, recognizing his mood sinking and feeling fear at the scene before him. Fafi quickly embraced his leg as if to comfort both him and herself. Still, Chun's mood didn't improve at all because he saw a message carved into the stone. "This is a gift for you, the pandemic." This only confirms for Hilala that this is definitely the place. Their base. Suddenly, Jehun sighed and spoke irritably. "Are these their military tactics? That's truly disgusting." Suddenly, Fafi discreetly looks somewhere, just as Dehun stomps his foot firmly on the ground. His icy energy rapidly freezes the blood pond and the obstacles in front of him. After clearing the mess, he slowly walks across the ice. Dehun's steps may be slow but are firm and steady. His footprints are imprinted on the ice, and his eyes have activated the observation skill. An instant notification appears as his eyes scan a frozen spot. Odin's squad is nearby. Hoon stops without moving forward, calmly activating his absolute calculated skill, and Hilla gasps in amazement at the moment. Before Jehun could do anything, the wall in front of him suddenly cracked open, revealing an opening that made Hilla gasp in surprise. The wall has disappeared. A small gap suddenly appeared in the dark corridor.
So that's the elevator. At the same time, the system appeared and asked if you wanted to enter the secret laboratory through this elevator. Without hesitation, Jehun slowly approached the elevator. After a moment of observation, he realized this elevator led underground. Moreover, he knew that at this moment he had no choice, and that this was most likely a trap, but he had no other way now. At this moment, he was settled in the elevator with Fa Fi and Hila, while in Jun's mind, the haunting images of dark bloodstains on the stone walls and that bloody pool soaking the corpse still lingered. All of this makes you blame yourself, wondering if things could have been prevented if you had acted faster. Dehun clenched his weapon tightly and silently vowed to himself, "I have to end this right here. I don't want any more innocent people to be sacrificed." At that moment, suddenly a system notification sounded. B1 floor, the door is opening.
That statement made Dehun furrow his brow in confusion. B1, is there still a lower floor? An abandoned, empty corridor appears before him. Without a moment's hesitation, he says, "Let's go in quickly."
As I step out of the elevator, I reflect on my purpose here. I need to find the type of drug they are researching and the unidentified liquid director Kim Jong mentioned.
As Chun carefully walks and observes his surroundings, Hila slowly walks beside him with a cautious attitude. Unlike the two, Fa Fi is curious and looks around. A door opens. As the group steps inside, Hila calls out to Hun. She quickly said that there seemed to be something over there. Following her gaze, Jae-hun saw a bookshelf. In the top drawer, there are some old, worn books. He immediately reached out and grabbed one, surprised to find it without hesitation as Hun eagerly flipped through it, his eyes fixated on the diary, whose owner was unknown. June 2019, the diary begins with the words, "We have built this secret laboratory. 304 experiments have died. It seems humans have no resistance to divine power." At that moment, a sigh of despair echoed from somewhere else. Oh my God. Rodung is annoyed that Jae-hun disappeared without telling anyone. Why does Min Jae-hun keep vanishing without saying a word to us? He often skips school, too. Hoon agreed enthusiastically. That's right. Aina just hopes that he won't rush into danger again. Suddenly, Dung felt nostalgic and said, "I miss Li Di so much that this name makes Aina think of Jun's red dragon." Yuzu Dung, do you mean Fafi? Sotun, who had been silently standing in the corner, finally spoke up, saying he would be fine. After all, he's Min Jae-hun. Dae-sung, worried, said if I knew he was leaving, I would have given him more antidote, but Dung thought differently, saying he probably already has a ton of it. He's very rich, don't you remember? Suddenly, Hoon turned to her and asked, "Do you think he intentionally said what he said earlier?" This sudden question caught her off guard. "What do you mean?" Ina obviously knows what Hoon is referring to, that we can't fight closely with him unless we reach S rank. Hoon thinks Chun is very serious about this, and with his personality, he's probably not joking. But reaching S rank is no easy feat. Not bringing it up is fine, but once mentioned, it makes Rodung worry. It takes a whole year for the country to gain just one S rank person. Do you think we can reach that level? Just as Sozin thought he was probably talking nonsense and just didn't want us to rush into danger, Aina cut in and confirmed, "I think it's possible." Although reaching S rank is quite difficult, Hoon still hopes to try once. But even though I feel a bit embarrassed to admit it, I also want to reach the same level as Jae-hoon is at now. I also want to, but I'm a bit hesitant. Then Hoan suddenly stands up, his voice full of determination as he suggests, "Let's go train since Dong's not here, and we'll try to catch up with him." Looking at that kid who doesn't know hardship but still eagerly wants to train. Sun sighs tiredly and helplessly, wondering what on earth brought me here. Back to reading the notebook I just picked up from this bloodstained laboratory, where 304 test subjects have died. It seems humans have no strength to resist divine power. They cannot handle Odin's blood. It really is troublesome. The writer seems to look down on humans and is tired of the still unsuccessful experiments. Perhaps inferior creatures like humans are unable to handle divine power, which is why the research has come to an end. I need to reduce the dosage of his blood to the lowest possible level. The substance mentioned is the mana-containing fluid used in the limit-breaking drug, which is Odin's blood. Chun trembles all over, but he must stay calm. Calm down. You tell yourself to keep reading. The next lines indicate that December 2019 is the best time to start by creating antibodies and injecting them into the human body. Next time I will increase the number of sacrifices. The experiment is still ongoing. In May 2020, I concluded that producing antibodies was too difficult. But it's okay. The current situation isn't too bad. By diluting the blood, I estimated the amount of divinity a person can endure. Of course, there will be individual differences, but it is still a meaningful result. After some testing, the diary owner realized that in November 2020, subsequent experiments revealed some truths. First, the younger the sample, the higher its tolerance for this substance. From now on, I will require the sacrificial objects to be minors. The next issue is the human being himself. Second, the weaker the human, the more easily they accept this substance. It seems that envy and jealousy actively contribute to awakening. However, the frequency of losing reason also increases in this case. Those two issues are minor concerns for the journal owner. Still, I don't see that as a big problem. We just need soldiers to die for us. They don't need to have reason. Time kept passing, and the experiments kept improving. May 2021, at last, the research reached its goal. I succeeded in refining the blood to reduce side effects, and new samples have been provided back. The research was successful. The day I report to Odin is not far off. 3 months later, in May 2021, the experiment was completed and the research was successful. Although it is only a partial success, since it has not yet been applied to all subjects, it is still a success. In Odin's next battle, the breakthrough drug will play a crucial role. After reading this, Chun also understands why the young men at the academy have been disappearing. The reason for the disappearances from the start is that the students are young and weak because they can better withstand Odin's blood. To avenge those unfortunate young people, he was determined to eliminate this research group. The atonement must end here. The aura of menace emanating from him made Fa Fi glance over curiously, and indeed his veins were bulging visibly. His face full of evil intent, he silently vows that no more victims are allowed. A moment later, Dahun begins to move again. The second basement level is opening, the elevator door gradually opens, and in front of you now is a shelf with a book on top. Without hesitation, Dahun slowly walks toward the shelf. You feel a bit confused as to why this entire large room only contains this one thing, a room with just a single book. Suddenly, a dark energy begins to pour out from the book, which suddenly opens wide, and black spiritual forces emerge from it. This scene makes Dahun scream in fear. What is this? They surged like a flood, causing Dahun and the others to panic and step back. Even Hilla, frightened, lifted her foot and called out to Dahun loudly. The scene was even more disastrous. It was overwhelmed by the dark energy so much that it only managed to cry out once. Before everyone could react, the system displayed a message that you have entered the main topic. Welcome to the fairy tale world where the boy dreams of becoming a hero. They all suddenly get pulled into the book on the shelf. They retreat back to their original positions like water ebbing away before the book is slowly closed. At this moment, only that book remains in the room while Jun seems to be sinking into darkness. He has no idea that the system has sent a notification. From this moment on, you will take on the role of the main character of the story, the boy. A series of information will appear. Proceed with the story to overcome the main quest dungeon. Your rank has partially resisted forced synchronization. Synchronization is complete. Current synchronization rate is 50%. Back to Jun, now awake in a small child's body on the bed. He sat up bewildered and confused. Immediately, he received the story's progression. The tale of a boy eager to become a hero begins at an orphanage. At this moment, Jae-hun was still staring blankly at his small but calloused hands when suddenly the system interface appeared in front of him. The system sends the mission information board. You have accepted the special mission to identify the boy. Special mission: discover the identity of the boy you are role-playing as the main character in the story of a young boy. Uncover his identity and complete the themed dungeon to earn the level 5 cold-hearted active skill. As the synchronization rate with the system increases, the mental constraints on the user will also intensify. The boy's face will remain hidden until his identity is uncovered. It also displays the character information. The boy's name is 12 years old with a cold personality, good looks, and a cold demeanor. After reading that information, De-hun was a bit shocked. After a moment of stunned silence, he put away the information panel and tiredly wondered. Let's put aside the boy's identity for now. Where are we? It seems I've been separated from Hila and Fafi. I'm all alone now. The system is sending more information. A scene is currently playing. The player's actions are temporarily restricted to cutscenes only, and after reading for a while, June also understood his current situation. So I can't control my character for now. Yet you didn't lose your composure when faced with such a situation. This has happened before when I was clearing the Frenier Villa dungeon. I was forced to watch a cutscene and couldn't move freely. At that moment, a sound rang out that made the goat freeze in tense anticipation. Someone outside the door was trying to unlock the padlock. After a while, that person opened the iron door. The one marked A just stepped in and shouted irritably, "Useless kids can't even wake up properly. You brats think food and clothes grow out of the ground?" His shout had barely rung out before the children hurriedly sat upright. At the same time, the system updates the story progress. That man is the orphanage manager. His main job is to oppress and abuse children. He beats the kids every day, and it also reveals the identity of the one with the symbol A to Jae-hun. The system is updating information on character number 1. Guardian A, Jae-hun, after reading, quietly feels exhausted. Guardian A quickly recognized the manager here as one of the main antagonists in the story and suddenly approached the girl with the symbol, calling out loudly, "Hey, get out here right now." Little C hurriedly climbed down from the bed. Then the girl, feeling a bit scared, stepped forward and apologized to the manager and Lee Ni. Suddenly, Manager A slapped her hard across the face. The kick made her fall flat on the ground, and Manager A coldly said, "I told you already, if you want to survive in this rotten orphanage, you have to wake up on time." Even though she was beaten so brutally by him, little A still tried to beg. "I know I was wrong. I won't do it again. Please don't kill me." Of course, the manager doesn't care if the girl is pitiful or not. He kicked her away with his foot and coldly ordered, "If you don't want to die, go to spring training now." At that moment, the children all quickly moved out of the room, while De-hun remained seated, watching something. So you look into the mirror and all you see is a black face with a question mark. Meanwhile, the children are all tense, standing in a neat line. Manager A coldly ordered them to fight. If they didn't, he would kill both of them himself. This order startles the two kids, making them look at each other in confusion, and suddenly the boy pushes the girl in front of him, who responds with a punch. The two sides fought fiercely before Chun's terrified eyes. What was happening made him secretly resent and think, "This trashy story is really annoying." Manager A's face clearly shows displeasure as he watches the cat-scratch moves of the two kids in front of him. Suddenly, the man loudly called out and the blonde-haired boy stepped forward. The one he called was none other than Duan when he was young, and the person currently in that body was Jae-hun. He is still a bit confused and doesn't understand who the guy is calling. The yellow-haired one. Suddenly, he reached up and plucked a strand of hair from his head. Upon closer inspection, he saw it was actually blonde. So he had no choice but to step forward, thinking to himself that he couldn't see his reflection in the mirror. Hiding their faces like this made everything too obvious. It shows that the boy is very likely someone I know. When facing Boy D, Manager A didn't hesitate to order a fight. Although he couldn't see his face, judging by his trembling body, it was clear how terrified he was. Suddenly, Jae-hun clenched his fist and struck D with full force, driven by his numbness trait. You are also surprised by your own action. But now you are bound by the story and can't do anything. The cold trait is active. The system sends a notification that the synchronization rate between the player and the boy is increasing. The current synchronization rate is 66%. The story continues to unfold as planned. The boy attacks another child without hesitation. And the little boy B named Goy, also known as Zam, is a small-built kid. Manager A, after watching June fight for a while, was very pleased and stopped him, saying, "Good, keep it up. The story is now progressing. X-Ram is extremely hated by the boy." At this moment, the boy slowly stands up with an angry expression. At the same time, the system sends a notification. The system is updating information on character number 2, XD. It reveals that the little boy is cunning and skilled at recruiting other kids to his side. The story has now reached the scene where De-hun is being bullied by him and his friends. "You trash, he angrily condemns you. We're teammates. A traitor like you doesn't deserve forgiveness." After venting his anger by fighting, the kids finally turned and left. At this moment, only he was left lying on the ground, reflecting. "Damn it, it's been a long time since I took a direct punch. I told myself this was a costly lesson today. You have learned a personal truth from the story. If you fight, make sure your opponent is dead for good. Otherwise, they will come back to bite back."
And then, during the next training session, June attacked Kid B. The boy sparred with another child and killed Zami. In Duan's memory, his hands were covered in bloody gore. Turns out, he had just finished off another person. Ixara is dead. A heavy atmosphere hangs over the training area, and the children can only shake their heads in shock at what they have just witnessed. Soon, they started glancing at Manager A, wondering if maybe he would kill him someday. That kid just committed murder, no matter the reason. That crime cannot be forgiven and will surely be punished. But contrary to the children's expectations, Manager A clapped enthusiastically. He didn't hold back praising Dugo. Good, well done, you might actually be useful after all. The one who breaks the silence is the manager's applause. Not stopping there, Manager A continues. Don't let yourself be bound by ridiculous moral values. Now all of you are just tools for him. No, you're just trash and not even worthy of being tools. That's right, tool. At that moment, Dugon suddenly became certain of his true identity. From that day on, the atmosphere in the orphanage began to change as the children started killing each other without anyone giving the order. Whether in the training ground or out there, no one can stop them. It's just a desperate struggle to survive because it has become their instinct. Yet Duo was the one who started it all, just smiling as if it had nothing to do with him. The next second, Du tightly held his head in pain. He silently thought to himself that Duan didn't have any grand purpose in killing Estrade. If he didn't kill him, he would be killed. That was the principle that drove Zugon. Damn it, it's becoming harder to keep my thoughts clear. My mind is fading due to the synchronization. Zugon's face shows a clear struggle. Resistance alone won't be enough. If this keeps up, he will completely lose himself. The only way is to hold on to his consciousness and find Duan's identity as quickly as possible to escape from here. Now that is his best option. And so a few months passed, and in the orphanage only one remained. They are all dead, or I have killed them all. Duck was confident that this is the best way. And just as he thought that, a man appeared before Duan. Hujin calmly introduced himself. I am a crow serving Odin. No more beating around the bush. Join Asatru, and you will also become a raven and a devoted servant of him. He introduces himself as Hujin. If I serve Odin, what will I receive in return? Hujin replied in a deep voice, Odin grants you this sword. Its name is Tai Ang, a cursed sword forged by Odin's descendants on his command, one of the few in the world. This sword will grant you 3 wishes, but remember one thing, after the last wish is fulfilled. With that, Hujin's figure gradually disappeared. This sword will kill people. Du nodded and chose the wish he had always longed for. Without hesitation, Jugon spoke. He wanted a family. Duan felt nothing and knew that made him even stronger. But gradually he began to wonder what family really means. The cursed sword granted Duan that wish, and he gained a foster father and mother. At first, everything was fine. Sitting at the dinner table, Dugon's foster mother gently said, Try this, it's beef stew. Then his father also said, This is a gift for you, a fairy tale book. Duan felt a sense of completeness from having a family, and even though they didn't give birth to him, the love they had for Duan was genuine, but he couldn't understand that blind love. As he looked at his foster parents' smiling faces, Duan wondered why they gave him food, and why they didn't ask anything from Dugon. He keeps recalling the past in the orphanage. If Duong doesn't prove his usefulness, he will die. Everyone around him cannot prove their worth, and they all end up dead. Duan didn't understand, and what he didn't understand was the threat. Hearing this, Duan widened his eyes and sank into despair. This is a threat. If they don't need him, they could try to kill Duan at any time, just like the children in the orphanage once did. After thinking for a long time, he came up with a terrifying idea. If that's the case, Duan must kill them first. One winter day, as the fireplace burned warmly, Duan's foster father's trembling voice filled with fear rang out. Why? Why are you acting like this? He stammered desperately, begging you to calm down and put down the sword. Duan clenched the hilt of his sword tightly. Despite his father's pleas, he paid no attention. No, Duan has no reason to listen. The next moment, he grabbed his sword and charged forward with only one thought in his mind. Duan will kill them before they can kill him because everything life has taught him is to strike first. The power surges into the sword he is holding, and the blade begins to glow. Suddenly, Chun's shout rings out, Stop! It seems that Duan heard that he had stopped just in time before the sword struck his adoptive father's neck. Turns out, Duan is being controlled with half of his body restrained. At this moment, the face of Mr. O suddenly appeared in his mind, along with his gentle mother's smile. Jehun tries to stop Duan from continuing, holding back, but still not understanding what is happening. Duan speaks incomprehensibly. What do you mean your body? In a flash, Jae-hun silently thought to himself that he had just regained a bit of consciousness and taken back some control. If possible, just put away this sword. Before he could act, Dwan's body decisively struck his adoptive father, and thus Dwan, emotionless, killed both his foster father and mother. Then the system appeared, and the synchronization level suddenly skyrocketed. Just regaining his composure, Chun was stunned. What? The system's screen continues to display notifications. The current synchronization rate is 100%, fully integrated into the story without interference. Blood from Dwan's adoptive father's head splattered all over the house. Under Hoon's terrified gaze, he was doomed. This scene made him open his eyes wide with horror. Immediately after, Jae-hun gradually fell into a strange state. Damn it, his consciousness was fading. Now, the novel that forced Jae-hun to die wants to show him something. What is it now? All that remains for Jae-hun is a terrible emptiness and a raging thirst. As soon as he woke up, he asked, "Where am I?" The system immediately responded, "This is a blank point in the current scene. The user can act freely." Hearing that, Jae-hun silently thought to himself that the similarity in this scene meant he still hadn't escaped the novel. So, the uniform with the Asatru symbol and the demon sword at Ain still held significance. After a moment of observing his surroundings, he realized, yes, this is Jug's room. The next moment, Chun made a plan. He had to seize this opportunity. In this room, there must be a key to Dwan's background and the dungeon theme. J.H. immediately crouched down and searched the floor. In a flash, he looked under the bed. Damn it, it's not here either. After a long search, Jae-hun continued to think. The empty space in the scene was the only chance he had not to be bound by the cut. There had to be some clue. Suddenly, Jae-hun saw something right in front of him. It turned out to be a pair of gloves. He quickly picked up the gloves, somewhat suspicious, but still observing carefully, then silently muttered in his mind about the white gloves. It seems that Jae-hun has found a hidden clue in the room. For a moment, he was certain, finally sure that Jun knows why he is here. As expected, the system immediately displays the primitive gloves, reacting in the storage room, similar to the ending scene. The scene repeats from the ending, and the story begins to accelerate. Jae-hun still can't feel any emotions. I don't know how many years have passed, growing up and becoming an adult. To escape the boredom of life, Jae-hun decides to seek out his emotions. Fake love is fine, pity is fine, salvation is fine. Chun tried everything he could to feel something, but found nothing in all of it. Meanwhile, after learning that he was searching for emotions, Hoojin approached Jun and said, as Hoojin reached out his hand, he said, "I hold all your emotions. I will give you back one of them, and then you will know what that feeling is." Chun nodded, unable to feel the joy that made him want to jump, the sadness or excitement surging within him. Only a vague awareness that he had received something back from Hoojin. What emotion Hoojin returned, Chun did not know. But not long after, he found a clue to the emotion Jae-hun had regained. He had accidentally killed someone under his command. At the moment Jae-hun's sword sliced into the opponent's neck, he realized that the emotion he had regained was pleasure. Then, Jae-hun went around killing people, and from that point on, he started reading the fairy tale book that his adoptive parents, whom Jae-hun had killed earlier, had bought for him. It is a cheap fairy tale about a weak boy from a rural village who grows up to become a knight and a hero, but Jae-hun begins to admire the hero in the story. You want to become someone like that. Hoon had such a vague goal. Soon after, on a day not far away, he continued killing to seek pleasure, and before long, Jae-hun grew tired of it. A weak thought crosses his mind. This world is full of the weak. Killing one person after another doesn't make it more entertaining. I need a different thrill, a new emotion to meet Hoojin, right? D searches for Hoojin and asks to have his other emotions restored, but Hoojin refuses Jun, saying he cannot return any emotions other than pleasure. There was no other way, so he drew his demon sword again and made his second wish. The demon sword did not allow prayers to reclaim emotions. Instead, Jae-hun's wish became clearer. He eagerly said, "Let me fight against a stronger enemy. Become a hero of Midgard, and you will be able to fight stronger enemies, and once again fulfill Jun's wish. You have descended into Midgard." Jun became a hero of Midgard without even realizing it, but it didn't mean anything special. It was just Jae-hun imitating the hero from fairy tales to accumulate acts of heroism. As everyone idolizes Jun, he has become a hero of Midgard without even realizing it. When he became a hero, a reporter asked Jae-hun what his name was. This question made him suddenly stop. Just a second later, Jae-hun regained his senses. He looked around in confusion. Huh? Consciousness returns, and at the same time, the system appears and announces that the role-playing and the young man admiring the hero in the novel have ended. Please say the young man's name. Hearing that, Jae-hoon tightly pursed his lips in silence. The next moment, he opened his mouth and confidently answered Duan's question. This answer causes the system to respond immediately. The special task of identifying the boy has been completed, achieving a cold-blooded state. June is still observing the situation. The surrounding space is collapsing. We have to get out of here. Before he could do anything, the system screen continued to display, directing the user down the corridor of the 3 laboratories. A sudden blinding flash of light forced June to cover his eyes. As soon as you opened your eyes, a familiar voice rang out. You're finally here. The opponent. So it's Jugun speaking. I'm waiting for you. Did my wish this time also come true? He paused for about 2 seconds, then looked directly at Jae-hoon and continued. The false enemy. The next moment, the system appeared, activating the active skill, transforming into a demonic artifact form. At the same time, Jae silently thought to himself that Du was the first to awaken, and the hero of humanity in the past, since he was a child. Thinking of this, a past image of Dugon suddenly appeared. He was a strong, kind, and upright person whom Jae-hoon truly admired, but it was all just a lie. In reality, he's just a cruel, emotionless scum manipulated by Odin's claws. June's sword is ready for the battle with Jugun. June silently told himself that he now had to kill the person he once admired in the past, and immediately afterward, the anxious figures of Fa-fi and Hyla rushed over. She asked loudly, Jae-hoon, are you okay? Hearing that sound, he felt a quiet reassurance. Hyla, Fa-fi, luckily both of you are safe. It seems that while inside Dung, time outside does not pass. A moment later, June calmly said, I'm fine, but Hyla, I have a favor to ask. Hyla asked back with confusion. You want me to ask for a favor? Without hesitation, I reply. While I was fighting Jugabyu, could you handle Chan on your own? June's words made John laugh. Who would tell me to do that? I have no intention of fighting separately, understood? Before I could finish speaking, Duan interrupted, saying, just follow the fake enemy's plan. John's eyes widened in shock at this command. She immediately turned pale and asked what he meant. But if that's the case, Hujin and Odin will scold me later. In an instant, he threatened in a dark tone, warning her not to interfere in his battle, causing her to tremble inwardly. This guy can try to be rude all he wants. Even if he's a great enemy, John will crush him instantly. But no matter how strong he is, he can't compare to Odin's crow, Duan. After some thought, John finally agreed. All right, then let's settle this quickly so there's no room for gossip. Well then, let's step back to another place. On the opposite side, Hilala quietly thought to herself, their magic power truly exceeds all expectations. Even if Jae-hoon has divine talent, they are still dangerous enemies. Separating one of them from him would be better. After a moment, she slowly spoke. I don't want to get caught up in their fight here. As she left, Hyla warned June that Crow has stolen the essence of the sea from Jae Mugen's territory. Be careful. If you don't think of a way to counter it, you'll be in danger, so I want you to be cautious. Don't worry, I have my own plans too. Good. It's finally just the two of us left. To the great enemy, I'll first congratulate you. Your presence here means you have cleared dungeon on the 2nd floor. The nonchalant attitude of him makes Jae-hoon furious. Stop that disgusting tone right now. He quickly dodged and struck Duan. That's enough. But you can't avoid it, just by using a little strength. Come on, don't be in such a hurry. Even though Duan is still pretending, Jae-hoon keeps launching attacks. At this moment, he suddenly fell into deep thought. Has he already drawn it? The artifact received from Hujin Ma Kiem Te Ang is unmistakably a legendary relic. The next moment, Du gently said, before fighting, I have a question. Jae-hoon, surprised, repeats what he wants to ask without hesitation, affirming that finally, Duan has also revealed his true face. It's truly like a novel you saw in the basement, too. So? Yes or no? Unprepared for this question, Jae-hoon was utterly confused. What? Do you remember the terrifying scene in the warm house earlier or not? Is that what you mean? Jae-hoon gritted his teeth and said fiercely, how can something like that be interesting? Duan returned to his original fake tone. It's a pity. I hoped that boy's story wouldn't be like this. I hoped my story would be good. I want to become the main character, to be a hero in fairy tales recognized by everyone. His sudden change of direction piqued Jae-hoon's curiosity. Why are you bringing this up now? Instead of answering your question, he suddenly said, I want to ask you for a favor. The topic of the conversation changed so quickly that Jae-hoon hadn't even had time to process it, asking me for help. Ignoring his dazed expression, Du narrowed his eyes and stared intently at June. Then he asked for a favor, saying, Can you kill me? This made you more alert. What kind of game is he playing now? As I had already guessed, Du immediately replied,
No, it's that simple. Just kill me. Suddenly, he broke into a crazed smile. I already said my story isn't anything special. A boring story won't be read by anyone, and if no one reads it, then it should end there. Dae-hun couldn't help but curse out that crazy bastard. Duan didn't bother to get angry. Instead, he just laughed loudly, feeling it all too familiar. After laughing heartily, Dugun continued, "But I can't die that easily. I'm Odin's puppet, so I can't die when I want. Then just kill me. It seems June has been driven crazy by him, so stop talking nonsense. I charge into the battle and declare I will definitely kill. But it's only because I want to. Simply because you're a bastard." Strangely, Dugan isn't angry at all. He's actually very pleased. That's enough. Let's get started. June's sword is blazing with intense bloodlust. He quickly strikes first, but unfortunately, June managed to block it. With just a probing move, JH realized his speed had been overwhelmed. Then, in the next second, the system appeared and activated the chain skill. At the same time, Jun silently thought to use magic to defend. Your surprise attack earns Du's praise. That's interesting. In the blink of an eye, he revealed the truth. But you are still hiding your power. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan launched an attack and stepped back cautiously. Seeing that, he immediately thought of a strategy. Tuyun has achieved the divine path but is only at the first level of release. You can't maintain the release state for long, so it's best to create an opening and end the battle in one strike. The priority now is to read your opponent's movements, grasp their rhythm, and understand Duan's fighting style. Then he started to run up and charge straight at him to attack, but Jugan was still able to block easily. Your sword is really annoying. Your comment makes him laugh heartily. Have you never faced a rapier before? Let's make this battle more interesting. You like it too, don't you? Duan gently snaps his fingers, releasing Odin's artifact. The long-term magic is activated, and then the space around the two of them gradually changes. In the blink of an eye, they are transported to a terrifying dark place. Could it be you? The cruel long-term magic communication has been activated. Seeing that, Dahun asked in surprise, "You can also use eternal magic?" Without hesitation, Dugun replied casually, "Well, not very good, but it's passable." So what, are you satisfied now? Day remained silent, quietly watching his feet slowly sink to the ground. Then he thought to himself that long-range magic was only for the top-ranked mages, meaning only with the help of several S-class scouts could it be performed. But after about 2 seconds, Dahun continued to be stunned. "You created it alone. And you're even a swordsman like Duan." After a moment, he hesitated before speaking. "Do you really want to die here?" Dugan pretends to be clueless. "Huh? What are you talking about?" The next second, Dahun firmly said, "Don't pretend you don't know. You're forcing the use of divine methods. In the end, you finally admit that at the last moment you have to be happy, since you're going to die anyway. You should give it your all." In a flash, Jay replied, "You're sure I can kill you?" Duan's tone remained as calm as ever. Of course, hearing that, he took a serious stance as if ready for this life-and-death battle. Dae-hun's eyes now show seriousness, and within a second, they charged at each other. Without hesitation, he swung his sword and delivered a decisive strike. Du is not to be outdone, dodging attacks and countering with equally fierce moves. Not stopping there, Du charges forward at incredible speed. While Jae-hun was still unable to react, his sword was already close to him. Luckily, he regained his composure and pushed Du away. Shun's power makes him very satisfied. Very good. Then Duan unleashed a new move, and this terrifying magical flow made Jae-hun pale. What? Is this concentrated magic energy indicating that something is coming? As he suspected, a sudden splash of red liquid hit Jun's shoulder, causing blood to pour out continuously and making him cry out in pain. "Did you immediately realize this was the item you stole from Janan's sea?" Duan asked, in surprise. "You know about that too?" I reply calmly. "The ocean's essence, a stone that allows free control of water. I heard you stole it, so it seems to be true." The first enlightened holder stole the ocean's essence from Jack Mun's domain. The ocean's essence was originally owned by Jack Munan, one of Loki's children and a member of the alliance against Aia. But while he couldn't use his full power because of Odin, Du took it and ran away. Du didn't even bother to deny it. "That's right. With this, I think I can have more interesting fights with you." Then, the system appeared as Yehun used his healing skill, activating his active sacrificial ritual skill. Yugo's attitude grew even more excited. "This is incredible. I didn't expect you to have such a healing ability." Suddenly, he sensed that the air had changed. The system's display still showed the divine aura being unleashed. A second later, Man dikir. Jae-hun charged forward like a gust of wind, just as you wanted.
While Du was still wondering, he unleashed a tremendous surge of power and launched into the air. Jun loudly declared, "I will kill you right here." Outside the space, the sounds of their battle continued to echo. Hearing this, John was drawn in, and she calmly said, "It seems they've already started over there. So what should I do now? Should I go ahead, or will you come?" Fafi roared in fury, glaring directly at John as it growled like a scolding. She pondered deeply, realizing that the young beast she sensed from the moment she saw it was the one. Based on John's gaze, the entire figure of the red dragon in front of her was engulfed in a blazing golden glow. But the mana and power I sense from it are not ordinary. Although still young, it holds incredible potential. Speculations about Fafi's origin are being made. Is this a young beast raised by the great enemy? Wait, I want to ask you something first. Who are you? John shrugged casually and replied, "He's just a subordinate to her." Her eyes narrow with suspicion. People like them always have all eyes on the dangerous items they carry, constantly causing chaos. John smirked, finding it a bit too much for him. Knowing what she was holding made Hyla a little nervous. But this is a relic given to me by Odin. I've seen the past before. Well, technically, that happened before I was even born. The origin of the bracelet is revealed. Odin Dropnia's bracelet, a power capable of creating portals and transporting creatures across space barriers. John raises his hand with a confident smile. "This is going to be tough. Shouldn't you be more worried about something more important?" She asked back with confusion, "What do you mean? You're weaker than me?" Hilala lowered her face, ignoring the constant sarcasm from the person in front of her. "If I'm right, you've probably lost almost all your strength after the fight with him, Du. Are you sure you can beat me?" After hearing her words, she sneered contemptuously. In Hil-La's powerful introduction, the one who was stunned now was her. "You underestimate me. I am a pig's clone. I have no intention of losing to you at all." Hela frowned and asked, "Are you Odin's son?" Her whole body seemed to turn into a cloud of black smoke spreading through the air, and with a decisive wave of her hand, a giant, powerful hand shot rapidly toward John. Unable to see her full power, she swiftly turned around and evaded the attack completely. John frowned and clicked his tongue, but Hila's fierce aura still burned brightly in her mind. I just wanted to provoke her into trembling, but it had no effect at all. At this moment, John was truly a bit scared and started using the bracelet. Maybe even as a fragment, she is still a goddess. The slender hand rises into the air, and a giant black hole appears on command, as if about to swallow everything. I intended to use this against the main enemy, but the black hole keeps pulling in more and more around it, growing larger. Hela and Fafi struggle to raise their hands to stop the force. Dropnia, the greatest power of this golden bracelet, comes from the black hole. As a massive monster slowly emerges full of aura, it can summon monsters from the portal to the outside world. Unfazed by what is happening, she only smiles confidently, but the monsters keep emerging from the black pool. Hila remains standing calmly and with contempt for the person in front of her. "You've chosen the wrong opponent. Do you really think an artifact like that can turn you into a god?" Duyan, with a dark expression, asked sharply. "What do you mean?" She burst out laughing happily and raised her hand. "Did you forget that I am inheriting power from someone else?" My eyes blaze with two colors. "That will be the reason for your failure as cracks gradually appear in the room, tearing apart the entire space. The cracks are getting bigger and bigger." She frowned in shock. She has the same power as Dropnia. Hela doesn't seem to be much better than her as the powerful skeleton warriors burst out from the cracks. This is the power of the pig. She looks straight ahead as if she wants to pierce through everyone's heart. "It's not just AI. Hela raised her hand to command the bone warriors to the front to open the gate. John, still terrified, kept denying her power. "She's just a poor copy, yet she can use the divine-level skill of the pig to summon zombie pigs. How is that possible for you to wield such strength?" She kept shouting with contempt. "Hela, you're just a fragment of a body." Hela smiled brightly and asked back, "Do you want to know about this?" She slowly explained to John, who was still panicking, that I am not weaker. In fact, I am even stronger. How is that possible? The entire story of Hela's incredible power has been revealed. The day I fought him, Du, I was supposed to have already died. I gained strength despite having a weak body, as it should be, and images of June and her kept flashing in my mind. However, June used divine power on me. John kept shouting, unable to understand a thing. "So what? It's not that hard to understand." She still patiently explained in detail. "When he took my magic power, my body resisted it." Hela raised her hand and suddenly clenched it tightly enough for me to absorb more divine power into this body. Following her command, the bone warriors, as if infused with mad strength, charged forward. "Kill her now." "Damn it, block it again! Things don't look good." I grit my teeth. Have no choice. Hujin will be furious. But as a second backup plan, John summons the black hole once more. All right, it's over. I don't know the exact coordinates. The battle between the bone warrior and the monster is still raging fiercely. Suddenly, a figure swiftly passes by her, cutting off her thoughts of escape. But first, I will go to another territory and close the gate immediately. Then I will at least have a chance to survive. John looked down anxiously. You step forward and growl. The enemy's beast's horn doesn't hesitate. John's fierce face unleashes a devastating blow straight at the beast, which then disappears into the smoke, revealing its tough red scales untouched. It is still completely safe and unharmed, with not a single scratch. John was stunned, eyes wide open, unable to believe how such a low-level beast could have such a tough scale. The frightened girl turned around and looked behind her with suspicion. The only creature with that kind of power is the one named Fapnea. Hela slowly approached her, who just introduced Fapnea to John, biting her lip nervously, thinking that Fapnea had already been killed by the enemy, and she darkly uttered each word, ending it right here. Now her face was pale and bloodless. The loyal servant's mocking laughter echoed throughout the building, and despite her pale face, she still threatened. I will say, even if you kill me here, this world will collapse. The army is about to let John finish his sentence when Hyla calmly interrupted. Do you mean the warriors of the gods? Her voice trembled with fear. How do you know? That is not something you are allowed to know. Despite John still being overwhelmed with fear, she remained calm and sighed. It seems our plague is smarter than you think, Hela said, releasing her power in a deep voice. Listen carefully because I haven't done this in a long time. The next second, a dark circle appeared beneath John's feet and she recited the incantation seriously. I, Hela, as the representative of hell, will bring the judgment of the underworld upon you. You will be imprisoned in the coldest place of hell. Immediately after, the power from hell grows increasingly dense. While John is being pulled down to the ground by that power, Hela continues, and your soul is torn into pieces, so you can never be freed. In an instant, only her hand remains on the ground. Still, she kept a close watch on the scene. After a while, John's entire hand also disappeared, leaving only the items on her body behind. Hela slowly reached out her hand as if to pick it up and examine it. At that moment, Fa Fi happily flew over. Its face showed pride, and in the next moment, she gently praised him. Thank you, Mai. You truly are a brave dragon. Now take a rest for a while. I don't think we can get through that magic barrier. After hearing Hyla's words, Fa Fi also lay down on the ground and sighed. Both of them closed their eyes and entered a resting state as the scene shifts to Jun and Jugon awakening their divine powers in battle, still fighting, evenly matched. Their attacks show no signs of fatigue. Even as opponents, Du remains calm and continues chatting. I heard that you awakened your divine power. Not bad. Hearing that, Chun also responded without hesitation. Not bad at all. As soon as you finished speaking, both of you separated. Du quickly replied, Is that not the case? So should I show you something more interesting? As soon as he finished speaking, the ground beneath his feet turned into liquid. What is this? Luckily, Jun quickly used magic. He used his power to reverse the water flow and propel himself upward. Jay quickly thought of a way to counter. You couldn't move normally because of the nature of the ocean. Seconds later, the system appeared, activating the active skill of ice and earth, finally landing safely on the ground in Duan's sight. You keep gasping for breath, exhaustion overwhelming you. Suddenly, your eyes widen as if you've just witnessed something horrifying. So it turns out Duan has disappeared. His sword suddenly stabbed deeply into your chest from behind. I wonder when I moved behind Jun, did I scare you? Instead of being afraid, he smiled brightly without needing watering. Jun decisively grabbed his sword, his tone unusually excited. Got it. Now activate the active skill Phantom Clone to successfully copy the new item. With the first legendary item copied, Miss Tentane's divine weapon has been upgraded to level S. The random level distribution process for the copied item has been cancelled. The legendary Tai A Fin magic sword has been successfully copied. As he long awaited this moment, Jaehoon excitedly called for a fair fight. Without hesitation, Duan retreated at lightning speed. He still isn't angry. You waited for me to act so you could steal my Ain sword. Hearing that, Jaehoon didn't respond immediately, but thought to himself that when they first dueled, he had realized that Hun couldn't defeat Zugon with the current weapon he had. Tai Af is a slender, sharp-edged sword, and its speed far surpasses that of a greatsword. However, Chun does not fight with magic alone because of his magic field. The Dark Fairy Tale magic field is being activated. All sword skills and weapon damage are amplified while magic effects are weakened. A magic field weakens spells and boosts strength. It limits Chun's abilities, so he thought about using the Phantom Guardian skill to be on par, even if it meant getting hurt because the skill requires him to touch his weapon. Although I didn't hear a response, Duan also guessed it. I heard Hujin say that the plague can copy skills and items, so you'd better be careful. That guy is harder to deal with than you thought. Hearing this, you became even more excited. I already know. Of course I know. At the same time, the system displayed the equipment of the magic sword Tai a mythic level item, one of the most legendary swords in history. When the sword is drawn, the wielder must kill a living creature before sheathing it again. The sword grants 3 wishes, but after the 3 wishes are granted, the original owner will be the one to face the curse. The closer the synchronization with the sword, the greater the damage inflicted. The user may lose control if their mind is unstable. And Jae-hun continued his thoughts. The system before him is warning him how dangerous this is. As Chun gazes intently at the sword in his hand, he falls into deep thought. He silently thought that it was the greatest magic sword in all legends, a blade that erodes its owner whenever their mind is unstable. As soon as John saw Chun's pain-pressed face, he realized that skill probably couldn't remove the penalty like a white card. The next second, he understood. Jugon has no emotions, so he is unaffected by this punishment. That is why he entrusted this weapon to Duan. Thinking of this, Hun clenched his teeth tightly to hold back. It's really hard to resist this curse. He only held the sword for a very short time, yet the endless urge to kill was boiling inside him, his heart pounding rapidly and his breath catching in his throat. In this dangerous situation, you suddenly smile cheerfully. But then Jae-hun calmly says, "Do you think I just copied this item without considering how to handle the punishment?" Du immediately asked curiously, "What are you thinking?" Without hesitation, he spoke up. At that moment, the system notification screen appeared, activating the Blood Oath skill. Surprised, he widened his eyes. Di-hun slowly said, "I finally feel more calm now." Soon after, Duan asked curiously about that skill. "That's impressive. Did the Fate Master and the Wisdom Master grant this to you?" You don't answer, but only think to yourself, "Rapier, this is a weapon Chun hasn't used before." But after a moment, you respond vaguely. Perhaps the system reappeared due to the effect of the passive Sword Garden skill, and the user's swordsmanship has improved. Chun continued analyzing the skill internally. You can read your opponent's movements and partly see their sword, thanks to the Sword Garden and Mana Detection ability. The next second, Chun decisively said, "To end this now, no more beating around the bush. Your attitude only makes me more excited than ever. All right, a worthy opponent, I hope victory will be yours." As he finished speaking, he charged forward. Not willing to fall behind, Du also moved at the speed of light. They quickly closed to the distance and then used magic to turn the ground into liquid. As expected, he immediately counterattacked, activating the active skill of Ice and Earth. Jun quickly stomped on the ice surface to gain momentum and flew toward Jugon. His eyes showed clear determination with this attack, and seeing that, he became even more excited. As the 2 swords clashed, Jae-hun confidently declared that he would end everything. In the darkened space, a sudden sound broke the silence. I don't know when Ain's sword was stained with fresh blood, but it turned out to be Hyun's blood. As he thrust the sword into his neck, Dune sighed regretfully. "It's a pity, I really mean it. I believed you could kill me." Hearing this, Jae-hun suddenly grabbed the sword embedded in his neck. "That's good. Then you won't be disappointed anymore." He asked back, confused. "What do you mean?" In an instant, Jun confidently declared victory was mine, then used all his strength to deliver a fatal strike to Zugon's neck. Following Jun's attack, the system reactivates the invisible sword technique, meaning the 3rd sword extends. "It seems you still don't understand what's happening, huh?" Ain's hand was quickly released by Duan, and he gasped in shock as he clutched his neck. "How is that possible?" Da-hun still didn't answer right away, only thinking to himself. You remember from before the regression that invisible swordsmanship has 5 forms, and Bale can only use 2 of them. That's why Hun copied the Sword Garden while fighting Fapnea, who had stronger skills. But the reason Hun chose this skill is simple. The Sword Garden is the foundation of invisible swordsmanship, and becomes the strongest when you master all 5 forms. If you reach that stage before B unlocks the 5th form, Chun will have a significant advantage. The beginning of that is the 3rd form, extending the sword, a technique that concentrates mana into the sword to extend it invisibly. Thanks to this, you could create an opening even when there was a gap in our skill levels. When facing a worthy opponent and they attack, your sword will strike them first. Even after losing, Duan remains extremely polite. "Congratulations, your worthy opponent has won." After living through his life, Chun only feels regret. Duan closed a picture book and admired the hero in the story, perhaps because he couldn't forget his parents. If Jugyo's emotions were still intact, he might have become a good boy instead of this murderer. But such words are meaningless. In the end, Jun delivered his verdict. "You are a murderer, and everything you have done is unforgivable. That is why you are dying right now.
Even as you prepare to strike, Duan calmly says, "Thank you for doing this for me." Your words only make Dahun angrier. I'm sick of you. Before you could strike, a strange magical aura appeared. It was Duan's ear pendant releasing its power. What is this mana? Wanting to reassure him, he quickly said, "Don't worry, I won't hurt you." You still have doubts. Telepathy, Du continued. You still have things to do. Then, the system appeared and asked if you wanted Ain to fulfill your final wish. Without hesitation, he agreed. The system then issued a warning. A user's final wish will result in their death. Do you still want to make the wish? Of course. Seeing that, Jehun shouted anxiously, "Dune, you're so worried you're frantic." Jehun forgot Ain's final wish. Did Du plan for everyone to die? If he does that, you won't be able to stop him. Surprisingly, Du spoke up, saying, "Give the worthy opponent the power to change the ending of this treacherous story." Hearing that, Jae-hun looked stunned. Why? The next second, he calmly explained, "I thought I was the main character, but I'm not. I'm just a villainous supporting role. Dying before the main character isn't so bad, and the villain always leaves a gift for the hero before they go. This is my gift for you." Duan's strangely kind demeanor makes you stammer. Why did you do that? In an instant, the system announced that Ain's magic sword had fulfilled the user's third wish. Chun still couldn't understand what he was trying to do. Jugon, is this what you wanted to do? Why did you choose that as your final wish? But this time, Duan couldn't answer you like before. It's time. As he finished speaking, a monster appeared. Goodbye to a worthy opponent. You're not the main character, are you? This is also Duan's farewell before being completely destroyed by the monster. Jun wondered in surprise, does it kill people like this? As soon as it was slain, the monster gradually faded into thin air. Curious, he picked up the Yang blade, but in the blink of an eye, Jun realized it was already disappearing. Therefore, since it is a weapon linked to Jugon, it was created to disappear when he dies. Even though you used a skill to copy it, its disappearance now doesn't mean Jun will lose it forever. In the next second, the system appeared to unlock a new feature of Odin's lost eye. You have gained the active skill Inside Eye. The detection skill is being merged with the Inside Eye. The active skill is called the Inside Eye. Rank S grants the ability to see through the true nature of all beings and objects, identify the rank and strength of opponents, and analyze relics. Chun was surprised after reading a series of notifications. Is this the gift Jug wanted to give me? With this skill, Jun has a useful card in hand. He can gain the upper hand in future battles against other gods. Suddenly, the surrounding space around Hun began to dissolve, and the system quickly appeared, revealing that the dark fairy tale magic arena had been destroyed. As soon as he escaped, he heard Hyla's voice. "Jae-hoon, you really did it," Da-hun called out happily to Hila Fa-fi. Immediately afterward, Hyla quickly spoke up. He also brought along a legendary artifact. Hearing that, he gently replied, "He's still just a crow." Without hesitation, she started teasing. "Huh? I feel like I was the one who saved you from being killed by that crow earlier." The next second, June rang the village bell. "Well done, Fa-fi. If you're here, it means you've defeated Chan already," Hila replied seriously. "Yes, I also have Dra-upnir." Jun glanced behind and said, "I do too." "Giant sea god. Do I have to give that to the guardian serpent of the ocean?" In an instant, she decisively replied, "No need, you don't intend to do it either." The boy immediately agreed. "That's right." After a moment, Jae-hun placed his hand on the ocean's power sphere to absorb it. The system quickly displays a special item called Ocean's Essence, a legendary rank item. This essence is infused with ocean energy, allowing control over water and enhancing water-based skills. After carefully examining its attributes for a while, he silently marveled to himself that this item didn't have any special stats, but its effects must be very powerful. No wonder Duan wanted it. The ocean's essence gradually disappeared from Chun's hand as he looked around again. Seeing that, Hilala asked curiously, "What are you doing? Are you looking for something?" Jae-hun replied seriously, "The limit-breaking potion is probably somewhere around here. I can't leave them here either." She agrees with his opinion. "That's right. It seems Jae-hun has found the limit-breaking drug," he exclaimed happily. "Got it. Director Kim Jong told you during the investigation." And at the same time, Lena's voice echoed in Jae-hoon's mind. "They are investigating, but due to the limited amount, they are facing many difficulties. If you find more, please send them a sample. It will help with the investigation." After thinking, Jae-hoon decided it would be better to send her a sample. The next moment, he spoke up. "Let's get started." It seems like Hilla still doesn't understand what Jae-hun means. "Huh? What are you saying? What's going on? What are you doing, Jae-hun?" "That is Odin's blood." After injecting the medicine into his body, Jae-hun smiled with satisfaction. That's why I do this. You probably already know what's inside this, right? Hela was stunned. The divine power still caught her off guard. You keep saying this is a chance for me to gain divine power for free without fighting a god. Throwing it away would be a waste. Does she think so? Jae-hun's blasphemous words terrify and horrify Hilala. Oh my god, Min Jae-hun, he's gone crazy. How could Jae-hun even think about doing that? The next second, the system kept notifying that the player's divine power had increased. The player's divine power has increased. Hela is still stunned by his recklessness. Inject Odin's blood to boost Jae-hun's power, he thought silently. According to the research journal Jae-hun found in Basement 1, those who cannot use limit-breaking potions are ordinary people without divine power, which means his mind will remain normal even when using them. The notification screen continues to display. The player's power has increased, unlocking a higher level. Jae-hun is still lost in thought. Just ruining Odin's plan isn't enough. The continuous notification sounds. A new slot opened, allowing you to save an additional legendary skill. Thinking of this, he smiled confidently, ready to steal the divine power from others. The scene shifts to the temple where Odin resides, and Odin slowly speaks. The great enemy has defeated Duan. The next moment, Hujin respectfully responds. Yes, not only that, the gods have also checked and confirmed that Cheon is dead. We have also lost him. Hearing that, he clenched the armrest of the chair, seeming to realize the enemy had grown stronger than we thought. I must act now, no matter the cost, and he added, sorry, but there's one more thing. Odin asked loudly. What is it? More bad news again? Hujin said sadly. That's unfortunate. Yes, the enemy, blessed by the fairy, has obtained the limit-breaking potion to use on themselves. This shocking news quickly threw the old man into panic. So, immediately after, he made a guess. It seems he knows they have human blood. The gods believe he's doing this to increase his divine power. Odin couldn't help but stand up suddenly. How dare he? My blood is that of an ordinary person, yet it dares to steal my divine power. With a bitter tone, the old man issues an ultimatum. This time, it must be a success, or I will imprison him. Right now, at Jae-hun's house, the system appears and announces 1/2 divine socket. As soon as he finishes reading, he silently thinks that finally the second level of divine power has been unlocked. Until now, Jun could only barely hold on using Tho's skill, but now he can copy another mythic level skill. Thinking about this, he began to ponder. So who should Jun copy the legendary level skill from? You still have one empty slot left from killing a crow, but finding a god is much harder. Well, Dahun probably doesn't need to think too much. The gods will come looking for him again. Even if Dahun doesn't want to, they won't stop attacking because you are the great enemy, blessed by the gods. Daehun must consider his next move. Then Hyla slowly speaks up. This should have ruined Odin's plans because the limit-breaking potion is one of his main experiments for Ragnarok. Chun also agreed with her opinion, but Hyla continued to sigh. It's good that your divine power has also increased. The Aya gods, who could use 30% of their strength, are no longer a match for him. Hearing this, Jae-hun immediately touched his heart. He knew right away he had felt it when unlocking the second level. At this moment, he is strong enough to defeat him. Even as Jun is still pondering. Hela quickly guessed that Odin wouldn't be able to do anything for a while. The other Aidzia gods as well, he had to use his power and blood to break the limit. It pauses for about 2 seconds, then I gently say that it's quiet for a while. But Hyla, according to Jun, the system screen suddenly appears again. Fapnea 2's experience has reached its limit. Complete the mission so it can continue to grow. A new quest has appeared. The first submission for the dragon's growth. Just pointing at the notification, he curiously asked, I should do this as quickly as possible, right? Seeing that, Hela began to analyze. Fafi proved to be truly useful when I fought Shijion. New information has appeared. The side quest to help the dragon's growth involves defeating the sleeping boss monster at Lake Chujenj in Japan and finding a way to continue its development. The condition for a second boss monster is that you and Fapnea develop the difficulty to S+, so that Fapnea's reward level increases by 1. A second later, she continues, preventing her from escaping. Fafi's growth is crucial in an instant. Jun has begun to ponder. Fapnea's scales are also the best among all dragon scales. It's still weak because it's still a young dragon, but if you upgrade it, it could become much stronger. But Jae-hun suddenly sighed heavily. There's a problem. His attitude makes Hilala confused. Why is he sighing like that? Is something wrong? Unsure of how to start the conversation, Jae-hun hesitated. Well, you finally decided to speak. Even though Director Kim is on my side, I've missed too many classes at the academy.
Chun's strange worry left her puzzled. Huh? You still don't realize Gila's suspicion. If I miss class again, I might have to repeat it, but I can't neglect this mission. What should I do now? Just after scratching my head, Chun noticed something. So, it turns out your phone is ringing. A message from Roz Dung appears on the screen. Hey, what should we prepare for the field trip? Food. It seems Jae-hun still doesn't understand what's going on. It was only a little later that he recognized Kim Yusung. At that moment, Aina was walking slowly along a quiet road near the academy when suddenly a familiar voice rang out. Aina heard her name and quickly turned around, immediately recognizing Suna. What's going on? Suna's face suddenly flushed, not just because she kept hesitating. Well, finally, Suna gathered enough courage to ask Min-hun if he already has a girlfriend. Does this question surprise Aina? Well, anyway, she still answers. Probably not, Suna exclaimed happily. Really? Without hesitation, she quickly hands Aina an envelope. Next, Suna hurriedly pressed multiple times. So, can you give this to him? Huh? Before she could regain her composure, Suna had already left, telling him to reply again. Seeing that, Aina hurriedly called out to her, Wait, but it's too late, Suna has already gone. A few seconds later, she lowered her head and carefully examined the letter in her hand. Aina thought to herself, it's a pretty cute letter. Why? I feel really strange. Ina felt annoyed and uncomfortable, but she still thought she should give it to Jae-hun, right? A few days later, in the classroom, everyone sat together and sighed in unison. The field trip, Rodung was exhausted and slumped down. It's that time of year again. These field trips are pretty good. I have to fight monsters every day anyway. Director Kim knows the situation well. Hearing her say that, Aina happily agrees. That's right. Immediately after, Sozin wondered why. Then why did the destination suddenly change? I thought we were going to the U.S. Dae-sung immediately spoke up, but before he could finish, Dae-hun started coughing loudly, catching Sozun's attention. What's going on? Are you okay? You didn't answer her question, just thinking to yourself, what's wrong with Dae-hun? The destination has been changed. As soon as he finished speaking, he remembered the scene of his conversation with Lena. And he was asking me if it was possible to change the location for the trip. It's you. Yes? Is that too much to ask? There is no reason to change the location. Fortunately, she agreed quickly. I can do it. Japan was one of the planned locations. Let's just say there's an issue with the reservation. At the same time, Jones started calculating in his head to ensure he could participate while helping Fa-Fi level up. Lena's voice continued to echo. So, I will message you after I have finished everything. After achieving his goal, Jae-hun smiled gratefully. Thank you, that was the best choice. Chun quickly fell into deep thought. Their destination was Lake Chwenji in Nikko, home to one of Japan's 3 majestic waterfalls. However, the surrounding area was sealed off due to monsters like Daegu, so they had to change their destination to Okinawa. It's unreasonable to visit a restricted area for sightseeing. Besides, Chun also needs to avoid everyone's gaze. Besides, you know what kinds of monsters are there. It's time for the returnees' privileges to come into play. Suddenly, Dung slowly called out to Min-hun, her suspicion evident in her voice. You know, every time you make that face, it always causes trouble, right? Finally, Jae-hun managed to break free from his own thoughts. No, he's the one causing trouble here. The next second, Rodong asked him in a low voice, so why did you disappear again this time? Jae-hun hesitated nervously and replied, I just want to rest. Yes, I think we should buy the essentials for the trip. Should we split up? Just like I'm so used to your village drum game. She sighed and said, you really won't tell us. All right, what game should we play to split into teams? Hearing this, Aina took out her phone. Well then, I'll get started. As soon as she put her phone on the table, Rodung eagerly begged to be allowed to go buy the supplies. Dae-sung also spoke up, I want to go buy supplies too, and in a flash Aina responded. Done, and Aina bought the supplies. Yusung and Sozin checked the equipment and necessary items. Hoon and Dae-sung are playing a game for fun. After a while, Dae-hoon says, all set, teams are divided. Then he turned to call Aina, let's go. And Aina suddenly felt shy. Inside the supermarket, staff loudly greet customers. Go ahead and try it. It seems to be the busy hour, so the supermarket is packed. Hoon and Aina are strolling slowly around. Soon after, he stops at the canned goods section. As soon as Jay picked up the item, he asked, do kimchi and those spices suffice? Suddenly, Aina interrupted, don't buy those, they're not good for your health. Hearing that, Jay tried to persuade her, but this is a practical trip. We should enjoy a little. She remained very strict. No. The next moment, Aina confidently said, I will make something better when we arrive, and you nodded along gently. Yeah, I can't compare instant noodles to what you cook. Let's go check out the other stuff.
Chun's acknowledgement made her even happier, yes. While they were both focused on shopping, one student recognized them. "Hey, isn't that Minun and Seo Ina?" The other member quickly responded. "Yeah, they've been very popular lately. They formed a group as freshmen and are doing better than the older students." Whispers keep echoing, but why are there only two people? Are they dating? It's obvious. They look great together. They really do seem to match.
Maybe it's because they are both very handsome and beautiful. Yes, it seems Jae-hun overheard their gossip.
You just feel like someone is watching. Maybe they came together to buy things for the trip. Jun doesn't really care about those rumors, but maybe Ina is a bit uncomfortable too. You feel a bit guilty. Then Ina gently places her hand into her jacket pocket, as if to take something out. She looked down at the ground in worry. The next moment, Ina suddenly paused as if lost in thought. Just as I expected, she's recalling her conversation with Suna. "So, can you give this to him?" Ina silently thought to herself that she must like Hun, which is why she told her to give the letter to him. But, for some reason, Ina didn't want to give Jae-hun any at all. It made her feel uncomfortable. Even Ina doesn't understand why she's become like this. Chun seems to be probing the situation. Ina asked the question unexpectedly. "Why aren't you dating anyone?" Da-hun immediately sprays glue. "Huh? You were so surprised you stopped in your tracks."
After a moment, Da-hun asked her back, "Why do you ask that?" Ina's face turned as red as a ripe tomato.
"I'm just wondering why someone as good as you still doesn't have a girlfriend." Without hesitation, Jae-hun chuckled softly. "I'm not that good. And I'm not. Since being a decoy is an unstable job, I could die at any moment. If I die, what will my girlfriend do?" His words only made Ina more moved. It was just a brief moment, but you could see how considerate he was. Da-hun has always been like that, always putting others before himself and sacrificing himself. Jae-hun continued to explain, but no one could really endure that. After a moment of thought, Ina felt even more shy. That warmth is what makes you attractive. But, as if gathering courage, she paused for a moment before hesitantly speaking. What if someone else wanted to go through that? Jae-hun looked surprised. "Huh?" Before you could answer, she kept talking. "So, will you go on a date?" With Ina's endless anticipation, Jae-hun stammered, I. In the end, I finally made a firm decision. "I don't know." Despite Ina's wide-eyed amazement, Chun still refused. "I don't think so. Even with someone as kind as that, I still don't believe I can be as good as them." Ina didn't say anything further, she thought to herself. And then they continued shopping in silence. She decided not to give him this letter. At that moment, Dae-hun suddenly remembered, and before returning, a memory from the past flashed in his mind. Chun started to wonder. He first met Ina during a class at Mus. Because of her skills and appearance, there are all sorts of rumors about Ina. Then, after about 2 seconds, the scene of Ina using her power suddenly became incredibly clear. Then Jae-hun continued to think that she was a cold person who trusted no one but herself. Ina looked like she was running away from something. She kept walking forward with nothing to stop her. Chun thought that it was Ina herself who was making her life more difficult. When he later saw Ina on TV, Jun's impression of her didn't really change. Ina still seemed very cautious and cold. However, later on, he learned about her family story and that Ina was forced to become cold like that. Still, in this life, she is completely different. Ina no longer has trust issues and gets along very well with her friends. Chun guesses that it's thanks to Kim Yusung and Yu that Ina was able to break down those walls. Since the freshman hunt, or perhaps from the simulated dungeon exam, a few days later, all preparations for the outdoor trip were complete. Rodung's voice became extremely excited. "Okinawa, I'm so excited. We're going to have so much fun." At the same time, Jae-hun was silently reflecting as they boarded the bus to the teleportation center. "Kim Yu-dung, watch out or you'll fall." Rodung's out-of-control behavior makes him sigh heavily. He is really excited. Suddenly, Hae-hun realized that, looking back, their group had grown quite large and seemed eager to wait no longer. Du-dung hurriedly shouted, "Hurry up!" Hoon gently asked from behind, "What's wrong? Are you thinking our group has grown big enough now?" His guess surprises her. "How did you know?" Hoon smiled comfortably. "Well, it's because you keep staring at everyone," and then he continued sharing his thoughts. "I'm also a bit pressured because our group has become too famous." Hoon's worries are also something Jae-hun cares about. "Yeah, the director is also promoting them. The media has started saying that your group must be one of the best at MS, especially since John disappeared." To lighten the mood, Chun teased him, but he's always been known for that. "Min-hun, let's go now. Your sluggishness is really bothering Roz Dung. Okwa is waiting for us."
June was also speechless at her favoritism. Am I the only one getting scolded? Still, you give in. Yeah, I'm coming. Immediately after, Dahun quickly stepped onto the vehicle. He glanced down below, silently lamenting that there were still many empty seats. He could sit anywhere. Just as Dahun found a seat, he plopped down. Suddenly, Aina stood up, and from another side, Sozin looked down suspiciously. You always sit in the back. Come on, Desong. Her criticism made Lai hesitate and stumble over what to say, but before he could speak further, Sozun's attention was drawn elsewhere. So she saw Aina proactively ask, Can I sit next to you? As if she couldn't believe her eyes. Sound was stunned. What's going on? Dahun was just as surprised. Yeah, okay. In an instant, Sozun sensed the smell of infidelity. Hey Lai Desong, what do you think? She's completely different from her. Desong still looks naive and innocent. Huh? What? They're just sitting together? In the end, she had to give up. Forget it. Nevertheless, Sound still squinted and glanced over with suspicion. She quietly remembered to herself, I feel like there's something here. The bus quickly departs. As June looks out the window, he starts sweating. Damn it. Ye-hun feels uncomfortable being near Aina because of what happened a few days ago, as it was basically a confession with the hope that it was just a mistake since she's not good at expressing her feelings. But as he looks at Aina's face and thinks about this, Jae-hun watches her closely. It's clear that this will be another concern for Jae-hun, but there's one thing he must do. Seek revenge and protect what matters to him. Jae-hun needs determination to do those things. Immediately after, he clenched his teeth as if trying to hold back. Furthermore, Jae-hun was in his late 20s when he returned, then started dating a high school student. Jae-hun feels like it's a crime. You have to stop Ragnarok. Forget about dating. Jae-hun has no strength left for anything else. After regaining consciousness, he quickly put on his headphones. Jae-hun had to focus to become stronger. That's right, become stronger. Before you can find peace, Aina approached quietly and whispered, Are you listening to music? Her voice caught Dahun's attention. Huh? The next second, Aina gently asked, Can I listen too? In the morning in the city, Dung finally saw the scene, and his eyes lit up. Okwa, everyone started to get off the car. She said, We arrived earlier than expected. Dae looked around curiously. It turns out Okinawa looks so peaceful like this. Sound retorted, What can you say about being here? Chun felt relieved when he arrived here. Well, you're not wrong. Okwan is the farthest from the quarantined areas in Japan, and a call draws everyone's attention. Everyone, Swu is going to the school. There are a few things I need to tell you all first. He explained the schedule in detail. Today we will go to the hotel first to organize our belongings, then proceed to the planned location. All activities will be done in groups. Shu reminds everyone. On the second day, everyone is free to explore, but they must be in groups of at least 2 people. He gave detailed instructions. If you provide us with the list of group members, the guards won't need to accompany you. Just explore around freely, and then write a report on what everyone saw and learned. When Rodung turned to talk about this on Monday, did someone suddenly pass by and make her exclaim? Ina shyly suggested going out with me while walking on the second day. Ina called out Minhoon's name, surprising him. She looked at her while thinking. He is really serious about this. I feel like he's become like this because of what happened before. Then you apologized, making Ina hesitate. Probably because I can't go. June declined with regret. On Monday I had something to do, and I also got permission from the director. She looked down again. Someone saw from afar that you turned and walked away. What's going on? Did Sound whisper secretly? Did something happen between Van and Ina? Did they have an argument? Rodung looked confused when asked. I haven't heard anything about a fight. She's a bit suspicious. Really? I see. All the schedules have been carefully marked. The actual trip lasts 4 nights and 5 days. On the first day, the students will travel with their group. For the remaining 4 days, they are free to do whatever they want. The busy streets are filled with people passing by. This is quite a long trip. But for students who fight monsters every day, this is a rare opportunity to rest. The academy recognizes this and allows students freedom during practical trips. Chun walks while taking in the scenery, planning to follow his group and then fight the boss on Monday. I need to help Fafi become stronger. He pursed his lips in worry, but then suddenly Ina's cheerful voice called out to Hun. Do you want to try this? You think that's how Ina's behavior changed after that day at the grocery store? Ju takes it, but he is overwhelmed inside. This is not good. How did everything end up like this? You still can't escape your thoughts. I've always pursued my goals without paying attention to others. I just started to see the light at the end of the tunnel. Jay stares intently at the hot dog in her hand. I feel guilty, but my mind has no room for feelings. You caress the piece of paper wrapped around the hot dog stick. I need to end this, or everything will become a problem. Chun looked up and asked her, Do you still remember inviting me to hang out on Monday?
Ina blushed. Suddenly you answered. All right, June hasn't stopped yet. Let's go out tomorrow. I have something to tell you. She wondered. Tell me something. You replied, I'll let you know tomorrow. Ina had many thoughts inside. What he wants to tell me, I might not be good at socializing. Then she smiled brightly. All right, thank you. But it would be a lie to say I don't know what he's going to say. Ina grabs her dress, just as what he's about to say to me is far from what I want to hear from him. She leaves, but I don't care. Ina's face turned cold after realizing her feelings, her mind's image appearing in her head. I have decided not to step back anymore, even if it's not Junseona with her letter. She turns her steps. I don't want to see another girl, whether it's Ina standing opposite him or any girl beside him. She has many thoughts inside her, and from the beginning, I never intended to give up. Everyone watching from afar could see that. Then Dung stood silently observing. Recently, Ina's attitude towards Minhun had changed. She guesses as if she were his girlfriend. Then Dung has nothing more to say. She's also the shy type. If So-run asks, there's definitely something going on between them. She reminded me that I don't think we should interfere in that matter. Dung's expression disappeared completely, shifting to the evening. A strange feeling. In the bedroom, she lies looking up at Vodin on the ceiling, but it seems like they are not in love. Then Do-Dung closed her eyes, more like her usual one-sided way. Now I realize she's reminiscing about the past. Were they dating? That time she asked us like that. Do-Dung clenched the blanket tightly, knowing I obviously wouldn't answer. Maybe that's when she started to like him. That thought made her uncomfortable as she lay curled up in bed. What the hell is this? Why do I feel so uncomfortable? Making Sozin, who was on her phone, sit up. What's going on? Are you really that concerned? Do-Dung replied no. She turned away to hide her expression. I guess I find it strange. Sound directly addressed the current issue. You already know Ina likes to kiss goats. Rodung replied, I feel the same way. She then asked, do you like him too? Just hearing the question, her face turned completely red. Rodung quickly sat up. What? Sound said indifferently. You know? She said it in a serious tone. You will regret it later if you don't do something. She's still shy. What are you talking about? Then, Do-Dung also didn't reply anymore. She thinks about the happy moments with Jun. Min Jae-hun and he are together. Do-Dung struggles with her thoughts. Yeah, he's just an old friend. Then she replied, that's not it. And Dung tried to hide her feelings inside. I don't like him. He's just a longtime friend. She listened quietly, but I felt sorry for Ina. He's very sensitive. Then she gave some advice. If you want to deceive yourself, you need to try harder. Sozin kept encouraging her. If there's a way to turn things around, you should do it as soon as possible. She could only sigh and feel sad for Dung. On a clear morning with sunlight shining through, Fafi growls a few times as if demanding something. Dehun is standing nearby, dressed. Fafi, sorry, but we're only going out together tonight, it growled in agreement. Your eyes are dark from lack of sleep. Can I honestly refuse her properly? Chun walks while planning in his head. First, I will go see Ina and explain my situation to her. Of course I won't talk about regression or the gods. You look at me in the mirror, I don't intend to involve my friends in bigger trouble. Chun has many thoughts in his mind, but he can't keep everything to himself anymore. He thinks about Ina's appearance. If he doesn't, she won't accept his rejection because she's quite stubborn. It feels like today will be a long day. As I walk towards the large aquarium building, I gently approach In, who is standing nearby. She is beautiful and radiant, but has a somewhat sad face. When Inanna sees Dehun, she blushes shyly and calls out. She asked, are you here? Dehun shyly scratched his head. Ah, yes, let's go then. The two of them walked together, passing through a corridor filled with lockers. He glanced briefly at Inanna. He was standing too close, feeling like he could hear her heartbeat, and she was blushing shyly. A fish with huge eyes watches the two of them before blending back into the clear water, delighting them. Dehun looks around and says, this must be the start of the aquarium. He suggested we go sightseeing. Ina brushed her bangs aside. Yes. Many different kinds of fish swimming together in a school. They watched them together, chatting happily, and Ina smiled brightly. Dehun watches her back from behind while Ina admires the fish swimming behind the glass. She blushes shyly. Ina always has a bright smile, while Dehun just watches her. Your lips curl up slightly, but your eyes remain so sad. Then the two of you buy drinks, and Ina speaks first. It's already too late. She told you thank you for walking with her, but Dehun intertwined his fingers with hers. Ina, please go on. There's something I want to tell you. Ina hesitated for a moment. What could you possibly say? Jaehun refused. Now I have to tell you. She felt tired and let out a breath. Then Ina appeared with a cold expression on her face.
So go ahead and try to choose your words carefully so you don't hurt her feelings. I understand how you feel, but I suddenly had a really strong impact at the underwater palace. Dae-hun looked confused, shouting, and hurriedly reached out to her. Everyone inside the aquarium was buzzing with gossip. What's going on? What does that sound mean? Is there a monster inside? No way. This is Okinawa. Your face and Ina's are close together. I'm just curious if she's experiencing hallucinations, right? Dae-hun thought to himself. Damn it. I didn't think before acting on instinct to protect him. He took his hand off Ina's shoulder and said, Sorry, let's talk later. She frowned. Go ahead. Ina firmly said, I can sense that the mana of the strongest monster is only Class C. I'm sure you don't think I would be in danger from a Class C monster, but your response made her hesitate. It's just a misunderstanding. Tears kept falling from Ina's eyes as she stood up and walked away. You said we should talk about this later. Dae-hun really wants to stop Ina. Ina, she doesn't want to hear it anymore. Let's leave it for later. Ina is no longer weak-hearted. Your answer will change too. Let's go. The two of them hurriedly run away. In front of them lies the monster lying still and motionless. Dae-hun couldn't believe it. What is going on? Is the monster already dead? From one hypothesis to another running through his mind. What's going on? Are you from the Japanese Association? Then it makes sense to hear growling. Dae-hun seems to realize something. Phi keeps growling continuously. Phi, what are you doing here? Du-dung stammered as she approached to greet you. Surprising you, huh? Dae-hun asks Kim-Ra's Dung, why are you here? She shyly responds. Sound and Dae-sung are busy, so I went out to play alone. Are you surprised? Really? Ro-dung blushed shyly. Yeah, Jun will handle it. I will call the officials while Y is not feeling happy. He just quietly followed your lead. This place is dangerous. Let's go somewhere else. Then there's nothing left for us here. The three of them leave the underwater palace. About 20 minutes later, MS officials arrived at the scene. It seems the monster appeared because the Japanese Association accidentally let a few escape from the danger zone. Chun felt worried as he spoke on the phone. Director Kim Jong demanded that the Japanese Association take responsibility because an academy student nearly got hurt. JH ends the call. This is something she needs to handle strictly so that other countries won't look down on us. It's already like that. You inform the two of them. I'm leaving now. I have something to do. Do, Dung replied. All right then. Dae-hun hesitated. So you turned around and walked away. Let's talk later. Ina did not respond but remained silent, dispelling the awkward atmosphere. Shall we head back to the hotel too? The sun is about to set. Then Ina spoke again. Ro-dung, if I'm wrong, please forgive me, she asked directly. But is the reason you went to the aquarium because of a... Ro-dung stammered, and then smiled brightly to hide her embarrassment. Of course not. I just pointed there because I had no idea where to go. He didn't say anything. You know how bad I am with directions. Hearing that, she smiled softly. Of course. It's starting to get dark now. I understand. They returned to the bedroom. Run dries her hair after just finishing her shower. She saw Ra's Dung and immediately asked, Have you met those two? While taking off her shoes. All right, I think we guessed right, Sozun asked Ra's Dung cautiously. Are you okay? Of course, there are 2 guards at Nick near Chugenji Lake tonight. A guard yawns until tears come out. Damn it, how long do we have to wait? That guy is just as sleepy, so why don't we put all the hunters in there and settle this once and for all? He replied, if that plan worked, they wouldn't have made us A-rank hunters work so hard. The black-haired guy starts telling a story. Have you heard the rumor? There is currently an S-rank monster. Rustling sounds come from the nearby bushes. It's sleeping here, and this will be the first one in the world. Wait a minute, did you hear that? He stepped forward to protect them and asked, Who are you? This is a restricted area. The ruthless guard quickly leaves here, and Dae-hun appears with his half-covered face behind the glasses. I can sense from your hand a strange aura of magic, activating a mind control skill that makes this area forbidden, and everyone here is under a spell. You, what are you doing? All right, let's go. Fafi is happily carried in his bag as Dae-hun approaches and unlocks the barrier. He calmly steps into the area without any obstacle, his feet on the ground as he looks up at what's before him, knowing immediately. Ahead, a rushing waterfall flows, just as I remember. On the surface are whirlpools, but I still walk through, as if the water vortices are black holes. Dae-hun thought to himself that to summon the monster here, he first needed to approach the water whirlpools. Usually, just getting close would cause him to be pulled in. He looked at the blue sphere radiating energy around it, but then he stomped it underfoot. Since I have the sea spirit, more spheres keep appearing in my hands, so this isn't a problem. Dae-hun approaches this black hole on the water's surface. The monsters are divided into 3 types. You think of the first type.
First are those from the gate. Then comes the second type. The second are natural creatures born from genetic mutations. The third type is a special kind. The third are the ones I will fight now. Jehunhun pours something that looks like blue water down. A new monster born from human thoughts and will, as well as from folklore. Jun pours out the last drop. This new monster from Japanese mythology is a reflection of the dangerous animals that appear in his mind. A snake or dragon with 8 heads and 8 tails is described in Japanese mythology. Jun smiles brightly, his eyes filled with delight. Yamata Orochi returns to the city. So this really is from the European Union?
Like an official announcement, is that it? The staff member replied.
Yes, I'm sure, Moria asked. Do they want us to stop the investigation into the black organization after all this time? He clenched the stack of papers in his hand. I don't understand anything. The more Moria talks, the more annoyed I get. What were they thinking when they sent this? Moria Ranki, leader of the Japanese Association. S rank. The staff member had nothing else to say.
I'm sorry, I don't know anymore. Camilla Bonbach and the others in the European Union Alliance also haven't explained why.
He thought Hakbao was their enemy. Maria recalls the past, going back to the time of the relic theft. Those two were defeated by the Black Cloak and couldn't protect the relic site. That news was once a hot headline all over Japan. He slammed the papers down on the table. So why did they suddenly decide to stop hiding him on TV, and why are they asking other countries to do the same? The more Maria thought about it, the more confusing it became. The European Union and the Black Cloak must be working together. That was the most logical conclusion. His face contorted in anger. If that's the case, it's likely that the Black Cloak is much stronger now. Although I don't know what that arrogant bastard will get out of this arrangement, he feels really stupid. It seems that both the European Union and he have already fallen behind. Then Moria gave the order. Fine, let's stop the investigation and start over. Moria turned to ask about something else. So how is the plan to raid the boss in Chuenji coming along? The staff member replied smoothly, We've prepared a lot of sake for Yamata no Orochi. The employee continued, It's enough to fill all 8 whirlpools and even more. Moria clasped his hands together, but his face turned pale, enough to fill all 8 whirlpools and then some. Suddenly, the employee struggled as if something was grabbing him. He was panicked. What is that? The employee, while talking on the phone, said, I think there's a problem. I will contact them. He panicked and left Maria behind. Yes, I am here. That noise just now, but the employee hesitated. What? He hurriedly said, I will go there right away. He hurriedly asked what was going on, what's happening. What's going on? The exhausted staff member replied. This is trouble. Moria doesn't understand anything. He just said, that made him jump up, as if Yamata no Orochi had awakened at Lake Chugenji. Maria broke out in a sweat. What? It has been silent for many years since it appeared. So now it suddenly wakes up again? And on Jun's side, Yamata no Orochi has risen. Just before the raid begins, both you and FIFA are caught off guard. 400 guys, isn't that too many? They stare intently at Jehun. The boss monster in the Yamata no Orochi area is looking at you. Yamata Orochi. It seems like Yamata Orochi is trying to intimidate you. Initially, the Japanese guild tried to kill it and failed miserably. It should have only been destroyed years later. Ju is recalling history. A god became famous for appearing in a popular comic series. According to legend, Susanoo was the one who defeated Yamata Orochi, using the power of sake. He used alcohol to weaken Yamata Orochi. If you understand mythology well, fighting them becomes easier. JH seems to hold the key in its hands. It must be influenced by mythology, because that is where it was born. A new monster born from mythology. That means I've seen how to defeat it before, so I just need to follow that method. Daehun disregards all their power. You're not afraid, you're just useless. The sea spirit is restricting the flow. Daehun's hand acts like a shield, blocking all the water streams. The water can't even reach him. Yamata Orochi was furious. Chun confidently said, Water has no effect on me. You dare to challenge them, you'll need to use other methods. Yamata Orochi became even angrier upon hearing this. Chun grits his teeth. Yes, even an S-rank monster should be at least this strong. Yamata Orochi exploded with rage, continuously spewing venom towards them, forcing you to step back. The goat's hoof pressed down on the water's surface. Fa Fi saw this and was immediately terrified. Then it screamed uncontrollably again. You threw the bag containing Fa Fi out. It rolls around on the ground. Keep watch there to be prepared. Fa Fi Daehun smiles like a victor. I will end this soon. You're ready to defeat Yamata no Orochi, because it will help you evolve. They both possess water and poison powers. Yamata Orochi's strongest weapon is its ability to control hydraulic pressure and deadly toxins. generating a different source of energy from its body. But your body is covered in blue flames, and Pig's shield will nullify all negative status effects. Your compatibility with me is really poor. Ji-hun takes a running start on the water and immediately jumps high with both attack types. They are all useless against me. The active skill Rebirth Stitch has been activated. Chun moves so quickly that Yamata no Orochi has to look up. His hand controls the flow of water. Hai Tingfat controls the flow of water. Jun creates a whirlpool with the water to attack them. He jumps down from above to attack Yamata no Orochi, and very quickly, one of its heads is severed from its body. Chun is satisfied with his power. First, one down. Maria nearby witnesses and can't help but be stunned. What the hell is that? Is that movement from a human? He can't believe his eyes. Is it just a lone fake raid instead of a real team? Maria, hiding in the nearby rocky crevice, saw everything. He intended to take the head of the same level serpent, Samat Orochi, while watching and comparing it to himself. That's impossible. Even I, a famous person, have failed, despite bringing many levels of power. Chun is still fighting Yamata no Orochi with great determination. Luckily, it hasn't left the water surface, so we postponed and prepared carefully for tomorrow. His feelings right now are a mix of emotions. He never expected someone to steal it right in front of us, but instead of anger, he feels a deep sense of admiration. Moria's eyebrows furrowed, but he had the power from the water sphere in his hand. Who is the man fighting alone against that S-class boss? He hesitated. Wait a minute, don't tell me someone's footsteps are approaching. A girl approaches calling for Moria. He shouts for her to be quiet and keeps watching. Maria gritted her teeth, surprised that we would run into each other here. His body seemed to be on fire, and that outfit and skill level could only belong to him. Chun's power now seems to have reached a new level, cloaked in black. With just a few swift movements, it's as if blades are slicing through everything. He's taking down that Orochi all by himself. Maria knows he can't underestimate this guy. What Balak said in the interview wasn't a lie. He was stunned by your power, his mana far surpassing mine even though I am an S-class. Jun glanced and saw Moria hiding and approaching. You realize it's really happening. The Japan Association. Suddenly, Chun smiled, but the sphere in his hand gradually disappeared. I have been waiting for you to act. Chun faces Yamata no Orochi. I will use them to activate the skill that materializes the item in your hand, gradually forming into a sword. After completing it, Chun successfully crafts the divine-level demon sword Avine. His eyes are now filled only with satisfaction. Once again, he engraves the Black Cloak's name across the world and spreads fear. Ju remembered sitting in the room before the school trip, planning to hunt Orochi to become stronger. Collecting all the hidden items in the world is essential. But he still has many plans in mind. Buying a raid pass or proving his identity to do that would be a headache and create many enemies along the way. Then I equipped myself with armor and a cloak, so I decided to use the Black Cloak nickname I accidentally got to make it easier to act with this appearance. You think carefully, so besides killing Orochi, your goal is to raise the reputation and value of the Black Cloak. Ju jumps out of the water. The strategy is as follows. You see Moria as a pawn in your game. Lure the Japanese Association here to kill Yamato Orochi, forcing them to beware of the Black Cloak and spread a series of news through the media. The notification appears, activating the divine power state. The area around Aehun is filled with demonic energy. If that happens, my value will skyrocket. He spreads his power to make them cautious in a society full of monsters. And just as Yamato no Orochi's mouth prepares to unleash a sphere of energy, he rushes in to boost his reputation and value as a fake attacker. Chun glided past gently like the wind. His lightness made it scream in agony. The head of Yamato no Orochi separates from its body. The active skill, divine power, has been activated in his hand to reveal his strength. The fastest way is, of course, for Chun to jump up and unleash his move, shocking them with electricity, possessing overwhelming power. Yamato Orochi was jerked back hard, his magic power still flowing down continuously. Maria on the side was pushed back by the source of the power. He's gone completely crazy. This is just impossible. Chun is ready to sweep through every front. Those eyes really radiate brutality. Are you human? Chun walks confidently after landing safely. Then, the system informs him that he has successfully hunted the boss monster, Chuenji Yamato Orochi. The first condition of the dragon's first growth mission has been completed. You have received the tale of Yamato no Orochi. Seeing the opponent safe and sound, Moria had to secretly praise him. Chun in the Black Cloak is truly a monster. Compared to all the fake raids I've encountered, he's ridiculously strong. That level has surpassed human limits. He suddenly remembered what Bal had said earlier. He uses a sword, but his mana is no less than Camilla's. Careless, no way. I may not have been at my best during the fight, but even if I faced him again, the outcome would probably be the same. After recalling these words, Moria quickly admitted his mistake and told himself, I used to think there was some shady deal between B and the Black Cloak, just flattering each other. But that's not the case. The Black Cloak is the real deal. A moment later, Minzun hurriedly ran over and asked, Maria, what just happened? That man faced Yamato Orochi alone. Maria startledly turned back and shouted, You were supposed to stay silent. Damn it, do you want to die? He became even more panicked after hearing that. Huh? What do you mean? Come here. Moria decided to tell them the truth. The person in front of us is the Black Cloak. The monster has conquered the Icelandic monument. A few seconds later, Jay looked at his hand and gasped in surprise. Then I told myself that I might be stronger than I thought. Could it be that I'm not controlling my power well? Wow, with Fafi's passive skill too, I feel like the battle is much easier. Getting stronger is only natural. Forget it, I have something else to deal with first. Then Jehun loudly spoke to his group. Hey, do you think hiding your presence over there will fool me? Come out. This was expected by Moria. So he quickly realized it. He had already figured it out. With no other choice, Moria decided to shout back boldly. What is your purpose in coming here, Black Cloak? You know about me? Maria straightforwardly said, Isn't conquering the great relic enough to satisfy you? And when Fa-Fi sticks his head out, Jae-hun whispers an order, Come in, then raises his voice and asks, What are you talking about? I don't understand anything. He replied seriously with certainty, Don't pretend you're no. You are a thief, a plunderer who stole the Nordic heritage, and I have a feeling this time will be the same. Hearing this, Jehu stared intently at the opponent and silently assessed, looking like she was about to explode, but it turned out she had caught the big fish Moria Renki, representative of the Japanese alliance. But you secretly checked Moria's strength and received a system response. The active skill, Eye of Insight, was activated, and the danger level was classified based on the opponent's skill. The target's danger level is rated as low. Hearing this, Chun's heart rejoiced like a festival. Too weak. Next, you confidently said, I have killed Yamato Orochi, the one causing trouble for you. Shouldn't I be getting some kind of reward for this? Hearing that, he remained silent. Meanwhile, Chun was also standing in front of Moria. He looked at him and thought to himself, wanting to argue. But he had to admit he was right. Yamato Orochi is truly our headache, so I can't understand the rumors from the Relic era that say he's a robber and a criminal, and since there's no information about what Yamato no Orochi will drop, from a thief's perspective, this battle brings no profit at all. So why did he come all the way here? Before handing over the reward, Moria still wanted to ask, Tell me your purpose. Chun calmly replied, I have no specific purpose at all. Is Moria deliberately trying to make things difficult by saying he intends to kill us? Minzun thought this was real, and sweat started to pour down as he muttered to himself. Kill us. Maria Rai at S rank, and yet she talks like that? Even someone like him feels defeated before the fight even begins. Just how powerful is the Black Cloak that it makes Moria react like that? But Jun simply replied, I don't intend to kill anyone. I never liked that sort of thing anyway. Moria sighed in relief but still stubbornly said, So you're here because you're interested in Yamato no Orochi. You didn't bother explaining to him, so he replied, Well, let's just say that's the case. We can talk, right? Dehun agreed, saying, You're quick-witted. I only have one request. He looked tense, then pondered the request you were about to make. I knew he would ask for something. That bastard's acting like he's been waiting for us all along. Someone capable of doing this wouldn't ask for money. Clearing my criminal record, political asylum, either one is possible. Whatever it is, I can't afford to anger him. Ju saw Moria tense up and then laughed mockingly, relaxing his face. There's no need to be so tense. While Maria was still worried inside, that person is a monster she can never compare to. It will take a few seconds. Jae-hun deliberately hesitated before making his proposal to make Moria worry even more. Just write an article about me, and he immediately shouted, What? The article? Chun confirmed once again. Yes, if possible, draw me to look a bit more like a good person. After everything is settled, I quickly go back home. Sitting by the window, I quietly reflected after finishing my conversation with Moria Renki around 2 a.m. When Fa-Fi and I returned to our original target, the only thing left now was Fi's evolution. Just before meeting Moria Renki, I had postponed that to talk with them, but then a message appeared on the status board. Suddenly, the system asked Jun a question. Do you want to teleport to the Dragon Valley to complete the second condition of the Fangir evolution mission? He seriously considered this for a moment. Are you ready now that I've made my decision? Fafi immediately barked to show his agreement. He also understood and ordered the system accordingly.
All right, teleport to the Dragon Valley. As soon as you arrive, shout out in amazement with a face covered in sweat.
Jae-hun nervously asked, "This is the Dragon Valley. How come in just a few seconds you appeared with a nauseous expression?" "Ugh, I always feel nauseous every time I teleport." Fafi whines anxiously at Jae-hun, and then a worried look appeared on his face as a strange voice echoed, "I haven't hosted a guest in a long time." Immediately after, Jae-hun looked around and asked, "Who are you?" The other person quickly invited him inside. "I am waiting for you." Jae-hun suddenly hesitated, then after a moment, he ordered it. "Let's go." Fafi and the other continued deeper into the cave. Jae-hun moved cautiously, not daring to go too fast for fear of falling into a trap. When he heard a noise, he turned to look and let out a surprised sigh. June did this because the owner here also revealed themselves. "Welcome, enemy of the prophecy. I am the observer, the master of this Dragon Valley." June then asked him, "Why do you know I am the enemy of the prophecy?" The observer honestly replied, "I've heard that from them." He cheerfully said, "Them? You mean the three young sisters? It seems they have seen quite a bit of my future, huh?" "Enemy, I will help your child grow up. Follow me." The child he's talking about is PHV, yeah.